Oh, that is easy. I have 6 different high schools in the area where I live, and I went to the one that has been here the longest, built in 1889. Instead of having it be a 2-story high-rise to accommodate all the students way back when, they decided to tunnel underground. We did not have any math and science buildings, as we like to call them. Buildings equipped with sinks, faucets, gas vents, and the like at that time, so the school administration back in 1930 decided to convert the underground classrooms into science facilities for the kids to use. Production was great. Everything was smooth. Kids loved it. There were near 8 classrooms underneath the main hallway that were like this. Now, kids started hanging around with the underground classrooms because there was only one stairway to get down there, and it was like a long hole-like tunnel, enclosed on 3 of the 4 sides, with the 4th side only having the stairs. No windows in any classrooms, and air did not circulate so well down there. So, kids started putting smoke bombs and firecrackers in the classrooms and hallway because of the closed-off area it provided, etc., and caused a major ruckus. So, the facility decided to build upper-ground science buildings as this became such a huge issue, even resulting in a kid's asphyxiation because he had improperly made a smoke bomb in an enclosed closet. So, they shut off the downstairs to the students, but allowed teachers and researchers from around the area to use the downstairs labs because they were quite well equipped for their time. Things got back to normal, but the staff at school, after a time, no longer had control over who went down there or not, as it became a city institution. Now, there was an influx of even more researchers. The problem now was, no one knew exactly what was going on down there. People would bring in weird boxes or biohazardous material, and there was no proper way to dispose of it. This is now near the 1960s, because when the facilities were built, they did not have a designated area for large quantities of hazardous waste. So, they had to transport it in and out of the area frequently, with the whole deal regulated by guards and the like. This of course presented an opportunity for ballsy students and their ilk to dare each other to visit the laboratories at night to see what the deal was, or look inside their hazardous waste bags when the night shift began its operations, as there was a 1-hour hiatus in between the guard shifts when transporting the goods. Now, here is when things become anecdotal, and the urban legend begins. Apparently, a kid named Johnny and his group of friends went to the school late at night and waited for the 1-hour break between shifts so they could go snooping around. Each of them brought a flashlight and not a whole lot else, just their clothes. They looked inside the hazardous waste bags and to their horror saw blood and a green, goopy-like substance mixed with entrails and small appendages like fingers and toes. Up for the challenge, the young whippersnappers decided to go down into the lab where no student had gone in nearly 15 or so years when the lab was turned over to the city. Johnny was met with a foul, acrid stench that turned his bowels. One of his friends puked behind him, retching. The smell permeated the entire hallway. One light was still on in one of the classrooms, but the rest of the lights were off. Determined not to be called out, punk, wuss, whatever, Johnny started to look in the different classrooms. The first 2 were normal, with the standard equipment of just a school laboratory. The next 2 were a step up, with complicated machines that Johnny nor his friends knew what they did and did not mess with them. The next 2 were empty, aside from chairs and a blackboard with minuscule calculations and hypotheses scribbled across the board. This all bored Johnny, so he went on ahead, as he and his friends could not understand what was written in chalk. The next room though, door number 7, was oddly strange, exceptionally clean, more so than the other rooms, with only one surgeon's stool, but a myriad of saws, knives, tubes, with weird and strange liquids, and a pressurized container in the corner. Johnny did not find this too interesting and went back into the hallway towards room number 8. But his friend, Marco, in the news reports, he chose not to have his name disclosed, so we will just call him Marco, was puzzled. Why was this room so clean? He spied a white locker in the corner with a weird stain leaking out the base, almost brownish. As he got closer, a putrid smell filled his nostrils. By this time, the other man, Paul, we don't know this guy's name either, had gone back to the hallway and was making his way towards the stairs, done with the whole ordeal. So, Marco stepped up to the white locker and wrestled with the lock, getting it open after some time. The door creaked open, and to his utmost horror, he saw a mangled, axed, and dirty head of a man along with his genitalia. Screaming, he fled the room and ran towards the stairs and went through the doors, into the night, leaving both of his friends behind. Paul, confused, just thought Marco was being a coward and decided to go back for Johnny. Neither Marco nor Paul had heard from Johnny in nearly 5 minutes, which was odd, as Johnny was quite the talker. Paul sauntered up to door number 8 and twisted the old bronze handle that had been worn from prolonged use. He creaked the door open and immediately jumped back and fell, his face a mixture of terror, horror, and disgust. He saw Johnny, face down in a lump of blackened, charred flesh, missing a leg and bleeding profusely from his head. It took a minute for Paul to register just what had happened to Johnny, and by then, he noticed too late what was going on in the room. Bloodstains were splattered in wild patterns on the wall. Limbs were strewn in heaps across the floor. Mutilated faces, mold, flesh, and maggots created a homogeneous mixture in corners and across walls. Paul puked immediately and was then overcome by bewilderment. How did this happen to Johnny? He spun his head erratically in all directions, and to his horror, spied a lump of flesh pulsing in the corner. Paul stood up and backpedaled quickly, closing in on the door. His mistake. The lump pulsed, moved, and lunged, throwing an appendage Paul's way. Paul grappled with the appendage and managed to loose himself of the grasp and fled towards the door and into the hallway, dropping his flashlight along the way. He made it to the staircase when a low grumble pierced his ears and a fetid odor escaped into the hallway. Paul fled like hell up the stairs and out the doors into the cold night. Paul and Marco later met up and called the police, telling them to go and investigate. Nothing afterward was released to the public, as Johnny's death was faked to be a biking accident by a hill near the school. The lab was shut down and access was barred. Now, I just graduated high school, and this was pretty big around campus, and no one knows how true the story is. But Paul is still living today as an old man, and people go to hear the story from him. If they are lucky enough for him to divulge the details, there is an old vent that connects to the lab in the corner of the main hallway, built after the scientists moved in. People look down into to try and get a look, to no avail. I have heard of some people removing the vent to go adventuring down there, but most of the stories are bullshit. To this day, no one knows what really happened down there. The place is called Forold Secondary School. Imaginative, isn't it? We always like pointing out that TSS also stands for Toxic Shock Syndrome. The school slogan was, "Seek the highest," which the vast majority of the school did often, and I just found a Wikipedia page for the other tunnel, the Screaming Tunnel. TLDR, the history. The tunnel was for farm irrigation, and is from the early 1900s, as almost everything old in Forold is, since it only started getting set up as a town after the War of 1812. I used to toboggan down hills in the Battle of Beaver Dam Park, where people were shooting each other with muskets 97 years ago, and people still dig up knuckle bones and cannonballs and horse skulls in their gardens. A farm girl allegedly burned to death in this tunnel. Some stories have it she was burned and hid in the rafters to hide the evidence. Others have it that she was set on fire by her abusive dad and she hid in the tunnel to die. Neither of these stories have any kind of record. The tunnel is, again, disused. It is short, only about 20 or 30 meters long, and about tall, with rafters about 5 feet from the concave ceiling. It is muddy through and oriented into the prevailing wind, which, combined with the rafters, explains the legend. If you go in there and set off a lighter or a match, you are supposed to hear a girl scream, and it goes out. Revisited the place with some friends last time I was in Forald, and because we are all hard like that, we go in and light cigarettes. The night was still, and, of course, nothing happened. Kind of a longer story, but it's crazy for sure. Forgive my grammar. It has been 2 years since I worked maintenance in 2 really shitty apartments in Birmingham, Alabama. I had made poor choices, and so my life was rock bottom. $200 a week and a shitty apartment. Not bad for a struggling drug addict. I had been working with the Neshama apartments for about 3 months when I met Tony. He was an average height, late 30s, early 40s, Native American man. He kinda came out of nowhere, but that is not uncommon in that kind of living situation. He dressed nicer than most in our situation, but other than that, he seemed normal. Now, these apartments are under code at best. Their whole purpose is to get the homeless off the street, so I was grateful for what little I had. But these units were in such terrible shape that Tony and I's job of maintenance is almost comical. Tony was very skilled in flooring and plumbing, and he was a pretty funny guy, real quiet, but he would make quips every now and then with a northern accent. Over the next 2 months, Tony and I became friends. Well, if you can call it that. We worked together, lived next door to each other, and used together. You see, Tony was very reserved until he did a line of coke, and then he would start opening up. He would start talking about an Indian mafia up north and North Midwest. He talked about how he was born into it, and I've got to be honest, I was high, and so was he. So I started laughing because it sounded ridiculous, and I was pretty sure it was a joke. However, I will never forget the look on his face and in his eyes. It was this dead stare with a slight smirk, like he was somewhere else reliving something, and it was terrifying. I said, "Hey, man, if you ever need to talk." He said, "Nah, man, it's fine. Another life. Let's go get some soft coke." So, we call up dude and went to meet him up the hill like usual. The guy's cousin called back and said our dude got hemmed up and hung up. Tony said, "Shit, well, I know this other guy," and he proceeded to call him up. And as the guy rolls up, I kinda had this feeling in my stomach. Something was not right. Now, forgive my language, but this is exactly how it went down. Tony had our money and was leaning in the car, and that is when I heard Tony yell, "Nah, fuck that," and the guy tried to peel off. Tony had a death grip on this man, dragging him through the driver window. Tony screamed, "You trying to stiff me, bitch, huh?" He hit this man so hard, I swear, he was trying to punch through his face. He would not stop, blood and flesh mixing with gravel on the ground. I screamed, "Tony, stop. Fuck this man, let's go." "Fuck you, man. Check his pockets," Tony yelled. I said, "I've got the shit, man. Let's go, please." His face, his eyes, he just looked possessed. With one more kick to this broken man's head, we fled. We fled into the dark. "What the fuck have you done, Tony? What did you do? I'm a fucking white guy, bro. You're a Native American. We stick out, you idiot. They are going to fucking kill us. You have killed us," I shouted, with tears in my eyes. "They won't do shit." I punked him out. "Beside, that bitch didn't see ya. If he comes around again, flashes 9mm to me, I will dome him, Tony said in a cold, matter-of-fact tone of voice. His tone of voice sent chills down my spine. I have never met someone as terrifying as Tony in my life. The next morning, he told me a bit more, still coked out, mind you. Look, without saying too much, Tony told me he worked in a series of Native American casinos as some who dealt with loans and collections. If you could not pay up, Tony and another like Tony would show up and handle it. He said, things are different on the reservations. That's what people don't get, as he took a sip of his beer. I am not gonna lie, I was pretty fascinated with his stories. And I mean, come on, they were just stories, right? Over the next few months, my worry that someone would come for us settled down some, and we moved on with life, fixing up apartments, doing drugs, rinse and repeat. Until one day, we were working on a sink, kind of tweaking a little, and up until this point, I would listen to his mafioso stories with a childlike wonder. But on this day, he told me a story, and it kind of made me feel sick. He told me about this social security scheme that basically consisted of him and his bosses cashing social security checks of people that had cashed in their souls. He said, we had 6 going until it started falling apart. Someone tipped off. Y'all finished yet? The drunk tenant said. Yep, Tony smiled and said, cleaning up his tools. He smiled and walked out, right by me. I was still stunned from what I just heard. If he was telling the truth, then he is a cold-hearted monster that's also on the run. And if he is lying, then he is incredibly fucked up in the head. At 3 a.m. that night, I found out. I was woken up by the loudest bang I have ever heard. After the bang, a flood of blinding light filled the entire apartment complex, a lot of shouting from outside. What the hell is happening? I yelled to my elderly roommate. I ran to the front door and opened it to an armored U.S. Marshal in a sea of blue lights. Get back inside, right now, the Marshal said sternly, with a rifle pointed downwards, but definitely in my direction. So that is what I did. Seeing cops rush our apartment complex is nothing new, but this is the most intense I have ever seen. The next morning, when I came outside, I noticed Tony's door had been smashed in. Holy shit, I thought, while I was walking to the apartment manager's office. I asked, what the hell happened last night? She proceeded to tell me that Tony had been on the run for a while and had somehow fooled his way into a government-funded HUD apartment complex and job with said government-funded apartments with an assumed identity. She then turned to me and said with a shocked look, Tony hurt a lot of people. Every hair on my body stood on end, and all I could get out was, oh. I am not much for conspiracies, but there was nothing on the news about this arrest. I can't find anything on Google about it. Then again, it's pretty embarrassing that a state-funded homeless program let in an on-the-run fugitive and then paid him to work maintenance, lol. I only mention this because we had a murder on the apartment grounds. By the way, this guy was also on maintenance, and what little news there was so incredibly vague that you would never really know where they were and were really careful not to mention they were HUD houses. I guess you never really know what's going on in the head of the men next to you. Hey, I hope you've enjoyed the story so far. If you do and you want to hear more, please leave a like and subscribe to my channel, and leave a comment down below, as it lets the algorithm know that you like my content and it promotes it to more people. My goal for the channel is to hit 50,000 subscribers, and we're closing in fast, so thank you, and back to the stories. Phone posting, so bear with me. Can't figure out greentext. B16 and real inter-urban exploration. Live in small town, Mississippi backwoods. Find out about abandoned farmhouse 20 miles out of town. Apparently, the family that lived there were Satanists, so I figured it would be fun to explore. Head there with friends. It's me, Johnny, Jimmy, Tim, Mark, and Matt. At the time, I was 260 pounds with some muscle. Friends all left though, so we get to the house and go in, and immediately, my head starts to hurt. Figure whatever, I get headaches a lot, no worries. House is set up, so you enter into a hallway with doors on either side, leading to a staircase that goes up, then splits 2 ways. Explore downstairs, and kinda spoopy, but not impressed. Then we go upstairs, and it is somewhat similar to entryway, but the hall ends at a door. We take 2 steps into the hall proper, and suddenly, it feels like my head is in a vice. I lose consciousness at this point, so what follows is what my friends told me happened before I wake back up. So, I pass out at the back of the group, and my friends hear me hit the floor. Johnny runs over and starts trying to wake me. According to him, my eyes snap open, and I grab him by the throat by saying, and I quote, "You need to leave now," while slowly standing up, eventually lifting him off of the floor. Now, something to note is at the time, he was an inch shorter than me, but was a brick wall of muscle. Apparently, after that, I said, "Too late," and crumpled to the floor. My friend Jimmy picks me up, and they head downstairs to leave. The reason being that they knew me well enough to know I would not have been able to do what I just did. As they are nearing the front door, they hear a door upstairs slam open, and something heavy barreling towards the stairs. They book it back to the pickup we arrived in, and Jimmy tosses me in the back like a sack of spuds. His words, not mine. Johnny fires it up and peels out. Johnny is driving. Jimmy is in the passenger seat. Tim, Mark, and Matt are in the truck bed with me. This is when I wake back up. I sit up, and Matt yells, "Dude, are you again?" I simply ask, "What the fuck is happening?" He points towards the back of the truck, and I realize it is pitch black beyond the taillights, and something is chasing us. I look in the cab at the speedometer, and we are pushing 100 miles per hour. Now, when I say pitch black, I mean it's like someone put a black dome over us. There were no clouds when we reached the farmhouse, and no weather in the forecast. Suddenly, it's like someone flipped a switch. The moon is shining brightly, and we are only 5 miles from town, and the thing chasing us is gone. We get back to Johnny's house, and they tell me what happened. None of us sleep that night. I've got another story related to this one. So, it's about 3 weeks later, and we have chalked everything up to a one-off with the farmhouse. Weird shit, but nothing life-changing. Now I wish we had gone to a priest. So we are sitting around bored 'cause summer. So Johnny says, "Hey, let's go camping at this clearing he found." We agree and get everything together and head into the woods behind his house. Great thing about his house is there is no one for miles behind it. So after an hour-long hike, we reach the clearing. Now, if you've heard of the Devil's Stomping Grounds, you will know what this clearing looked like. I get a creepy feeling, but chalk it up to nerves from what happened recently. Middle of the day and beautiful weather. We set everything up, gather firewood, and explore the area. We brought 9mm pistols just in case. We stay in sight of the clearing so we don't get lost. Also have a compass just in case. So, night rolls around, and we have a fire in the middle of the clearing. I am sitting in a chair, facing away from the trail, Jimmy on my left, Tim on my right, Johnny on the opposite side of the fire from me, Mark to his left, Matt to his right. I am getting ready to light one of the joints we brought, because teenagers, when that creepy feeling slams into me so hard, I drop it. I look up, and the pitch black dome-like thing is happening again. I look behind Johnny, and about 6 feet off the ground, I see 2 eyes in the dark. I yell and point, and Johnny, Mark, and Matt look and run to my side of the fire. The whole time, the thing is just staring me dead in the eyes. My friends and I pull the pistols we brought and don't even hesitate. We lit that motherfucker up. After our guns click empty, this thing's eyes start rising. The fucker was squatting the whole time. It had to be 10 feet tall. Suddenly, it starts growling, and I shit you not, I could feel the vibration of it. Suddenly, Johnny pulls out his dad's Desert Eagle. Now, this surprised all of us, because that thing had not left its display case since his dad died 4 years before this. It was covered in religious symbols, because his dad was a hardcore Christian. Johnny told me later that he started carrying it because of the farmhouse incident. He takes aim between the thing's eyes and fires until empty. The thing just looks each of us in the eyes, and I could feel how pissed it was. Then it just vanishes, and suddenly, the moon is back and the crickets are chirping. Johnny was in tears. He told us that he could hear his dad telling him to keep firing. That was the only time I had ever seen Johnny cry. We did not sleep that night, but you bet your ass we smoked every joint we brought and had fresh clips in the guns. We did not go camping again until the end of the summer. Thankfully, that was uneventful. Last summer, I was vacationing on the Black Sea in the Krasnodar region. When I grew tired of swimming and lounging on the beach, I would take walks to a small town about 1 kilometer from our campsite. One day, while wandering through a quiet street far from the waterfront, I noticed a massive, imposing building tucked away in a courtyard. It was a 4-story residential building with an ornate facade and an unusually high first floor, adorned with pilasters. It was clearly from the Stalinist era, or perhaps even older. I have always admired Empire-style architecture, so I decided to take a closer look. To my surprise, the iron door of one of the entrances stood wide open. I hesitated for a moment, then stepped inside. I found myself in a dimly lit, well-shaped entrance hall. The walls were a deep brown, and in the middle, an enormous opening led both up and down into darkness. There were no doors on the first floor landing, only that gaping void. Intrigued by that strange architecture, I started climbing the stairs along the walls. That is when I noticed something unsettling. The walls were soft, like the padded back of an old leather couch. I had never seen anything like it in a residential building before. The stairs were odd too, unusually narrow, half the width of a typical staircase. The ornate railings, though beautiful, were broken in places, but what struck me the most was the warmth of the walls. They were not just soft, they pulsed beneath my touch. At first, the rhythm was slow, steady, but as I moved, it quickened, as if the walls were aware of me. Looking back, I can't explain why I did not turn and run the moment things started feeling wrong. Any rational person would have, but instead, I climbed 3 more flights, arriving at a wide landing. There were no doors. Remembering that the first floor had been double height, I assumed I needed to go higher. On the next landing, I found 2 doors, plain wooden ones, painted white. One stood slightly ajar. From inside came a strange sound, a chorus of distant voices, tangled with the low hum of some massive machine. I stepped inside. Suddenly, a bright light flooded the space, blinding me. I blinked rapidly, adjusting to the glare. Before me stretched an ordinary apartment hallway, its walls covered in faded wallpaper. At the far end was another door. The mechanical hum became rhythmic now, almost musical, yet I could not place the melody. I approached the door and pushed it open. Darkness swallowed me. The door clicked shut behind me. The floor beneath my feet trembled. For a brief moment, I stood frozen in pitch blackness. Then, without warning, a dim yellow light flickered to life. I was in a narrow corridor. A plush, burgundy carpet ran beneath my feet. To my left, a cold metallic wall, smooth and beige. To my right, a row of metal doors, their surfaces gleaming like surgical instruments. My first instinct was to turn back, to push open the door I had just entered. But when I turned, the door was no longer the same. The wooden apartment door had vanished, replaced by a metal one with a handle that would not budge and a window of dark, impenetrable glass. The rhythmic hum grew louder. The vibration beneath my feet intensified, and that is when I understood. This corridor, with its doors, its trembling floor, was the inside of a train car. But that made no sense. I had entered an apartment on the 2nd floor. Panic surged through me. I grabbed the nearest door and yanked it open. What I saw inside was impossible. The compartment was not made of metal or wood, but of something fleshy. The bunks, the table, even the window frame, it was all raw, pulsing meat. At first, the deep red hues overwhelmed me, but then I noticed movement. There were people inside, naked, covered in dried blood and some kind of mucus. They moved in erratic, unsettling ways, some in jittery spasms, others in slow, unnatural gestures. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body refused to obey. I stood, paralyzed, staring into this grotesque nightmare. The hum of the train merged with a new sound, a low, resonant voice. It was the same voice I had heard from the strange apartment door earlier, but now it was clear. This is not your door. You need to get off. They are waiting for you. This is your door. Something snapped inside me. With a surge of desperate strength, I turned and bolted from the compartment. And suddenly, I was back. I stood on the landing in front of the apartment door, as if I had never left. My heart pounded as I looked around. The walls of the stairwell quivered, their pulsations frenzied as if mirroring my terror. I needed to get out, now. The descent was agonizing. The stairs were too narrow, the railings were gone. I had to press against the walls, but I dared not turn my head. I felt them, straining toward me, pulsing in sync with my fear. At last, I reached the exit, the glowing rectangle of daylight. I hurled myself outside, gasping for air, and turned to look back. Behind me stood a completely ordinary entrance to a typical 5-story Khrushchevka. No ornate architecture, no iron doors, just a drab, Soviet-era building. I can only imagine what the residents thought as they watched an unfamiliar man burst from their building, wide-eyed and breathless, before sprinting away without a word. I am a volunteer for the police department of my city, which I will not name for I think very obvious reasons. I work for a private detective agency as an evidence tech, meaning I get to collect pubes and use condoms most of the time, but for the police, I collect evidence at crime scenes since the police have a small budget and can outsource this kind of stuff to civilians for free. I am more qualified than most techs, so I usually get to pick what crime scenes I want to work. I am also very good friends with a few homicide detectives and a lot of gang unit detectives. One time, I had to collect evidence from a murder at a mental institution. It's a pretty famous one too. What happened was a patient who was some sort of crazy, don't know much about mental illness, went bonkers and killed a nurse with his bare hands. Now, the killer was a big dude, maybe 6'1", and around 300 pounds. The nurse was a little Vietnamese woman who could not have weighed more than 100 pounds in total, and she was, if I remember correctly, under 5 feet tall. Anyway, my detective friend, Jerry, picks me up, and we go to the crime scene together. When we get there, the uniformed officers are standing around, and there are nurses talking to officers, and they are crying their eyes out. We walk into the building. This particular hospital used to be a jail 100 years ago or something, so there were 3 identical 3-story red brick buildings. The guard towers were all taken down, except for one. They had pictures of it in the administration building, which was converted into the security center. It looked like any loss prevention room at any given Walmart or what have you, except there was a break room upstairs that had a really nice espresso machine. Anyway, we find out that it happened in Building C, which is the furthest south or on the left. As we are walking over, a uniformed officer walking in the other direction. He was pale, so Jerry made some sort of sick joke about getting spaghetti or something after this was over. We walk inside. There is a desk in the front, and 2 hallways with tan brick walls and white tile floors. The hallway to the left had a red line on the ground. The hallway to the right had a bluish-green line on the ground. Standing at the admin desk are the photographer and Jerry's partner, Florencia. We walk to the left hallway. When you enter one of the halls, immediately to your left is a stairwell that goes all the way up. Then after that are the cells. They are 8 by 11 and 9 feet high, with standard metal jail doors with the slot for food trays. The cells bear concrete floors and walls with a small bar window 5'6" off the ground. The surrounding cells had been emptied, but further down the hall and upstairs, there were still patients in their cells. The people in this part of the building were predominantly catatonic males, but through the stairwell, you could hear men screaming upstairs, and some laughing every once in a while. That was really creepy. But we get to the cell. The door is closed. We are standing back as the photographer is doing his thing. He takes a few photos of the cell door from various angles. The window on the cell door had a sheet of metal welded over it, and the window on the wall was blocked from the inside with something. Jerry opens the door, and I am standing 3 feet away, and I can already smell the blood. He opens the door, looks in and says, "Holy fuck," then backs away. Florencia goes over to the door and says, "Dios," or some Mexican shit, makes the sign of the cross, and whispers in his fingers. Whatever. He always did that when he saw a dead body. He opens the door all the way, and I look in. All I can see is red. So I get closer, and I can make out 2 bodies, one large, one small. The ground was covered in blood and hair. The bed was overturned and propped, blocking the window. There was a blood spatter, both cast off and impact everywhere. Both bodies were naked. There was a pile of blood-drenched clothes in the corner. The large body was obviously a male. Even though his penis had been removed, he still had a scrotum, and it was full of his testes. His hands were pretty mangled, deep cuts all over, all the way up to his elbow. Most of his fingernails had been ripped off. You could see some stuck to the walls. One was stuck in the smaller body, and a few were on various spots on the ground. He had large chunks of hair and scalp missing. The smaller body was first thought to be of a young male with his penis removed, but after closer inspection, we found out it was a female with an extremely mutilated vagina. Her hair was forcefully pulled out and thrown around the room. Her eyes were gone. She was missing some fingers and her left leg. I am pretty used to seeing gore in person, so most of this did not creep me out. But what did creep me right the fuck out was a Bible on the table that is welded to the wall. The Bible was almost completely clean, except a few pages had bloody fingerprints on them, and one page had a cross drawn in blood on it. Creepy as fuck, man. But what happened is, the big guy went crazy. He beat up the nurse. She was unconscious while he was mutilating the shit out of her. He bit off her fingers and ate them, broke a lunch tray and used it to mutilate her. Then he cut off his penis, stuck it in the nurse's throat, cut his own throat and bled out. The nurse's eyes were nowhere to be found, but the autopsy showed that he pushed her eyes so far into her head that they were lodged in her brain. Not very paranormal, but easily the most disturbing crime scene I've ever seen. I've got more crime scene stories if you want me to type them up. I won't go as deep into detail though. This took a long time to write. Sorry if you were expecting some crazy, creepypasta twist ending or something. I grew up in a cookie-cutter, suburban housing neighborhood in Southern California. One of the ones in the early 2000s that literally every single house was the same plan and looked exactly the same on the outside. I moved there from the city of Los Angeles in middle school and fucking hated it. By the time I was in 10th grade, I had left school and was in a homeschool program that gave me a lot of free time. The town felt cultish to me due to its extreme religious citizens, Mormon and Christianity, because I had never been exposed to intense religion before. Note, I have nothing against these religions. It was just so far removed from my background that I was out of my element. The event I am describing takes place in 2014. My house was located on the last lot of development, and beyond us was beautiful 100 old oak trees, hiking trails, and natural wildlife. I spent a lot of time climbing trees and playing in nature. I had a favorite tree that I would walk past to get to the center of town often, and one day, I decided to build a treehouse and a tire swing. It was right off a trail that was very popular to get to schools and other places, so I thought it would be used a lot and was happy to share it with anyone passing by. I built the treehouse in about 2 weeks' time, and then started on the tire swing. When I was setting up the tire swing, I stepped on this patch of land that was extremely spongy. This meant it was hollow, and something was probably buried underneath. I dug and found this Ziploc plastic sandwich bag with yellow/white crust inside. I did not open it and thought that it was trash that had food inside of it at one time, so I put it in my bag and threw it away at my house. The next day, I returned to finish my project. Again, I stepped on some more hollow ground and dug some more. I found some weird fucking shit. I dug for a while and found another Ziploc plastic sandwich bag with the same stuff as before. The bag looked too new to be so buried far into the earth, so I knew it had to have been buried. I tossed it aside and kept digging. I then found a plastic sealed bag of pages with writing on them. Water had leaked into the bag, so the ink was smeared, but it just looked like pages from a small child's diary with scribbles and pictures. Odd. I kept digging, and then I found another bag with 1980s pornography that had been printed out from an old website. The watermark said 2000, but there was water damage on that. I then found a bag with old family photos that looked to be around the same era of 2000 to 2002. The photos were of a white family and all normal photos of people at a dinner table, a birthday party, and at SeaWorld. Same children, 2 girls and a boy, same mom and dad. I kept digging and found another bag of that crusty white/yellow shit in a bag. Under that bag was some children's homework sheets, and under that was another white/yellow crusty bag. I had no idea what to do with them. I did not want these things. There was only a few photos of the pornography, and they all had some sort of water damage because it was on computer paper. The only thing that was untouched was the family photos because it was film prints. So, I reburied them. I really did not know what to do. So, a few weeks pass, and I visit my new fort, and I have fun. I see other people have come and went, but nothing is disturbed. One day, I visit, and my whole fort is ruined and destroyed. I was saddened, but I chalked it up to just other teenagers my age messing with me, or kids just doing really stupid shit. My swing was still up, so I walked over to go and sit on it, and my foot sunk into the ground. I brushed some leaves away and saw a plastic bag. I picked it up, and inside the same exact Ziploc plastic bags as the other items was semen, clear as day, and a lot of it. I was so disgusted that I flung it away from me. It was not warm, but still in slight liquid form. I dug a bit with my hands and found more family photos than before, from the same era, same family. I felt extremely weirded out, and I had this gut feeling of just badness. Nothing really made sense. I put the stuff back and walked in a different direction of my fort and saw a guy in his 40s by himself walking towards my fort behind me. I felt afraid because we were hidden from the houses. The majority of the people I saw on the trail were kids my age or younger because all there was is climbing trees and kid forts in the woods. He ducked into my fort and I walked further in the opposite direction. I waited for a while, but it was getting dark, and the only path back to my house was to pass through my fort, and I was afraid he was still there. I did anyway, and sure enough, he was there. He had his penis out and was masturbating. He made eye contact with me and carried on, and I ran as fast as I could back to my house. I called the police and reported that a man had exposed himself, but nothing ever happened. I have not gone back since. A few years later, the area was burnt down. They could not pin it on anyone, so they said it was teenagers smoking cigarettes. I'm so sorry for how fucked up the first two stories have been. I spent the summer at our dacha, a simple place in a small village. I was about 12 years old at the time, and this particular weekend, my neighbor and good friend came over. He always had stories to tell about the area, the local well, the lantern at the edge of the village, the shadowy figure of a man, a hatch at the bottom of the quarry, and even a corpse found in the bushes behind the pond. It all began one morning when I got curious about the history of our property. I asked the locals about the previous owners, and they told me a tragic tale. The family who lived here was notorious for their alcoholism. A mother, 2 sons, and the father. One son died in a fire when he fell asleep with a cigarette. The other died from poisoning after drinking moonshine. The father disappeared, and rumors said he simply abandoned them. Eventually, the mother decided to sell everything and move to her relatives in the city. Soon after, when my parents were finalizing the sale of the house and land, the owner fell ill and passed away in the hospital, and never saw her. After learning all of this, I decided to check out the old house. We had not cleared out the attic yet, so I rummaged through the things left behind. I found a dusty suitcase with old, cow-related documents, some newspapers from the past, a couple of rusted irons, and a broken samovar. Nothing exciting. Disappointed, I went over to my neighbors to share my findings. We decided to take a walk outside the village, and that is where things took a strange turn. It was getting dark, but the evening light still hung in the air. That is one of the reasons I love summer. We wandered to an abandoned boiler room. The structure had no walls, just a frame, and the floor was missing, leaving behind only dirt and depressions. Among the debris, we found old calendars from the 1980s, newspapers, and other forgotten objects. Satisfied, we decided to head back. As we walked past the boiler room, I glanced at it, and I wish I had not. At first, I noticed a figure. Then, as I looked more closely, I saw a woman sitting on the ground. She wore a white headscarf and a blue quilted jacket. Her large eyes stared straight at us without blinking, and it felt as if she was looking through us, even though she was at least 20 meters away. I was not the only one who saw her. My friend had stopped, dead in his tracks, his face frozen in fear. We hurried past, but then I felt compelled to turn around and look again, thinking she might be gone. Big mistake. When we went back just 2 minutes later, she was gone. The space around the boiler room was wide open, no places to hide, and even if she had been sitting there was no floor, so she should have been visible from where we stood. We ran home as fast as we could, my heart racing and a strange chill creeping over me. I had never been so terrified. We told our parents, but at first they did not believe us. But when we gave the same account again, they went to ask the locals what had happened. The old women in the village said the woman we saw resembled the previous owner who had passed away. A few days later, while sipping tea at the dacha, I found some old documents about the house. There was a photograph tucked inside. I froze. In that photograph was the woman we had seen. It was the former owner. So, that is the real story. Not a hoax, not a prank, just a strange, unsettling experience. Okay, here I go. Going in a woods last year for a photo shoot with photographer friend because school project. End of summer, pretty hot. White flowy dress and flower crown. Leaves on my feet and everything is fun. Blah 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 blah. Eventually, gets kinda deep in the woods and start taking shots holding a candle. Photographer friend says it is a bit dark and light sucks, so he tries to arrange lighting and find a good position. Wanders around for a minute or two. It is so beautiful. Suddenly, I see something dark from far away. I am really curious and just go ahead, warning friend there is something I saw. It's a wardrobe. A big, ebony wardrobe in the middle of the fucking woods. As I get close enough, I stop. I'm hit with a horrible feeling of dread in my chest. I suddenly feel cold inside, as if all of the happiness has been taken away from my body. Photographer friend is a bit behind me, telling me she has been calling me for 2 minutes straight. I snap out of my trance. Wow, that wardrobe is cool. We could take pics there, wait. Suddenly, the wardrobe begins to rumble and move. Startled. It begins to rumble really heavily. I take some steps away slowly, fucking scared. It stops. Photographer friend and I are scared shitless. We do not move an inch. Suddenly, I notice something seeping from the ebony doors. It was a dark liquid. Still don't know what the fuck it was to this day. Scared shitless and ran away as fast as I could. Flower crown fell, but I am too scared for my life. Photographer friend took her material where it was, back there as fast as she could, on the verge of crying, saying over and over, "What the fuck was that?" We run away, spooked as fuck. The fun little photo shoot take end. Later that day, when we were home, we tried to rationalize that it was an animal stuck or something, but nothing explains the dark liquid. On the way home, it started pouring. Nothing to do with the story, and pretty normal, given how hot it had been the past few days, but it added to the spoopiness. Okay, time to finally dump the time. I came literally 3 inches, face to face with a demon. Be me. Be around about 17 years old. Live in West Virginia. Walking my dog, Bosco, Beagle / German Shepherd mix in the evening. Nobody around, which is strange, because there are usually a few people around, even at this time of night. Bosco stops abruptly, looking kind of panicked, sniffing the air. What's wrong, boy? Look where he is looking. About 6 meters away from us, under a glitchy street lamp, is what appears to be a black dog with absurdly pointed ears, facing the opposite direction of us. Poor guy is probably lost, I thought to myself. Bosco is still completely motionless, shivering slightly, tail raised way up. Whistle at the black dog to see if I could get the poor fella over here. My face went, its neck did a full 180-degree turn to look straight at us, like a fucking owl. It had a human face. A human face. Bosco takes a step forward, haunches his shoulders, lowers his head, and growls like a feral beast, the fur on the back of his neck bristling. My face went. I have completely frozen in fear. The thing stands up and turns its body towards us without moving its head. My face went. Massive fucking lumps are moving under its skin whilst it looks at me directly in the eyes. My fucking face went. A 7-foot thing with basically no muscle mass splits through the dog's back like a cicada. I look away for a split second and try to scream for help. Apparently, so fucking scared that I could not even manage that. In the split second I looked away, the anorexic-looking humanoid that burst through the dog's back was now literally 3 inches away from my face. I don't know how it got there so quickly, but it had even escaped Bosco, who was staring at it the entire time. I literally pissed myself in fear. This thing's eyes were pushed way back into its skull, and its jaw looked like it could expand to at least 3 times the size it already was. It stared me down for a few seconds before it let out an ear-splitting, human/pig scream. Bosco had bitten down on its leg and apparently crushed its shin with his teeth. It fell back onto its back and squirmed around like a maggot, trying to get Bosco off of its leg. My face went. It just fucking rips off its own leg and gallops away on all fours, or frees in this case, into the surrounding woodland. Apparently, 3 different people called the police because they thought violent crimes were going on, and that, ladies and gents, is the story of how I came face to face with a demon and how my dog saved me. I have to get this story off my chest, for as it is so fucked up and still creeps me to this day, and it all came back to me tonight like it was yesterday. My wife at the time and I used to visit her parents in a state up north, about a 4-hour drive. It was an old, nice big house with rolling green hills in the backyard and big oak trees. We always stayed in the apartment above the garage, but this trip they told us they were renovating the apartment and had us stay in one of the bedrooms. We usually stayed for a few days, so we had luggage. I was putting our clothes in the dresser, and I came across some pictures in the bottom drawer. My wife was downstairs with her parents. Anyways, these pictures quite shocked me, and I am pretty sure they were not meant to be found. They were pictures of my father-in-law inserting objects into my mother-in-law. Okay, apparently this is the episode of weird fucked up stories, so sorry. Now, 3 things were fucked up about these pictures. 1, these objects were not your standard play toys that most of us are used to. He was inserting a tennis racket, the round end in one pic, a wine bottle in another. You can guess what end. I think a stuffed animal, and some other fucked up stuff. I freaked. I did not look anymore. Just quickly put them back into the drawer. The second creepy thing about the pictures were the smiles they had on their faces. Both of them. It was almost like they were, I don't know, like they had extended smiles. Like in the horror movies, with like the girl's lips are cut on each side to make the smile wider, or that clown on the American Horror Story. Just fucking nutty smiles. Like they were almost painted on their faces. What the fuck did I just say? Now, I know like no one was around when I was looking at them or standing in the doorway watching me. That adds relevance to what I'm about to tell you in a bit. Okay, the third fucked up thing about the pics is that her dad was retired from a very high profile job and very conservative, and I could never ever see him doing something like that, let alone her mom participating. Okay, I walked downstairs, freaking a bit, but managed, with some alcohol, to have dinner with everyone and save face. I remember everything was normal, like every other time we visited, and we went to bed later. During the night, I was woken up by something that freaked me out even more. My mother-in-law was standing at her doorway, just staring at me with that same fucked up smile, holding a wine bottle and a fucking tennis racket. I just flipped right there, could not move. I was paralyzed. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them, she was gone, like in 2 seconds, the wife sleeping, snoring. Now, it seemed so real, but I am pretty sure I was not dreaming. I wasn't drunk, but it's up for debate still in my head. But if I had to stake my life on it, she was there at the doorway. At the time, I had all those questions in my head like, did she see me looking at the pictures? That is too crazy coincidental, and I fucking know all of them were downstairs at the time. Anyways, the next day, I am the last one up and walking downstairs, and my wife is really mad at me at breakfast. It was like she picked a fight with me for no reason at all. I think it was about the supposed shoddy job I did building a wall at their house the previous summer. And that was bullshit. She knew it, they knew it, and I knew it. I do very good work, but she kept on about it. And her parents just sat there and kind of smiled while we were arguing, like it was nothing. I remember looking at all of them like, what the fuck is going on? It was like a big fucking conspiracy. We never argued like that before, and even if I built that wall with cardboard, something like that would have never turned into the argument it did. We were all laid-back people, and that would have been a joking kind of thing. But my wife was on a different level that morning, and her parents were like twice as weird, just sitting there like they were. That freaked me out even more than the yelling act my wife was putting on. I was just so traumatized then by the whole situation that I went upstairs and packed and left the house with no objection from the wife or the in-laws. Not a word then. That was super weird too. I got into the car and ended up driving back home 4 hours by myself, getting more and more creeped out with each mile. My anxiety building. Was it the fucking pictures? Did Mom manipulate the whole thing because of her weird American Horror Story ass the night before? No phone call from the wife the whole way home. No nothing. I did leave a "what the fuck is wrong with you people today" message on her parents' landline. It was 100% weird in that kitchen that morning. By the time I got home, I remember I was ready to leave my wife for sure and never ever wanted to see my in-laws' faces again, even though I liked them both a lot before and we got along really well. My wife came home a couple or a few days later, I think. We made up on the phone and she apologized, I think, but I was not there by the time she got home. Long story short, we got divorced not long after that. She never did really explain why she jumped on me like that morning. By then, I did not care how much we invested in that marriage, or how beautiful she was, or how much I still loved her. I was just too creeped out, and I knew things probably would never be the same again, at least in my head. I never did see my in-laws again, or my ex-wife again, or even tell her what I saw in the drawer that day, or what I saw that night. It has been almost 20 years. Too late now for answers. I went to Tepehuanes, Durango, for my grandmother's funeral, and we got to the funeral at night. It's around 3 in the morning. My grandmother from my father's side. It's a little town, but it's not too bad. My drunken uncles had a bonfire outside the funeral home. They were drunk as hell too. I decided to get away from them, since they sort of disturbed me, and I felt awkward. There was a little fountain to the left, and there was a building next to it. It is dark, and it's difficult to see. I walk next to the building, and see someone with a ski mask walking towards me. My heart starts beating faster, and I am thinking, this could be a sicario, or someone from the cartels. He walks towards me, and I just freeze in place. I see that he has a backpack, and it is sort of big. He just walks past me, and continues down the street. Fortunately, he did not do anything, and he probably went home. Sometimes I wonder if the man I saw was a real person, since I did not dare to touch him. Sometimes I wonder who this man could be, and if he even remembers me. This was in March of 2013. You get used to weird calls in a small town. Domestic disputes that end with somebody unconscious on the front lawn. Drunk drivers wrapped around light poles, still arguing that they were not behind the wheel. The occasional drug house that would go up in flames. Chemicals cooking too hot in some idiot's garage. When you're a firefighter and an EMT in the same place like this, you stop expecting normal. I worked that same district for most of my career, a loose patchwork of 4 towns, too small to have their own full-time fire departments. So, that meant we handled everything. Fires, crashes, medical calls, missing hikers, even livestock stuck in ditches. You name it, we did it. We were stretched far too thin, but somehow we would always make it work, at least most of the time. The worst ones were the calls in Dayton. It was the furthest town from our district, I would say about 15 miles out, mostly farmland and dirt roads. The people who lived out there did not like outsiders, did not like the government, and especially did not like cops. They would call us if they were dying, sometimes not even then. Whenever we got a dispatch for Dayton, we knew it was going to be bad, and that night, in particular, was no different. I was about halfway through a 48-hour shift, catching a couple hours of sleep in the dorm when the phone rang. I barely even heard it, but the shift captain's voice cut out through the haze. Got a medical in Dayton. I groaned, sat up, and rubbed my face. What kind? Self-inflicted injury. Older woman. Might be an attempt to take her own life. Might not. No police on site. The last part made me pause. No police, just us. Well, that's not normal. Usually, if it was suspected that someone took their own life or a violent injury, law enforcement would already be there. Something about that felt off. Still, a call is a call. I got dressed, grabbed my gear, and met the rest of the crew inside the bay. We took one of the engines and the ambulance just in case. Dayton was a long drive, and out there, you did not want to be short on supplies. The town itself was dead when we arrived. I guess it always was. No streetlights, barely any movement, just rows of dark trailers and rusted out cars slowly sinking into the dirt. Finally, at the very back of the park, we saw it. A single trailer lit up like a stage, every window spilling light out into the night. That was our call. I killed the siren, but left the emergency lights on as we pulled up. The place looked like it had been rotting there for years. Siding was warped, windows streaked with grime, trash littered the yard, empty bottles, cigarette packs, a broken plastic chair tipped over near the steps. As I got closer, we heard the shouting. It was coming from behind the trailer, a voice, raspy and furious, punctuated with pain-filled groans. I exchanged a look with one of the other EMTs. I think we both knew in that moment it was not going to be a normal call. We grabbed the med bags and stepped out into the thick night air. The whole trailer park had that familiar stink, hot metal, burnt oil, something rotten underneath it all. As we approached the trailer, the shouting grew clearer. A man's voice, high-pitched and shaking with either rage or pain. No, that is not how it happened. He tried to kill me, god damn it. We rounded the corner and saw them. The first thing I noticed was the old man, slumped against the side of the trailer, legs sprawled out, head tilted at this odd angle. Blood ran down the side of his face, dripping off of his chin, staining the gaudy fabric of the dress he was wearing. Because, yeah, he was in a dress, a short red one, satin, or something close to it. His legs were hairy, except for a pair of cheap plastic heels that had fallen off his feet. His face was caked in smeared makeup, lipstick slashed across his cheek like a wound. Then the next thing I noticed was the younger guy, had to be in his mid-30s, standing just outside the back door of the trailer, one hand still gripping the doorknob. He was breathing heavy, shoulders rising and falling, eyes darting from us to the old man, like he was not sure if this was all real. His knuckles were raw. He had been hitting something. The old man's voice cracked when he saw us. Oh, thank God somebody is here. You got to help me. I took one cautious step forward. We're here to help, what happened? The younger guy spoke. He fell. His voice was flat, almost rehearsed. Hit his head. The old man just let out this sharp, bitter laugh. Phil, you son of a bitch. You tried to kill me. He's lying. He's got a hammer. We all went still. The younger man's face twitched. Sir, I said carefully, do you currently have a weapon? The younger guy let go of the doorknob and turned back inside without another word. A second later, we heard the rattle of a drawer sliding open, and that was all I needed. I grabbed the radio clipped to my vest and hit the button. Dispatch, we need police backup to our location immediately. Possible assault, possible weapon. The rest of my sentence was drowned out by the sound of the screen door slamming open. The younger man stepped back outside, holding a hammer in one hand and a pistol in the other. I think the world just shrank at that moment. The soft click of the gun's safety being switched off and hearing that old man shriek, "He's going to kill me, do something." We backed away, slow and steady, putting distance between us and the trailer. The fire engine was still running out front, and I never wanted to be back inside a locked vehicle so badly throughout my entire life. But those two men were not paying attention to us anymore. The old man dragged himself upright, racing himself against the trailer. His fake eyelashes were coming loose, lipstick smeared across his chin. Crazy little bastard, he spat. You're high, aren't you? This is what I get, huh? This is what I get for taking care of you for all these years. The younger guy's jaw tightened up. You're going to leave me? Of course I was going to leave you. I got a wife, you idiot. A life. You said you loved me. The old man then barked out a loud, bitter laugh. You think love is sneaking into my house at 2 a.m. You think love is keeping this sick little game going. My hand stayed on the radio, fingers clenched around it so tightly they started to ache. Where the hell are the cops? I muttered to one of the other EMTs. He shook his head. The argument was growing louder. The old man was moving now, circling, trying to keep the trailer wall between himself and the other guy. Put it down, he said. Put it down and we talk. We figure it all out. I ain't lying, the younger guy shouted. You know I care about you. You know I do. The guy hesitated, just for a second, and then the older man lunged. It happened fast. A scramble of limbs, a scuffle in the dirt, the hammer swinging, then gunshots, 2 and 3. The echo slammed against the surrounding trailers, bounced off the metal walls, making the whole world shake. Then, the silence that followed. We both ran, not waiting to see what was going to happen next, quickly bolting for the fire engine and piling in, locking the doors behind us. My ears were still ringing from those gunshots. That is how close I was. Jesus Christ, one of the guys whispered. The police were 2 minutes out, 2 minutes too late. We sat inside the engine, locked in, not saying a word, listening. The only sound was the distant echo of those gunshots still rattling through my head. The sirens then started up soon after, growing louder as they closed in. Red and blue lights washed over the cracked asphalt and rusted trailers. 2 sheriff cruisers rolled in fast, stopping just short of the scene. A deputy then stepped out, one hand on his holster, scanning the area. His eyes landed on us in the cab, and he jerked his chin in this silent question. We shook our heads. No, we weren't hurt, but yeah, something real bad had just gone down. A second deputy joined him, shotgun in hand. Then they moved in tandem, circling around back, weapons drawn, calling out warnings that were met with nothing, absolute silence. The rest of us just stayed put, watching through the windshield, waiting for something, anything, to move back there. Eventually, one of the deputies came back out through the trailer's front door, and he was not in a hurry, and that was enough to tell me what had happened. Another deputy came behind him, the younger man in cuffs, his face blank, hands slick with blood. The front of his shirt was covered in it. He looked like he was not there, like he was somewhere far away, floating through the moment, like it was not even real. They stuffed him in the back of the cruiser, and he did not even resist, did not say a word. The sheriff himself arrived not long after, and more units rolled in as the minutes tickled by. Then a coroner was called, and finally, we were given the all-clear to step out. The paramedics went in to confirm what we already knew. The old man was dead, shot twice, once in the chest and once in the stomach. The hammer was still in his hand, a pitiful, last-ditch weapon that had failed him. We were not really needed anymore, so we left. I could not shake it though. I could not stop thinking about that old man and the look in his eyes when he begged us for help. Over the few weeks that followed, I started hearing more about the details the cops had pieced together, dug into that old man's life, talked to his wife and the neighbors. He had obviously been living the secret life, meeting with that younger guy in secret, slipping away in the dead of the night to play house in a trailer, while his real wife worked overnight shifts at the hospital. They met online, some kind of forum. It had been going on for months, a sick little game between the two of them, until the old man had finally said enough was enough. His wife was getting suspicious. It had to end. The younger guy did not take it well. They found drugs in his system, the ones that make you erratic and paranoid, the ones that make you think that you've got nothing left to lose. He was sent to a county over, locked away for good. In that trailer, they gutted it, hauled the whole thing off, and left that lot empty. If you drive through that trailer park now, you would never even know it had been there. But I know, and we left him there, and I don't know if I will ever forgive myself for it. Night shift paramedic anon, clocking back in. Someone asked for the story I posted a while back, so I figured I would retype it for you guys and maybe have some more fun telling it. I absolutely guarantee the truthfulness of the story. Be young night shift EMT several years ago, have not yet ascended to paramedic. Working for a private ambulance service in a major US city, mainly hauling chunkers to dialysis or home from the hospital. Naively believe that I've become fully hardened to the horrors of obesity, my soul still full of hope. Assigned to the bariatric ambulance for the day, working with two of my regular partners, S and R. Enjoying some burritos in the back of the rig with the boys after a series of rapid-fire calls. Talking shit about some of the patients we've had. Strong bro energy. Our radio gets an alert. We are tasked with taking a 60-something-year-old woman home from the hospital. Call detail list weight is over 100 kilograms. No other details provided. As we arrive to the hospital, I take out the tiger balm I keep in my pant pocket, smearing a fat stripe across my surgical mask before passing it around. R follows my lead. S declines. S is a proud, tough guy. Wheel our stretcher through the ambulance bay doors and head towards the ER room. Start noticing the nurses. They look at us, then down the hall towards our patient's room, before looking back with pity in their eyes. The bad vibes in the ER seem to thicken as we approach. We pull the gurney up alongside the nurse's station for our section of the ED and tell the attending nurse who we are there for. A visible wave of relief flashes across her face. One more red flag. She starts pulling together the paperwork and asks the question that drives home just how fucked we are. So, did they tell you about the roaches? All three of us look back and forth amongst each other, not wanting to believe what we just heard. The nurse sees our shock and lays out the situation for us. The patient arrived at the hospital a day prior for a leaky biliary drain and additional complaint of chest pain while in the hospital. If you aren't familiar, a bilial drain is used when bile blocks up its ducts and backs up into the liver. Looks a lot like jaundice. In extreme cases, a port is inserted so excess bile can drain into a bag outside the body, and it is exactly as gross as it sounds. When patient arrived, she had with her a walker and a trash bag filled with seemingly random shit. Peanut butter, a bottle of sriracha, snack foods, magazines, random charging cables, and clothes. Literally all of it crawling with live fucking roaches. Roaches crawling out of the cushion of her walker. Appalling shit. Nurses wrapped all her things up in biohazard bags and taped it up as best as they could, quarantining the bags in the hospital room's bathroom. Get the full rundown of the patient's condition from the nurse. COPD, CHF, diabetes, Hep C, hypertension, all the greatest hits. Eventually, we can't stall for time anymore, and we have to meet our patient. It is S's turn to lead the call, so we stack up behind him and enter the room to meet our new friend. Immediately assailed by the smell, the classic fat person stink of sweat, mildew, spoiled meat, and sweet yeast. If you've worked EMS, you will know the smell. Our call said over 100 kilograms. By my estimate, I would put her in the neighborhood of 150 kilograms. Patient is about 5'8" and has to be about 5 feet across, essentially a ball. Distinct white beard hairs on her chin, sweatpants coated in about a decade's worth of spells, wearing one of those night bonnet things. I can see the chunky dandruff clinging to the elastic. S greets the patient and introduces us while she stares back in silence, sizing us up one by one with her beady eyes sunken into her swollen face. About fucking time, she squawks at us. chins distinctly flapping in independent directions. I take the initiative to round up her roachy possessions as my partners try to calm her down and take her vital signs. Open the bathroom door, immediately noticing no less than 5 roaches on the floor. Collect biohazard bags from nurse and re-enter the bathroom. Working as fast as I can, I double bag as much of the shit as I can. I can hear my partners trying in vain to calm the patient who is ranting almost entirely incoherently. The only real identifiable words are her frequent cries of, "Oh Jesus, Jesus Christ." After what feels like an eternity, the belongings are stowed, and we manage to slide this human onto our gurney using a draw sheet, not because she can't stand, but because she refuses to try. As we leave the room, I see the nurse duck down behind the nurse's station to avoid the wrath of the Goliath under our care. She fucking refuses to sit still, flailing and wailing as it takes all 3 of us to safely load the gurney into the ambulance, her screeches of "Oh Jesus" only increasing in volume. Eventually, we get her loaded and R and I hop up front, knowing that the worst is assuredly yet to come. 20 minutes of driving across some of the bumpiest, roughest, most pothole-infested roads in existence. Every bump now leads to more screaming, more wailing, more "Oh Lord Jesusing." I'm driving, and by the end of the drive, I have seriously considered just barreling the fucking rig into oncoming traffic to escape the noise. Arrive to her apartment complex, some sort of grimy senior living center. People sitting on milk crates, drinking on the sidewalk. When we get out of the truck, one yells, "The fat bitch is back," and I suppress the urge to laugh in the patient's face. This is pre-COVID, but I still carried an emergency N95 for this kind of thing. I put it on. Street is all kinds of fucked up and tilted. This, combined with her inability to not fucking flail, almost makes us almost drop her on the way out of the ambulance, but we get it eventually. Thank Christ, the shithole of a building has an elevator, but it can't fit us all. I take the patient's keys and walker and go up first to get the room ready. The room has a sort of antechamber. You unlock the first door and enter a small foyer with 2 doors leading to 2 different studio apartments. Open the first door and set foot in the antechamber. Immediately realize my foot is stuck to the floor. The floor of the room is coated in puddles of some unidentifiable slime. I see roach traps filled with dead roaches, but still live ones scurrying around as well. The wave of stench has hit me, the fat person musk mingled with shit and rotting food. It punches through my tiger balm-laden surgical mask as well as the N95 underneath. Fuck it. She can take it from here, but I am not opening that apartment, so I unpack a walker and wait for the others to join me. My partners make it over to me, and we essentially haul the patient off the gurney and onto her walker, because she is perfectly capable of walking, she just refuses to. As she struggles to her feet, she ends up pushing up against me, and I feel a wetness on my pants. I look down and realize that her bilial drain bag, the bag that's been filling with her excess fucking bile, is leaking from its drain port. My fucking pants are now damp with bile from this woman, and I have to fight back the sudden and violent urge to vomit. As soon as she is off our equipment, S basically forces her to sign the transfer of care form, legally releasing her from our care. The fucking nanosecond that form is signed, S is gone. The smell has been getting to him the entire time, and he says he vomited in a planter as soon as he left the building. R and I are getting all the gurney belts squared away as our patient waddles into her dark apartment. We spin the gurney around and are about to head down the hall when the beast begins to wail inside the apartment. She can't get her oxygen to work. I am looking at the door, but R has already taken off down the hallway. He is done. Hear the patient crying and wailing in helplessness, and I suddenly understand the difference between courage and fearlessness. grab my tiger balm, pulling down my mask and smearing a gob of it right onto my nostrils. My eyes begin to water and sting. Steel myself with as much fortitude as I can summon, and I march through the puddle of slime into the stinking maw of the beast. At this point, it is about 10:30 p.m. and pitch dark. Temporarily devoid of vision, I feel my senses heighten. The great miasma of stench becomes a physical force in the air. I feel it swirling around me and fighting to break past the dam of tiger balm. While I can't smell the bulk of it, I can feel the thick soupiness of the air as my lungs refuse to accept it. Pull my flashlight from my pocket and try to figure out what the unholy fuck is going on in this room, my vision limited to a 3-foot wide beam. Scanning right to left across the room, I see her bed. Small black specks scurry from the flashlight's beam. I notice food in the bed. Some scattered French fries, open sauce packets, greasy wrappers from McDonald's. I pan left, looking at the floor. Soiled diapers with blatant feces, but that is not what catches my eye. Scattered across the floor are water bottles, all of them full of liquid, ranging from yellow to black. Some are leaking, and there are dread puddles on the floor as well. A split second later, I realize what I am looking at. This is bile. She has been draining her bile sac into water bottles and leaving them on the floor to putrefy. I am regretting my decision to help her. An animal instinct to flee is building inside, but I managed to fight it back down. The patient is in the corner of the room with an oxygen condenser that she can't get to start. I don't think. I just charge over to her, having to pry my boots from the floor with each step. I realize the fault is a surge protector that has been flipped off. I take a pen from my pocket and restart it, dropping the pen on the floor as it has now been soiled. As the oxygen condenser starts, I turn to leave, and that is when I see it. The crown jewel, the bucket. In the kitchen corner of this studio apartment, surrounded by a mound of loose wadded up toilet paper, there is a Home Depot brand Homer's multi-purpose bucket, and above that bucket, there is a commode seat, the kind used in a hospital for patients who can sort of move but cannot walk to the bathroom. I am a tall man, and from across the small room, I can see down into this bucket, and I see shit. This bucket, crafted and built with dreams of helping craftsmen pursue their skills, is 3/4 of the way filled with the nearly liquid shit of a dying, obese caricature of a human. I am legitimately staggered and stop and stare. This is the final straw. I could see the diapers, the bottles, the bugs, and the rot, but to have this final great shame seen by another human was too much for her. Finally, after 60-something years of pure degeneracy and filth, I had found the one tiny shred of shame she still felt about her life. She screams something, I don't know what, and she throws a paper takeout bag at me. I hear her yell, "Get out," and I don't need to be asked twice. I bolt from the room as quick as I can on my shaky legs and stagger down to the street where S and R are waiting. S is sitting slumped over on the bench seat, clearly sick. R is laughing his ass off and starts to ask for the details. All I can do is sit down. I don't feel sick anymore, just saddened and shaken by the reality of just how atrocious life can be. I was able to tell them about the state of the apartment after about 20 minutes of sitting and thinking. We ended up contacting APS, and I don't know what happened beyond that. But that was the moment that really showed me that no matter how hardcore and experienced you think you are in EMS, there is always something out there, darker and more vile than you are prepared to handle. Yes, I am a resident in a government hospital in Syria. We mostly get war injuries from northern villages / Turkish borders and handle the people in the coastal Latakian region. Couple of interesting stories. like the guy who had to walk all the way back from the Iraqi borders because his brigade forgot to wake him up. The guy with a bullet going through his temple and not affecting his septagon high ass, and the guy who doomed his squad because he threw a brick at an enemy drone for the lulz, giving away the position of their trenches. War drugs are a blessing. But the scariest one has to be that of a prisoner. They brought him after being in military police custody for a month. Now, non-Syrians do not realize this, but if you were caught by the MP, you are as good as dead. They handle all the dangerous inmates, Islamic Brotherhood, Al-Qaeda, etc., and are trained to kill without thinking twice. Anyway, greentext. Late shift, about 1 a.m. Guy was brought in an Opel station car, secret police car, and not an ambulance. He is thrown on a couch in the waiting room, seemingly unconscious until he started muttering. Prison doctor who escorted him told us that he was electrocuted, and no one knows what happened to him after that. We roll him onto a stretcher and take him to the ER. Guy is visibly suffering. He tried to bite my colleague. After a struggle, managed to sedate him. Guy is bruised and visibly tortured. No life-threatening cuts or stab wounds. Panic and run around looking for my tutoring doctor. Go back to the room. Everyone is visibly shaken. Friend tells me the poor fucker died. Go on with the routine, and then everyone goes back to whatever the fuck they were doing. Me and friend decide we will have a quick nap. This was probably the highlight of the day, and other residents would alert us if shit hits the fan. Wake up about 5 hours later. Talk to a resident who just came to the hospital. Tell him what went down last night. Says he is sorry. Offers me a cigarette. Go with him. We meet the guy in charge of the freezer. Says he did not find the body today. What the fuck? Tell him that's stupid, and he is obviously tripping. Guy is visibly disturbed/tired. Also joking about how such subjects can get him in deep shit. Ask around. The body is actually nowhere to be seen. Taboo subject to this day. Most people speculate that the secret police retrieved the body not to cause much fuss at night, even though the security insists no one entered, and definitely no one left with a body, though it makes sense if he was instructed to lie. I believe it's a cover-up, organized with the hospital management. Coincidentally, CCTV was not available. Color me surprised. Can't bring it up here in public or among other staff, but me and my colleague believe in this theory. Hello X. Since this is the place for creepy shit, I thought I would share with you all the story of a house my family moved into at the beginning of the year 2000 and lived until 2006. It's going to be a mixture of stories from me and stories that my youngest sister told to me, so bear with me. I'll be typing all this out, so I will be slow. We first moved into the house at the end of January 2000. It is a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom house with a full-size basement that sits off the road about 600 feet from the road. It is in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and if anyone shows interest in it, I will post the address if you want to visit it. It was supposed to be my parents, 3 sisters, me, and my mom's mother and dad, but for about 2 weeks, it was just my parents, sisters, and I. One of the first things we noticed about the place was that the basement door was just 2 loose pieces of plywood chained together, and that the basement had a chalk outline of a person on the wall. The house also had 2 chicken houses, and a fence about 50 foot away in the backyard on the side with the hill. The backyard was split into a field about half the size of a football field with forest at the end and the hill with the chicken houses on it, which was in the woods. The setup of the house was you walk in, the living room was right there. Take a right about 20 steps in, and there is a hallway with the bathroom at the end, 2 bedrooms on the left and 1 on the right. The kitchen was off the living room, with the stairs leading down to the basement and the back door sharing the same walkway. The backyard had a set of stairs, so you could get back up from the field, and a lower driveway that led to the basement. Then there was a block building on the right side of the house with a small basement that was caved in. Sorry for the description, but it is necessary. I had the first bedroom on the left. My 3 sisters shared the second one, and my parents had the one on the right-hand side. The living room had a huge plate glass window that looked out on the front yard and the driveway leading up to the woods to a house about 1/4 of a mile in the woods with a farm where the Hells Angels would throw a party every now and then. There was also a creek that ran past the farm and our property. The first night we stayed there, we did not have a cable or anything hooked up or stuff unpacked, so we were all just kind of trying to get used to things. I was 10 at the time, and my sisters were 9, 8, and 6. We were all fairly normal, though we were kinda abused by our father, me most of all. But besides that, we were a fairly normal family. For the first 3 nights, everything was normal, but the 4th night, our dad was gone to pick our mom up from work, and I was in the living room alone. My sisters were with my grandparents for the weekend, so I had free reign to watch whatever I wanted. I was sitting there, flipping channels, when I heard something hit the back door. I remember jumping and getting up to see what it was, and seeing an older white guy in a beat-up green beanie, a brown jacket, and a red shirt staring in at me. He wriggled the back door, trying to get in, and I took off for the phone and called 911. I could not remember what the address was, but the operator knew and told me that she had a car coming out and to stay on the line with her. While I was talking to her, the guy had walked around the house and was standing in the front yard staring in with a really bugged-eye look. Freaked my 10-year-old ass out. He stood there a good 5 minutes before he took off running. Then 30 seconds later, a sheriff came pulling down. They asked me if he was still around, so I told them about what happened, and one of them radioed it in, while the other walked around looking. That was about the time my parents pulled in. The cops told them what was going on, and my parents took me inside while they looked around. My parents grilled me on what had happened, so I told them exactly what he had done. My father did not believe me, so when the cops came back and said that they had not seen anyone, he had no problem beating my ass. The guy actually ended up being a big part of the weird stuff that happened. He would peek in through the windows at night at my sisters, try and get in the back door or front door if he knew you were alone, would try and scare you by throwing shit against the walls. My sisters and I were the only ones to see him, until my grandma did one night when she was alone, said he tried to get in and told her stuff he was going to do with her. Every time we would call the cops, they would never find him, and the times we tried to go outside and get him, he would always get away somehow. We ended up becoming really good friends with the people that lived up the road. It was a family with 3 sons and 2 grandsons that lived with them. Whenever we would hang out, they would tell us weird stories about shit that happened around here. Hell, the first thing that Grandpa told us was to stay out of the woods at night and to get out of them before it got dark because the wood elves would get you. We never believed him until my little sister and I were walking back home one night, no moon, and there are no lights on the road. We start hearing twigs break and whispering, then start seeing little lights moving through the woods. We take off running for home, and they follow us until we cross the creek, then it stops. We never walked the road again at night, unless there was a lot of us and we had a lot of flashlights and knives. Back to the house. The basement was the creepiest part of it. The stairs had no rails. There were only 2 lights, and someone had put a shelf on the right of the stairs and killed all light from hitting the corner where the breaker was. Literally everyone who went in there got a bad feeling. The activity that happened down there would be low muttering, footsteps on the concrete floor, lights would blow, and if you were down there in the dark, stuff would brush against you. About 2 months in, the realty people finally put a real garage door on the basement, but it would still flood if it rained hard enough. Whenever it would do that, you could sometimes see something move through the water, and the one time our father saw it, he blamed water dripping from the ceiling. There is also a story my sister told me about the basement. One day, she was home alone. It was about the last year we lived there when she got the urge to go into the basement. She said once she was down there, the wall opened up and something stuck its head out, looked at her, grinned, then started crawling out. She took off running upstairs and waited outside until our parents got home, then had me go down once I got home to see if it was down there. I did not see anything, but it did feel weirder down there. There is a story from where me, the oldest sister, and one of her friends were hanging out in the basement. Her friend started shit-talking whatever was down there. Then both lights blew, and something laughed. We beelined it upstairs instead, and her friend went on to actually develop a really bad case of schizophrenia and shot herself about 4 years after it. Probably not connected, but still weird. There was a van that came down the driveway one day when my youngest sister and I were dicking around outside. I'd say I was about 13 and she was 9 or 10 years old. We were walking up the road when we heard a girl scream from the direction the van went. We took off running and hid in the woods to see what was going on. Saw the van rocking. The girl screamed again. I told my sister to run home and call the cops, so she did. I sat there for a little longer when the back door opened on the van and a guy looked out and around, then got out and walked to the driver door. Guy got in and left. I took off through the woods back home. Sis had called the cops, but they did not get there in time to stop him. We are pretty sure someone got kidnapped and assaulted, and we were too pussy to stop it. I really hope that is not the case. There was one year when it iced really bad and knocked the power out when we heard what sounded like a baby crying in the woods, and we would wake up to claw marks on the screen door. Another time, something killed 2 of our dogs, chewed them up really bad, and they were not small dogs. On the flip side of that, we had an immortal rooster. Wild dogs would get him and rip him up pretty badly. Then he would show up a few days later, perfectly fine. One of our dogs actually got a hold of him and bit his head almost completely off. We tossed him in the woods in front of our house, and 3 days later, he is back and pissed off. My sister also got adopted by the weirdest kitten I've ever seen. It walked right out of the woods up to her, sat down, and looked at her as if saying to pick her up. Damn thing was the color of fire, with jet black tips on its fur and the clearest blue eyes. The thing got really big, then just disappeared. But now that the little shit is out of the way, I can get to the fucked up stuff. There was some sort of demon in the main house that fucked my family up. We went from a somewhat normal family to me, a fucked up 28-year-old that has night terrors and needs therapy. Oldest sister, which turned out to be the most normal, but was still fucking a 30-year-old at 16. Second oldest, who cannot hold a job or a relationship, has 2 kids, and the fathers are shit. Then, my youngest sister, batshit crazy, PTSD, schizo, multiple personality. My mom passed away in 2011. My father is a cokehead now too. In his own words, keeps me faster than the demons. This thing looked weird, had a steer skull with blood that pulled out the eye holes, wore a black suit, and would appear at all times of the day. Whenever he showed up, something bad always happened. Once, he showed up, and 30 minutes later, 3 guys jumped my father and almost killed him. He ended up getting a steel plate put in the back of his head because of it. Another time, he showed up, and not even 5 minutes later, we got the call that our grandma had been killed. My sister told me that he showed up before she got assaulted, and the one story I'm able to get out of the oldest is that he showed up the night she was in a horrible car wreck that fucked her from having kids. He showed up to me one night when I was working third. Then I ended up getting robbed and beaten pretty badly. The one time it ever actually touched one of us, it was always my youngest sister, and it left a mark. That is around the time she really started having mental issues. When it first started showing up is when our father started doing cocaine and other shit again. He had done it in his younger years, but had stopped when I was born. He would come home, steal money, beat my mom and us, then go off for days at a time. Whenever he was gone, it never really showed up, but when it did, we knew he was about to come home. It seemed like the more he did it, and the more he hurt us, the clearer we would see it, and the more often. Our mom would see it, but she would pretend not to, and ignore us if we asked her about it. The last 2 years we were there were the most active times it would show up, and the last time we saw it was the day that we moved out. The moving truck stalled, and we barely got it going again. Someone almost hit us. I figured it was just from our imagination, but I ended up moving back into the place for a few months in 2010. I lived there about 4 months before I said fuck it and the lease and moved out. The guy was still there. Me and a few friends actually ran out and tried to catch him with guns, but nothing. There was now loud banging in the basement every night. I stopped going down there when I did the first few times to see nothing but for it to start back up once I was upstairs. I came home one day to see someone standing in the living room looking out my curtains, but no one was in the house. The night I woke up to my car alarm going off and finding bloody handprints on it was when I said fuck it and moved out. Now, as far as I know, no one lives there, and the place is in pretty bad shape. Something else happened that took place during a snowstorm that came up about 2 years into us living there. Our car could not get up the driveway, so my parents would have me bundle up and walk to the gas station about a half a mile up the road. They had me go out one night because we needed kerosene to keep our heaters going and toilet paper for obvious reasons. It was around 9:30 at night, so it was dark, but I started off up the road. When I got about halfway past where the crazy old guy, let's call him Dallas, lived, and he walked out and called over to me to be careful because there had apparently been an accident up the road. I did not pay any mind to it until I saw the car off in a ditch and a dead deer lying not too far from where the road was. It was apparent that the car had hit the deer and then skidded off the road, but by then, someone had already gotten whomever was in the car. I got to the gas station, filled up the kerosene jug, and grabbed a few packs of TP, then headed home. When I got down to where the car was, the deer was missing with a trail that looked like something had dragged it through the snow. I freaked a little and sped my pace up, made it home, and thought nothing of it. Later that night though, I would say it was about 2 in the morning, we woke up to something loud hitting the left side of the house nearest the living room. Our father walked out to see if maybe a tree had fallen and hit the side of the house, but apparently someone had decided to throw a severed deer head against the wall. It weirded us out, of course, and my parents called the police, who took forever to get out there. They, of course, did not find anything and told us to just be on guard. Every winter after that, something similar would happen, but not always a deer. Sometimes it would be a dead opossum, or raccoon, or a rabbit. We lived in a house for a couple of years when I was really young that had some weird shit going on in it. It was in the city, and it had the standard spacing between houses on either side, and I was probably 2 years old. My oldest brother is really in tune with spiritual stuff, and he felt evil energies flooding into the house when a friend of his started playing some kind of music. Pretty sure it was some kind of metal, because he was into a lot of that stuff, and nobody in our family particularly believes in metal being evil, but some of it is pretty dark. And over time, he felt something strange and looked out a window where some kind of pig-faced figure was staring in at him. Obviously, nothing was found relating to that outside of him seeing it. There was also weird porn and stuff seemingly hidden around the house, and my brothers would sometimes stumble upon it, but they weren't ever looking for it. It was always more of a subtle thought to look in some strange spot that normally nobody would ever pay attention to. I think there might be something else about that house that was off. but I do know that the neighbors we had all said everyone that lived there had some kind of problem while they were there. Also, my youngest sister and I talked earlier tonight, and she brought up the creepy stuff that would happen after midnight if we were still outside. I remember one instance clearly, and I will share it. For background, our bonfires were usually after us holding a get-together of friends and family and eating homemade chicken stew, and the adults getting drunk and going inside while leaving us kids outside to dick around in the fire. We would hold them in the backyard in the field until one year our father switched them to the front yard. In his words, to keep a better eye on you kids after we come inside. My father did not give two shits about us, so that caught me off guard at the time, but I never put two and two together. This particular instance happened in late November of 2004 as a late birthday party for me. As such, my best friend at the time was over. Two more of my friends, the oldest sister, had a friend over, and my other two sisters were the only kids there. It was after 12, and we were doing regular kid stuff when left alone with fire, setting the ends of branches on fire and twirling them around, making the fire bigger, telling stories and all that. Of course, my sisters and I told them about the wood owls and how something creepy lived in the woods, but they did not believe us. It was about that time we started hearing branches in the trees rustle like a squirrel was jumping from them, but there were a lot of them and moving fast. One of my friends had a flashlight with him, and he turned it on and shined it into the trees. There were dozens of little eyes reflecting back from the shadows, and he quickly turned it off. We all kind of looked at each other. Then a large branch flew out of the woods and landed not far from where my sisters were sitting. They screamed and took off, and we were quick to follow. Was in the USMC from 2003 to 2007. I was a communications guy. Did 3 deployments to Iraq in 05, 06, and 07. On my second deployment, we were stationed at Al-Assad Air Base, about 90 miles away from Baghdad. Anyway, all over the air base there were these giant bunkers, pick related. We called them Yugas because they were built by the Yugoslavians in the early 80s/90s. This was a time when we were still friendly with Saddam Hussein. Most of the bunkers, about 80%, are abandoned and still filled with pre-war junk. None of them had lighting or plumbing. A few were cleared out though and retrofitted with water and electricity, then converted into makeshift offices because they have tons of different rooms and pathways. Our unit was stationed in one of these bunkers because they protected all of our valuable and scarce comm equipment from enemy mortar attacks, which were frequent at the time. Anyway, me and a buddy got bored at night, as was common, and we decided to investigate a nearby abandoned bunker. This was strictly against the rules because it was believed they could have been booby-trapped. Also, we had to sneak past the Ugandan guards to get to the bunkers. Ugandans were employed as base security, mostly at checkpoints and stuff, but not for actual combat. So, it's pitch black outside, and me and my buddy get a pair of bolt cutters. Take the long way around to avoid being spotted, threw a piece of wood over the concertina wire, crawled across, and came upon the entrance. We cut the lock, open the iron doors, and walk inside. We flip on our flashlights and start exploring. It's mostly chairs, desks, admin shit. We found a couple of empty AK-47 mags, some papers, and diagrams and charts in Arabic, etc., etc. We're about halfway through, moving room to room, and I shit you not, we heard a woman's voice say something in Arabic. We stood still for a few moments, looked at each other, and bolted back outside. I don't speak the language, but my friend knows conversational Arabic. He said the voice said, "Who is there? Who are you?" We never went back in because we are huge pussies, but we later learned that several women took their own lives in a bunker on base. Was never confirmed if it was the bunker we were in. Also, the Ugandans would occasionally report blue lights around the bunkers at night. This is unusual because we only use red lights at night so as not to fuck up our night vision. TLDR, ghost ladies in Iraq. Also, none of the pics are mine, just ones I pulled from online. The women who took their own lives were aides to the Iraqi officers. None of them took their own lives when the base was being taken over by coalition forces during the early stages of the Iraq War. Apparently, there was a bunch of Iraqi propaganda going around that coalition forces were not going to take any prisoners. Men shot on sight, women assaulted, then killed, etc., etc., so the women chose to take their own lives rather than that. That's about it, man. Like I said, we never went back in the bunker. I'm not gonna fuck around with ghosts. This happened to me in Korea. I was in the US Army. My unit was running a shooting range. Chilling, waiting by a gate on top of a small mountain. Make sure no idiots walk onto the live M249 range. S-Corps an officer asked me to follow him. Drive over to back gate to guard. Chilling by back gate for a while. Realized I had been alone for over 2 hours. I noticed people walking through some trees to my left, just outside the back gate. Vague outlines of people through the trees. Figure it's local hikers. Notice they are not making noise. I get out of my truck to get a closer look. Still can't hear them. Then move into the road about 50 feet away. They are wearing traditional Korean clothes. Almost shipwrecks when they move through the trees. No fucking way. Still no noise. One moves right through the guardrails, clear as day. I'm frozen in place. I go back to my vehicle, and 20 minutes later, our range is closed down. I never told anyone about this. Military guy. Stationed in Montana. Don't want to go into more detail than that. We basically sit around all day at what is essentially an FOB and respond to cameras in remote fenced-in areas if they pick up movement. It is December, and it is Montana, so it is cold as fuck and totally snowed in where we are. Camera out of the sight is tripped. Usually, these turn out to be rabbits, or nothing at all. A camera is tripped. It is about 35 minutes driving time. Me and a guy we'll call Bob respond. Sun is down, and there are no lights out there. Wind is hardly blowing, but it's still cold as fuck. It is common for these locations that we go to be on or near civil land, usually farms. As we pull up, I can see cows about 1,000 yards away from the fence. Yeah, that was probably what tripped it. Get out anyway. Procedure it, so walk the fence, just to be safe. Bob stays in the Humvee. Hearing moos in the distance. Make the call that cows trip the alarm. Copy that, come on home. Hear a sheep in the distance. The fuck? I don't know much about farms, but I've never seen one of these places keep cows and sheep together. Ba ba ba. All of the noises sounded exactly the same. Like, no change in pitch or anything, and it was one sheep. I keep walking back, but look around. Don't see shit. We drive about 10 minutes before we get a call to go back. Camera is tripped again. Cows nowhere in sight. This time Bob walks the fence. Can see Bob's flashlight walking the fence. Start hearing the sheep again. Same pitch sounds. Creepy as fuck. Don't see a sheep. We radio that there is a sheep doing it, but we can't see it. Copy that, stand by. We later find out that the farmer had no sheep. They believe a cattle gate was left open, but when we pulled up, it was closed. Place was on little shell territory. I believe in all sorts of crazy shit, man. Part of me thinks that it was a fucking skinwalker. Not a security guard, but I'm a US Marine, so security is something we do a lot of. Stationed on Okinawa, mid-2017. On Kadena AFB, waiting for a flight to mainland Japan to do some more training. Flight window was supposed to be for 12 hours, but there was a storm offshore that ended up getting our flight delayed by like a day. There's a building that is kinda like an airport, but it closes after a certain time. Airmen are not happy that a bunch of dirty and soaking Marines are in their airport and tell us that we have to leave when they close. Closing time for the airport. Our chain of command sucked and didn't find an empty building for us, so we ended up sleeping in a grass field right outside of the airport. It's raining. Eventually, some officer, colonel or something, I don't remember, sees us sleeping on the grass and tells our command that we can sleep inside the base theater if we post 2 guards at a certain gate. Command agrees. I'm new to my unit at this time, so I have a shift at 0200 to 0300. Get woken up at 0145 by the guys on shift. Fuck my life. Me and one of my best friends, another lieutenant corporal, get up and walk to the gate. Gate is by the edge of the airfield and has 1 street lamp right above it. Me, my friend, and the guy that woke us up all walk up to the gate guard. Hey, what's up, man? Looks really pale. Hey, Lance Corporal Anon, what's good? The guard was a brand new guy and was never really nervous when our NCOs would fuck with him, so seeing him like this was kind of unnerving. Before either of us could ask what was wrong, the guy who woke us up asked, "Did you hear it again?" Yeah, man, it seems a lot closer than it did last time. Ask what the fuck was going on. I don't know, man. There's been a lot of rustling in the bushes around, and we kept hearing voices on our shift. Okinawa is a tropical island, so the entire place is a jungle. There's no trees by the airfield or the gate, but the grass is very thick and about 6 feet high. We've seen animals before during our training, like big cats and flying foxes, but usually they get scared of a human with a rifle and leave us alone, but that shit is still scary. The guard had been there alone while his buddy woke me and my friend up, so I assume that he had just kind of got skeeved out being alone. Anyways, the other guys tell us good luck and leave to go back to the theater. My friend and I kind of joke around about it, because seeing that guy nervous was really weird. We quickly get bored and shoot the shit about various porn stars we think are good. Dylan Harper is my favorite, even though her tits look connected, so we call her frog tits. While talking about her, we heard someone scurrying in the bush about 10 feet in front of us. We both go silent and expect to see something. We aim our rifles, we have no ammo, down the street and turn on our lights. We can see that about 5 feet off to the right of the road, the tall grass is shaking, like there is a tall figure moving through it. Normally, if it were a cat, the rustling would not be as vigorous at the top, so we figure it must be something kinda tall. My friend and I look at each other, then back towards the bush. "Hey, you fucking asshole, get out of those bushes and come here," my friend yells. It does not respond. A second later, it bolts off further into the woods and down the road. We think it's weird, but whatever. At 0245, my friend decides to walk down to the theater and wake up the next guys to relieve us. I don't want to be alone, but I let him go so we can both go back to sleep. He leaves. I start getting pretty tired, and I can feel my head bobbing as I drift in and out of sleep. As I start to shut my eyes, I hear the rustling about 6 feet away from me. I'm ready to shit myself. I turn on my light and point it off the road to the right. There's something walking pretty fast out there, but the grass is too thick to see what it is. I can see the bushes moving towards the road. I'm starting to brace myself to see something. All of a sudden, I see the outline of a creature stick its head out and look at my direction. I train my light on it as it jumps forward onto the road. It's a fucking Marine in World War II combat gear. Pick related. His camis are caked in mud, his face is blackened, and he's holding an M1 carbine. I can't fucking believe what I'm looking at. There are holes in his uniform that look like he had been shot through, but there was not any blood. The guy looks my way, then crosses the road, and I can see the bushes start moving again. After a few minutes, I can start to hear footsteps behind me, but I'm too afraid to look. Hear my friend's voice, along with 2 other guys. Relieved that I'm leaving. Must have looked really nervous because my friend asked if I heard anything again. Nodded yes, and just left with my friend. Didn't say anything to him until after we left Okinawa, when he joked around that I looked so weird a few weeks later. This was the second time I had seen something at Kadena AFB, but definitely the worst one. I have not been to Okinawa since, and I'm out now. I think about that moment from time to time and wonder if I really did see that. It didn't seem angry or like it wanted to hurt me or anything. I eventually read up on ghost stories from the place, and there were quite a few articles talking about airmen who had seen other Marines in World War II attire around that gate as well. I never came from money. My parents were teachers in Staunton. I got into UVA off a strong GPA, a service scholarship, and a lot of pretending that I belonged. By sophomore year I knew how to pass. Second-hand clothes that still had the right brands, mimicking the way rich kids joked, knowing when to stay quiet at the wrong kind of party. I just kind of learned how to blend in and pretend like I was one of them. The letter came from me in February. It was a real envelope, a thick cream cardstock, no return address. Inside was a note, handwritten in blue ink. You have been noticed. 3:17 a.m. Rotunda Stairs. Come alone. I thought it was a prank at first. I almost didn't go. I mean, why would anyone invite me to anything like this? But I did. It was cold that night, bone deep. There was no one on the lawn except a campus security car idling near the chapel. I waited on the stairs for maybe 5 minutes before someone stepped out of the shadows. They were tall, older than me, and wearing a long wool coat. He did not introduce himself, just handed me a blindfold and said, "This only happens once." They took me somewhere underground. The walk was long. Must have been through service tunnels or sub-basements. I don't really know because obviously I was blindfolded. They didn't speak the whole way there and I couldn't say. When the blindfold came off, we were in a room lit with green lamps. There were 7 others in there. Students, I think, but no faces I could recognize. The guy in the coat read a statement out loud. About legacy, about trust, about tradition. Not the kind that's performed, but the kind that gets built in rooms that no one is allowed to know about. He talked about shaping institutions, about influence. Then he asked if we accepted the path. No one said no. After that came the silence. We were not allowed to speak for the rest of the night. They took our phones, wallets, everything. Stripped us to our boxers. Gave us identical sweats and hoods. We walked in a line that was single file into another room. That was the first night of testing. The things they made us do weren't about strength, not really. It was about humiliation, pain, and obedience. They made us kneel on frozen tiles for hours. Then, still kneeling, they made us hold books, which were more like massive tomes, really. They were heavy as bricks, and they made us hold them out in front of us, arms locked. Anyone who dropped one got shocked with a cattle prod. I got shocked twice. There were cameras in the corners. I saw them. And microphones, probably. Every now and then a voice would come over a speaker, calm and flat every time. They would be asking someone to confess something, private things, real things. One guy cracked and admitted to plagiarizing a paper. They made him stand naked in front of us for an hour, reciting the honor code over and over, while they poured water over him. I threw up in the corner at one point. No one said anything. At the end, they told us that we weren't in. Not yet. This was observation, not selection. If we were chosen, we would know. And if we ever spoke about what we had seen, they'd treat it as rejection. The next few weeks were normal, sort of. Except I'd started noticing them. Guys wearing black gloves in the library. A girl in my econ class who always had a bandage somewhere new on her arm. No one ever acknowledged it, but there was this nod, this look. They knew I'd been through part of it. And then one night, someone slid a keycard under my dorm door. Just the card, with a UVA lanyard. No note attached to it. The keycard opened a building I'd never been in before. It was a minor administrative facility off Rugby Road that always looked closed. Inside it was cold, clean and empty. There was a metal elevator at the end of the hall that didn't have floor buttons, just a keyhole. The key was already inside. It took me down 6 levels in total. No indicator, just the sensation of descending and the pressure in my ears. When the doors opened up, there were 2 men in masks and surgical gloves. They took my vitals, drew blood, and then asked me to strip and scan me. They didn't speak even once, unless it was necessary. The room had a smell, disinfectant and metal. Then they handed me a folder. Inside was a photo, my high school girlfriend, and a transcript of every message we ever sent. A handwritten page detailing her medical history, her dad's arrest record, her mom's credit score. At the bottom, a line. Influence begins with understanding your own leverage. That was what they told me. I left without saying a word. Next morning, I had a letter waiting under my pillow. It was handwritten. Said I'd been selected. Said I was under evaluation and that I would receive my first assignment sometime soon. It didn't feel like success. It felt like I'd been claimed. The first assignment came just a week later. It was typed and then slid under my door. It had no signature, just a seal pressed into the bottom corner. 2 interlocking rings and a 7-pointed star. It said, "You will accompany Peter L., not gonna give full names that can be traced just in case, to the offices of Dean M. and ensure he receives a recommendation for the Carnegie International Fellowship. Use discretion. Do not mention this note." Peter L. was in my poli-sci class. Fraternity kid. Family was oil money. Houston, I think. He barely showed up to class, and when he did, he was hungover and loud. I'd never spoken to him. I didn't know what they expected me to do. You were just supposed to figure it out. They wanted to see how you operated in gray areas. So I watched. I spent 3 days shadowing him without being obvious. He had a weakness for weed and girls. But more importantly, he was stressed, real stress. Hands shaking during tests, whisper arguments on the phone, always glancing over his shoulder. I followed him to an off-campus bar one night, watched him slip a small envelope to a guy in a parka. The next day, I sent an anonymous tip to the dean's office about him dealing drugs. 2 days later, I got summoned. Same building, same elevator, deeper floor. This time they showed me the video. Peter L. crying in an administrative office, saying it was a mistake, saying he was just trying to help a friend get Adderall for exams, saying he had a problem but didn't deserve to lose his future. They paused the tape. A man in a blazer leaned forward and asked me, "Was that effective?" I said yes. He nodded. "You passed." After that, things escalated. I got assignments once every few weeks. One was intercepting a student journalist's story about secret society hazing deaths. Offered him a fake job opportunity with an alumni magazine in exchange for his silence. Another was staging a fight between 2 SGA candidates to tank a campaign. Always subtle, always deniable. If someone traced it back, it could look like coincidence or bad luck or the natural chaos of college life. The next one, they called it a match. Not a party, not a meeting, just match free. 2 simple words sent via text from an unlisted number at 9:17 p.m. No instructions and no names. Again, just a location. A derelict fraternity house on Lewis Street. One of those hulking Greek buildings that had supposedly been shuttered after a hazing death my first year. I had never seen anyone go in or out of it before. But that night, the door was open. No music, no lights. Just the faint hum of something electrical in the basement. Inside, it smelled like mildew and bleach. The walls were stripped to bare studs, floors poured concrete. No photos, no banners, no red Solo cups. It didn't really feel like a college space anymore. It felt like a crime scene someone had carefully cleaned. There were people downstairs, maybe 25 or 30 people in total, all of them in black. Suits, hoodies, sweaters, but with faces covered. Plain black masks. No features, no slits for eyes, just matte anonymity. The only way that you could tell them apart was posture, hair, and the way they stood or laughed. The ring wasn't a ring. It was a 12-foot square outlined with faded hazard tape, lit from above with a single, naked construction lamp. There were no chairs. Everyone stood up. No noise except a kind of low, murmuring anticipation, like the crowd at a chess match. A guy with a clipboard stepped into the center and said, "This is match free. No names, no time limits. First one unconscious or unable to continue loses. You know the rules." I didn't know the rules. But no one else reacted. 2 guys stepped into the square. One was lean, twitchy, older. The other was younger, stocky and shirtless despite the cold. They were both barefoot. One had duct tape around his wrists. The other was bleeding from a cut near his eye like he'd fought before. Maybe earlier that night, maybe last week. They didn't touch gloves or give an announcement or a countdown. They just went at each other. It wasn't like boxing or MMA, it was personal. Someone screamed into the other's face before the first punch even landed. The sound of fists hitting flesh was wet and hollow and louder than I expected. I'd never been in a fight before. One guy hit the ground, stood, got kicked in the ribs. Twice. You could hear the air leave his lungs. When he vomited on the concrete, nobody moved. No one tried to stop it. They kept going for nearly 7 minutes. I counted. I couldn't stop myself. Someone behind me murmured, 10-1 on the older guy. Another one whispered, he took down the music school kid last week in under 2. This had clearly been going on for a while, long enough for people to know stats and place bets. Eventually, the younger guy landed a punch that turned the older man's head sharply to the side, and he collapsed, dead white. His head hit the ground with a sound I never want to hear again. It wasn't a thud, it was a crack. He didn't move. People clapped softly. Then the crowd dispersed. They dragged the loser out by his ankles. No one checked if he was okay. I'm not sure what happened to him after that. I just kinda stuck around in the shadows for a while after that, with my heart hammering. I told myself I did not belong here. I'm honestly not even sure why I was told to come here. Like, what was it that I was supposed to see here? I couldn't bring myself to leave though, just in case I was being watched. Just in case leaving would get me into shit. They kept bringing in fighters. I thought it was maybe just a way to blow off steam and maybe hash out personal differences, that there would be a sheet for you to sign up on. Not the case. Some of them definitely wanted to be there, but some of the fighters, you could see the dread in their eyes, sometimes having to be pushed or dragged into the arena, threatened even. I asked about how people sign up, just some random group that I didn't know. I just went up to them. I didn't want to sign up myself, but I was curious. They just laughed at me. They told me that if they wanted me to fight, then I would be in there. As I was walking away, they told me to be careful what I wish for. They brought in more fighters throughout the night. I actually recognized someone watching, even through the mask. A girl named Elena G. Honor committee, pre-med, masked, but unmistakable in her posture. She leaned against the support column. She didn't flinch once. I guess this was a normal event for these people. The third fight was the worst. A guy got his nose broken early, blood pouring onto the floor. He slipped on it twice, and people laughed. You could tell he wanted to curl up and die and be anywhere but there. It only got worse from there. Some real psychopaths. Fighting with bats, fighting with knives. I don't want to go into it too much because it really makes me feel sick, but I think I witnessed at least one person die that night. I wouldn't be surprised if it was more than one. The last winner of the night screamed when it ended. Not in triumph, but just screaming over and over like he couldn't stop. No one helped him. They just gave him a white towel and a $100 bill. The worst part wasn't always the assignments. It was the watching. They watched everything. I got pulled aside once. One of the handlers I'd never seen before said my roommate had found a copy of an old assignment I'd left open on my laptop. I said I'd deleted it. He said, you typed a draft in Google Docs. You synced it to the cloud. You didn't delete your history. That's when I realized they weren't just watching just me. They were watching everyone around me. I couldn't tell if they were trying to teach me something or just reminding me I was property now. And slowly, things started happening without explanation. My bank account started growing with small, untraceable deposits. I got an invitation to a consulting internship I never even applied for. The interviewer did not ask a single question, just shook my hand and told me the job was mine. Professors who barely knew me started quoting my papers in class. One invited me to a private research project over the summer. It felt good for a while, but also really wrong, like I'd stepped out of the meritocracy and into something else. Then came what they called the final favor, which, if you don't realize by now, was a fucking lie. Nothing is ever final with these people. Nothing is ever done or finished. I got called in again, this time to a room with 6 other people, all wearing the same black gloves. One of them pulled a file out of a box. Inside was a photo of a girl. Her name was Lydia, and she was a first year. She had been dating someone connected to a professor on a committee we'd been monitoring. Apparently, she had recorded a conversation, something sensitive. No one told me what it was, but the job was simple. Get the recording. Make sure she stopped asking questions. Do it quietly. I asked what would happen if I didn't. They didn't threaten me. They just handed me another folder, the one with my name on it. Inside were transcripts of my private messages from years back. my search history, audio clips of late-night dorm conversations, emails I didn't remember writing. At the end was a summary of my parents' financial debt, my little sister's school enrollment info, her daily schedule. I took the Lydia job. She didn't have the recording on her, but I got her to delete it. I won't go into details on how. Told her someone was going to use it to tank her boyfriend's scholarship. She cried. I watched her fingers shake as she hit delete. I told her I was sorry before I left. I meant it, but I never looked her in the eyes. I promise I was only instructed to get her to delete it, but I never saw her on campus after that, so I'm not sure what happened. It was Friday night when I was summoned to the 7 Rings. The message was clear and unambiguous. Attendance is mandatory, no exceptions. No location or any mention of time. Just a warning that failure was not an option. The envelope arrived in the mail 2 days later. It was thick cream cardstock like the first letter, but heavier and embossed with a black wax seal. 2 interlocking rings around a 7-pointed star again. I was told to bring nothing but myself and to come alone. The building was an old theater on the far edge of the city, abandoned for years until recently. The marquee flickered faintly. Inside, the air was thick with incense and something metallic, maybe copper and rust. The scent turned my stomach. The seats were gone. The stage was bare except for 7 iron rings, bolted to the floor in a perfect circle, each ring large enough to chain a person's wrists and ankles. There were 7 of them already, bound, with their faces hidden beneath black hoods, silent except for the slow drip of water echoing through the empty hall. A man stepped out from the shadows. His mask was a twisted imitation of a smile, porcelain cracked and stained. He spoke, voice low and chilling. Tonight you witness the final test. The cost of power is blood and fear. Entertainment is control, and control demands sacrifice. They dragged one of the hooded figures to the center of the circle. The crowd, which was about 20 in total, maybe 30 people, in dark suits and black gloves, watched in silence. The figure was stripped to skin. Bruises were all across their torso, old and new. They were shaking, eyes wide beneath the hood. The second figure was forced to kneel beside the first. The ritual began with a ceremony of water and salt. Then came the instruments, long knives, blunt hammers, heated irons. The crowd didn't flinch as the first cuts were made, slow, deliberate and precise. Flesh parted, muscles twitched. The sounds were horrible. Tearing, cracking, a low keening that rose and fell. Every so often, the man with the cracked mask would raise his hand, and the noise would stop. The victims would be questioned in whispers, names, secrets, betrayals. They were promised mercy if they told them what they wanted to know, but no answer was ever the right one. When one broke, they would step forward, pull the hood back, and reveal a face. Sometimes a student, sometimes a professor, sometimes a staff member, always someone who had spoken too loudly, asked too many questions, or refused an assignment. Then they moved to the next. I couldn't look away, even when my hand shook and bile rose in my throat. When it was over, the bodies were dragged off stage, and I mean bodies. The survivors, usually 1 or 2, were given new assignments, new debts and new threats. They were never the same again. As I left, the man in the cracked mask pulled me aside. Remember, he whispered, power is a chain you choose to wear. Break it, and you break yourself. I walked into the cold night, the screams still ringing in my ears, and I knew that there was no way out. I graduated a year later after that one. Top of my class, 6-figure job, DC firm, fast track. They still send me things sometimes, and I still do not say no. It is a lifetime membership, and the only way to cancel is not pleasant. I can share one more time I remember that really stuck out to me. They called it the Scholarship House. The name was a joke. It was an old mansion off Riverview Drive, just outside the city limits. From the street, it looked like a dilapidated relic with boarded up windows, creeping ivy, and a sagging porch that groaned with every gust of wind. Officially, it was temporary housing for visiting fellows or interns, but nobody was ever allowed to stay there. Ever. The invitation came with a warning. No phones, no watches, no cameras, no contact with anyone outside, no exceptions. I was to report at midnight, alone. I wasn't sure what to expect. Inside the air was cold, unnaturally so for early June. The lights were dim low, and the scent of antiseptic mixed with damp wood filled the hallways. They took my phone and wallet at the door without a word, replaced my clothes with a thin cotton robe tied loosely at the waist. I wasn't allowed to keep my shoes. The first hour was silence. I watched for rooms cluttered with dusty trophies, faded portraits of stern men with cold eyes, and heavy velvet drapes that seemed to swallow sound. Then, they called us to the parlor. 7 of us, all in robes, all blindfolded. The door shut behind us. When the blindfolds came off, the room was different. The walls were padded. Cream-colored panels stitched tight like an operating room. There were no windows. The only furniture was a circle of chairs, each occupied by a person with their head lowered, eyes closed. A man in a tailored black suit stood in the center, his face obscured by a porcelain mask painted with a cruel smile. Welcome. Here you learn why power is not just possession, but pain. Control is not just influence, but fear. The ritual began. One by one, we were called forward. They made us kneel. A woman stepped forward, carrying a metal tray. On it were surgical tools, scalpels, clamps, needles, a thick coil of braided wire. They told me to remove my robe. The cold air bit at my skin. The woman didn't speak. She clipped a wire to my wrist. Barely a flicker of electricity, just enough to make my fingers twitch involuntarily. The men in the mask circled, speaking of loyalty, sacrifice, and silence. Then the woman reached for my palm. With a slow, practiced motion, she pressed the needle just under the skin. I didn't scream. They made me hold a cold steel bar with the other hand. The wire was threaded through the needle, connecting my body to a small, humming device on the floor. The shocks came next. Not brutal. They were never brutal enough to break me, but they were sharp enough to make my body arch and my breath catch. They told me to repeat a phrase. I belong, I obey, I endure, over and over, until the words blurred. Around me, others moaned softly. When it was over, they blindfolded us again and led us down a narrow corridor to a room with black leather restraints bolted to the walls. Here is where promises are sealed. For hours, I heard screams close enough to make my skin crawl. The next morning, they handed me a photo of a student who had not returned. No name attached to it, just a message. The debt of silence is eternal. They never told me what else happened in that room. I have more experiences somewhere deep in my memory, but that's all I care to recall for now. I'm not in the US anymore. If they can still get to me, then I was fucked no matter what. If they can get me halfway across the world, then it was only a matter of time. I couldn't live like that anymore. Every memory hurts. Every time I think about the past, it stings and drives me crazy. I am not lying here, X. Don't fuck with things you don't know about. Let me start off by saying this post is real. This isn't made up. I didn't know where else I could share this story to, so I decided to post it here, because I know this is where you post weird, creepy shit. So, to set the scene, me and my friends were 10 to 12 when this all happened. One of my friends, we'll call him Leon, told us about a weird campsite in the woods. Apparently, there were claw marks on the trees there, and it was really creepy, so we went out to find it. Leon didn't remember exactly where it was, but eventually, after maybe 30 minutes of walking, we found it. Obviously, Leon was making shit up, and there weren't any claw marks on the trees, but it was still really creepy. There were DVDs everywhere, but no DVD player, a shopping cart, a mattress, and a weird bag that smelled horrible. No, it wasn't a corpse. And eventually, we heard footsteps around us when we were all standing still. We heard a couple more, and I knew it wasn't my friends pranking us, since I could not see their feet move around at all. We were already creeped out enough, so we ran out and started climbing up a steep hill to get back to the city. I looked back at the campsite and saw a pair of boots that were not there before. I yelled at my friends something along the lines of, "Guys, go faster," and when we got to the surface, I told them about what I saw. We decided to tell our other friend about this, we'll call him Thea, and we decided to go back in a couple days. The next thing we saw at the campsite terrified me to my core. We walked into the woods at around 4 to 5 p.m., but because it was winter, it got dark really fast, and it took an hour to get to the campsite, so by the time we arrived it was 6 p.m. and already dark out. It felt like the campsite was in a different place for some reason this time, but we found the campsite eventually. Probably just bad finding skills on our part. After looking through it, we found bottles around the area for some reason that weren't there before. Besides that, we didn't really find anything, so we decided to leave. That is when I looked behind me, and I swear I saw a shadow dash past the bushes. I yelled out, "We need to leave, now." And so we ran up the hill again. My friend grabbed a flashlight out of my pocket, and as a joke, started looking through the forest, yelling something that I don't remember. We looked at a tree next to the campsite and saw the outline of a person staring at us, unresponsive to us noticing him. None of us could make out any details, since, as I said, we could only see his outline behind the tree, and we were already shitting our pants, so we ran as fast as we could out of those woods. The second to last story I will tell is one where we went to the campsite in the morning, instead of at night. There is not really much to say for this one, so I will just jot some things down that we heard/saw. A guy singing, footsteps running and walking around. The thing I saw though was when I was throwing bottles at rocks, 3 to be exact, and once I reached for the third one, it was gone. I looked behind the tree stump that was holding the bottles, and then I heard the sound of glass crashing. I shouted to my friends to fucking run as I ran to the hill again, and we climbed out of there. Also, I forgot to mention, we brought another one of our friends with us that time. The final story is what made us never go back. This was like 5 to 6 months after the events I just listed. It was probably 6 p.m. when we walked in, and it started raining halfway on our way to the campsite. Wanting to record what happened this time, I pulled out my phone and recorded the entire journey on our way to the campsite. I lost the videos to time, since this happened a somewhat long time ago. Nothing really happened most of the trip, besides a putrid smell that was in the air the entire time, and I was slipping a lot. But once we got to the campsite, we were so shocked for like 3 minutes, we just stared at the thing we saw. We saw a deer with its head cut off, its body skinned, and the skin lying on a stump. You might be thinking, it was a wolf or wildlife. The only animals that live in that forest are deer, and it's not like we've never seen a dead deer before. We saw them quite a lot, but they were all either fully skeletons or intact and just dead. Nothing in the forest could have done this to a deer. Anyway, we screamed as loud as we could and sprinted all the way back to our house. And on our way to Theo's house, I swear I saw the outline of a man in the woods staring at us. Cliché, I know, but I swear I saw it. But yeah, that's about it. We were all way too scared to go there again, and I don't even know why we went there again, after what we saw the first 2 times. I got a story from my dad. Being my dad, years ago and still young. Him and his friends pile into a car for a road trip to Virginia. Driving up, high into the mountains/woods, having a really good time. It gets dark and there is a sudden heavy rainstorm. Raining so hard that Dad can't even see the road, let alone see to drive. Drives blind for a while. Eventually sees a bright light up ahead. Dad drives to the light, thinking it was a street light, like a moth to a flame. Parks in front of light, sitting in car, waiting for rain to die down. That's when a humanoid shadow enters the light. Dad and friends are staring in awe of shadow, thinking that Dad crashed the car and they were maybe seeing an angel. They keep looking at the shadow. Rain finally dies down, and they see what it actually is. It's an old man. Dad drove through this old man's yard and parked right in front of his living room window. Dad, friends, and old man stare at each other for a second. Dad backs up the car, cuts 2 donuts in the yard, and floated out of there. My brother stopped working his normal job about a year ago. No formal announcement. He didn't quit, he just sort of, stopped going. He had a tech support gig at a small defense subcontractor. Pretty easy stuff. Clearance level was low, nothing beyond handling machines on a closed network, and making sure guys had working login credentials. I remember him saying once that the employees weren't even allowed to bring in phones into the server wing. He didn't talk much about what the company, actually did, but he'd been there for 2 years. Good money, decent benefits. He just stopped one day. I came home from my night shift, and his car was already in the driveway, way earlier than usual. He was in the garage, sitting on a folding chair with the lights off, smoking, just staring at nothing. I asked what was going on and he just said, "I don't work there anymore." And that was it. No explanation really. I asked him if he got fired. He shook his head. "I signed some papers. I'm good." That was all he would say to me. Then came the cash. Within 2 weeks, he paid off every cent of credit card debt, or half of the mortgage, and the balance on his car. Said he sold some stuff and had a savings account he hadn't told anyone about yet. But I never saw him sell a thing. And what kind of savings account produced thick manila envelopes every few weeks, filled to the brim with cash? No bank stamps, no checks, just rubber bands and bills, mostly 20s. I asked him if he was doing something illegal. He smiled and said, "Not technically." I should have pushed more earlier on, but I didn't. He was my brother, and it's easy to ignore things that seem to be working out. But he got different after that. Paranoid, quieter, changed his phone number twice in 1 month. He installed blackout curtains in every single room in the house. He removed all smart devices from the house as well. Replaced all of the smoke detectors by himself. He didn't want any of us to give him a hand. I didn't even realize until later that the new ones had been gutted and were left with no sensors inside. Just hollowed plastic shells. By month 3, he was, running drills. That is the only word I can use to properly describe them. He started getting up at around 3 a.m., not making any noise, but always moving with purpose. I caught him in the backyard once in the middle of the night, doing dry runs, walking the fence line, practicing entry through the back door with the lights off, scanning the windows like he was expecting someone to be watching us. At one point, he asked if I could help him calibrate an RF scanner that he picked up off eBay. It looked, military surplus, and he insisted we test it around the perimeter of the house every single night before bed. Claimed he was just being cautious, in case someone tries to sweep us. I didn't even know what that meant. Then one night, I caught him leaving with his rifle bag. He almost made it to the car without me noticing him, but the garage door was loud, and it woke me right up. When I came outside, he was in boots and dark cargo pants, stuffing zip ties, batteries, and water bottles into a tactical backpack. I asked where he was going. He said, "Nowhere, just overnight work." I kept pressing. I told him he looked like he was headed to a raid. He laughed it off, but the tension was obvious. I wasn't supposed to be seeing any of this. Eventually, maybe just to shut me up, he told me it was private security work. He said something like, "high-risk asset retrieval. It's all above board," he said. "You'd be surprised what kind of stuff people pay to have fetched." I asked if it was legal. He said it's authorized. I told him that's not the same thing. Then he just looked at me and said, "Don't worry, I'm not killing anyone who doesn't need to be killed." And he smiled, like it was a joke, but I didn't laugh. That night he didn't come home until after dawn. He tracked dirt into the kitchen. He didn't speak a word. Just drank water and stood in the dark for a while before taking a shower. His hands were shaking. The next few weeks were more of the same. Long absences, burner phones, cash pickups. He never let me ride with him, never left a note or a schedule. But there were signs that whatever this was, it wasn't just freelance work. His gear changed. First it was simple surplus stuff, but then it got weird. He started storing things in fireproof cases with foreign manufacturer stamps, stuff in Russian and Chinese, a handheld thermal scanner, a compass with no markings, a stack of handwritten notes in blocky perfect letters, printed in red ink on textured paper. The kind you'd find in government files from like the 60s. I never dared open any of it fully, not while he was home. Then, one morning, I found him in the backyard burning something. He didn't know I was awake. I watched through the upstairs window as he fed bundles of documents into a metal barrel. The pages were thick, almost plastic, and some wouldn't ignite unless he sprayed them with accelerant. He stayed out there for over an hour, burning everything down to fine ash, then scattering it into the wind with a rake. That same day he put a padlock on the basement door. Things really started to ramp up after that. A black sedan started parking near our cul-de-sac, always facing our house, never there during the day. It showed up 3 nights in a row, then disappeared. I confronted him about it. He just said, "That's not for you to worry about." The night after that, I was woken up by the sound of static. Our baby monitor, which hadn't been used in months, clicked on by itself in the hallway. Full blast static, like someone was keying a mic. I found it unplugged, batteries still inside. He said nothing when I showed him, just took it from me and dismantled it right there on the kitchen table in front of me. No reaction, no fear, like he had been expecting it. That was when I started documenting things, just in case, because I started having the same dream every single night. A door that opens somewhere deep underground, the kind that doesn't slam, but instead it slides, and when it does, you can hear something breathing behind it, close, waiting. I never saw what was on the other side in my dream, but my brother always did. He was there in the dream too, standing at the edge of the dark with a weapon drawn, saying nothing to me. And always, just before I woke up, he would turn toward me, just a glance, and he would shake his head and say, "Don't come any closer." He disappeared for 3 days. No warning this time, no text, no gear packed in the garage. One night he was there, making instant ramen and arguing with me about the water bill, and the next morning just nothing. His phone went to voicemail, his car was gone. He didn't even leave a fucking note, that asshole. No emergency contact. I had no way to check if he was alright. I called the hospital, the jail, even one of his old co-workers. Nothing. He came back late on the 4th night, at around 2 a.m. I was still awake, pacing the kitchen. The car headlights cut across the windows, and I jumped up like a dog, waiting at the door. He walked in with a duffel bag and collapsed onto the couch. He didn't say a word to me. He looked like hell. His right eye was bloodshot and swollen, his hands scraped and raw. I asked what happened and he just laughed quietly, like he was the only one in on the joke. "You still writing this stuff down?" he asked. I told him I was. "Good, you might be the only record left." And that's when I realized he wasn't just scared. He was exhausted, not physically but like something deeper. Like whatever he was carrying had been getting heavier every day, and he didn't know how much longer he could hold on to it. The next morning, I found him sitting in the garage, staring at the wall. He dragged a whiteboard out of the basement and covered it with red thread and hand-scribbled notes, most in shorthand I didn't understand. At the center was one single word, circled 3 times: Concordia. When I asked what it meant, he looked at me like I just said a slur out loud in church. "You don't say it out loud," he said, "not if you don't want attention." I asked whose attention. He didn't answer. That night he finally told me the truth, or part of it at least. Not all at once. It took hours for him to get it all out. Some of it didn't make sense. Some I'm still not sure I believe. But it started with a job. He said he was approached near the end of his time at the subcontractor. Quiet contact, no names. Just a guy in a suit who was not supposed to be in the building. Gave him a choice. Stick with tech support, or try something higher clearance. Not quite black budget, but close enough. He didn't even say yes. Not explicitly anyway. But a week later, he got a file folder in the mail. No return address. Inside was a name, a phone number, and a time. From there, it got weirder. The missions, he called them that, were never consistent. Sometimes it was breaking into old hospitals. Sometimes it was retrieval, which could mean anything from military hardware to boxes sealed with wax and wire. Once it was an empty bag. Literally, just a location and a bag. But there were, patterns. Always done at night. Always in places with no civilian access. Always off-grid. And always with other people. People he never saw twice. Never exchanged real names. Sometimes he would drive. Sometimes they would pick him up. Unmarked vans, no plates. You never use your personal vehicle. He said that the targets weren't always physical. Once they were told to, neutralize a frequency. No idea what that meant. They found a room full of equipment in an old radio tower. Stuff he said looked too clean to be abandoned. Burned it all. No resistance. Other times it was people. Volunteers, he said. But his face said otherwise. One of the most disturbing things he told me was about an old storage facility outside Roanoke. They were told to open up one of the units, number 19, and ensure that the contents were no longer viable. When they pried it open, the walls were lined with lead sheeting and the unit was bone dry, temperature controlled. Inside were what looked like sealed oxygen tanks, each labeled with a year and a number string. Were they radioactive? I asked. He paused. Something worse, he said, but they were cold. He said he's never been told what anything is, just what to do. The language is always vague. Stabilize, contain, render inert. But he is never asked, because you don't ask, you don't look, you don't investigate. Once, he did. Just once. A small town in Maryland. No real name, just coordinates. An old water plant that hadn't been used in 20 years. They were told to breach the sub-basement and check for activity. That was the word, activity. They found cages, dozens of them, industrial, reinforced, bolted to concrete. Some with claw marks, one with fresh blood, but no signs of anything alive. The cages were empty. They weren't supposed to go in. Just take photos, log it, and leave. But someone in his team, Vic, I think he called him, got way too close. Opened up one of the inner rooms. There was something inside. Not moving. Not even whole, but not normal. He wouldn't describe it to me. Just said, that was the only time I saw one breathe. They left without taking the photos, burned the room, claimed it was inaccessible. The next day, Vic was gone. None of the phone numbers worked anymore. Even the van changed. Different guys, different gear. That was when he started pulling back, trying to get out. But apparently, there is no out. A week after that conversation, he started acting differently. Less paranoid and more focused. He kept his gear packed, cleaned the car out, bought a new burner phone, but he also started including me on things. Little things at first. Teaching me how to reload, how to pick locks, how to hotwire an engine. Stuff I thought he picked up over the years working maintenance gigs or watching YouTube. But now it all clicked. This was training. It was quiet. He disguised it as bonding. He never said the words. Never sat me down and told me what was coming. But he started getting up early again. Started texting me times and addresses to come help with something. Then, one night, around 2:48 a.m., I got the text. Need you tonight. No questions. Dress dark. Bring the shotgun. Don't be late. I stared at the text for a while. I honestly thought about ignoring it, but I didn't. Something in the wording, or maybe the fact that he'd actually never asked me before so directly, made it feel serious. He'd never been so direct with me before. Plus, he's my brother. I wasn't just gonna leave him. When I got to the garage, he was already geared up. Black jacket, gloves, radio in his ear. He handed me a vest, no words, just nodded toward the car. We drove east, out past city limits, into that no man's land where everything turns industrial and empty after 6 p.m. He didn't speak until we turned onto a private access road, and the tires shifted from asphalt to gravel. You'll stay close, he said. You don't go inside unless I tell you to. What is this? I asked. He hesitated. It's a proving job, mine, but they want to see if you're viable. I thought about getting out right then and there, but we were already past the point of no return. He pulled up to an old research park. Half the buildings were gutted. The other half looked like they'd never opened. The kind of place where paper signs still hang from the windows 10 years later. There was another vehicle already there, a black SUV with no plates. Inside it were 2 men, one in the driver's seat, one in the back. When they stepped out, I felt something I hadn't really expected. They looked normal. One looked like a teacher. The other looked like someone's dad. Fleece vest, quiet face, clipboard in hand. That made it worse. Follow, stay close, stay quiet, my brother said. He didn't look at me when he said it. They led us inside for a loading dock. The air was cold and stale, smelled like rotten rust. Way too quiet for my liking. We went down a concrete hallway, through a service door, into a room lit only by work lamps. In the middle was a steel container, waist high, rusted, vents on the side, welded seams. They opened it up. I will never forget the sound that came out. It wasn't loud. It was more like breathing but layered. like something trying to mimic exhaling and getting it wrong. It wasn't an animal, or if it was, it wasn't one I'd ever seen before. Limbs where they shouldn't be limbs, black, insect-like folds where skin should be. It didn't move like anything natural. I froze. My brother didn't. He stepped forward, pulled a device from his jacket, like a cattle prod, but heavier, touched it to the edge of the container. The thing inside hissed, but didn't attack, like it recognized the tool. One of the men spoke for the first time. 3 seconds of exposure, that's all we need. Document behavior, reaction time, response to third-party presence. He looked at me when he said it. That's when I understood. I was the third party. I was fucking bait. They wanted to see if it would react differently with me there, with a variable. I wanted to back out, say no and walk away, but something locked me in place. My brother didn't even look at me. He activated the prod. The thing inside screamed. It just sounded wrong, like it wasn't coming from its mouth, but somewhere deeper in its body. It reached for the edge of the container, fast, way too fast. The man next to me pressed something on his phone, and a current ran through the container walls. The thing collapsed, twitching. I looked at my brother, but he didn't flinch. He just nodded once and stepped back. 3 seconds, the man said. Controlled response, no breach. He scribbled something down. We left the room. The container was resealed. On the way out, they handed my brother a folder. Black, sealed, unmarked. He didn't open it until we were back in the car. Inside, one Polaroid. A photo of me, taken from across the street. My face blurred, timestamp in the corner. And a note. Conditionally cleared. Monitor proximity. Do not initiate until confirmation. He read it and said nothing. Just folded it back up and slipped it into the glove compartment. Who the hell are these people? I finally asked. He shook his head. You will know when they want you to, he said. That was 2 months ago now. I've been out with him a few times since then, but nothing as major as that. I'm not a sailor, but I did experience a unique phenomenon while at the beach. When I was in my 20s, I had gone to the beach with my boyfriend, and we ended up having a fight. It was late, and I walked to the beach to clear my head. I had no interest in actually going in the water. I actually do not like swimming at all, and will typically avoid the cold, unpredictable ocean water. Now, I have never been suicidal or engaged in any self-harm behaviors, but instantly, being near that water made me want to go into it. Not just in it though, I wanted to disappear in it. I don't know how to describe to you my thoughts, but I had to actively stop myself from impulsively going into the water. It was like it was calling to me, demanding I get in, like someone was communicating to me through my thoughts. I eventually left, but that feeling continued to bother me enough that I actually Googled this. To my surprise, many people have encountered this urge to go into the ocean. It's described as like a voice calling to you, a phenomenon referred to as the call of the void. L'appel du vide. I felt it on the top deck of a ferry, 3 a.m. on the Irish Sea. There is no rationale, you just get the urge to go. That gives me fucking chills. The morbid part of my mind goes to all those completely inexplicable suicides, where relatives and friends swear that the person had zero intention or reason or inclination to do what they did. Maybe they heard the call and, for whatever reason at that moment, didn't or couldn't resist. I used to live in a city with a ferry port. Thankfully, while not common, as often as maybe every 2 or 3 years, someone would go missing overboard on a night passage. Again, inexplicable. But reading what you say, I can't help but wonder. It's said that the call of the void is your mind playing out the worst case scenario as part of your flight, fight, freeze response. You are basically identifying what terrible options you may have and how awful it might be, which can sometimes put it on your radar as the thing you may do, although you don't. It's also common for folks with OCD or other similarly intrusive thought diagnoses. Some get it while driving. What if I decided to floor it and not use the brakes in traffic kind of thing? Wow. I've heard that Niagara Falls is also known to beckon people to jump into the waterfall. I've never been there, but I can just imagine, like a magnetic pull of all of that rushing water. So glad you didn't jump into the ocean that night. The sharks might have got you. I remember a distinct memory from my childhood that caused my ass to get beat. When my mom was dropping me off at school, I saw a motorized tricycle, and from the Philippines, and my immediate thought was, does it hurt? And without noticing what happened after that thought, my mom had pushed me out of the way because the tricycle was going to hit me. I ran in front and close to the tricycle real fast because I wanted to know what death felt like, and she tackled my ass so I didn't get hit. That's a core memory for me because something was just like, jump in front of it, and it is as if I wanted to do it, but I just did it. So of course I got my ass beat. I was about 5 then, and I'm turning 33 this year. I still think about that, and that is one of the cool memories of my childhood. I still find it chilling and eerie. This happened to my mom. I'm not the best writer, but I will try my best. Be my mom. Christmas 1992. Grandparents' house. In the basement. I wasn't born yet, but my older sister was born at the time. Yes, she had my older sister when she was 17. Her and her sister decided to prank her husband. He is in the bathroom upstairs. Decide to call him and scream through the phone. Call. He picks up. Scream through phone. Only hear moans of agony on the line. Hear same scream through the phone but louder. Call again. Hear a young girl in the background crying. Hang up immediately. Decide to go up and check on him. He is in the bathroom pulling up his pants, going to check on them. Ask if he heard anything. He says that he heard a little girl sobbing. The second time, he apparently heard what sounded like an old man threaten to assault everyone in the house. Names my older sister and says to leave our house if Dad sees a black Cadillac parked nearby to leave for the day. He thought it was my grandfather, mother's side at first, but the guy did not have the Irish accent. Tell family and everyone is freaked out. Uncle and grandfather watch the windows to see if anyone approaches the house. One guy shows up, but leaves after staring at my uncle for 2 minutes. The next day, receive another call. Same guy. I'm warning you. You better leave when you see my car, or your daughter will be dead. Another call. I hope you take my advice if you don't want your wife on a meat hook. For you and my mom's name's sake, leave before we come. Dad looks outside and sees a black Cadillac parked down the street. Gets the family dog, my mom, and my older sister into the car and speeds off. They get back after about 8 hours. House was set on fire. Windows broken. Fire department saved most of the first floor, but the second floor was gone. July 2000. After school counselor essayed my 2 older sisters. Phone call. It's the same guy. Guy names me and my older adopted sister. We'd moved at this point, and our phone number was obviously changed. He said, if you don't want your daughter assaulted again, then you will leave the city. Moved to father's birthplace, the town we currently live in. No calls happened again. No one has gotten a call from him since 2000, and thankfully, he has not bothered my fiancée and me. A few years back, maybe around 2018 in northern Canada, I used to like to explore abandoned buildings with some of my friends. We never did anything malicious or took anything. We just liked looking around and taking pictures. We had done this dozens of times, and even though it was often at night, we were rarely spooked by anything. Fast forward to us, deciding to explore an old abandoned military residence. It was mostly just apartment rooms, but there were also some recreational areas, like an indoor basketball court. While you were looking around this court, we decided to look in the change rooms/bathrooms. You never know where you might find a cool photo op. Anyway, we went in the women's one first, and there was nothing out of the ordinary, aside from one of the mirrors being broken. After this, we decided we might as well check out the men's room as well. As we began to approach the door to the men's room, it was at this moment when I got that gut feeling that was telling me that something was wrong. I hadn't felt even the slightest bit of concern up until this point, and now I was extremely on edge. I really didn't want to seem scared and spook the others, so I decided to ignore it for now. When I opened up the door, I was immediately hit by a foul smell, as you sometimes come across in these places. But something I wasn't expecting was the extreme humidity in the room, almost as if someone had just taken a shower. There were no showers in the women's room, and not even any running water, from what I could tell. As we got to the center of the room, it was at this moment the feeling that something was wrong started becoming overwhelming. So I turned to my friends and said with a slight voice crack, "Did you want to just go?" I could tell in this moment that they were feeling the same feeling as me, based on the looks on their faces. At that exact moment I finished saying that, an extremely large figure burst out from one of the stalls and started running towards us. I'm fairly tall, standing at about 6'4", but this thing was much taller than me. This figure was covered basically head to toe in garbage bags, to the point of where I'm not even sure how they were able to see, let alone run. It didn't seem to run as you'd expect a person running on two legs would look. It just kind of moved sporadically. We began sprinting out of the room, trying not to slip on the tile floor, due to the water from all the humidity. Thankfully, once outside the room, it was just a straight shot across the basketball court to the other side where there was an exit door. The entire time we were running, I could hear this figure giving chase right behind us, as all the garbage bags that they were wearing were making so much noise. Once outside, we immediately ran to our car and floated out of there. Not many words were spoken on the drive home, as I think we were having trouble coming to terms with what exactly we had just experienced. As crazy as this may sound, I was so bothered by what happened that I wanted to return to the building in hopes of maybe getting some closure for myself. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, there were now always one or two civilian cars parked near the building, with security inside, threatening us with arrest if we got any closer. We visited a few more times to see if we could find a time without the security, but they remained there until the building was ultimately demolished around 2 months after that event. I'm a cop now, and I have more creepy stories. I'll share one now. Get called to a burglary in progress. 12-year-old had called 911, saying someone broke in upstairs. Show up with one other unit and a K9. 12-year-old is outside. Says he saw a shadow in the upstairs window. Go in, guns drawn. Hear thuds coming from upstairs. Make ourselves known. Give K9 commands. K9 officer sends his dog in, but the dog does not pick up on anything. He's extremely confused because the dog should be going ballistic at this point. He recalls the dog. Myself and other officer go up. Clear the whole house. Nothing. We're all pretty confused. We even checked the attic and the crawl space and found nothing. Wait for the 12-year-old's parents to come home. They apparently moved in 2 weeks ago. Leave and look up house. 2 people died at the same time in same place due to overdosing. It was the room where we heard the thuds coming from, and where the kids saw the shadows. Yeah, that was a weird call. I know a couple of cops who've seen ghosts. One guy still won't go back to the old Navy base, abandoned for over 20 years now, near here, because he once saw and heard a soldier's ghost out there in one of the 19th century buildings. This was years after the base had been closed, and late at night, so they did not suspect an official visitor, and there are no formal caretakers, never were. Only a couple of areas where the Navy occasionally does some work, cleaning up PCBs and shit like that. They were supposed to have finished ages ago, but they had been dragging their feet forever. My friend and his partner both saw the figure of a figure backlighted in the window of an unoccupied old brick building. They were out patrolling because there were still residential neighborhoods on the decommissioned base with tenants and ordinary people living there. These areas are fairly close to whole spooky blocks of empty, slowly deteriorating buildings, but because there have long been rumors of haunted happenings, and because the old base is on an island, and thus isolated from the nearest town by water for a long time, the buildings remained unvandalized, and trespassers and graffiti, etc. were actually rare. So, the officers went closer and investigated, but found no doors or windows open at all, and the lights in the figure they'd seen from half a block or so away vanished. They'd heard sounds, as if the guy was talking to himself, but when they got closer, there was only silence. Maybe there was a subterranean entrance, but the water table is really high out there, so doubtful. My buddy said they examined every door and window, and the accumulated dust and crap was undisturbed. The padlocks on the door were rusty, and looked like nobody had opened them in years. The building stood off by itself in a field of gravel, which had once been a proper parking lot. There were no trees or smaller buildings from which you could have gotten onto or off even. Cop here again. I'll post another kind of long story. Working midnight shift. City is quiet. Decide to take a drive through a dilapidated cemetery / dealer hideout. See a person walk into a mausoleum. Think it's strange, because I didn't hear any doors move or close or anything, and the mausoleum had heavy rusted metal doors on it. Call out to dispatch that I will be going out with one in the cemetery. Get out of my cruiser, turn on my radio, and walk up to the mausoleum and look inside. It's a one-room mausoleum. Doesn't appear to be any place to hide. Attempt to open the door. It's locked. Suddenly get an overwhelming sense of dread. Beat feet back to the car. As soon as I get near my cruiser, I hear multiple units heading towards my location, and dispatch is screaming for me to respond over the radio. Apparently, my radio keyed up, but there was nothing but static coming from my end. I know I didn't press the transmit button on my radio, and I should have heard transmissions coming in, since I was still in open air, and not in closed spaces. I hadn't planned to go into the Catacombs. I was only in Paris for a job which was just a short contract. It was 2 weeks of back-end work for an architecture firm, digitizing old sewer plans. They gave me a room in a cheap hotel in the 13th, near the Place d'Italie. Most nights I just worked late and fell asleep with the TV on. The only reason I started looking into the tunnels at all was because the data I was transcribing did not match up. The blueprint showed corridors that didn't exist anymore, and others that were never supposed to be there. I kept seeing notations from the early 1900s, marked with clearance stamps that looked either faked or backdated. Some of the tunnels had measurements listed in pencil instead of ink, like someone had walked them by hand long after the original drawings were filed. One corner of the network, which was a dense cluster under the 14th, had no date at all, just a name I didn't recognize and a warning. Locked, 1977, internal use only. When I asked my contact at the firm about it, she brushed it off. She said the catacombs were full of incomplete records. People had been mapping and remapping them for centuries, and most of the time, it was easier to leave the bad data alone than risk reopening old spaces. Her answer didn't sit right with me. It wasn't just gaps, it was specific rooms and corridors removed deliberately. Whole branches wiped from updated maps. I spent 2 more days on the files. On the 3rd, I found a photo buried in an old digitized folder. It had no context and no title attached to it. It was just a square image of a limestone corridor that ended in a sealed archway. There was a number etched into the wall above it, 46C, and a red smear across the stone floor, like someone had tried to wipe up paint and gave up halfway. The resolution was bad, but I recognized one of the nearby markings from the plans I had been reviewing. That corridor was listed in the locked 1977 section. By the end of the week, I had a route traced out. It wasn't really all that hard. A lot of the unofficial maps are online if you know where to look. Urban explorers keep them updated. I posted on one of the forums, asking if anyone knew how to reach the southern access point marked in the 46C branch. One guy replied in broken English, said not to go that way. Said some people don't come back from it. No other explanation than that, really. I left at 2 a.m. on a Saturday. Took a cheap headlamp, backup flashlight, basic gear. I followed the edge of the 14th until I found a disused ventilation shaft near Rue de la Tombissoire. Someone had ripped the lock off years ago and never replaced it. The ladder was rusted but intact. Once I was in the ground, the city above stopped feeling real. I had expected the silence, but not the pressure. The air was dead. No movement, no current, just stillness, like the whole space had been sealed and forgotten. The walls were close, the floor uneven, and the deeper I went, the more the materials started to shift. A stone gave way to bone. I had seen photos, but being surrounded by actual human remains was different. Not dramatic, just uncomfortable. The kind of discomfort that grows slowly and never quite peaks. It's just there in the background constantly. I passed graffiti from the 80s, rusted cans, old candles melted into the floor. Eventually, the tourist areas faded out, and I started seeing markings I recognized from the blueprints, narrower halls, older stone. The headlamp caught small nails in the corner of the walls, some of them bent or rusted to the point of breaking. I followed a long corridor marked 43A on my map, then dropped into a lower passage through a broken floor tile. The drop wasn't far, maybe 5 feet in total, but the moment I landed, I noticed the temperature shift. It wasn't dramatic, just enough that I could see my breath if I exhaled slowly. The floor here was damper, more mold on the walls. The bones had stopped, replaced with a smoother kind of stone that I didn't really recognize. I kept going. The corridor curved gently, then widened into a chamber about the size of a two-car garage. The ceiling was low and sloped downward toward the back, and the far wall was covered in cement, unlike anything I had ever seen up to that point. It looked newer, like someone had come down here and sealed off whatever used to be on the other side. The same number from the photo, 46C, was scratched faintly into the surface. Not etched with tools, just gouged by something sharp and uneven, a piece of metal or stone maybe. There were no other markings, no graffiti, no signs of recent activity. But there were pieces of broken equipment in the corner. A tripod with no camera, a plastic case for a light meter, an old pair of gloves, stiff from age. I sat down on a flat stone near the center of the room and turned off my light for a minute to rest my eyes. The dark was absolute. No hum of the city above, no echoes, just a thick, silent vacuum. I turned the light back on after about 40 seconds and stood up to leave, but as I turned to retrace my steps, I noticed a second passage I hadn't seen when I came in. It was partially hidden behind a slab of crumbled stone. Narrower, rougher, angled downward in a sharp descent. It didn't match any of the corridors on the map I copied. There were no annotations at all, like it had been added after the plans were made, or had never been recorded in the first place. I didn't go down it right away. I stood there and watched for a long time, waiting to see if the air shifted or if I heard anything that told me it was unstable. Nothing happened. It was just a blank path with no explanation. Eventually, I took out a small chalk marker and drew a line across the entry, just in case I needed to find it again in the dark. Then I stepped inside. The floor dropped more steeply than expected, and I had to brace myself against the walls to keep from sliding. The stone changed again. Not as old, but darker. The headlamp started to flicker, just briefly. I smacked it once, and the light steadied. I kept going. This passage ended in a small chamber that felt colder than the tunnel. The air had a damp metallic smell, like rusted pipes left to rot. I switched off the headlamp to see if there was any natural light, but the darkness was complete. The walls were covered with patches of peeling paint, which looked oddly recent, as if someone had tried to hide whatever was beneath. In one corner, I spotted an old wooden crate, half buried in dust and dirt. It was cracked and rotted, but I managed to pry it open with a crowbar that I always carried with me. There were maybe a dozen pages in the crate, most of them damp or brittle, mostly maps, cross-sections, ventilation charts. A few had scrawled annotations I couldn't really make sense of, which were just numbers, symbols, and a couple of phrases in French. One stuck out. La confrérie, accès réservé, pour dossier G23. No context, no explanation. One diagram had red ink crossing out several corridors, and a hand-drawn box labeled Zone Protégée. Another note just read, Essai suspendu après incident, due 12th of the 3rd, 1977. I didn't know what any of it meant, but something about the handwriting made me think it wasn't official. It looked rushed and personal, like someone was documenting things for themselves on the fly, and not for a file. The notes were vague, probably intentionally, but I got the sense that whoever wrote them had access to parts of the catacombs off limits to the public and most workers. It was strange, though, to find something like this here. It looked like someone was making notes and tracking something down here and just, I don't know, hid them for later but never came back. I pocketed the papers, knowing they might be worthless or dangerous if discovered. The place felt wrong, like I was trespassing on something that should have stayed buried. I moved deeper into the chamber. There was a trap door set into the floor, hidden beneath a layer of dirt. The hinges were rusted, but it wasn't locked. I hesitated, thinking about the warnings I'd heard. Then, curiosity outweighed caution, and I lifted it. The wooden steps below were narrow and creaked under my weight. They spiraled down into the dark like a well shaft. The air grew colder and wetter as I descended. I turned on the headlamp, which flickered again, but held steady. At the bottom, the tunnel opened into a low-ceilinged hall, colder than before. The dust on the floor was undisturbed, except for a trail of deep, single-soled footprints leading away from the stairs. They weren't old. The edges were sharp, the weight uneven, as if the person limped or dragged one leg almost. I also found a flashlight that was shattered, completely dead when I tried it, and it looked dusty as hell too. I followed them, cautiously. Metal doors lined the passage, 8 or 9 of them, each one heavy and sealed with multiple rusted bolts. Most had no markings, just discoloration and the occasional streak of something dark that had dried into the stone. The last door was cracked open, light flickered beyond it. I inched forward and peered inside. It was a room maybe the size of a shipping container, lit by a bare industrial lamp, hanging from a bent metal hook. The light swung slowly, casting long shadows across rows of shelves packed with glass jars. The jars held things. Some were clearly organic. Preserved limbs, small and malformed, curled like dried fruit, probably animal limbs. One jar contained a mouth, just the mouth, gums wide, lips retracted, every tooth visible and gray. Others held slick pale shapes that might have once been internal, I don't know. One shelf was filled entirely with eyes, different sizes, some split open. I don't even know what they were from. In the center of the room was a metal table, and on it, something splayed open. I could not tell what it had been. Pieces of cloth were soaked through and discarded into a rust-streaked basin beside it. Thick cable snaked from the table into a car battery, rigged with exposed wiring and old medical clamps. There were 2 figures. They hadn't noticed me yet. Both wore rubber aprons and face masks made from what looked like repurposed welder's gear. The gloves were elbow length and discolored. One of them was hunched over the table, working a small rotary saw through something soft that resisted with a sickening sound. The other stood beside a tray of tools, sorting through them silently, picking each of them up and setting them down again once he was done. Some part of that thing on the table moved. It wasn't a twitch, it recoiled. I stepped back instinctively, but when I did, my boot scraped the stone. Both figures froze. The one at the tray turned first, slowly. He wasn't even startled. The other followed, lifting its headlamp to face me. The mask had no eyes, just slits, the outline of a mouth behind mesh. The one by the table took a single step forward. In one gloved hand they still held the saw. In the other, something wet that dangled loosely from between their fingers. I didn't wait, I just spun and ran. The corridor behind me had changed, or I had lost my bearings. The footprints were gone. My chalk mark was gone. The dust had been disturbed behind me, multiple tracks now, not just mine. Footsteps echoed behind me. I turned a corner and nearly slipped, the beam of my headlamp catching metal embedded in the wall. Hooks, old ones that were bent and rusted, and spaced like something had been hung along the corridor. I hit the stairs too hard, half tripping. Something clanged behind me. A tool dropped or thrown. I didn't look back. Up the spiral I went, 3 steps at a time, lungs burning, ears straining to listen out. The air grew warmer, the walls turned to stone again, the smell of rust faded. I didn't stop until I reached the chamber that I had first found. The one with the sealed wall and the number etched into cement. I killed the headlamp and stood in darkness. I listened and waited for anything. Nothing followed. No more footsteps. But I didn't move for a long time. Not until the cold sweat dried under my clothes, and I was sure that the sound I'd heard behind me had stopped for good, that they weren't following me. When I made it back above ground, my knees gave out just outside the shaft. I lay on the pavement under a hazy early morning sky, listening to cars in the distance like they belonged to another world. Outside, the catacombs felt different, somehow less oppressive. The air had more movement, and I could hear distant water dripping and the faint hum of the city above. I marked the location on my map, though I knew no one would believe this part even existed. When I finally got back to my hotel room, I locked the door, sat down, and stared at the papers I had found. The Brotherhood, protected zones, sealed experiments, it all added up to something real and dangerous hidden beneath Paris, far from the tourist trails and the official records. But what and why? Was it just those 2 guys? Or are there more people? I don't fucking know. I don't have the answers. I don't think I ever will have the fucking answers. I only know one thing for sure. I was already in way deeper than I should be. I should have just stuck to my fucking job and not gotten curious. Whatever was down there, I don't want to mess with it any further after what I witnessed. I'll never go back there. I met this guy through an expat forum that barely exists anymore. I needed his help, and he was a guide offering services at a cost. There were no public posts and no usernames. Everything moved to encrypted emails once you showed serious interest. I guess because what we were doing is technically illegal, but it seemed like quite a big fuss over nothing. It's not like the police were going to run into the catacombs after us and arrest us or bust down the door at both of our homes. It took 3 months of back and forth just to get him to agree to meet in person. We met in a bar near Menilmontant. He ordered his drink in perfect French, but talked to me in English the rest of the time. He was mid-50s and wore a grey coat that had not been washed in years. His fingernails were black at the edges. Called himself Mark. He said if I was just trying to get spooky tourist photos for TikTok, I should leave now. I told him I was writing about forgotten spaces like liminal zones, architectural neglect, hidden histories. That was technically true. I just didn't say the part about what I was really looking for. He lit a cigarette and said, "You will regret this." For the amount of money I was paying him to guide me through this fucking place, I should hope I don't regret it. I could have gone in by myself, but the chances of ending up lost and dying of starvation were way too high for my liking. 3 nights later, we met near an old storm drain access behind a closed petrol station just outside the Boulevard Périphérique. He cracked it open with a rustic key that had no business still working. The tunnel was dry at first, dead quiet with no echo, the kind of silence that feels like pressure on the sides of your head. After 20 minutes of walking, the walls changed to rough limestone, some sections with support beams that looked like they'd been eaten by termites. The flashlight beam bounced over graffiti tags, chalk arrows, and the occasional candle stub melted into a corner. Mark didn't speak much. He just kept checking a paper map he laminated and folded into a plastic sleeve. Said GPS was useless down here. I asked how far we were going. He said that depended on me. Eventually, we hit one of the known ossuary areas, but not the tourist route. This was part of the network that had been sealed off decades ago. It was like stepping into a different era. Bones weren't just piled here, they'd been arranged, decorative, ritualistic. Someone had taken the time to make order out of death. I stepped carefully over what looked like a femur that had been snapped in half. No dust on it, no wear. Mark finally spoke. Some of these chambers go 20 levels down. Most only get mapped to 3. I asked if he believed in the stories about down here, about the societies, the meetings. He didn't answer, just kept walking. We passed what looked like an old maintenance door, warped and fused shut by rust and limestone expansion. There were faint scratches on the floor near the base, like it had been dragged open and slammed shut too many times. The kind of detail you notice without meaning to. I didn't ask. An hour in, we turned off the main tunnel into a side corridor that I never would have seen without someone showing it to me. No markers, no arrows, just a jagged break in the wall that led to a stairwell choked in sediment and bone dust. Everything got narrower from there. The air was thicker and harder to breathe. At one point, we had to crawl for a good 5 minutes under what felt like a collapsed ceiling. That's when things changed. There was a space on the other side that did not match the rest. No bones, no graffiti, no trash. The walls had been smoothed not by erosion, but deliberately. Same stone, different texture. Someone had scraped or sanded it down, floor to ceiling. It felt clean in a way that didn't belong, like it had been prepared. Mark stopped and lit a candle from his pack. Didn't speak, just stood there, looking at the walls. I noticed he had not checked the map for a while. I asked where we were. He said, somewhere we shouldn't be. There was an opening at the far end of the chamber, like a hatch cut directly into the stone, which was square, recessed, and framed by a material I could not identify. Black and metal maybe, but dull, absorbed light instead of reflecting it. I didn't want to touch it, and I didn't want to look at it for too long. Mark walked toward it slowly, like he was testing the flow of each step. He kneeled and pressed his ear to the surface, stayed like that for almost a minute. Then he turned and said, "Do you hear that?" I didn't. He looked disappointed, said we were done for the night, and started walking back the way we came. No explanation, no debrief. We didn't speak on the way back up. When we got back to the surface, I asked when we could go again. He said he would let me know. He never did. 2 weeks passed. I got antsy. I went back alone. Getting down was not the hard part. I had mapped our path carefully, left discrete marks, but down in that space, the smooth chamber, something had changed. The hatch was still there, still cold to the touch, still wrong, but there were signs that someone else had been there. A burned down candle, which wasn't mine, a cigarette butt in the corner, and near the hatch, a smear on the floor. Not quite blood. It was too dark and dry to be that. I sat in that chamber for over an hour, no sound or movement at all. There was a pressure in the air though, like standing beneath a bridge when a freight train rumbles overhead. Before I left, I set up a trail camera near the hatch, hidden behind a crevice, battery set for 48 hours, infrared, no flash. I retrieved it 3 days later. It had 217 photos taken. Most were just static shots of the chamber, but in one, the hatch was open. Not fully, just a sliver, enough to show a black void behind it, and a shape, not human or animal by my reckoning. It had all the wrong proportions, too much shadow where there shouldn't be any, like the lens couldn't focus on it properly. The next frame, the hatch was closed again. Nothing else moved, nothing else changed. I didn't post the photo. I deleted it after staring at it for hours. Not because I was scared of people seeing it. I was scared of keeping it. I already know I'm gonna have a barrage of LARP comments coming my way, but it's the fucking truth. This was years ago now, and it wasn't something I was ever intent on sharing. I was never ever going to tell the story. I could easily Photoshop some BS to fool you idiots, but I am telling you straight up. I stopped sleeping well after that. Then Mark came up in a news alert, but not by name. I knew it was him though. There was an unidentified body found in a disused sewer tunnel east of Montreuil. There was no ID and no known address. Dental records were inconclusive. They posted a photo. Not a crime scene shot, just a face. He was fucked up. Like someone tried to reconstruct his face from scratch, but forgot what he looked like. It had to be censored, it was so bad. But it was all they had of him. I fucking knew it was him though. It had to be. It was no coincidence that we were just down there and this happens, and then he doesn't text me back for like 2 weeks. I never went back. But I keep thinking about the hatch. I keep thinking about poor Mark and his family. They will never know what happened to him or have peace because I'm too much of a fucking coward. Used to work the night shift in a hotel. Honestly, the sweetest job I ever had. I would steal food and drinks from the gift shop and just play emulators on my laptop literally all night. I did this for 3 years. I lived in rural, mountainous Canada. Around Christmas one night, I hear some serious stomping up on the roof. That's weird. There is only one way up there. Keep hearing it, hearing the snow crunch around feet. As soon as I take notice of it, it stops. Huh. Ignore it for an hour or so. Finally decide to check it out. Go up to the 3rd floor, the only place to get access to the roof. Unlock door, head out. Look around. No footprints, and it's fresh fluffy powder. You would notice even bird footprints on that shit. Getting really creeped out. I go back to my desk. On the desk is an older checkout slip. We stopped using those about 4 years ago. Just some dude's name. Didn't take any notice. Checking out of room 216. Night passes uneventfully. Video-related mode. I was playing Stalker. Manager shows up in the morning to relieve me. Hey Nan, guess what? Today is the 20th anniversary of the only suicide ever in the hotel. Go cold. What? Yeah, some guy blew his brains out in room 216. I will start. Be me, 12-year-old Coomer, attending Catholic school with a playground that had lots of trees, like a little forest. I get detention one day, and 2 of my friends stay with me to rake leaves in the forest. It is now 6-ish p.m., and we're almost done, so we start playing around, throwing pebbles at each other. I see one of my friends hiding behind a tree, and grab a fistful of gunk to shove it down his pants. As I approach him, I hear my 2 friends call out to me, and I am weirded out, because the only people left are at school are a couple of teachers and the basketball team. I turn around and start hearing leaves rustling behind me, and I make a run for it. Spot my two friends and yell for help. One starts running away, and the other looks like he's gonna shit his pants. I don't look back and just keep running, eventually catching up to him and pull him by the arm to come with me. Other kid starts yelling for help. Basketball team and gym teacher run over to me, and I black out from fear and exhaustion. Wake up in the arms of some teacher, and I get laid down in the infirmary bed. My head is still throbbing, and I ask for water, but the teacher leaves me there alone and gets the fuck back outside. Mom and Dad come pick me up, and Dad stays in school while my mother drives me back home. Monday comes, and everyone is talking about what happened. Shitpants kid did not come to school. I asked around, and another friend told me he was sick. Got called to the mother principal's office along with the kid who ran away. My mom and his dad are there too. The nun starts apologizing to both of our parents and almost begs them not to sue. I'm in the dark up to that point because my parents had asked me what happened over the weekend and wouldn't answer my questions, just comfort me and let me sleep in their bed. The guy goes on a rant about how he pays good money for his son to go there and blah blah blah. Mom and I are asked to step outside for a moment, and then we go back in. The nun says she's going to ask us what happened. I tell her my version. She turns to the other kid and asks if he'd like to share. Kid is visibly shaken up, but starts talking. He says I got separated from the two other boys, and that they hear me scream, and as I made my way up the little hill, he saw a face staring back at them, popping up behind a tree. He says he then saw the thing start coming up behind the tree, and he started to run. Says it looked all black, except the face. Could have been the lighting. Nun asks him to draw the face, and the kid draws some Picasso bullshit of a thing, with big lips and narrow eyes. Mother what's-her-name says that will be all for today, and that we can return to our classroom. Mom kisses me goodbye, and asks me to eat lunch inside instead of playing outside. I play outside anyway. Forest has people cutting down trees, and a yellow tape around it. Stay near the basketball court eating lunch with the other kids, and a shit ton of kids who wanted to hear their story, and they ask dumb shit like, was it Slender Man? We both exaggerate our stories, and they are amazed. Couple of days go by. It's now Thursday, and Shitpants shows up. He looks okay. I go up to him, and ask why he did not come to school. Says he is changing schools, probably because he made a scene at home. Ask him what happened after I fainted. Says he kept staring at the forest, and describes the same monster that my other friend drew. Says the thing just kept staring back at him, even when people came to take us away. Asked gym teacher what happened that day, and he says he didn't see anything at the forest, but since both my friends' stories matched up, describing the thing, the mother principal got really upset, and is having the trees gone for good. I get sad because I really like the woods. I like to climb the trees. Things return to normal. Kid's dad didn't sue. My parents take me out of there, and they let me attend a regular school. Never know what happened. Mom brushes it off as kids being kids. I am now 22, and found out that my dad was really into the occult, and we have similar interests because I've been reading/practicing since I was 20 years old. He says it's the weirdest shit he's ever seen because we could not have been lying since the kids saw the exact same thing. Says he thinks it could have been an egregore that we materialized with our collective mischief, but that the mother was convinced it was a demon, and that's why she had the forest fucked over. I shouldn't be reading this stuff. I just moved to a very rural area with nothing but dense forest and cattle fields. I go to work early in the morning, and one time snow was forecast, so I parked my car about 3 miles away from my house so that I could walk to it in the morning so I wouldn't have to call in for work. It was about 5 a.m. when I started walking, and that shit was terrifying. I felt like shining eyes were surrounding me due to snow glinting off my maglite. I felt defenseless, even with my big hunting knife. There were fresh animal tracks in the snow that didn't look like anything I'd ever seen before. Some were obviously cat and dog tracks, but there were some that looked indescribably bizarre. I kept hearing twigs snapping around me. I wanted to run, but I couldn't, because the ice under the snow kept making me fall on my ass. I will just call in next time it snows that much. Fuck all that. Well, I'm renting an old farmhouse situated on a cattle farm in southern KY. I'm a fairly skeptical person in terms of the paranormal. However, I am open-minded. I tend to dismiss a lot of odd things that happen in this house, like loud banging coming from the kitchen at night, and sometimes it sounds like men are talking in the next room, even in the daytime. I don't have any neighbors, so that sort of thing weirds me out. At sundown, I often hear what can only be described as a choir of animal noises from every direction. Crows cawing, coyotes yipping, dogs barking, other noises I can't place. It's disconcerting when you're outside in the midst of it all. Well, now that I'm thinking back about being outside at sundown, there was this one thing I pushed back inside my mind to forget. I was out burning paper trash after dark. The burn pile is under the only floodlight in the yard, so it's a bit difficult to see out past the light, but on a full moon, you can see decently. I was just having a smoke and poking the fire when I heard something walking around in the field by me. I strained to look out, but could not see much. But as my eyes adjusted to the dark, I saw a black mass sitting in the field. It looked pretty large, and I could see some flickering from the fire reflecting on its eyes, white in color. I decided that my eyes were playing tricks on me, so I continued to poke at the fire until it died down. I looked back after a while, and it was gone. I have no idea what it was. I dismissed it once again and went inside. I'm just going to try to explain what happened without violating anything that could bring people to my door. No real names, no real unit info. Just the facts as I live them. About 6 months ago, I was pulled from a NATO RRC rotation in Norway. Middle of nowhere, nothing out of the ordinary. Regular drills, snow, boredom, you get the picture. One morning, I get pulled aside. No warning, no briefing. Just a guy with 2 straps above my CR saying, "You're being reassigned. Temporary." Temporary my ass. They moved me fast. Helicopter to Orland Air Base, alone. No other soldiers, no gear. Just me in the uniform I was wearing. At Orland, I got handed a single duffel bag. The contents were already packed for me. I got a new ID card and a different rank insignia too. It was Russian. No one explained a thing, and everyone avoided eye contact. I was told I'd be flying into Russian airspace under something called the NATO-Russian Coalition, which didn't make a damn lick of sense. The war in Ukraine is still very much active, and we don't exactly have the best relations with the Russians right now. Tensions were high. A fucking coalition. If that were real, it would be the front page of every paper in the world. But when I said that, the guy looked at me and said, "Some alliances are deeper than press releases." The plane from Orland to the Urals was big. It was a cargo jet, mostly empty. We had 2 pilots, one crate bolted to the floor, and me. The crate had Russian military stamps all over it. I don't speak the language fluently, but know a little bit here and there. I recognized the Cyrillic and saw this in stencil on the box. Later, I would learn that it means casualties permitted. I didn't sleep the whole flight. I kept thinking, am I a prisoner? Am I being traded? But no one cuffed me, no one pointed a gun. They fed me, they were polite, but no one would say, why? I had been reassigned before, but never in this manner, and never with this level of security. When we landed, it was snowing. There were thick, silent flakes coming down and settling onto the ground. We touched down on what looked like a private strip. There was no tower or hangars, just a half-buried concrete facility, and 2 guys in grey uniforms with no patches, waiting in a snowcat. They never said a word for me. They just motioned for me to come over. We drove for hours, straight into the mountains. By the time we stopped, it was dark, and the wind had picked up. We arrived at what I can only describe as an outpost. Definitely not sophisticated enough to be considered a base. There were 6 prefab structures clustered into a circle. There was one central tower with some comms gear on top. The lights were dim, and power was intermittent. There were people there already. Some wore NATO colors. Others wore Russian. Some had no insignia at all. No one talked very much. Everyone looked tired and jumpy. I was shown to a bunk in what they called Block C. Inside were 2 others. One was an American like me. They were older, maybe late 40s, and had no rank displayed. The other was French and very quiet. always reading when I tried to talk to them. The American gave me a nod and said, "First time?" I said, "Yeah." He smiled. "Keep it that way." Over the next few days, I tried to figure out what we were doing here. No one gave any direct fucking orders. To go from rigid structure and clear guidelines on what was expected of me really fucked me up. Every day there would be a typed slip on the mess table with assignments. Patrol X, Repair Y, Inventory Z. The American, who I started calling North, since he had that kind of stereotypical American accent that comes from up north, told me not to ask questions. He said the less I knew, the longer I would be allowed to leave. He said allowed and not able. The weirdness crept in slowly. There was no phone service, no internet at all, which wasn't a massive surprise. But there were no outbound comms either. They had radio gear, but it only dialed to a few pre-programmed stations. Everyone kept logs by hand. Supplies came by helicopter once every 2 weeks. It was someone dropped off by NATO birds, and sometimes by Russian ones. One time, a Chinese chopper dropped off a container and left. No one mentioned it. That was certainly something new to me. We were told not to go beyond the perimeter. There were old trail markers in the snow, about 300 meters out from the outpost. Rusted poles with red cloth tied around the tops. Beyond that, according to North, was null zone. No patrols, no maps. At night, sometimes the wind carried strange noises, metallic pops, sometimes whistling or a sound like chains being dropped. One night, I swear I heard a woman laughing out in the trees, maybe 200 meters out. No lights, just laughter and then nothing. A few nights later, we heard a flare go up. Not ours. It was a red one. North and the French guy both froze. North stood up slow, walking to the weapons locker, and grabbed his sidearm. French guy just muttered, "Pas encore," or something like that. We weren't on duty, and no alarms went off to signal for us to do anything. But everyone at the outpost was awake in 10 minutes. Armed, quiet. No panic, but just grim silence. That night, we didn't sleep. No one did. The next morning, 3 bunks were empty. Just empty. No one talked about it. There was no roll call and no discussion. I asked North, "What happened to the others?" He just stared at me and said, "Next time you see a red flare, don't wait around." Then he walked away. I started keeping notes, not to publish or expose anything, but just so I wouldn't forget. Something about this place, it dulls your sense of time. Days blend together. The snow never stops. You eat, you patrol, you sleep, barely, and you stop asking questions because no one gives any answers, and there's no way to verify anything anyway. But that flare, it wasn't the last one, and the last one I saw was not red, it was green. And that is when things started getting really fucked up. You ever hear a sound so wrong that your brain doesn't register it at first, like a fire alarm going off in the middle of the woods? That is what the green flare felt like. We saw it just after 0300. It punched straight up into the sky, maybe a kilometer out, over the ridgeline east of the outpost. It was the only color that we were told nothing about. No one had ever said what green meant. We all just stood there watching it hang, that surreal emerald glow strobing across the snow. Then North, still half asleep and pulling on his boots, just muttered, "It started again." He didn't explain, he never did, but that night, something shifted, something snapped. The French guy was gone by morning. No one said goodbye. No one even asked. His bunk was made, boots gone, rifle left behind. I went to North and asked if he'd seen him. He didn't even look up from cleaning his pistol. He was too curious, he said. He didn't follow the rules. That was the first time I asked, "What rules?" North glanced up. He looked really tired. It was almost a pitying kind of look. You follow your assignment. You don't deviate. You don't go out alone. You don't ask questions. And if you see a green flare, you keep your fucking head down until someone tells you otherwise. I remember writing that line in my log. I underlined it twice. That notebook is long gone now. Never got a chance to bring it back with me, but the words are burned in. The next week after that was a blur, if it really was just a week. Like I said, time blended weirdly there, and it was hard to keep track. Assignments got weird. No more basic patrols or inventory. The slips now came folded and sealed. They were now typed in bad English and even worse Russian, from what little I knew anyway. One said, "Observe Echo Ridge, no contact, record only." Another said, "Remain inside after dusk, lights off, no fire." It's hard to recall all of the instructions specifically, so I'm just rattling off close to what I can recall. It's not all exact. That was the day we lost 2 more. A pair from the Russian side this time. They were gig guys who didn't talk too much. I'd seen one of them beat a radio into working with a wrench. Both were found just outside the perimeter. One had no face left. It was just fucking gone. I don't know how else to really put it. It wasn't torn off or melted or anything. It was just smooth skin from the nose up, like it was never there. I swear to God, that is what I saw, and I have no idea how to explain it to you without you thinking I'm a nutjob. The other. It looked like he had clawed out his own throat. I can't be sure he did it, but that was all the explanation we had. I have no idea what could drive a person to do that. To be able to undergo that amount of pain and trauma, and to be able to keep going with it. Those 2 visuals keep me awake most nights. North didn't even flinch when we zipped the bags. He just said, "Game's heating up. They're moving fast this round." I cornered him that night, and I made him finally tell me something. Staying in the dark like that was driving me insane. This is the gist of what he said to me. The outpost wasn't built by NATO. It wasn't Russian either. It was a hand-me-down, apparently a relic from some Cold War experiment no one admits happened, but I've obviously never been able to verify anything like this. Both sides found it abandoned back in 2004, after some kind of incident, but instead of raising it, they struck a deal. It was hush-hush and off the books. Since then, they've been using it as a kind of testing ground. Testing what? He either didn't know or wouldn't say, but I would wager he was just as in the dark as me. But what he did know is that people were rotated through in short cycles. No one stayed more than 6 weeks, except for North. He said he opted in. I didn't ask what that meant. He said the green flare meant escalation, that the perimeter was no longer safe. They like games, he said. Sometimes it's hunting, sometimes it's infiltration. We are test subjects. This whole thing has been running longer than you or I have even been alive. I asked who they were. He said, "You will know when you hear the knock." And he wasn't wrong. 3 nights later, there was a knock on the door of Block C. It was actually gentle, rhythmic almost, like someone tapping out a tune. No one moved. I had my sidearm under my pillow. North sat up, silent. We both waited. Then the knock came again, a little louder this time. Tap, tap, pause. Tap, tap, tap. North got up and quietly moved to the door. I whispered, "What are you doing?" He just raised a finger to his lips and mouthed, "Not for me." I didn't understand. Not until he opened the door. There was nobody there. Just snow and night. And something was on the ground. A radio handset. Old school. No markings. It started hissing. North picked it up and walked back in. The door stayed wide open. The hiss shifted to a voice. It was male, calm, heavily accented, but I couldn't quite pinpoint where the accent was from. Subject 6, confirm survival, observe final phase. Then static. North put the radio down and sat on the floor. He looked exhausted. "You were chosen," he said. "No backing out now." I didn't sleep after that. The next morning, the rest of the outpost was gone, literally gone. Buildings were flattened, gear was missing, no signs of struggle, no footprints. Just my block and the tower were all that was left. I ran to the tower. No one was up there. Then I ran to the mess. Empty. North didn't seem surprised. He sat in the snow, staring out at the tree line. "This is the part where you decide," he said. "Decide what?" He looked at me with cold eyes. Whether you go looking or survive. I stayed. I didn't move for hours, just watched the ridgeline. I waited for another flare, for a sound, for anything. Eventually, a helicopter came. It had no markings, just like the one that had brought me. Looked like it could be an Mi-26, but honestly, I was too drained to even take proper notice. The pilot didn't speak. He just nodded and I climbed in. We flew low, never higher than the peaks. We didn't stop until we hit the Finnish border. When I was dropped off, my papers were different, my gear was replaced. I was debriefed by a pair of suits who never gave me any names. They told me I had been part of a joint training exercise that ended early due to weather. They showed me photos of places I'd never been and told me to sign forms saying I had. They told me I'd had mild amnesia due to exposure. They told me to forget about Block C. I did not argue. That was about a year ago now. I got out, sure, but it didn't really feel like freedom. Especially not when I had to make extra reports and was constantly assigned extra duties, which led to me being pulled aside and spoken to. It didn't feel like freedom when I had extra eyes on me at all times, even now. It's not as intense as at first, but fuck, it sure ain't fun. I'm not really sure what else is in store for me, but I just hope it isn't anything crazy, and I can get home safe, and maybe eventually leave the military. I'd prefer just to stay with my current unit, but who knows what the future holds. Any ideas what the fuck kind of shit I was involved in next? I know some military anons lurk here from time to time. Get security contract to assist rangers in a deep forest. Shift is 6 p.m. to 5 a.m. Pay is shit, but no interaction with normies, so it doesn't bother me. Get to drive a company car, and essentially get the whole forest to myself. Camping was forbidden at this forest. Job said to just report if you see any suspicious persons on site. Cameras are positioned at some parts of the forest, but would not be able to see any trespassers until notified by surveillance. Don't question it, and drive in circles for a few hours. No phone reception, so can't shitpost on 4chan. Was pissing it down by 8 p.m, so visibility was essentially down to about 5 meters. Middle of summer, so it was a heavy jungle-type rain that caused a lot of mist. About 2 a.m, mist rolling in like a motherfucker and can't see shit. For some reason, I don't seem to give a fuck about it and just keep driving. Start to see shiny eyes dotted on the sides of the road. Would catch the headlight of my car, but looked really low to the ground. Pull over because I want to see what the fuck it is. Starts to move in the middle of the road. Holy fuck. Start to realize I'm a fucking idiot, and my car is a lot further away than I realized. Doesn't move from the middle of the road. Run back to my car and lock the doors. Still there. Still happening. I put on my high beam lights and slowly roll forward towards the eyes. Looks like a small goblin-sized creature. Realize it's actually a fucking huge owl with its head crooked and turned towards me. Nope. Drive around it and haul ass. See more pairs of eyes on the road as I drive past. Crying in my car. Get to the entrance of the forest and calm myself down. Rest of the shift was okay. I've had multiple conversations with a retired attorney regarding an unusual case that he worked. With his permission, I'm sharing the details of the case, although he's asked me not to reveal his name for obvious reasons, so I will just refer to him as Michael. Michael has actually given me permission to mention that at the time of this incident, he had a private practice with several offices in Baltimore/Washington, D.C. metro area. He also provided pro bono legal services for the state of Maryland, mainly representing clients with mental disabilities. Below is a statement that I took from him. Michael's statement. In June 1992, I was assigned a pro bono case/client who was being housed by court order in one of the state hospitals located in the metro Baltimore area. I interviewed the client at the state hospital facility. I informed him that he was facing a weapon possession charge. A vintage Marlin Derringer handgun and ammunition were found in his pants pocket, and other local vagrancy violations. The client told me that he went by the name Morris Winthrop. He stated that he was from New Jersey, and lived most of his life in New York City. The file showed that there was no record of him residing in the state of Maryland. When arrested, Morris wore a high-collar white shirt and a brown frock coat and pants. I examined the clothes. Later, I would discover that these were very similar to Victorian-era men's clothing from the 1870s to 1880s. He also possessed a silver metal case, similar to a cigarette case. Inside the case was a square piece of black-colored material that resembled hard plastic. He was allowed to retain this object while at the facility. Morris looked to be in his early 30s, though there was no hair or stubble on his face, just thin eyebrows. He had wispy blonde hair and a very pale complexion. The eyes were very deep blue, almost violet in color. During the interview, he would look directly at me and smile. He answered very few questions other than his name, that he was living in New York City, and that he didn't know how he arrived in Baltimore. The physician at the hospital stated that he may be suffering from shock, and that there may be some memory loss too. I did not get that impression while in Morris's presence. It seemed to me that he knew exactly what was transpiring. To this day, I still do not know why I felt that way. At the end of the interview, I told him that he was being held at the facility under court order and that I would be seeking a hearing date. Morris's reply to me was, "Thank you for your service. I will contact you, I promise." The next day, I was contacted by the Baltimore County State Attorney's Office and informed that my services were no longer needed in this case. No further information was provided. I contacted the physician who was treating Morris. He stated that Morris was no longer at the facility. I asked where he was taken and was told that I would need to contact the state attorney's office. For almost 2 years, no official information was available in regards to Morris. Then, in 1994, I was approached by an attendant who had worked at the state hospital during Morris's brief stay. I was told that Morris had suddenly disappeared from the ward after his light meal. There was a thorough search conducted without results. Morris's clothes were retained by the state attorney's office. All other items, including the silver metal case, were missing. I have never found out where the weapon was stored, though I assume it is at the state police headquarters. At the time, I conducted a private search for Morris Winthrop. I hired a private investigator who found very little information other than that a single 32-year-old man named Morris Winthrop had resided in New York City in 1877 until he went missing without a trace. All his property in Manhattan had been left behind. The police found no evidence of foul play. After 19 years, I have never found another reference to Morris Winthrop. This has become a bit of an obsession for me. I have hired other private investigators over the years, but nothing has ever been found. I would have preferred more information, but Michael is quite wary of how others would interpret his investigation into Morris's identity and deposition. He asked me not to conduct a private inquiry. It seems his long-term investigation has ruffled the feathers of a few local and state officials over the years. I asked Michael what he thought of time travel as a possible explanation. He responded by musing, "If Morris was a time traveler, I wonder if he'll contact me as promised." At the time, I was 14 years old. Parents are super religious. They sent me to a Bible camp for a week. Honestly, pretty based. It's at a really nice cabin in the woods with other cabins located nearby. One had a really cool rec room. Lots of Christian cuties too, including one curly-haired chick who was crushing on me pretty hard. Feels good, man. Anyway, I like to get up really early and walk through the woods. Occasionally run into horny teens, cack. Last morning there, get up extra early and head to a nearby lake. They had fishing rods on site that they let us borrow. Fishing. 30 minutes later, it starts getting light out. I spot movement across the lake. Something moving through the trees really fucking fast. Can't make out the shape at first, but it's gotta be tall. Treetops are shaking as it moves. It's coming around the lake towards me. Nope. Reel in my line and fuck off back to the cabin. Hear the trees rustling loudly the whole time. Then the rustling stops. Glance back. The thing, whatever it is out in the open now, and I get a good look at it in the morning sun. All black, featureless, very slim and tall, over 9 feet easily. It is standing on the trail behind me, not pursuing. It starts to shake really fast, then I hear a loud whistling, almost like when a bomb drops in a cartoon. Nearly trip and eat shit because I'm staring back at this thing. Run the rest of the way back. One of the camp staff members see me. "What's wrong?" I tell him what I saw. He just nods. "I believe you, Anon, but I don't think you should tell anyone about it. I doubt anyone else will believe you. It's your last day here. Just try to enjoy it." I take his advice and keep my mouth shut. Make out with curly hair at a huge bonfire later that night. Hear the same whistling as before coming from the trees. Don't care. My boner's in charge. Didn't ever see it again. First time telling my story since it happened 13 years ago. My dad doesn't really want to speak to me much about it, but I am just going to tell it how I remember it. When I was 13 years old, me and my father enjoyed driving on the gravel roads in the woods. Next to it was a small lake, but mostly wooden area, located in Jacksonville, Arkansas. When my dad would stop his truck, I would sometimes just go in the woods. Not too far from him, but just a good distance that I won't lose sight of him. Until that day, when I saw the black luggage in the woods. I remember I was happy for some reason, like I finally found treasure. I called my dad over, telling him come look at this. All I remember was we put the luggage in the back of the truck, went home, and had the luggage on the kitchen floor. My dad told me to put some gloves on. He slowly opened it. There was a pair of women's blue jeans with blood stains on the legs area. Little girl underwear. I can't remember the color, but it also had blood on it. A ripped up white shirt, and I will always remember the necklace. It was a silver disco ball, white diamonds pendant with a silver chain. I think I kept it for a while, but now it's lost. I remember the look on my dad's face when he told me to get black garbage bags. I don't know, maybe he thought we would get in trouble or something, but he was rushing, putting everything in the trash bag. He put the trash in the back of his truck and left. Until this day, I have been trying to look up online if any women have been missing in the Arkansas area with that closed description. I brought this story up to my dad 3 years ago, and what he told me is that he came back to that area the next day while I was in school. He said a man in a white van came up to him and asked if he had seen a white woman around there. Apparently, the guy said she had been missing for 2 days at that time. I don't know why he didn't tell him about the luggage, but my dad just said, "No, I'm sorry." I actually have a story from my trip to the AT a few years back. I don't know if it's necessarily creepy, but we were spooked and curious at the same time. B20, 4 years ago. Me and 3 friends decide to go hike the AT in North Georgia, Blood Mountain if you know where that is. We get there, hike for a couple of days until we find a really steep switchback. One of my friends and I are pretty in shape and go ahead of everyone else in the switchback. Fuck my life.jpg all the way up. God, that thing sucked. I end up making it to the top around an hour later. Look down. My other friends are climbing at various heights. I sit on a rock and get my water bottle while I wait for them. Not paying much attention. 5 minutes pass and my first friend gets to the top. We're both pretty tired, so we just sit there. We notice that there is basically no sounds, not even animals or wind moving through the trees. That is when I heard it. Bump, 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 bump. A dull thudding sound, following a rhythmic pattern of dropping a heavy rubber ball on the ground, like the time between each thud is halved. Wait for a minute or two. It happens again, and again. We wait for our 2 other friends to catch up. They get to the top, and we tell them to shut the fuck up. They hear it too. We take a break and try to come up with any theory as to what it could be. To this day, we don't know what it was. It was a sound that you could feel as much as you could hear it. It was like the mountain we were on was bumping under us, but the sound sounded like it came from everywhere around us. Since it was something I heard and felt at the same time, it's hard to attach a sound to, but if I had to give you an example, It would be like feeling someone's heartbeat for your body, or if you're at a loud concert and you can feel and hear the beat of the kick drum. I don't know. It kinda gives me chills to think about. I work in security at Disney World, the happiest place on earth. Typically, I wouldn't say where I work as obviously there are some pretty strict rules about things employees can post online, but I just don't think I can tell this properly without that context. And honestly, I think that may be it for me anyway with this job. I just can't see myself working here for any longer. I've been with the company for 23 years. The first 20 years I worked in the parks, nabbing shoplifters and rounding up people who were drinking too much for the heat. Occasionally, there would be a fight to break up, but people usually kept it pretty mild. The heat and walking was getting too much for me the last few years, so I asked to be transferred somewhere with AC, and the company moved me to one of their resorts. While the working conditions were like 110% better as far as climate and comfort go, the guest issues were trickier, mainly domestics. I guess the expensive and stress of vacation got to a lot of people, and I'd be called by neighboring rooms because some mom and dad were yelling at each other. I'd try to suggest they go and take a nap or go do separate activities for a little while, and that would usually calm them down. But none of that is what I'm here for. I've got to get this out while I have time. 3 days ago, I got a call from management. Apparently, a couple of days before that, housekeeping had went into a room that should have been turned over that day. Turned over is when one guest leaves by about 11 a.m. and the next guest checks in about 3 p.m. and all of the guest's items were still in the room. Housekeeping made a note of it and moved on, but during the next 2 days when they entered the room, everything was still there and untouched. I went to check it out and sure enough, there was an empty room full of luggage, clothes, snacks, some toys, everything a family would need for vacation. The manager had already looked up the previous reservation and it was for a family. Dad, mom, 2 little kids. I tried to call the phone numbers they had given, but all I got was voicemail. We were a bit stumped, so I made the call that the housekeeper could clean the room and take the family's personal items to be held until we got in contact with someone. I went digging into the reservation more. The family had arrived 5 days before housekeeping had discovered all of their stuff. I found that the family had paid a parking fee and their vehicle description was listed. A quick walk of the parking lots and I had easily located their vehicle. So that ruled out a car accident, or them deciding to just leave all of their stuff behind. Next, I saw that they had bought a dining plan. This is when a guest prepays for all of their food. They are given a certain number of credits to use for meals. This family had only used 3 credits, and the last one was 2 days after they checked in. It appeared that the day they arrived, they got here late, and probably just stayed at the resort. The next day, they used 2 credits at Epcot. The second park day, they just used 1 credit at Magic Kingdom, and it was at breakfast time. Now, at Disney, we have something called Magic Bands. Magic Bands are worn by guests and act as a room key, park ticket, credit card, dining reservation payment, fast pass, a system used to bypass the lines, and more. It took some work, but I was finally able to look up this family's fast pass history. The day they went to Magic Kingdom, they had breakfast at a restaurant in the park, rode a couple of rides, and then rode their last ride, It's a Small World, around 11 a.m. Then nothing. Finally, it was time to bring in someone else on this. I called an old co-worker at Magic Kingdom and asked him to pull security footage for It's a Small World at the time they rode it, and I made my way over there. When I got there, my friend was very confused, almost distraught looking. He showed me what he found. There's usually a camera in the direction of where rides load and unload. The footage showed them scanning their bands to use fast passes for the ride and boarding the ride. The footage from the exit of the ride just showed the other people in their car exiting. They weren't there. Of course, we thought the worst. Maybe one of the kids had fallen out, and mom and dad and the other kid got off in the middle of the ride to help, and they all got injured or killed or stuck in machinery somewhere. So we shut down the ride, middle of the damn day, turned off that earworm music and turned up the lights. Me and Buddy walked that ride 3 times before we called in help. Eventually, there was close to 10 cast members searching, and we didn't find shit except for 3 cell phones and a hat. I was proper stumped. I've kept digging the past couple of days, and I'm not sure who to tell what I found next to. Calling the police would be fucking useless. Disney basically have their own police here, and the company has a way of covering up things like this, and I decided I can't live with myself if I don't put out some type of warning or expose what I found. I kept digging into the reservation over the last couple of days, and today I noticed that they had purchased a memory maker. There are photographers all over the parks and cameras in a lot of the rides, and with Memory Maker, the photos are all free. They automatically get added to a guest Disney account when the system knows that their picture has been taken. And the system always knows. Everyone's whereabouts are always known with the magic bands. I checked the pictures. They are all fucking stock pictures. Someone has uploaded stock pictures to their account to make it look like, I don't know, like they were going on rides and having fun. That is what kept me digging. Even if their phones were off, even if they left their bags behind, Disney knows exactly when and where you scan in, where you spend money, what room you unlock, what character you took a photo with. It is all time-stamped and traceable. I just had to put the pieces together. I requested the full Magic Band activity report. It took some pushing and some favors, but I got it. I will skip the boring parts, but here is what made my stomach turn. After they scanned into It's a Small World on that last day, there was no further activity from any of their bands. No food purchases, no ride check-ins, no door unlocks, not even a ping from a restroom sensor, or a proximity alert to a PhotoPass photographer. Nothing, except for one thing. One night, between 2 and 2:07 a.m., all 4 bands pinged the same location, a maintenance hallway beneath Fantasyland. Same time, same location, no movement in or out. That hallway is not publicly accessible. It's not even labeled on guest-facing maps. There is no way they should have even been able to find it, let alone get down there, unless they knew someone in the park, or unless someone took them there. But I know it. I've been down there. It connects several underground utility areas and old infrastructure left from earlier versions of the park. It's supposed to be sealed, except to facility staff. I called in a favor again. Maintenance supervisor I've known since 03. He pulled the keycard access logs for the hallway for that past week. No one had used a master key or staff ID to access it. No legitimate entries at all. But the RFID sensors for the magic bands, they logged in. 4 bands, 4 times that night, at 2 to 2:07 a.m. I didn't ask permission. I knew if I brought this to my boss, it would get buried, or worse, spun into some system glitch with a smile and a hush order. I knew I would never actually find out what the fuck actually happened. So I went down there myself. It's cold down there, quiet. The kind of quiet that doesn't feel empty, just muffled, like the building is listening. I passed the usual access doors. Nothing unusual. But when I reached the hallway from the logs, I found the motion sensor lights already on. There was no one else down there. Halfway down the corridor, I found it. A smudge of something on the wall. Greasy, grayish, almost blackish in parts. Human height. Almost like a handprint, but too wide. Smeared. I kept walking. I don't know why. My heart was going a mile a minute. At the very end of the corridor is an old maintenance room that was supposed to be locked off for years. But the door wasn't shut tight. Just gently resting against the frame. No lock, no seal. Inside it was empty. Just an old bench, a rusted utility cabinet, and, on the floor, a pile of cloth. I bent down. It was a child's t-shirt. Frozen themed, faded and torn. I turned on my flashlight and swept the corners of the room. On the far wall, there was something scratched into the dry wall. Deep, deliberate, and gouged with something sharp. Some kind of symbol. I can't even begin to describe what it was. I thought maybe it was a stylized old Epcot logo at first, but it wasn't. It was like 2 interlocking triangles with kind of a circle behind. There were other details too, but I can't quite remember. I filed a report that night. Made it clinical. No speculation, just the facts. I submitted the data logs, the shirt, the location. I even pulled CCTV from the nearest utility access. None of it showed any entries or exits. Honestly, I don't even know why I fucking bothered. I should have known the response I was going to get. I should have known what was going to happen. The next day, I was called into an office I'd never been in before, by people who didn't wear name tags. They asked questions like lawyers and not like investigators. I was told not to speak about it to other cast members, to avoid unnecessary confusion during high season. I asked if they called the police. They smiled and said, it's being handled internally. I went back to my workstation later to look again at the Magic Band report. The file was gone. Access denied. My login had been changed. That was 2 days ago. Yesterday, the reservation disappeared entirely from the internal system, like it never existed. This morning, I went by the room. New guests were staying in it. No sign anything had ever happened. I looked up the parking tag. The family's vehicle is still there, sitting in the same spot, baking in the heat. I don't know what I found. I don't know where the family went. But I know this much. They didn't leave the park. I don't know what kind of shit they got going on underneath this place. Were they, I don't know, undercover? But why make it so apparent and such a big show of it? It just doesn't really make sense to me. Oh, and to top it all off, I've been let go. Been there for so many fucking years and just like that, they let go of me. Said they were reducing staff, reducing turnover, didn't need me anymore, but I know fucking why I was let go. Any thoughts on this, Axe? About 120 miles offshore in the mid-Atlantic at night, I watched a UFO crest the horizon, and it was above us within seconds. It was an indistinguishable shape, being at night during a new moon, but I could make out that something was up there, and was almost pulsating an oily sheen type of color. It made a 110-degree-ish turn, and was gone back over the horizon in seconds. My good friend is one. He'll get to some stories if you get a few drinks in him. Best stories ever, completely hilarious guy. But there was one night when we were alone. Everyone had gone home, maybe 4 a.m., still drinking a bit, and he told me a doozy. He asked me if I believed in aliens and UFOs and stuff like that. I said yeah. He said good, because that shit is real, man. Proceeds to tell me about how his destroyer, he wasn't on a carrier. It was one of the ships that sailed near the carrier though. He said all the ships in his group had a full week, every night, and even sometimes during the day, of tracking all kinds of weird shit following them. Lights in the sky, signals in the water, like a real deal swarm of UFOs. Apparently, this is not uncommon either. They have protocols for it apparently. These things don't mess with them, so they just keep it moving. He wouldn't be more specific than that. I wanted to press, but I could tell he felt weird even telling me that much. And this was about 10 years ago now, so well before the New York Times article and all the recent stuff. I saw all those videos for the first time like, holy shit, he was telling me the truth. Wild man. My dad was a sailor on an aircraft carrier in the Philippines. One night, a light appeared in the sky and was coming closer. Some of the people on deck speculated that it might be a headlight of an aircraft coming in to land at the nearby base. As it got close, everyone could see it was a glowing orange orb. Someone yelled or got in the radio, I can't remember which. Word got around and everyone came up on deck to see the strange ball flying around the carrier. Then it shot off at a sharp angle into space so quickly that Dad says he would have thought it had disappeared if he had blinked. He saw another one in the late 50s in Seattle. Mom saw one, Grandma, Uncle, and Aunt has a close encounter at Grants Pass, OR, in the 60s or 70s, and I've seen a couple myself. One was an orange orb breaking into 3 and flying past my field of vision, and the other was a long triangular shape of 5 star-like lights traveling overhead fast and fading on its way to the horizon. Pretty amazing experiences that have made me do some thinking over the years. I was sailing a lot as a kid, on big oceans like the Atlantic. One that stands out is while cruising along in the Atlantic, we were fishing at the same time, trolling a lure behind the boat. The fishing rod is one of those quite thick and strong and short ones for game fishing with a game fishing reel. I was watching it and it suddenly bent completely, never seen that much bend, so I went to grab it and looked out and saw what I can only describe as a massive snake jumping out of the water some 100 meters behind the boat. It was huge. Think massive anaconda, except that we are in the Atlantic Ocean very far from shore and probably 100 or 1,000 meters deep water. Then the line snapped. and we are talking serious, very very strong game fishing line. I've never had any line like that snap ever again, or before. It was either 95 or 96, I think 1995. I was on the USS Enterprise with my dad on a Tiger cruise with my dad. For those not familiar with this, it's a program where the Navy flies a family member or two to a Navy ship and they ride the last couple days into port together. Anyway, we flew to Bermuda and took a boat to the ship for its last couple of days before getting back to Mayport. It was the second night, and my dad brought me to the smoke pit. Everyone was kind of quiet and staring at something in the water. It was what I can only really describe as a carousel of lights. It had a bunch of small lights around the edge, I'm assuming the edge. Then 4 lines going to the center, where there was a single large light. My dad was adamant it was just the stars being reflected, but I didn't buy it. Hello Anons. Today I will tell you my story that happened to me. It was in my youth. I lived in Bashkiria, in the city of Ishim Bay. It was somewhere in 2007. My friends and I loved to go hiking on the Balea River. We climbed all the sides, and the lake on the left bank, a village like that, and the quarry swamp behind the Kravelstom Enterprise, and we went to Mount Shikan. But that is not what I'm talking about. I would like to tell you a couple of creepy stories about a place called the Island, or rather, a peninsula on the Balea River near the Nefmash plant. It stands outside the city on the outskirts. In the 70s, before the plant was built, there was an old Tatar Muslim cemetery, but then it was torn down and the plant was built. Apparently, this was the custom in the USSR, and it was the norm since the cemetery was old. Well, so the 3 of us got together to go fishing and spend the night. We took the bottom fishing rods, bought some bait, and also bought some shashlik to grill, and a couple of cocktails, a blazer, and some cigarettes, and also took Winston. It's youth, why not just fish, but also have fun, eat, drink, and smoke? Well, in general, the time of year is May and June, it's warm. We came to the river, swam, and even had sunshine and heat. We set up the bottom fishing rods, and started grilling shashlik. We ate and drank, and took videos on our phones by the fire, and began to go to bed in our sleeping bags by the fire. We fell asleep at about 2 in the morning, and screams started waking us up, as if a drunk woman was screaming hysterically on the other side of the river. And this was at night, in the darkness. When this sound got closer, it became clear that it wasn't the woman screaming, but who knows what, and our hair stood on end. We jumped up from the screams and shouts of the raging people, and grabbed our camping knives. I threw some wood on the fire to get a better view of what was going on, and this terribly screaming something screamed on the other bank of the river, and thank God that it was on the other bank and not ours. And so we stood, peering into that darkness of the night. Then it began to move away, closer to the village on the other bank of the river, and judging by the barking, it met a pack of stray dogs. Then we heard a whine, and there was silence. Apparently, it ate one of the dogs, and the rest ran away. Although the night was light, we could not see this something well. It only seemed to us that something large, the size of a dog, was sitting on the branches of a poplar tree about 2 meters from the ground. That was the first story. Here is the second one. A year later, we spent the night there again, and at 12 at night, something began to run on the water near us. The steps were heavy, as if something was running on hooves on the water. Well, really, like a horse, but there were no horses and no fishermen there. There was no one at all. It was May. The river overflowed, and there was water all around the island. We even rolled up our pants to the knees to get to the island. In short, it was scary, and this thing was rushing around us on the water on its hooves. One of my friends even wanted to break loose and run through the night forest just to escape from there, but I stopped him. It was safe for 3 people by the fire. Maybe this creature scared us in order to lure us out. Here is story 3. The same island, only 3 years later. One autumn, and walked from home out of town to the river and this island, and I had to take a piss near the island, and there were metal poachers digging up metal, and there were holes in the ground, and so I went down into one of these holes. What did I see there? Old boots that had bones nailed to the soles. At first, I thought they were animal bones, but then I saw a human jaw, and an old belt, and then I remembered that there had been a Muslim cemetery here 40 to 50 years ago, and these metal detectors had dug everything up. but the remains remained. Maybe that's why all sorts of anomalies happen there. Well, not often, but they did happen. Here is story 4, the same place, only in the autumn of 2008. They were like holidays in October or school holidays, I don't remember anymore, but the weather was warm, and we went to the island to sit by the fire and just smoke. We sat, and it was already dark, and in autumn, it is already dark at 7 in the evening. Well, and we are walking along the path from the river to the road, around the forest, yellow leaves rustling under our feet in the dark. We are talking. And then we hear the cracking of branches somewhere in the depths of the forest. Well, it crunched and seemed to die down. We go on, and have already reached the road. Then Vasek, one of my friends, says, "And is it too weak to go to the forest again to find out what was cracking there?" What are you saying? Are you afraid it could have been some kind of hedgehog? Well, I say, well, let's go and have a look. We begin to slowly approach the dark forest again, and then the branches crackled, and something started to break in our direction through the windfall. As we rushed from there, Vasek even grabbed my clothes when we were running. We ran about 200 meters and stopped. It seemed like no one was chasing us anymore, but it was creepy. What I mean is that this is not a city park, but a forest next to a river outside the city, and there is no one there in the dark. What it was is a mystery. Final story I have from this place. Year 2010, it was also summer. Same island. It was dark, sat by the fire, and then in the river something banged, as if a log was thrown. We thought maybe a catfish, then something banged very loudly, as if a log was thrown from a helicopter. It splashed on the water, and again for 5 minutes, silence, then it splashed again. Vasek and Fedel tell me let's go look. Maybe something bit on the dock, maybe it's a huge catfish. Well, I say let's go. We took flashlights, and walk in the night to the water. There is a light fog over the river, but it is warm. Well, we approached, no bang, and nothing happens. We stood, and were about to leave, when Fedel took a rock and threw it 10 meters into the river. Plop, the stone gurgled, and then about 5 meters from us, a huge grey something banged from under the water, either with a tail or something else. As we rushed out of there, Fedel tripped, fell, and the flashlight rolled on the ground like in the movie. I ran up, grabbed it, picked it up, and we ran to the fire. I don't know what it was. Maybe a catfish, but then if it was, it had to be at least 2 meters. Such a large fish has never been found in the river. To this day, these cases are a mystery to me, but then I realize that mystical phenomena are present in this life, although they do not happen often. Friends also told me that in the darkness there on the island, in the forest black, shadows flashed, but I myself did not see these shadows, but I saw and heard everything else. It happened one summer in 1975, when I was just 10 years old. We lived on the edge of our small town, a place with maybe 2,000 people, if you counted the cows. My dad worked at the lumber mill, and my mom stayed home. I spent most of my days riding my bike, exploring dirt roads, pretending to be a stuntman, a cowboy, or someone bigger than myself. That day started out ordinary. After breakfast, I went over to my friend Tommy's house. We played in his backyard, traded baseball cards, and argued about whether Superman could beat Spider-Man in a fight. As the afternoon light began to fade, I set off to ride home. It was past 5, the air heavy and sticky, with the sun dipping low and casting long shadows across the fields. My ride home was about 2 miles along a quiet road, with trees on one side and barbed wire fences on the other. I liked the pace, but that day something felt off. About halfway home, I noticed a truck behind me, an old, rusty gray Ford or a Dodge. I heard its engine before I saw it, a low, steady growl, not in a hurry. I glanced back and saw it cresting a hill, just far enough away not to worry me, but it didn't pass, it just kept following. I slowed down, hoping it wanted to get by, but the truck matched my pace. When I sped up, so did it. There was a patch of woods up ahead where the trees thickened. I sometimes cut through there to take a longer route home, but that day I had not planned to. Still, when I saw those woods, I knew I had to get off the road. I turned sharply, the tires sliding on loose gravel, but I caught myself and darted into the narrow, rough path. The truck stopped on the road, didn't follow, I didn't look back. I dropped my bike as soon as I was deep into the brush and ran further, my breath burning and my legs scratched by twigs and thorns. I didn't stop until I found a fallen tree and crawled under it, pressing myself against the cool dirt. I waited. Minutes turned to an hour, listening. The forest seemed alive, shadows moving without wind, leaves crunching nearby. I held my breath, but thankfully no one came. Eventually, the woods went quiet again, with only the cicadas humming as usual. I knew I couldn't stay hidden forever. When night began to fall, I crept out, still crouched low, scanning the road. The truck was gone. My bike, though, where I left it, it was gone too. The grass was flattened where it had fallen, but no sign of the bike remained. No tire marks, no broken parts, just gone. I stood frozen, part of me wanting to call out, but I didn't know who would answer. I started walking home, the road feeling longer than ever. Every rustle in the woods made my heart jump. Every shadow seemed to watch me. I didn't run, just kept moving until I reached our porch. My mom was outside, calling my name. When she saw me, she ran over, eyes wide, hugging me like I'd been missing for days. I didn't tell her everything. I just said I got lost and walked home. That night I didn't sleep. I stared out the windows, waiting to see that truck again, but it never came. The next day, I told my parents I was going to Tommy's, but instead, I went back to that road, searching for my bike in the woods. It was gone, completely vanished. My parents bought me a new bike later that year, but I never took that route again. I never even told Tommy the full story. Life went on. I grew up, left that small town after high school, moved north for college, and built a life in New York City. But I've never forgotten that night, that truck, or the silence that chased me. Sometimes I wonder who was driving it, why they didn't try harder at what they wanted. Maybe it was just a bored local trying to scare a kid, or maybe something worse. I guess I'll never know. I'm from the Jones Chapel area in Coleman, Alabama. While growing up, my family and our neighbors swore that there was a creature called the Black Thing, a man-like creature covered in hair with long arms. It would whistle and approach my mom and her siblings. I've seen pictures of its footprints and heard something howl loudly as a kid. My dad and a few other people who married into our family swear they have also seen it. Some of them have divorced my family members, including my dad from my mom. They still insist it exists, so it's not just some family jokes that the older people play on the kids. Why would you continue telling a lie as part of a family legend when you're no longer part of the family? Doesn't really make sense. I'm 36 now. Even one of my uncles on my dad's side said he saw it when he was with my dad one day. I'm at the age where I could be told the truth if it were some kind of joke played on my younger cousins. Different people have told the same story and got all the details right, like a camping trip where it appeared, or a day spent working in the garden when it tried to snatch one of my aunts as a child. One story involves a sleepover where my mom and her friends heard something at the window, scratching and whistling. They thought it was my uncle playing a joke, but he came into the room when everyone started screaming. As my mother tells it, they think it learned to whistle because my grandpa was always whistling around his farm, trying to lure one of my aunts or uncles away. It smelled really bad, and this is one of the details everyone always mentions when asked about it. It's really terrifying as a kid to hear about it. People have come from all over the country to hunt it and have found footprints and long, coarse hair on trails. Bored and girlfriendless, there was not much to report back then over our teenage weekends. Cody and I had taken to playing video games, smoking weed, or going out for night drives through the town's forest surroundings, mostly on desolate roads and abandoned dirt paths. We had probably wandered into private territory several times, but had never been chased out by an angry hick or encountered the goat man. We were quite fearless and almost hoping for something to happen on one of these ventures, but usually we got bored, lost the radio signal, or started to run low on gas and headed back to our respective homes. It was a pretty odd hobby until we found our place. Our place had probably been the home of hobos, or a stop for backpackers beforehand, or possibly just a location for the filming of the Blair Witch Project. Hidden in the outskirts of our little town, when roads gave way to the great expanse of forest territory, was this little circular nook, a clearing that was hard to find if you did not know where to look for the path that led to it. It was an old dirt road that could barely even be called that. Apparently, a lot of other people claim to have encountered that road and that clearing only once or twice during night drives around the area, although we never had trouble going back again. We must have visited the place some 5 times in all. The place became a sort of habitual weekend hangout for Cody and I, and we never really told anyone else about it until later. It was nice and quiet, and we would usually head over there with a couple of flashlights and smoke some weed in peace. What really sucked was that our lights were shitty and would eventually flicker and die, so we had to resort to just sitting there in the dark, trying to get each other to shit their pants with fear. But, for the most part, it was enjoyable. We started to notice that something was up as early as on our second visit though. I guess that for some reason, it did not strike us as strange that the winding road to find the place was never exactly the same. The second time we went there, we were talking about how Cody had left one of our flashlights behind, since they hardly ever worked anyway, and was hoping that it was still there. Since nobody else seemed to visit the clearing, we figured that it would be. We arrived at the place after a couple of dead ends and false starts, and parked in the middle as we usually did. It was always kind of tricky to maneuver our way in, because we could never really get used to exactly where the trees were, and getting Cody's dad's car scratched was something that we could not afford to do. We had brought a second flashlight to look around for the one left behind. It did not occur to us to go there during the day for some reason, and eventually I felt like I had tripped over something and illuminated it. It was part of the flashlight, alright, just a bunch of jumbled, torn cables and a piece of the yellow plastic casing. Soon enough, Cody found another part, and another. The thing had been disassembled, or rather, torn to pieces and scattered all around the clearing. We chalked it up to an animal. I guess we were feeling a little unnerved, and that led to telling each other scary stories, but for the most part, we did not really care and planned to continue coming there. We figured we would just leave the pieces of what used to be a flashlight and head back home after only half an hour or so. I guess it had made us a little nervous deep down. We only began to realize that the clearing had strange characteristics on our next visit, the very next weekend. I remember we tried to play the radio, but everything that came out was weird, like atonal. We were a bit far from the town, so it made sense for the signal to screw up. Upon arriving to the clearing, we almost ran over what was a perfectly intact flashlight. It was just sitting there, in the middle of the place, as if it was there, waiting for us. It was as good as new. It looked store-bought. Cody picked it up gingerly, tossed it between his arms, and inspected it from every angle. Worked perfectly too. We tried to come up with an explanation and continued to draw blanks. Cody joked that the feral cat, or whatever it was, that tore the flashlight apart must have felt bad and bought us a new one. Given that we were high by then, the explanation was good enough for us to make it through the night. It brought up an interesting point though, and we started looking around using the headlights. The pieces of the destroyed flashlight were still scattered throughout the clearing. The one we had found was a new one, and a perfectly working one as well. We took it home as a replacement, and Cody's dad never found out. This was also around the time when Cody started to indulge in rampant speculation about what was going on in that clearing. I mostly chalked it up to a weird occurrence that probably had a perfectly rational explanation, which I conveniently had not thought about yet, but he was convinced that there was something else. We started to conduct a little experiment which consisted of leaving things overnight and coming back to see what had happened. The incident with the flashlight repeated itself, and then we would also find a perfectly new replica. We were pretty sure that there was somebody screwing around with us, and that is what really worried us. I informed Cody that this person could very well be a psychopath, waiting for the chance to hack us apart with an axe, and that we should stop coming to this place. But that was not possible for Cody. He was getting kind of obsessed. So, on a lazy Saturday, we decided to drive up to the place during the day and see what was up. We drove around the area for approximately 3 hours and never came upon the dirt road that led to the clearing. We figured that since we had only gone there at night, we could not find the way during the day, and everything looked different or something along those lines. After all, the area pretty much looks the same all over, what with its signless roads and endless expanse of trees. Cody really wanted to go, so we did not let up the search until it started to get dark. We had a party that night, which was unusual for us, and I, at the very least, did not want to miss it. So, the weeks continued, and we occasionally revisited the clearing at night, when we had little to no trouble finding it. The same thing happened to every object that we left there. Although peculiar, we really did not know what to make of it. Cody wanted to continue investigating and coming back there practically every night, but I was getting really nervous about the whole thing. It bothered me immensely that we did not know who was leaving those objects for us to find, and it suddenly became apparent that we were just two teenagers standing around in a dark forest in the middle of nowhere. Finding the objects and taking them back home was at least entertaining and occasionally lucrative, such as when I managed to fix a couple things by leaving them overnight and picking up their perfect replicas. We once considered leaving the car overnight, but figured that Cody's dad would hang us if a brand new one did not show up the following day. I mean, so far, we had left relatively cheap things behind, so when they got torn up and replaced, it made sense if some crazy guy was trying to mess with our heads, but chances were he would not bother with taking a car apart, buying one of the same model, driving it to the clearing, and ditching it for us to take home. As far as what was beyond the clearing, we only did some exploring once. We left the headlights on to make sure we could find our way back to the car, and went looking around with our flashlights, just a bit around the area. We tripped over a bunch of things several times. It became apparent that the surroundings were completely covered in stuff like magazines, old records, shoes, fishing rods, and even a spare car tire. Some were easy to explain, littering campers mostly, but others were a bit more puzzling. Some of the items looked very old, most of them actually, and there were, of course, pieces of things as well, torn apart and scattered throughout. It took us a few weeks of screwing around in the clearing like this for me to finally grow tired of it and refuse to continue going, even though Cody constantly pressured me to do so. I did not see what was so fun about it. I wanted to do other shit over the weekend, preferably with more people than Cody. I begrudgingly drove there with him a couple more times after that, but for the most part, our excursions to the clearing ended. It was on a Sunday after a house party when I was woken up, sometime in the early morning, by my mom. Cody's parents had called my house to ask if he had gone to the party with me last night. He had not. I had told him about it, and he said he was just going to stay home and chill, so I told him to suit himself and headed off on my own. Apparently, Cody had left in his dad's car sometime last night and had not come back home yet. It took me some minutes to process this. At first, I did not panic. I forced myself not to. Cody had pulled shit in the past in order to piss off his parents for whatever punishment they had inflicted upon him for failing another course, so I looked in the usual places, like the park, the mall, around the school, and even under a bridge where a bunch of potheads a couple of years older than us liked to hang out. He was nowhere, of course. I spent the afternoon looking anyway. There were no cell phones back then, so that was not an option. His parents were apparently going to file a missing persons report, and his mom was getting hysterical. I finally yielded to the idea that had been clawing away at the back of my mind since I was told that he was gone missing that morning. It was already dark, so I headed out for the forest roads. Driving to the usual place after dark without Cody riding shotgun was not the same. For one thing, I was scared shitless, partly because of driving alone around there, but mostly because I did not know what the fuck happened to Cody, especially if he had spent the night in the clearing. I nervously counted the dirt roads that lead into the forest, looking for the one that winded down to our place. I had some false starts and dead ends. I would not realize until much later that, on average, we would spend hours driving around there, even though to us they seemed like 20 minutes or so. Either way, I eventually found the road and carefully drove in. I left the headlights on and took out the flashlight that I brought with me, the one we found in that clearing many weeks ago. I started calling out to him, illuminating the trees and the ground, looking for anything that might indicate that he was there. But the clearing was empty, so I ventured beyond it for a second time. Again, I tripped over dozens of things, discarded items of varying shapes and sizes from different decades, leaving the headlights on to avoid getting lost. I must have been there for several hours. My parents were worried sick about me by the time I got back. To me, it merely felt like a few minutes, though I was panicking. I gave up and headed back towards the car, and there he was, standing in front of the headlights. I froze in place. I never heard him move out of wherever he had come from. Slowly inching closer, I called out to him. He was naked, though he was mostly a solid shadow standing up against the lights of the car. He stared at me, fixated, without saying anything. I finally got close enough to shake his shoulders, but there was still no reaction. He followed basic commands, and I guided him towards the passenger seat of the car, figuring he was in shock. I sat him down and covered him with my jacket, immediately getting into the driver's seat and starting the car. I turned around and drove as quickly as I could right out of that clearing. I pretended to not see a discarded shoe and what appeared to be a glistening trail of blood off to the side of the road as I headed out. A change of clothes later, I dropped him off at Cody's parents' house, claiming that I found him naked in the forest, which up until that point was true. They did not ask me any questions, though I still had to talk to the police afterwards. It was routine. I left him to be with Cody's family after that, and went home to try and forget. I never said anything. I mean, how could I? There was nothing for me to say without sounding nonsensical or delusional. I have never found my way back into that clearing again. Not that I've tried many times either. I just don't talk to him anymore. As I drove back home on that night, he did not take his eyes off of me. His dull eyes were fixated on my face, and he did not whisper a word. It has been a few days, and apparently he still has not spoken. Cody's parents are worried that he may be in shock, but that's not it. That is not him. He is not the same. I don't know what he is, but he is in their house now. I hope he can do a good enough job of being their son. I once went on a very supernatural bow hunt in the upper part of my state. Started off normal enough. I drove my truck in and set up my tent and camp in general, unloaded my horses, and secured them between two trees in the usual fashion. At the end of the day, I had a hot cup of coffee and cooked myself some steak and eggs and dozed off. I woke up the next day, cooked breakfast, took a couple of practice shots at a target I brought with me to warm up, and set off. This is when things started to get creepy. I walked up some of the usual game trails, and all day I did not find anything. No fresh sign, no bugles, and not a single sign of the elk that were usually in the area. I attributed this to the fact that there had been a large hunt before mine, and went back to camp. When I got there, my horses were yanking at their tether and seemed more than a little spooked. I also dismissed this, thinking they were just restless. So I put my pack down and brought them to a nearby stream to drink. At first, they would not drink at all. They only stared into the woods. I eventually got them to drink, but every now and again they would suddenly look up, very alert, as if there was something in the woods. After getting back to camp, I cooked dinner and went to sleep, as per usual. The next day, I ventured out with the same luck. No sign of elk at all. Only this time, I noticed nothing else was making noise. No birds chirping, no chipmunks chittering. It was like the forest was dead. I went back to camp, a little discouraged, and followed the normal routine. The horses were even more spooked and acting strange. Now, that night was really riveting. No matter how I tried to explain it, some things just don't add up. I went to bed and was awoken in the middle of the night to my horses screaming and thrashing around. I grabbed my sidearm and went outside in my underwear. There were tracks all over my camp, like something had been wandering around, messing with things, and more often than not, they stopped where there was a window on my tent to ventilate smoke, which was half open. The horses were absolutely terrified, and everything outside was knocked over. The weirdest thing yet was my target, which I had been practicing with twice every day, was gone. I was a little spooked, but attributed this to camp thieves and went back to sleep with my sidearm close by. This guy's fucking stupid. The next day, I secured everything safely in my tent and took a look around camp before heading out. My horses never stopped staring at the woods. It was a cold day, and still, the forest was dead. I was taking a hike up one of the normal game trails I hunted on, and suddenly I stopped. Sitting right there, in the middle of the trail, was my practice target. It was just sitting there, set up, like I had it in camp when I shot at it. I examined the target, but refused to carry it back to camp with me. I simply set it off the trail and returned to camp, more than a little spooked. I tried to water my horses, but they absolutely refused to move from where they stood, or even go anywhere near the woods. This is when I started to realize that there really was something out there. That night, my fears were soothed a bit when I heard coyotes outside howling, which would explain my spooked horses. Later that night, I awoke to a bunch of coyotes screeching. They were obviously playing, so I went back to bed. I woke up the next day and tried a different area. A small ravine I had left untouched so far. About halfway up the ravine, I heard something move away from me, breaking a stick or two and moving rather fast as it went. This really upped my spirits. I had just spooked an elk. I stalked it for the rest of that day, but never caught up to it. I went to bed that night with high spirits and decided to stay another day, despite all that had happened. I awoke that next day and went to that same ravine. I stalked it for several hours before I caught any sign of movement. Something bolted away from me up onto the ridge. I only caught a glimpse of it, but it looked to have a tan hide. Needless to say, I went after it. I hiked up onto the ridge as quietly as I could, and the wind was also in my favor. It was the best stalk I had ever made. As I reached the top of the ridge, I heard something circling around in some oak bushes just beyond a group of trees. Perfect. I would have a great shot on the only elk I had encountered the entire hunt. It could not have been more than 40 yards beyond the group of trees. I snuck up to the trees as quietly as I could, hiding myself between the last tree. I nocked an arrow and began to pivot around the tree when I froze, dead in my tracks. Partway around the tree was the carcass of not just one, but 2 coyotes. This definitely brought me back to reality, and I was suddenly very afraid. I had no idea what was on the other side of that tree. I took a befuddled step backward and made a critical error. I snapped a fallen branch behind me. I froze, afraid to do anything else, and the circling stopped as well. There was silence for several more moments when I heard whatever was on the other side of that tree start to silently creep toward me. There was no question about what to do. I bolted. I hightailed it out of that ravine as fast as I could, thinking I heard something behind me the whole way. Could have been paranoia though. I got back to camp and packed up as fast as I could and left, looking over my shoulder the whole time. When I got home, my wife hugged me with tears in her eyes. Apparently, someone on that hunt had died in a hunting accident, but their name was not released. I never did find out what was on the other side of that tree. I guess it was about a month ago. I just got home from working a double at my job as a waitress. My boyfriend had to pull an all-nighter at his job, so I was home alone. I was watching some TV, trying to relax and wind down from the day, when someone just starts pounding on my front door. I can remember being very thrown off. It was pretty late on a random Tuesday night. I looked for the people to see two kids standing in front of my house. They were fairly young boys, and there's not much around my house, so the whole thing was just weird. My first thought, however, was that something was wrong, i.e., one of the kids were hurt, they needed help, etc. I opened the door and asked if I could help them. The younger boy just looked straight at his feet, nervously fidgeting. The older one, who acted in charge, spoke, asking if they could use the bathroom. I paused and was just getting a very unsettling feeling that something was not right. I asked how they got here. When I tell you, there is nothing but woods around my house for miles. I mean nothing. The older boy ignored all of my questions and just insisted that they needed to use the bathroom and that I needed to let them in. The longer I stood, the worse I felt. I swear, this voice in my head just started saying, "Shut the door, shut the door. You're in trouble, shut the door." The older boy got angry and was raising his voice, almost shouting to let them in. I'm not sure how to explain this part, because I badly wanted to lock my door and be done with these kids, but it took everything I had to get my body to move and shut the door. I felt like I had been sucker punched in the gut with fear. I slammed the door and locked every single lock that there was. The kids started pounding, and I mean pounding, on my door. I grabbed my phone and called 911. The person on the other end could hear my door pounding. That is how loud it was. I ran around the house to make sure everything was locked tight. When I rounded the corner to where my front door was, there I see the two kids standing in front of the window next to the door, shouting, "Let us in." I nearly pissed my pants. I grabbed a bat and just locked myself in my bedroom. The police came in like 7 minutes from the call. No trace of the kids. They walked in the property and I told the cop what happened. I was embarrassed that two kids had upset me so much and wasn't sure how to explain exactly what had happened. The cop assured me that I did the right thing, that this was one of many recent calls they had gotten involving a similar scenario. This happened when I was studying at the Institute. It was a technical school, and I was specializing in metal foundry. It was time for industrial training, so they sent us to various regions, from Kuban to Kurgan. I ended up in a small town in the Perm region, where a friend of our department head had bought an old, defunct factory and started producing all sorts of small things. I did not mind where I went, so I ended up there. The journey was long, train, bus, and finally, I arrived in the middle of nowhere. The town had about 5,000 people, and there was literally nothing to do. The owner of the plant had received an order and needed workers for 3 shifts. However, it was hard to find people locally. Many were either too old or drinking. They did not pay much, so they put me on the night shift. The factory had not been operational for a long time. Everything of value had been stolen, and most of the workshops were empty. There were about 10 of us working there, mostly elderly workers who had been there before the collapse, and me. One night, about a week later, the fuel oil supply to the drying oven broke down at around 2 a.m. and work stopped. There was silence. People slowly began to disperse. My partner, Vasily Sergeyevich, a man in his 60s, stayed near the oven. We were sitting there, when I suddenly heard a loud bang, followed by a hissing sound from outside the shop. Vasily Sergeyevich turned to listen, and after half a minute, the sound repeated, another bang and hissing. He turned to me, and I could see he was scared. "Do you hear that?" he asked. "I hear pops and hissing. What's going on?" I replied. "That is how they release steam in the boiler room. The valve slams and the steam hisses," he explained. "Got it," I said, but then came another bang, another hiss. I could see Vasily Sergeyevich was visibly shaking, and I started to feel a growing sense of dread. "Is something wrong?" I asked. "The boiler room has not been working since 1995. Half the equipment there was stolen a long time ago," he said, trembling. Another bang, another hiss. I felt my heart racing. The boiler room was about 20 meters away from the workshop, with a broken door, sheltered windows, and piles of rusty junk inside. I had peeked in there on my first day when I was exploring the plant. "We need to check it out," I said, my voice unsteady. "As you wish," Vasily Sergeyevich replied. "I am not going." Bang, hiss, and then a scream. We both jumped up at the same time and bolted for the opposite gate of the workshop. The rest of the shift ran too, everyone scrambling for the exit. We all ran out into the fresh air and rushed towards the checkpoint. The guard there was running toward us, shouting, "What the hell is going on?" Everyone started speaking at once, talking about the bangs and the hissing. It turned out that the guard had heard the same sounds and had gone to investigate. Then came the scream. The guard at the checkpoint had a traumatic pistol. He drew it and slowly walked toward the boiler room. We quickly followed him. My teeth were chattering from fear. As we circled the workshop, I noticed the windows on the second floor of the boiler room flickering as if they were afire burning inside. "Fire?" the guard asked, unsure. Bang, hiss. The noise was deafening, like an airplane engine. We both jumped back. "If there's a fire, the lower windows should be lit too," I said. "There is no ceiling, just windows on both levels." Another bang, another hiss, louder this time. I jumped again, and without thinking, I ran back to the checkpoint, my heart pounding in my chest. I did not know I could run that fast. The guard came sprinting after me. We sat in the guard room until dawn, shaking with fear. The telephone was not working, so we could not call for help. The bangs never came again. By morning, the day shift arrived, and we told them what happened. They called the police, and everyone, including the workers and the guards, headed back to the boiler room. The braver ones went inside. On the overpass platform, they found the body of the first guard. No one could explain how he got there, since the ladder to the platform was broken. Later, it was revealed that he had died from severe steam burns. After that, no one wanted to work the night shift anymore. My internship ended, and I left. I never went back to that plant. And that's the story. Not going to greentext because I am on a phone. This happened 10 years ago when I visited my grandparents. I went to go have dinner at a chick's house, ate food, hung out with her, etc. So, it was getting kind of late, so I took off. It is 11-something at night, and I finally reached the road. It's all ranches around here, so I make it to the road, and I see two lights, so I stay on the side of the road, a ditch, because I don't want to get run over by a drunk driver. I ain't dying in Mexico shit. So I took my eyes off the road because I was replaying the events from earlier in my head. After a minute, I noticed no car had passed, so I just continued on my way. Then I thought, wait, there is only two roads, and I am coming from one of them, and the other one was my grandparents' house, and I know for a fact they did not turn in there, because when I saw the lights, it was already past that road. So my dumb ass turned around, and all I see is just two floating lights. I ran my ass back to my grandparents' house. I did not sleep for shit that night. This happened in the outskirts of Arandas, Jalisco. It's 2012 and I'm a sapper platoon leader tucked away in some forgotten base in a forgotten corner of Afghanistan. Word has just come down the pipe that I will be assuming the role of the senior platoon leader in charge of the mobility support platoon, and my replacement is on his way. In the meanwhile though, the company my platoon is attached to is also having a change of command. Change of command in theater means two things: command of command inventory layouts, and stupid fucking missions to impress the bosses. Anyone who has ever been in the military knows what I am talking about. Whenever a new commander takes over, you can bet that the next couple of months will involve a whole mess of overambitious or poorly thought out missions and or training so that the new commander can impress his new bosses. Some commanders are better than others in this respect, and I am just as guilty of it, but everyone seems to do it. Once the layouts are over, the planning begins, and it is pretty clear what our target is. Geelong. In Geelong, our company area of operations was something to behold. It was twice the size of the AO of the entire rest of our battalion, even more impassable, and worse still, we weren't even a full company, just 2 platoons. It had been made clear to us on the outset of the deployment that Task Force Spartan was the entire brigade's economy of force operation. The brigade wanted to mass forces in certain critical districts, and that meant that they had to find a place to cut forces. Our job was simple: hold on to the ground that we had, don't get overrun, as the last coalition forces to occupy these bases had, and try not to die. Despite how challenging that mission already was, you can't tell a bunch of pumped up young soldiers that their job for the next year is to hole up and just try to survive. That meant that we took on an aggressive defensive posture, patrolling constantly and always working to keep the Taliban and RAO guessing and on their back foot. Sometimes that meant conducting patrols deep into Taliban territory, and the deepest we would go was a town called Geelong. Situated at the base of Geelong Gar, White Mountain, Geelong was basically the equivalent of the Taliban's FOB. The mountain stood in the way of our optics and ISR assets, so they could comfortably mass and plan back there, and the mountain itself overlooked all of our bases, giving their spotters a commanding view. Even better for the Taliban, the road to Geelong was so treacherous that route clearance vehicles could not drive it, meaning they could emplace IEDs along it easily and effectively ensure that our mounted patrols would not be able to reach it. We still went to Geelong occasionally though. Every month or so, we would plan a big operation, team up with special forces, bring some ANA special forces, line up some special assets, and move into Geelong just to send that message that we could still get there. We would show up, talk to some folks, and then leave. Trouble is, this time the new commander didn't want to just show up, chat, and turn around. He wanted to show up and stay there for 2 weeks. The problem: going to Geelong was one thing. Even going there for a couple nights was reasonable. Going there for 2 weeks though was a clear provocation. It was us barging into the Taliban's backyard and picking a fight. To be fair, that's something I wanted to do too. For months, I had been itching for us to extend our network of COPs and OPs deeper into Taliban territory, and I specifically wanted to construct an OP on a small hill overlooking Geelong, and then occupy that base indefinitely. That base would still have been a clear provocation, and it would still have been a fight, but it would have been a fight on our terms, and it would have had a point to it. It would allow us to push the Taliban out of the area of Geelong. Going into Geelong for 2 weeks, sitting on that hill and twiddling our thumbs though, that just struck me like picking a fight for no reason at all. That wasn't even the real problem though. The real problem was the time frame. See, the Taliban does not have many heavy weapons. They are hard to move around without being detected, and intelligence works hard to track their mortar, recoilless rifle, RCR, and heavy machine gun teams. What that means is that if you show up in the middle of some random patch of Taliban territory in armored vehicles, you are generally pretty safe, unless you are right in the middle of their district HQ. It's unlikely they'll have the weapons necessary to really hurt you. If you show up in some spot for 2 weeks though, invite them to come fight you, and then sit around without constructing some serious fortifications, every heavy weapons team in a 2-week radius is going to converge on your position and turn you into a cautionary tale for every American that follows. That's especially true when the only defensive position you can occupy is directly observed by a giant mountain and is immediately adjacent to a village, meaning they can fire down into your positions and sneak up to you with no standoff. The plan. As an army leader, you don't get to say, "No, I don't want to go there because we will have to fight." Instead, I had to figure out how to keep the Taliban from massing every HMG, RCR, and mortar in Kandahar province and murdering us. The solution was actually fairly simple in principle, and it was basically just an extension of our current strategy. Keep the Taliban guessing and keep them indecisive. If we could do just enough to interrupt their command and control, their planning processes, and sabotage their confidence, we could probably keep them off of our asses for a little while. It would let us show the flag, demonstrate to the local Afghans that the Taliban was not as tough as they said they were, and get us out of there safely. But what will keep the Taliban guessing? What could we really do to keep them off of our asses? We could prank them, bro. So, as we planned for the operation, I also began planning out a 2-week schedule of fuckery. Every day or every other day, we would have a new surprise in store for the Taliban. Don't dig there, sir. For the first 3 days of the mission, we kept things pretty straightforward. We knew it would take a while for the Taliban to realize that we were there to stay, so we had some time to just get ready. What that meant for my platoon was digging in. Our strikers were already upgunned. We were a company minus in size, but had a full infantry company of weapons, so we had a couple extra 50 cals and 240s, so circling them up on the hill overlooking Geelong was already imposing. To add to that, I brought out a couple of extra 50 cals on tripods, and we dug them in on top of the hill, and placed trip flares all around the base of the hill. The trouble with Afghan soil, or at least the soil where we were, is that it's rocky as hell. Digging was a slow and arduous process. It would take all day just to dig a ranger grave, and it took us all 3 days of almost constant digging just to get some shoulder-deep fighting positions. In those kind of conditions, it can be tempting to take shortcuts. So when I saw my commander, who was accompanying us for the mission, and his RTO building a fighting position out of a few giant piles of rocks in the middle of our position, I advised him not to use those rocks. I should have been more specific about why and or paid attention to him after, because later that same day, he came back and tapped me on the shoulder. "Bonsai," he whispered. We were using that pile of stones to make a fighting position, and we dug up some bones. Yes, sir. That's 'cause those are cairns. The center of this hill is a graveyard. The new commander went ghost white. For a second there, he must have been certain that his career was over. The guy's previous deployment had been to Iraq, and Iraqis are a lot more sensitive about things like that. In Iraq, digging up a graveyard would have been a huge incident and led to tons of increased insurgent activity. Thankfully, the Afghans were pretty cool about that kind of thing. 3 generations of endless warfare have produced a pretty pragmatic people. I explained that the Afghans would not be upset so long as he placed the stones back, and it wasn't obviously done on purpose or as an attempt to disrespect the site. He was happy to accept this alternative to an international accident and losing his career. And after that, he and his RTO dug a proper fighting position closer to the rest of our trenches. Artillery shenanigans. Day 4 was the first day we had surprises scheduled for the Taliban. We knew they would be observing us from on top of the mountain, and it was pretty obvious that the best way to disrupt the Taliban was to disrupt their spotting. Here is where field artillery really got to be my heroes. See, apparently when they're in theater, field artillery has to fire a certain number of rounds of each type every so often just to certify their guns or something. I forget what the process was called, but it basically meant that every couple of weeks, every gun would have to fire a round or two at the side of some empty mountain. Knowing that we had the mission coming up, I worked with our fire support officer to make sure that Geelong would be the target of all those test shots at once every other day intervals throughout the 2-week period. It was a way for us to essentially fire artillery randomly at a mountain without actually breaking any rules. Certification rounds weren't the end of it though. For the last few months, we had also made a habit of firing illumination rounds over random Afghan army bases in the middle of the night. It was sort of our way of spooking the Taliban and reminding them that if they tried to sneak up on an Afghan base at any time, they could suddenly find themselves bathed in flare light. That worked real well, but by this point, The Taliban were becoming fairly used to the illumination rounds. Planning for the mission though, I looked over the full roster of rounds the battery and RAO had, and noticed something I had not expected to see. Smoke rounds. Smoke rounds are designed to airburst and release a massive curtain of smoke. They are great for doing things like covering a tank battalion, charging through the Fulda Gap, or covering your sappers, or they reduce a minefield under fire. But in a low-intensity conflict like Afghanistan, all they really do is take up space. I was a little shocked to see they were even in the battery's inventory of rounds. Still, it gave me an idea. The Taliban had probably never seen a smoke round fired. Hell, I had never seen one fired. I knew that if we ever wanted to scare the pants off them, we could fire off a few smoke rounds. Even better, because smoke rounds were not dangerous, we would not be restricted from firing them near villages like Shillong. So, it came to be that about a week into the operation, we did a pre-planned smoke mission on top of Jilangar. Over the course of about 30 seconds, the mountain top went from perfectly normal to billowing curtains of smoke down the side like a massive avalanche. The whole mountain was covered in smoke, and that's when we started to hear the spotters chirp up. The Taliban uses unencrypted comms, so we can hear the spotters when they chat, and they were going nuts. In the midst of all the panic cries and confused radio checks on their end, one of them finally cut through the traffic to cry out, "They're burning down the mountain." Honestly, if I didn't know that it was just smoke, I probably would have thought the same thing. But the absurdity of this panicked Taliban spotter crying out in fear as smoke rolled over him, surely thinking he was about to be doused in napalm, left us all laughing. In a few minutes, all the smoke was gone, but we did not hear the spotters again for another day. Helicopter shenanigans. As the days progressed, we began to receive intelligence that exactly what we feared was beginning to happen. The Taliban were beginning to consolidate in the region, and they had moved at least one mortar team into our vicinity. The pranks had slowed things down, but the last week was going to be a real nail-biter. That much was predictable though, and we had stacked up most of our air support requests for the second week we would be out there. Among these requests, we had 2 wildcards, and the first was a pair of empty Blackhawks. See, in terms of how air support is prioritized, it goes something like this: Special Operations, support for air assaults / big missions, support for operations in our brigade's main effort districts, support for our battalion in their main effort AO, and somewhere way at the bottom is support for those idiots we told to just hide in their bases and survive. So when we put in our request for any and all air support throughout this 2-week mission, one of the bottom of the barrel offerings that came back was essentially, you can have 2 empty Blackhawks, but we can't support an air assault, so you can't use them for that. Basically, all you can do with them is have them fly around for funsies. Do you still want them? Maybe 2 empty Blackhawks aren't useful for a real operation, but when you're just fucking with the Taliban, they will do the job. Day 9. The Blackhawks check on station for their mission. It's simple. They are going to perform false insertions at 2 points on top of Jilangar. We proceed their landing with more smoke to really sell the idea that we're actually putting troops up top. Nothing is up there, but the Taliban does not know it, and it would be another couple of days before a spotter worked up the balls to go back up there and check. The second wildcard was a repeater hunting team. The army had some cool guy name for the teams that I've since forgotten, but the basic idea is that you could request an Apache teamed up with a Blackhawk with radio direction finding equipment on it. They will come out, fly around an area, use the RDF to pinpoint a signal's location, and then the Apache would destroy it, either a spotter or the repeater. Trouble is, when the repeater hunting team finally showed up, the local Taliban commander was wise to what was going on. I honestly don't know how this guy was smart enough to figure things out, but as soon as the team showed up, the chatter went something like this. There were 2 helicopters. What kind of helicopters? One with the guns and one with the soldiers. Shut up then. They're looking for us. The spotter shut up. Now there was no radio traffic coming in, and with the team on station for only about a half hour, we had a very short window to get them talking. After being here for over a week too, There was very little news for the spotters to actually call in about, so their radio traffic was also a little sparse already at this point. That is when I had my epiphany. As an army leader, I spent all my time working hard to keep my soldiers from doing stupid things and getting up to hijinks, but right now, that was exactly what we needed. I went running around the hilltop and let all my soldiers know that they needed to start acting like jackasses. Do anything you can to get the spotters talking. Honk the horn, dance, do backflips, whatever the fuck you can do to be spotted and get them talking. Pretty soon, the entire hilltop had erupted with the stupidity of 30 combat-armed soldiers embracing their ape-like selves. I even got into it when my gunner ran over to me with 2 long whip radio antennas, tossed me one, and challenged me to a sword fight. It was about the most fun you could have in a combat zone in the middle of enemy territory. It didn't take long before the radio came back to life. The Americans are fighting each other. Be quiet. They're trying to find the repeater. One of them is dancing with his pants down. Stop talking. But the spotter couldn't stop talking. It was like he was hypnotized by the jackassery. Eventually, the commander stopped trying to tell him to stop talking because he could tell he was only adding to the chatter, but the spotter never stopped giving updates. For the next 10 minutes, a constant string of chatter came in until we finally heard the Apache call in that he had found the repeater. A short burst of chain gun fire later, and the radio chatter got a lot more staticky. End of the Afghan Prank War. Somehow, all of our stupid planning paid off. The Taliban did eventually do some fighting, but it was limited to just some long-range harassment fire around day 12. Nothing that was a real threat, and the mortar team that entered the area never even fired a round. I can't say for sure that what we did actually did anything more than scare a couple spotters and blow up a repeater, but I am pretty confident that if it weren't for all that, we would have had a seriously deadly fight on our hands by week 2. Afterwards, I would go on to lead the mobility support platoon in Operation Goatfuck, and the new commander and my replacement would go on to do an awesome job on their own up there. Most importantly, everyone in that platoon and that company came home safe. For the Taliban's part, I am sure there was some former spotter somewhere out there telling their version of events where the Americans went crazy after only 2 weeks occupying a hill near Geelong. You know what? I believe it. I believe every word. I believe it happened. X. I am going to tell you the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. Live in West Virginia. Summer of my junior year. Our friend Jake is turning 18 years old. Party at Spencer's. We decide to go camping. I bring my big ass tent. It's me, Spencer, Jake, Sam, and Shane. Pick out a place not far from Spencer's, but deep enough in the woods that going back to the house is damn near impossible in the dark. Okay, I'm gonna continue this with a little backstory. Gonna break greentext for a bit here. So, there is this friend of ours who we used to hang with, but we kind of got disgusted with him, and he's been basically fading out of our group. His ego is bloated, he never contributed weed, and he often hindered our adventures as a result of his folks having caught him with weed one too many times. And yes, we are all pretty big stoners. We go out to Spencer's quite a bit, as he lives about a half an hour out of town and his parents don't care, which basically means we can do whatever we want within reason. We mostly just get high. The place that Spencer lives in is a very, very small wooded area known locally as 10 Mile, and it has its share of spooky stories, including a satanic church about a mile away from Spencer's place. One that was often brought up was something called the Big White Thing. Supposedly 9 feet tall and white, it was sort of like a Sasquatch type character that was blamed, in jest, for a few strange incidents of literally disassembled deer. However, we always knew it was urban legend. Also note that while I had read plenty of Goatman type stories, I had never gone camping and didn't think we'd actually run into anything. Anyways, back to the green text. It's about 8 when we get all our shit to the site. Spencer and Jake get a fire going as Sam and Shane bus supplies back and forth from the entry into the woods. I begin to set up the tent. Should have started when we had more daylight, but we wasted our time getting high. Oh well. So, right as I begin to single-handedly put up a 9-person tent, our friend, Corey, shows up. Turns out he walked 9 fucking miles of hilly road to get here. Not even invited. What the fuck, man? I tell him to get his lazy ass over here and help me. He tries, but of course he is too tired to do much of anything. Fuck it. Go bear grills on this bitch and decide to put it up myself. As the sun falls, Spencer gets the call that more weed was on its way. Spencer, Jake, Sam, and Shane leave to go get it, leaving me here with fat-ass Corey. His phone has a bright-ass flashlight though, so I'm not complaining. We're alone, it's about 9 o'clock, and it's pitch fucking black without the flashlight. Then some shit starts to happen. So about 20 minutes in, his phone fucking dies. So here I am, single-handedly pitching a big-ass fucking tent in the dark with no one here to keep me company, except for Man Tits McGee. Sort of hear sticks break around the clearing we're in. Several times it sounded like they were heading back with the weed. Each time I stand up and go, "Spencer?" Listen a few minutes, get no response, and then go back to the tent. Start to notice a dead smell. Figure it might be dead fish that washed up on the edge of the lake. It goes away after 30 minutes, so fuck it. So, around 10 fucking 30, I get the tent up, throw all of my shit in there and lie down, hoping that they get here soon enough. Continue to hear what sounds like the group coming back, yet each time it is nothing. The smell comes back like 5 minutes after we get in the tent. I figure it's just a musty-ass tent. Start to feel real uneasy. Play Shine On You Crazy Diamond on my iPod. It calms my nerves for a bit. Eventually close my tent door because I just don't feel safe. God damn it. 45 minutes later they show up. Feel relieved. We get high for a few hours and everything is fine. The possibility of a goat man is on my mind at this point, but I keep telling myself it's just fucking bullshit from 4chan. So, 2:30 rolls around. We are outside the tent at this point, roasting chicken dogs around a pretty good fire. The smell is kinda gone, but I may just not be thinking about it. I go to take a piss like 30 or 40 feet away from the group, facing the pitch black darkness of the woods with my dick in my hand. Start to fucking flip in my head for some reason. All of a sudden I see something, sort of like that scene in Signs where the alien walks past the birthday party. It's basically a flash of white, but it's so bright in contrast to everything else, I sort of make out a humanoid figure walking behind 2 bushes. Too much for my ass. I zip my fly and fucking book it back to my camp. Start awkwardly laughing and tell my friends I saw the big white thing. We all have a laugh. The smell is like overwhelming to me, but it seems like I'm the only one who notices it. I just pretend everything is cool, though I've been scared out of my high. Grin and bear it. Constantly hearing sticks breaking and watching my back. It's now 4. Jake, Spencer, and Corey crashed. Me, Sam, and Shane are all up. They usually stay up this late on the weekends. Me, I'm just scared as fucking shit. We bullshit and sneak 1 or 2 tiny bowls while the other guys sleep. The smell has honestly stopped bothering me and I just feel creeped out now. Sam and Shane are completely oblivious. Whoop-de-whoop, time to piss again. Shane does too, so he goes with me and we go back to back, about 15 feet away from each other. Feel a little bit more confident that I'm safe. Huh, must be nothing. Time passes, the fire starts to burn away. Time for firewood. We all spread out around the campground. I'm on edge, but I don't want to come back empty-handed. Suddenly notice a different smell. Kind of like sweat, but really super old. Start picking up wood quickly. Start to think about heading back. All of a sudden, I hear, "Spencer?" Fucking freeze. My fucking voice. Look in all directions. I can barely see 5 feet in front of me, and it's all woods anyway. I start to go, "No, it's a non," figuring that Sam or Shane mistook me for Spencer for some odd reason. There is dead fucking silence. Like, no crickets, no wind, no leaves or sticks. Nothing. Sounds like an airproof room. Right behind me, right in my fucking ear, I hear, "Spencer?" Fucking book it back to camp. Start screaming and shit, trying to wake everybody up and get everyone in a group. We all get in the tent and zip it up. Everybody else is kinda pissed at me cause I freaked them out. Tell them that I fucking heard someone talking to me out in the woods. Tell them it sounded just like my voice. Tell them about how I've been feeling the whole night. They just tell me I'm fucking crazy. Sam and Shane get back out of the tent. Everyone else just goes back to sleep. I get in my sleeping bag, but I'm not fucking sleeping tonight. After about half an hour, I'm feeling fucking tired. It's around 5. I remember checking the time on my phone. Been fading in and out for like 15. After momentarily regaining total consciousness, I notice that I only hear woods. There is no fire, and Sam and Shane aren't talking. Whatevs. Not 5 minutes later, Shane walks into the tent. It's dark, but Shane is fairly short, so I figure it's him. He sort of awkwardly stands up in the tent for a bit. Tell him to just lie the fuck down. I sort of whispered it. He does. Go back to drifting. About 10 minutes later, I hear boots running. Sam practically fucking dives in the tent, but he doesn't manage to wake anybody up. Even Shane is fast asleep too. Sam tells me he heard talking. Tells me it began to mimic them. Tells me they fucking booked it. I point out that Shane got here quite a while ago and wasn't freaking out. He sort of goes cold. I look over. Shane is sleeping like a baby. Sam just fucking lies down, not saying a word. I fell asleep. The rest of the night was calm. Wake up the next morning. Everything would appear to be fine. Me, Jake, and Spencer are the first ones out of our tent at like 7:30. Feel quite refreshed for some reason, like I took the perfect power nap. We all smoke a cig. I tell them about the freaky shit last night. They reveal they smelled the smell too. Jake just thought it was a dead animal in the woods. Spencer thought it was Corey's fucking sweaty state. After the cig, we wake up Sam and Shane for a wake and bake. Pull Shane and ask for a cig, then pull him aside and ask him if he had a rough night last night. He said yeah, and that he and Sam saw and heard some freaky shit, mistaking it for me trying to catch up with them. They say that they saw something running through the woods, and then they ran back to the campsite. Says that he eventually got split up with Sam, and didn't find the camp till like an hour ago. I am noping my fucking ass off on the inside. Says that when he got in the tent, everyone was sleeping, so he just lied down. Tell him I was awake when he got into the tent, and that I said something to him. Tells me that he didn't remember any of that, but that he was in a really shitty mental state, so it's likely he forgot it. We smoke a few bowls and everything is fine again, but I don't sleep for the next week. There are woods all around my neighborhood. I haven't been in them since that time. This is probably going to get buried, but I don't care. I just need to write this down. I haven't slept for more than 4 hours in 3 days. Every time I close my eyes, I'm back there. I've been hunting since I was 11 years old. Nothing fancy. Deer, sometimes boar if we headed further south. Got really good at it. Tracking, gutting, staying quiet. There's a rhythm to it, and after enough time in the woods, you know when something is off. That's what happened this time. I knew it was off from the second I stepped out of the truck. I met a woman named Maria about a month ago at a supply shop in Bend. She was maybe mid-40s, way too polished for the place. She was wearing an expensive jacket, custom boots, not a speck of mud on her, even though the trail outside was all soup. She was asking the guy at the counter about rangefinders. We got to talking. I don't usually chat people up, especially when I'm out hunting, but she seemed sharp. Not flirty, just focused. Said she was getting back into the outdoors. We swapped numbers. I figured maybe we'd go hunting together sometime. We met up twice. Once at a range where she shot tighter than anyone I've ever seen before. I asked who taught her. She just smiled. Second time was on a short rabbit trip. She didn't shoot anything. She just watched me. Asked a lot of questions about how I moved, how I picked spots, how I stayed hidden. At the end, she asked if I was bored of it all. Said that there were more interesting kinds of hunting out there, if I was the type. That is how it started. She gave me a location. If you're serious, meet us here. Don't bring your phone, don't bring anyone. It was a dead zone stretch past the Malheur Wildlife Refuge, about an hour off any paved road. I was skeptical. but I figured it was just some hardcore survivalist club, or maybe she was part of some preppers looking to recruit. I've seen weird shit before, so I said screw it, and packed my usual gear. A .308 bolt action, a Glock, 2 days worth of rations, no phone. Left a burner note in my truck just in case. I got there around dusk. It was a clearing near an old forest road, gravel mostly, with a couple old trailers set up in a semicircle. There were maybe a dozen people, none of whom looked local. Some military surplus clothing, some in full camo, others just dressed plain but efficient. Everyone had a weapon. No one talked too much. No one introduced themselves or gave any names, just slight nods between people. One guy had a clipboard and asked me how far I could shoot reliably. I told him about 600 yards. He wrote something and handed me an armband. It was dull gray, and then he pointed me toward a fire barrel. No phones or GPS were allowed while we were hunting with the club, which meant no way to call for help. That should have been when I left. That should have been what ticked me off instantly. But I didn't. I thought I could handle anything. Marie showed up maybe an hour later. She was dressed like the others this time. Smiled when she saw me. Told me I made a good choice. Said the game would start at midnight. At first I thought it was like a simulation. Like paintball but more hardcore. Maybe blanks or rubber bullets. But at around 11:45, they passed out flare guns and told us all the colors. Red for wounded, orange for lost, yellow for fire hazard, green for safe zone. There was a laminated chart tacked to a tree, like it was some summer camp activity. Then one guy started reading the rules. Not loudly, but like we already knew them. No signals unless downed. No pursuit past the perimeter line. 2-day limit. Team tags are final. Gear is what you bring. Stuff like that. Can't really remember the rest. Then someone, I still don't know who, fired a flare into the sky. Red. Everyone scattered all at once. I didn't move for almost 2 minutes. Just crouched low by the fire barrel, thinking what the hell did I walk into? I could hear movement in the woods, then a single shot in the distance, then another closer to me. I made a choice. I wasn't going to die out there. I moved north toward higher ground and stayed low the entire time. Saw a body within the hour. A young guy, maybe 20s, face half gone. Looked like a slug at close range. No armband. Just a patch of blood where it should have been. I climbed up toward a ridge and stayed the night under a tarp. Didn't sleep at all. Every couple of hours I heard more shots. Once I saw a green flare shoot up, and 2 others came running toward it from opposite directions. 15 seconds later, 3 more shots. Nothing after that. By morning, I counted 8 different shots in my vicinity alone. No emergency calls, no sirens, like none of it existed, like we were just in our own little world. Around noon, I found a woman crying behind a rock outcrop. Her leg was completely mangled. It wasn't broken, it was more like it was shredded. She was holding a combat knife in one hand and a flare in the other. She saw me and screamed, tried to crawl away. I raised my hands up, told her I was not there to hurt her. She didn't believe me. Then I heard movement behind me. Turned just in time to see someone. Ski mask, black coat, no armband. He lowered a shotgun and walked away. He had seen me, very clearly. But he didn't care. Like I wasn't part of his hunt. I looked back and the woman was gone. Just gone, I still don't know how. No blood trail and no scuffle. Like she was never there. I don't know if I hallucinated her because my mind was running so quickly or what. Maybe it was the stress of it. But if so, then why did that guy not go after me? When I finally got back to the camp at the 48-hour mark, only 6 people remained. Marie was not one of them. The trailers were gone, just tire marks. One of the guys handed me a paper envelope. Inside was $1,000 in used bills. No note was attached. No one said a word to me. They just nodded and started walking away into the trees. I drove straight home. I haven't told anyone about any of this until now. I told myself I wasn't going back, that it was a one-time thing, a freak event. Some kind of backwoods secret society garbage that I was lucky to walk away from. I burned the envelope with the cash, tossed the jacket I wore, power washed the undercarriage of my truck until all of the dirt was gone. I just tried to forget, but I kept waking up in the middle of the night to that flare going up. Red sky, black trees, and that scream. That woman's scream. I haven't told anyone about that part. Not even the fact that I still don't know if she ever existed. I looked at my boots after I got home and found a smear of dried blood under the laces. It wasn't mine. A week later, I got a text. No name, just an address and a time. It was hours away, but my hands were already on the keys before I'd even made a decision. I told myself I was going to go and going to report it, or maybe just to see who else showed up. That maybe if I understood what was going on, I could be okay with it or report it properly and have evidence and people would believe me. I don't really know if I went because I wanted to stop it, or because I wanted to prove I was still in control, that I wasn't just a piece on someone else's board. The address was a rest stop off of Highway 97, middle of nowhere. I parked and waited. At 1 a.m., a silver van pulled in beside me. Windows tinted. The passenger window was rolled down. Marie was driving. She didn't smile this time. She just looked tired and said, "Get in." We drove for 2 hours. No GPS. No lights once we left the highway. Finally came to a place that looked like a junkyard, but neater. Rows of vehicles, all different states, none with plates. There was a fire going, like last time, but it was smaller. There was no big group this time, just 4 people. One of them was the man in the black coat from before. I didn't ask questions. I sat by the fire and tried not to look like I was shaking. Marie handed me another envelope. This one was thicker. "This isn't a game," she said. "Not anymore. You stayed out there. That makes you useful." Useful. That word sat in my stomach like a brick. They didn't explain the rules again. Just handed me a radio and a map with circles drawn in red ink. Observer, they called it. Said I'd just be watching this time, but when it started again with a flare, I realized what that meant. I wasn't watching to learn, I was watching to ensure compliance. Every 20 minutes, I had to check in. Report movement, confirm tags. I started to piece together what was happening. They weren't hunting each other anymore. There were teams. There were assigned roles. There were punishments for breaking format. They had built a system, one that ran on fear and ritual and unspoken rules, and I was now a part of that system. One guy, who was skinny and way too young looking to be there, tried to run. I watched through binoculars as he bolted across the tree line and into the river. I didn't say anything. I thought maybe if I just didn't report it, maybe he would make it. 15 minutes later, Marie came over the radio. Calm voice. "Participant 5 has gone cold. Retrieval team is en route." I saw the retrieval team. They weren't there to bring him back. After that night, I tried to cut contact again, blocked the number, disconnected the battery from my truck for a week. But then weird things started happening. I stopped getting deliveries. My mail was rerouted, then disappeared altogether. Someone filed a claim on my land and said I hadn't paid taxes in 5 years. I got stopped twice in 1 week by different state troopers, both asking if I was carrying weapons. Then I got another envelope. No postage, just left on my front porch. Inside was a photo. It was me, standing at my sink, taken from outside the window. It was at nighttime. I didn't even know anyone had been there. There was no note this time, just a red flare casing in the bottom of the envelope. After that, I got the message. You don't leave. You either work for them, or you are them, or you are hunted. Those are the only options. The third time they called me out, I was on cleanup. That's what they call it. It's not just body disposal. It's deeper than that. It's questions. It's making people disappear before they can talk. It's disposing of not just corpses, but memories, digital footprints, IDs, families. One man they assigned me to had bailed halfway through a match, took off in someone else's truck. He wasn't hard to find at all. He used a debit card in a motel 2 hours east. He was holed up in a room with a Bible and a hunting knife, shaking so bad I could hear it through the door. I didn't kill him. I told him to go. Told him to head south, ditch the truck, and to never contact anyone again. He nodded like he understood, said thank you like he meant it. 3 days later, a package showed up at my house. Inside was the knife, still wet. I don't even ask anymore. I just do what I'm told. Sometimes I wonder how many of us there are. How many first-timers are out there now, standing in clearings holding their first flare gun, thinking it's just a simulation or a game, not knowing the second you stay 2 nights, you're theirs. They don't even care if you're good. They care if you're useful. They've got layers, teams within teams. One guy hinted that there is a ledger somewhere, that names are passed around like currency. People worth more than others. A whole fucking economy based on who lives and who dies. And the most fucked up part, it's not about money. Not really. Most of these people already have money. It's about control, about watching someone squirm and knowing they can't do a thing about it. Knowing you could scream all you want and no one will come. That even if they found your body, it would just be a hiking accident. I'm writing this because I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. Even if I go to the police, how do I prove it? And if I do manage to prove it, I am probably going away for a long, long time, all because of some stupid mistake. Well, since we're doing greentext spoofs, be working as security guard. Armed, taser, baton, the works. Have to make my bones in the company by doing an overnight patrol route. Catch the route no one ever wants. Includes one haunted apartment building, abandoned shopping center, and a fun little drive for a privately owned canyon in the foothills. Being the FNG, nobody warns me about any of this stuff. Just post orders, car, and get a move on. Get to apartment building, and grab keys to turn off elevator and lock laundry room, etc. Place is known locally for suicides, murders, and is really old. On ground floor, lock up laundry room at the end of the creepy hallway. No other doors. Look down the hall, real quick, and turn back. Hello. Holy hell, where did you come from? Olive-skinned girl about 18 to 20 years old, long dark hair, wearing what I can only describe as a long grey pillowcase, with holes for a head and arms cut out. She's barefoot. Smiles. So beautiful and also sad. Recover my composure and grin with a good officer friendly. Good evening, ma'am. Turn my head and shake the doorknob for the laundry room, and as I turn back to exchange further pleasantries, gone. Only door from hallway is laundry room that I just locked. Only way out is past me down a 30 to 40 foot hallway and back out into the building foyer. What to myself for a second, then note back down the hall. Make it to the foyer and call the elevator. Right to top before turning it off and locking it. Client's rules, not mine. Clunker even had one of those old-timey accordion gates inside. I love those. Turn to start walking down the hallway to stairwell. Door at far end of hallway is open. Not wide open, just enough to see inside. Remember client note to lock the door if ever found open. Grumble, grumble, born in a barn. Stick my head in doorway to make sure room is empty before closing. Room is bare, hardwood floor, faded wallpaper. Single small window lets moonlight in. Take a step into the room cause I feel like someone is in there. Take another step in, grab out flashlight. Literally a small studio with a single window, nothing else. What the fucking all over, cause I never feel like this. Look up at ceiling and see cross beam of building cutting across the room. As I stare up at it, sudden tightening feeling in my throat. Wave of overwhelming despair crushes my chest. Feel like a rope is constricting my airway. Room suddenly crushes into an icy cold. Stumble backward. Catch my heel on doorframe and land on my ass out in the hallway. Door, which I had opened wide to look into the room, slams shut. Lock clicks. Fuck no. Spiral down all 5 flights of stairs and out onto the street before I know it. Turn to look up at the building. Dark-haired girl from laundry hallway is looking down at me with that smile from the top floor room, backlit by a lamp. Turns away from the window. Light goes out. It took me an hour and half a pack of cigarettes to marshal myself into driving again. Talked to my friend in the company afterward and he apologized. Said he would have warned me if he knew I got that route. All the old-timers know not to check the room. Said if it does get found open, there was a stick with a hook on it in a closet down the hall to pull the door closed. No one ever tries to lock it. Fuck me. Few weeks later, have to do patrol for a privately owned canyon. Got warned by work bro about this one. Firearm required patrol hit. Doesn't make sense. Road through canyon comes off suburban street. Canyon entry blocked to public by chain link fence and massive steel gate. Literally 20 foot tall, 40 foot wide, 3-inch fixed steel gate. Around the office, it's referred to as Jurassic Park account. Client demands armed guard, patrol up to the dead end in the road and back down. Issues cited being reports of prowlers, suspicious noises, and transients. No shit. Briefing papers literally had transients in quotes. Should have known then. So, FNJ, me, goes to account. Opens chain link and drives in. Shuts chain link. Muscle open Jurassic Park gate. Start driving up into canyon. Mind you, it's about 1 AM, pitch black. Drive 5 miles per hour with car lit up like I'm signaling to space. Cliffs on one side, rock face on other. Opens to area with scrub woods on one side. Start a moment before realizing shape up ahead is a deer. Tunnel. Like the tunnel everyone uses in Bunnyman creepypasta. Drive into tunnel. Handgun in lap at this point. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Drive out, and think I hear a scuffle from round the bend in road ahead. Twig snapping, leaves rustling along the road next to car. Turn spotlight towards weird shadow that pops out a moment. Oh my holy silly sweet fucking shit. I'm praying as hard as I can to whatever fluffy and merciful deity will listen to me. Please be a deer. 404, file not found. The rictus visage of a humanoid, grey skin, beady eyes, no clothing, skeletal almost. Head snaps up and shields its eyes from the spotlight before yanking a broken deer carcass behind the tree. Open door, gun pointed, screaming for it to come out. Silence. Fuck. Get back in car, drive down to Jurassic Park gate and call my partner. Partner calls boss. Boss calls me an idiot and calls the client. Client demands my number from boss and calls me, has me explain. Gets really excited and tells me to lock Jurassic Park gate and fuck off most expeditiously. Whatever you say. Client put phone down but doesn't hang up right away. Hear yelling that the guard company found it near the tunnel. Click. At the end of that month, client closed the contract and paid out remaining fees and breach penalties like it was nothing. I ended up signing an NDA and getting a $500 bonus, and called an idiot by my boss again. Went driving with work buddy to find Jurassic Park gate again about 6 months ago. My face when we pulled up and the gate is gone, chain link fence is gone, and the road is open. Cuts all the way from one road up through tunnel and down into another neighborhood. God fucking damn it, that job sucked. Okay, here is a doozy story. Driving patrol route about 2 to 3 months after Jurassic Park account incident. Get call from work buddy. Says he's working over route that night and got a call from boss that alarm is going off at the abandoned strip mall that we service. Fuck it. Patrol driving sucks, I'm rolling. Get there just after buddy. Let's call him Tiny, completely for irony's sake. Tiny waits for me to hop out of the car and unlocks the gate. Fucking place must have had a space theme or something when they designed it. All white facade, curves and angles. 2-story plaza with stairs, elevator, walkway. Anyway, we go around, pull a couple doors open, nothing looks broken. Suddenly, my phone rings, gives us both a start. It's the boss. He literally yells, "What the fuck did you do?" as soon as I pick up. I just pulled on doors, boss, honest. He goes into a tirade about the client calling him, saying the fire alarm is on. Break-in alarm is triggered from all sensors. An elevator entrapment alarm is going off on his setup at home. Site is dead quiet. Work buddy gets on the phone and tells my boss to get off my back. Nothing is going on. Client system must be fucked. Hands me back phone and boss says he doesn't give a fuck. If anything is broken, I am fired. Hangs up on me. I start taking pictures as work buddy opens security/breaker closet. Elevator at the end of the walkway dings and opens. Pitch black inside the elevator car. Both shine lights into car. Doesn't break the dark. Can't even see the back of the car. Tiny draws gun. Walks toward elevator with it hanging down by his leg. I say his name real slow with a question mark at the end as I draw too. Just as he's about to step into black void where the elevator car should be, cell phone rings again, and he snaps out of whatever funk, pull, fugue state he was in, literally jumps 3 feet in the air, and yells, "Nyah," in shock. Retreats away from elevator, pointing gun. Elevator doors slam shut and elevator dings, display showing it's descending to the basement. Tiny looks pissed and says, "That thing tried to eat me." Waits for me to follow and runs downstairs to basement. Elevator is waiting, doors closed. Hits the open button and steps back, gun leveled. Doors ding open and black gaping maw that sucks up our flashlights. I'm at nope factor 10 and shaking like a leaf. Tiny pulls a chem light stick out of his thigh pouch. Don't ask. Dude carried a knife, lighter, chem lights, tourniquet, first aid kit, and extra magazine in this rig that he had on his thigh. Total mall ninja, until he produced exactly what you needed every time. Cracks it, gives it a shake, and underhands it in. No FUD from hitting the back wall, nothing. The light just disappears. Elevator dings and doors shut again. Tiny races over and slaps the button to call it open again, then takes his stance again. Ding. Doors roll open. Fluorescent lit. Dark wood paneling. Handrails. White tile floor. Elevator car greets us. I exhale. What in the fuck? Tiny puts his gun away and scratches his head. He is beyond his depth as we peek our heads in. I look up and spot a small camera in the corner and suggest looking at the tapes. Might want to clarify one point. When the lights came back on in the elevator car, the chem light was not there. We never found it after. Mosey our way back up to level 2 and take a look at the CCTV display. This is where it gets even weirder. Shows us walking around until elevator doors open. Feed from inside elevator cuts to static just before doors open. Comes back on later, probably when they opened again with everything back to normal. Camera pointed down hallway just shows me facing toward elevator with security room door open behind me. Camera pointed at elevator area shows doors open on blackness, but angle is tight enough that you can't see Tiny. No camera pointed at elevator in the basement. Tiny suggests I back up the footage further. Nothing's all over. Camera inside elevator cuts out here and there, but nothing else. Suddenly remember phone call that saved Tiny's ass. Check cell phone. Missed call from boss, who when called back, calls me an idiot. We lock up, and Tiny goes to make the report to client via email. Elevator dings, and doors open on inky blackness. Holy fucking nope. Run back to cars, take off. Tiny files a report that alarms triggered by coyote that got in through the fence. Client buys the story. Every time there is an alarm after that, we yank the gates, pull the doors, and then hightail it. Long as the fucking place didn't burn down, we didn't care. Client demoed the place the same year, and built shitty apartments on the site. Seriously though, fuck that job. So I was hiking the Pacific Coast Trail this last week and well, I'm just going to greentext it. Be hiking PCT headed south towards Crater Lake near Lake Mader. As I cut across one of the other trails, a couple of Forest Service guys hike up from the east. One is very clearly an LEO in full kit with an AR-10. The other guy isn't LEO, but he's got a rucksack covered in smoke canisters and carrying a fuck-huge saw with teeth an inch deep. They ask me how I am and if I'd seen anything odd around here. Say I'm hiking the PCT. Nothing weird really to note. Ask them what's up. They say something about a problem bear near one of the upper lakes that they are chasing off with pepper grenades and to watch out since I'm all alone. I just shrug and thank them for the info and keep on hiking. Set up my camp a mile or so down the trail. A bit after dark, I hear gunshots start to my west. All night, every couple of hours, I hear gunshots, slowly circling around along the west to the south. Don't get any sleep. A bit before dawn, I hear another volley of shots and a horrendous noise to the east. Sounds like a giant pig getting stuck and bleeding out slowly. Noise stops a bit after dawn. Climb out of my tent, start packing. Start hiking south. Can smell very bad smoke, half-rotted meat, and copper blowing from the south. The two Forest Service guys wander up from east. Elio's pack is significantly lighter. The guy with the saw only has one smoke grenade left, and the saw is covered with some kind of black stuff. Ask what the fuck was going on. The guy with the saw just gives me a shit-eating grin and says, "A bear." Elio nods in affirmation and adds, "It was just a bear, don't worry about it, it's gone." They are giving no fucks about the smell or the black shit on the saw that looks like it's smoldering. Ask if I need anything, and wish me luck on my hike. I can't get any good sleep for the rest of my trip. Get home last night. Realize my camera is just up and gone. What the fuck was that shit, Kay? You might not believe me, but my dog somehow exploded outside the second story of my house. I mean, exploded. I let it out back one morning, just like I usually do, 'cause he needed to piss or whatever. I hear a scream, so I go and check. There is nothing but blood spatter across the second story of the building. No body, no entrails, just the scream and blood. Neighbors thanked me afterwards at the local church. Said the sacrifice calmed me elemental in the area. I packed my shit and left. Rural Wisconsin is pretty weird. I still miss my little buddy. Went to a store called Hastings once. Pretty good store I go to often. Got my things, headed to check out. There was some biker guy and his son at the other register, also checking out. Biker guy is kinda big. Looks like he's on drugs. Son had long and greasy hair, like pick related, but not as, styled. I also had long hair at the time. Not that long, but still. Get to register. Biker man stares at me. Motherfucker does not stop staring at me one time. He looks really angry. Gives the cashier the money and everything, all while staring at me. Luckily I checked out first and drove away as he was leaving. Still staring as I drove away. Not really paranormal, but fucking weird. The kid just looked like he was sick or something. I've worked night shifts at Walmart for almost 5 years now. I have done so ever since I dropped out of school. I stock shelves, rotate out dairy, handle trash runs. It's not glamorous, but it's quiet, and I don't have to deal with customers too much, which is honestly a win. I don't know why I'm typing this like you've never been to a Walmart before, Lamau. I guess I'm just stalling because I'm nervous. This story isn't about Walmart, not really. It's about what's behind it. More specifically, what's beneath it. The one that I work at least. I live in a small town in Nevada. One of those dusty places where half the buildings haven't changed since the 70s, and everyone drives lifted trucks, even though there's no reason to. I'm not going to name the specific town, just in case. Just know that the population is much, much smaller than Las Vegas. We're still big enough to have the usual stuff like Walmart, Circle K, a pawn shop, a vape store, and a big-ass dirt lot behind the strip mall where they occasionally park trailers and shipping containers. A few months back, corporate decided to expand our loading dock. They wanted a second ramp to make deliveries more efficient. To do this, they brought in a construction crew to start tearing up the asphalt behind the store. Second night into the demo, they hit something. It was loud enough for us to hear inside, like steel being peeled open. We thought it was just a busted water line or something, but the construction foreman came into the break room looking pale and tight-lipped. He made a call from the manager's office, and the next thing we know, the whole site is roped off. Probably wouldn't be weird on its own. Maybe these idiots burst a water pipe or something crucial down there. What followed is what made it so much worse. The next day, 2 black unmarked SUVs rolled in, plus a couple guys in dusty tan uniforms. They had no patches and no agency IDs. One of them talked to our store manager. The rest stood around the site with rifles and clipboards, like they were doing recon in a war zone. That part was not normal. But you learn not to ask questions out here. Especially when desert types in government gear show up. I mean, what the fuck was I gonna do? From what I could piece together from the overnight crew, they cracked into some kind of sealed tunnel. The ground around just gave out. Asphalt, rebar, and concrete all just crumbled into this long, dark hole that had been buried beneath our back lot. I saw it myself 2 nights later. Our assistant manager, Tina, let me out for a smoke break early. She's pretty chill, so she wasn't really bothered about it. I wandered back behind the dumpsters, trying to get some quiet, and saw that the construction site was still taped off. But no one was there though. The machinery was all gone. The black SUVs were not around anymore. They just left it open. Curiosity got the better of me. I stepped over the plastic tape and peeked in. It wasn't natural at all. The sides of the hole were not jagged like a sinkhole. They were reinforced. They were lined with old, rusted steel panels and welded crossbeams. The hole dropped maybe 10 feet before flattening out into a horizontal tunnel, perfectly round, maybe 6 feet in diameter. There were old markings along the top of the wall, faded stencils, numbers, arrows pointing inward. There was some kind of writing, some kind of code or something, but I couldn't fully make it out. Like a mix of numbers and letters, and then I think I remember it saying, door. But there was no door, just the tunnel, curving slightly left and disappearing into darkness. I got the strongest sinking feeling I've ever had in my life. It did not seem like I was supposed to see this. But why just leave it open like this? Later that night, I asked around. One of the older stock guys, Alan, said it's not the first time something like this has happened. A lot of weird shit buried in this part of the state, he told me. Old missile silos, fallout shelters, chemical storage. Government like to dig and forget. I thought about reporting it. I really did. But the next morning, we all got pulled into a surprise staff meeting. The store manager said the construction was on hold indefinitely, and that the area behind the store was off limits due to a structural hazard. She was clearly reading off of something rehearsed. She also told us very firmly to not talk about it, to not post photos, and to not bring it up again. Of course, I could not stop thinking about it. A week later, weird shit started happening. Weird how? Let me be specific. The dogs in the neighborhood behind the Walmart started barking every night, non-stop, at the empty construction site, like clockwork, to 11 a.m. sharp. A weird hum started coming from the back wall of the loading dock. You couldn't hear it unless you stood right against the concrete. Then it buzzed up through your spine like you'd hit a tuning fork. Alan went missing. Didn't show up for his shift one night. His car was still in the lot, door cracked open, coffee in the cup holder. No note, no phone, no nothing. Cop showed up, shrugged, called it a personal disappearance. Then I had my own encounter. About 4 nights ago, I went out for another smoke break. Tina was inside handling some guy who had pissed himself in the toy aisle, so I slipped out alone. I didn't go near the tunnel, just up by the fence. And then I heard something underneath me. Not footsteps, it was more like shifting. Something large moving through soil. Wet sounds like mud being pulled through metal. And then, breathing. It came from under my feet and not the tunnel itself. Something was below the asphalt and shifting in place. I dropped my cigarette and ran inside. I haven't gone out there for a smoke break since. Last night was the final straw. I was wheeling a pallet of bleach toward aisle 12 when the overhead lights flickered. That's not unusual because we've got bad wiring, but when they came back on, I saw wet footprints on the tile. Not shoe prints, bare. Human looking, but the wrong proportions. Too long, toes too spaced, skin textured weird, like it had been soaked in formaldehyde. They led from the loading dock all the way to the walk-in freezer, then stopped. Just vanished. I followed them slowly. I don't know why, it felt like I had to. Inside the freezer, nothing, but the air smelled off, like old pond water and dust. And one of the milk crates was melted. Not broken or crushed, but melted, like someone had pressed something hot and wet against it for a long time. I left early, told them I felt sick. I wasn't exactly lying. Something is down there. Something older than the store, older than the asphalt, older than the concrete. I don't know if the government is involved and they caused all of this, or if it's something else, but with how the tunnels looked and constructed, I would wager pretty heavily that they have their hand in this. Whatever it is, it's now wandering around. OP here. Since I posted originally, a lot has happened. I wish I could say things got better, but they haven't. If anything, the whole situation has spiraled further into what I can only describe as a nightmare with no waking up. First off, thank you to everyone who replied here and gave me advice and warned me not to go near it alone, or suggested I contact journalists or federal agencies. I thought about it, but I am stuck between two realities. Either no one will believe me because there is zero proof, or I will disappear like Alan, and that thought terrifies me more than the tunnel itself. I still have no idea what happened to him, by the way. I don't know whether he was disappeared, or he used common sense and got the fuck out of here before something bad happened. A few nights after the footprints in the freezer, I decided I needed answers. I couldn't just wait for something to crawl up through the floorboards and drag me into whatever hell lies beneath. I borrowed an industrial flashlight and a roll of duct tape from the store and went back after closing. No one was supposed to be there, and the lot was empty, except for the faint glow of street lamps. I approached the hole again. It was bigger than I remembered, but maybe they'd torn away more asphalt since then. Or maybe I had just noticed now. The tunnel's opening looked like a big wound, and it swallowed up all the light. Visibility was a bitch. I taped my flashlight to a broomstick, dangling it down about 10 feet to get a better look. The beam caught a faint shimmer deep inside. Wetness. Something slick coated the walls. And then I heard it. That breathing, slow and heavy. I shined the light further. The tunnel didn't just continue straight, it sloped down sharply. The bottom was covered in muddy water, which was black and oily. I dropped the light by accident. Fingers just slipped because I was trembling. It made a plop and sank. No sound of it hitting solid ground. No bottom. I wanted to call it quits then and there, but I'm stubborn. I left a small camera, a cheap disposable one with a flash, taped to the edge of the hole, pointing down. I hoped it would capture something overnight. The next morning, the camera was gone. No sign it had been moved or taken, it was just gone. I'm convinced something is down there in the fucking tunnel, but I don't know what, and I don't have any solid proof, aside from what I've experienced so far. The neighbor's dog won't stop fucking barking. It has gotten worse, always really late at night, like at 2 a.m. It never did this before. My neighbor's old beagle, Rosie, won't stop howling and pacing, eyes locked on the Walmart lot. I've never been a dog whisperer, but that poor dog seems terrified. The other night, I saw her stare directly at the lot for nearly 20 minutes, growling low in her throat, hackles raised. I don't know if I'm just imagining things anymore. Maybe the dog can sense it and just knows. Or maybe I'm making connections where there are none. The other night, the strangest thing happened to me. I was locking up the store alone when the lights flickered again. The power blipped twice. It was nothing unusual until I caught movement reflected in the freezer glass doors. It was a figure, I fucking swear it. It didn't have a face I could say. It was just a blur of darkness. It vanished as soon as I blinked. I spun around. No one there. I've been digging through online archives and local forums. Turns out, there's a lot of classified military stuff buried in Nevada. Stuff like decommissioned missile silos, experimental test sites, fallout bunkers, but nothing officially documented underneath this Walmart. Nothing to explain a tunnel with no bottom, or a door that's never been opened. One older local I spoke to, who was a retired engineer, warned me to stay clear. He said, some things are meant to stay buried. The government sometimes hides more than they tell. Better you don't poke the hornet's nest. I just keep thinking about Alan. He disappeared the same week the tunnel was exposed. I don't know what happened to him. The police have no leads. It's like they're trying to be unhelpful on purpose. Keep brushing me off and saying they'll get to it, but they aren't really taking it seriously at all. I told myself I was done with this, but I needed some kind of closure. Whatever is going on with the tunnel is moving at a snail's pace, so who knows when it will be finally sealed back up. I decided to bring my friend Nate with me. I'm honestly not even sure how I got him to agree to it. Was probably afraid I'd get myself killed or arrested. Who knows what kind of chemicals or whatever could be down there. He works nights at the auto shop just down the road. He knew about the tunnel and the sinkhole, but none of the details. It was kind of a rumor flying around town that got progressively more embellished by each person that told it. He brought a crowbar with him. We waited until after 2 a.m. The lot was empty, still not taped off or with any warning signs. The government is useless for this town. No one really cares. We brought flashlights and some rope. Didn't plan to go far, just wanted to see how real it all was. If I was losing my mind, or if something had actually clawed its way up from underneath the store. The tunnel wasn't as steep as I remembered, but it got cold fast. The walls were slick with condensation and something oily. The metal felt old. Welded seams, corroded bolts, faded numbers painted in blocky stencils. Some of the markings were scratched out. Others had arrows pointing deeper in. We kept going for maybe 10 minutes before the tunnel widened. A split in the wall led to a kind of side chamber, not fully finished. It looked like someone had been squatting there at some point. Ratty blankets, rusted cans, a broken camp stove half melted into the floor. There were even burn marks on the ceiling. Was someone fucking living down here? The smell was awful, like stale water and iron with a hint of something sweeter underneath, like rotting fruit maybe. There were claw marks in the steel near the entrance. Fucking claw marks. Maybe a few weeks ago I might have chalked it up to metal scraping metal, but nope. These were deep and not fresh. I know what I was fucking seeing. We didn't see anyone or hear anything, thankfully. We just looked at each other, shook our heads, and decided to head back without a word. Way too fucking dangerous to stay. I haven't bothered with it since. I just wish the government would hurry up and do their fucking jobs for once, because that hole gives me the creeps just looking at it. I mean, come the fuck on. How long does it take to just seal it up? There's been a whole shitload of minor to moderate creepy happenings, but the one major one I was involved in was pretty fucking weird, but didn't seem malevolent. Up in the woods, a few dozen miles from a town named Kalispell in Montana. Huge group of friends at a lake I'd found, about halfway up a mountain. Water is absolutely crystal clear, and there is this pretty neat little island in the middle, no bigger than like 50 square feet, that's just overgrown as fuck. We've got a bonfire lit before the sun is even going down. Everybody is having a good time. I think I need to take a second to note that I'm spending most of my time swimming, whereas everyone else is chilling around the bonfire. At this point, it's starting to get dark, and I figure swimming in a mostly unknown lake in the dark is pretty fucking stupid, so I decide to swim back. Sun is just setting over the tops of the trees as I am swimming past the little aforementioned island. I suddenly hear this weird flapping / buzzing sound from my right by this little island. Think to myself, oh fuck, great. I just pissed off a giant hornet's nest or something and got ready to dive like the little pussy I am when it comes to stinging insects. 2 seconds later, there is this really weird little bird checking me out. If I had to describe it, I'd say it looked a little bit like if a hummingbird fucked a peacock. It was a pretty neat looking little bird, actually. Very bright colors, and very intelligent looking for a bird. Flew like a hummingbird. Wow, this little thing is looking pretty cool looking. Start treading water to look at it, because I've never seen one of these in my entire life. I'm getting the bird equivalent of the bird stare the entire fucking time. Don't know if I want. Assure the bird out loud that I'm not here to fuck with it, just enjoying the water. Not in any serious way. It was an offhand remark. Same way I ask my dog how his day has been when I get off work. Little bird understands me. I do not know how I know this. Sudden compulsion to touch the bird. Extremely strong. Attempt to lift one hand out of water while still treading water to touch the bird. Suddenly, everyone is screaming at me to get out of the lake. What the fuck am I doing? Oh my god, etc. Weird trance I did not even realize I was in is now broken. I assume there's a bear or something coming to eat me, and just start swimming, dry land reached with no ill effects. Everyone is still freaking the fuck out. Many people have noped right back down to the trail, back to the vehicles. Nothing is after me. Nothing is attacking. Everything is cool as far as I can tell. Friend of mine named Josh is fucking screaming in my face, asking if I'm alright. What the fuck? I'm fine. There was this pretty cool little bird. Would have let me touch it if you hadn't freaked it out. The fuck are you all going apeshit about? It is then explained to me that the second after the sun went down, a giant ball of green light shot out of the middle of the island and started hovering over me. I apparently stopped dead in the water, went slack-jawed, and was staring at it like I was hypnotized and talking to it in long strings of nonsense words. Nobody else saw a goddamn bird but me. I was in my 20s at the time, young and full of ambition. At the time I was a raging alcoholic and drug addict, so my memory is kinda hazy, so I do apologize if most details aren't there and major other events were left out. Now sober almost a year. Anyways, I moved to Salt Lake City, Utah from Arizona, and I had gotten a job as a service tech. One of these jobs I went on was adding devices for equipment on a string of gas stations starting from St. George to Salt Lake, slowly working my way up the state to Salt Lake City, hitting every store that was needing devices. I cannot remember exactly where I was for the life of me, somewhere between Richfield and another town, one of those small towns in between. I had finished a store late at about 10 to 11 p.m. or so, and wanted to get to the next town over so I can continue my work in the morning, rather than drive 2 hours in the morning. As I'm driving down the highway, the Google Maps had told me to take this dirt road to get to the town I was working in next. Hesitant on why this was a route, I turned left into it. A long dirt road with nothing around me, pitch black darkness other than my high beams. About 5 to 7 minutes into my drive, my truck makes a sputter. It was an old 2008 work truck, piece of shit. I cursed under my breath and put it in park. I lifted the hood and nothing seemed to be wrong. I have mild mechanic knowledge. Of course, I look down at my phone and see I have no cell service at all. I check my work phone and the same thing. My only option here was to pretty much either wait it out until daytime, or find a spot where I can get a bar of service. So I took option 2. Also, I usually carry firearms, but this trip I had forgotten to bring it with me. Wielding a 10-inch pipe wrench and a Milwaukee flashlight, I walked into the desert, determined to be rescued from the dark abyss. I'd like to add that this road was barely paved. I mean, you would not even take a truck on this unless you had to, or it led to a specific point. I wouldn't even call it a road, more a trail. Brush and trees lined up the trail like a natural wall. I am not an anxious person, or get scared very easily. I grew up in Arizona, so I was pretty used to the dark, quiet desert. Every step further from the truck made me feel more tense. I walked for about 10 minutes until I heard laughing. Kind of muffled laughing, something you'd hear out of a kid's show. Right behind me, I swung around quickly. Nothing. My boots are sinking into the mounds of sand as I quickly just keep pushing forward. My heart is beating out of my chest like a ticking time bomb. I hear it again, but closer, louder, like it was 4 to 5 feet away from me. I am fully sprinting into the desert brush and sand now, eyes darting like lasers around for somewhere to hide. I do not believe in paranormal or aliens or anything like that. I just figured it was some deranged desert hobo or something, or some sort of drug addict. The adrenaline coursing through me, I hid behind a rock that was nearby. Crouched down, my right knee hurting by all the rocks on the ground, but I didn't care. I needed to hide. The rock was one of those 3-footish mound rocks. The moon was shining bright so I can see some things. As I am scanning the desert, I see silhouettes of 2 people running. I can barely make them out, but my eyes have them adjusted to the dark abyss. I forgot to mention, after a while of this running, I turned my flashlight off to not give away my location. I hear them, talking, but I'm far away enough to not be able to understand what they are saying. I literally sent out a message to my family and friends saying that I love them and that I'm sorry for anything I had ever done wrong in my life. They didn't send because I did not have any service, just coping in a traumatic event, haha. I am not a small guy. I'm 5'10", 240 pounds, but I was unarmed and outnumbered. And God knows how many others were out there with them and what they were planning on doing when I was found and helpless. I waited, but they did not leave the general location of where they were at, scrambling around like mosquitoes. I had thought of the only thing I could do. I grabbed 2 smallish rocks. I'm not religious, but I prayed to God that night and threw them far in a direction away from the truck and the road. I heard them scurry away towards the noise, shouting at each other as they trucked through the desert. I slowly crouch-walked through the brush, back to the truck. I forgot to mention this earlier, but I heard another set of stomping after the two had ran. There was confirmed 3 people in the desert with me. As I got closer, I could see the truck. I felt like I was in heaven. Every step was closer to salvation. My boots filled with sand with every stomp into the soft cold sand. Branches and brushes stabbed me into my cargo work pants. I hear them tailing me. For the love of God, I could not turn around. I did not even care to see who or what it was chasing me. I see the truck. The truck driver's side door is completely open. I had left it closed. I checked the back seat and flung the door open more. I flew into the driver's seat in the truck and did the most stupid thing ever, but it was the only thing I could think of. I started it. It took a couple of tries to start it, but it cranked and let out a roar. I threw the gear shifter in drive and drove. As I was driving, hauling ass down this dirt road, I see hooded people hiding along the sides of the road, ducking as I drove by, scattering into the darkness like roaches in a kitchen. I rolled down the window and chucked my pipe wrench as hard as I could right at one of them and sped off. I watched it do flips right into where they were. I yelled as I sped off into the pitch-dark desert night. Trails of dust followed the truck as I drove. Silence. Nothing but me and my heavy breathing, trying to make sense of the whole situation. I drove until I had seen town lights. I was sweating, white knuckles on the steering wheel, gritting my teeth, going at least 75 miles per hour. I got into the small town at around 12 a.m. I threw myself into a local 7-Eleven, looking terrified. The cashier asked me what's wrong, and I just asked her to call the sheriff's office. The sheriff was some old, burly-looking man. I am covered in tattoos head to toe, so he treated me as a criminal almost myself, lol. Turns out some hoes had bursted. Do not remember exactly what it was. I got into town and called my boss, who was upset at the late-night call he was receiving. He was shocked at what I said, and said to call the sheriff's office and mechanic. Mechanic guy was super nice, and didn't charge me for repair. The cops weren't much help. They basically looked at me like I had been up too long, and I was hallucinating. I was not. Had asked me if I had taken drugs or have drank, and barely wrote anything on the report. The mechanic was telling me he had never heard of something like that in the area. I stayed in a motel that night. I believe it was a Motel 6, but I cannot remember. I swear I did not get a lick of sleep that night after I showered the dirt off of me. I ended up returning home early and quit this job later down the line for other reasons. I have since moved out of Utah to Florida. A photo I had taken on the service call had came and reminded me of the story. I had to write about it. I had to tell someone. Was this a robbery? Were they trying to hurt me? Did they see the work truck and say, "Ooh, expensive tools and copper"? I have no idea. I'm just curious, who do you think these people were? And why were they hunting me like an animal? Has anyone had a similar experience? How close do you think I was to being murdered in the desert? The truck was looted. I remember all the wire, pipe, and some power tools were taken. We humans are not afraid of being alone in the dark, but finding someone else in the dark with us. Be 14 years old, chilling in the woods near my house. Live in the middle of nowhere, no one but my parents, sister, and my grand down the road. Decide to go to this awesome tree fort I had in the middle of the forest. On my way there, I smelled this sort of burning smell. Thought that there was a forest fire because lately we had a drought, so forest fire might be happening. Find a campsite with a put-out fire and a trash pile. Root around in the trash for a while. Suddenly, an arrow hits the tree and cuts my arm a little. Nope, fuck that. Run home and tell my father. Tell him about the arrow and show him my arm. He grabs his 12 gauge and heads into the woods. Hear gunshots and my dad runs out of the woods. He comes back, doesn't say anything, and runs inside and calls a bunch of his buddies. They all show up with guns and dogs, and there was around 20 to 30 guys. All head into the forest. Show up 4 hours later with a dude tied up with a bag over his head. Dad is calling the local sheriff. Go near him, and he's talking some strange language, but could be Spanish for all I know, and was wearing a bunch of animal pellets and was covered in blood. They put him in one of the guy's trucks, but when the sheriff arrived, the dude broke free and left the truck. The scariest part about it, though, was that they found him waiting in my treehouse in one of the closets. They had more searches, but turned up nothing. I don't go into those woods anymore. I went there one last time and felt watched the whole time. Be me. Be an Irish guy. Be in Macy's Wood, Dublin. The place is at the base of Montpellier Hill, the famous location of the Hellfire Club. Looking for an ancient witch tomb with my dad. Find tomb. Pretty good, but it is really, really ruined. Look around the forest at the remains of the old Macy estate. Find the remains of the estate's ice house. Despite it being in the middle of summer, I can see my breath in the air. The ice house is falling into the small river. There is a little dark tunnel you can just about crouch into. I look inside of it. It is pitch dark. At this point, I am being a massive pussy and call in 2 spoopy X shit because of the aforementioned being a pussy. Dad calls me to leave. Sure thing, Dad. Look back into the tunnel one last time before I leave. My eyes have been getting used to the darkness, so by now they had fully adjusted. Way back in the little tunnel, right at the end of my vision, is a small figure, child-sized, white and crouching, looking right at me, just staring at me. Nope.exe has crashed and needs to be restarted. Great-great-grandfather saw the devil. GGG likes to ride into town and have a drink. Getting real late. Decides to walk home instead of falling off his burro. Walking his donkey home when he comes to the local stream. There's a boy crying at the edge of the water. What are you doing out here, little boy? It's real late. Something can happen to you. Let me offer you a ride home. Kid agrees, so Triple G saddles him up. As they're halfway crossing the river, Triple G sees the kid's shadow on the bridge growing. Tries to look back at the donkey. Sees that the child's legs have turned into 1 cow foot and 1 chicken foot on either side. Looks on top and sees the devil in the flesh. Insta-sober. They get across the bridge. The child and the handsome devil have both disappeared. There was a church on the other side of the river. Triple G hopes all the way home and tells everyone the story, white and shaky. Sorry, I suck at telling stories. Pretty rushed since it's a long day. Hey folks, I have something deeply disturbing that happened to me that I don't really have any concrete answers for. Any help figuring it out would take a huge weight off of my mind. I work the night shift on a drilling rig in West Texas, out near the Guadalupe Mountains. It's a remote area, mostly desert, with nothing but sand, scrub, and the occasional jackrabbit. I've been out here for years, and I've seen my fair share of oddities. But lately, things have been different. About a month ago, we started noticing strange vibrations during our shifts. At first, we chalked it up to minor quakes. Nothing unusual given the recent uptick in seismic activity due to wastewater injections from fracking operations. But these vibrations felt different. They were, rhythmic, almost like something was tunneling deep beneath us. Then, livestock from nearby ranches began disappearing. No signs of struggle and no tracks from them, just gone. One of the ranchers mentioned finding a perfectly circular hole near his property, about 6 feet in diameter, with smooth walls descending into darkness. He said it looked like it had been bored by a massive drill, but there was no equipment in sight. Our equipment started acting up too. Sensors would glitch, readings would spike and then flatline. One night, our entire drill assembly seized up, as if something had gripped it from below. We had to shut down operations for the night. The most unsettling incident happened last week. I was on a routine inspection when I stumbled upon a new hole, similar to the one the rancher described. As I approached, I heard a low humming sound emanating from it. It wasn't mechanical, it felt alive. The air around the hole was warmer, and there was a faint metallic smell. I reported it to my supervisor, but he dismissed it, saying it was probably just a sinkhole caused by the unstable ground due to our operations. But I can't shake the feeling that something is moving beneath us, something that shouldn't be there. I'm not one for superstitions, but the desert has been here long before us, and we've been drilling into it without understanding what is truly down there. I don't know what's causing these disturbances, but I fear we've maybe disturbed something down there, but I'm not sure what. I told myself I wasn't going to post again. Thought maybe I was just too tired, too overworked, and my brain was making shit up to fill in the gaps. But I can't sleep. I've been drinking more than I should. I keep seeing that hole in my dreams, and worse, the thing that came out of it. Do you guys remember how I mentioned the humming coming from the hole? It wasn't just sound. It was in my bones, like standing too close to a transformer, but not electric, something organic. That is the only way I can explain it. It's not a vibration you hear, it's one that you feel. Like something is calling out to your cells and asking them to rearrange. Anyway, 3 nights after I made that last post, one of our green hats, new kid, early 20s, still had oil-filled optimism, didn't check in after his round. We were halfway through the shift. Radios were clear, there was no background static, and there was no distress call sent out. There was just nothing. I was the closest, so I volunteered to find him. I grabbed my headlamp and headed off down the 7 perimeter where he was last assigned. It was quiet. There were no coyotes and no wind, not even the usual far-off highway rumble. The area of that site had loose rock and a lot of bentonite dust, so even in the dark you could follow footprints. I found his tracks. Normal at first and then erratic. Steps too wide, like he'd started running. Then the prints just stopped. No scuff marks, no drag or fall marks, no turnaround. Just a line of boots ending right in front of a fresh hole. It was another one of those perfect 6-foot wide tunnels, smooth like glass, disappearing into pitch black ground. My headlamp barely lit the inside. It didn't go straight down, more like a slide angled into the earth. I radioed it in. My supervisor barked back, told me to mark it and head back, but I didn't move. I couldn't. I was watching something. The edge of the hole was quivering. It was like it was breathing, like there was a diaphragm flexing beneath it. Then I heard it. Not the humming. Not that time. It was the kid. The green hat. His voice, but not right. Wrong rhythm, wrong pitch. Like someone had studied how humans sound and was trying to mimic it. He said, "It's not a bad creature. It just wanted to know what we were." Then silence. I didn't wait. I left the area and didn't tell anyone else what I heard. I said I'd found his gear abandoned, no sign of struggle, and maybe he wandered off. That was a lie. Over the next few nights, the ground around the site kept shifting. Shallow sinkholes would open and close like blisters. We'd wake up to find fresh ruts carved through the dirt. They were long, straight gouges, like something had dragged a freight container underground. Then came the smells. Sulfur, copper, rot. The mix hit you out of nowhere, like stepping into a butcher's freezer that's lost power for a week. We couldn't trace the source. It was like it floated just under the surface. One of the engineers from corporate flew in. He looked like he'd already heard the stories and didn't even bother inspecting equipment. He just asked where the holes had been and where the weird seismic readings were strongest. And then, after that, he locked himself inside a trailer with a laptop and some weird-looking sonar gear. He left the next morning before sunup. No report or handshake or any kind of official word. He was just fucking gone. What an asshole. 2 days later, we got the shutdown order. Official story. Mechanical faults. Safety concerns. Site is being evaluated for subsurface integrity. But I overheard a call when I was in the foreman's trailer. Someone from a private geotech firm was talking about living strata. That's not a real term, at least not in geology, and I had certainly never heard it before. The night before I left for good, but I went back out another time. I don't know why. Curiosity? Guilt over lying and leaving the guy there? I mean, I don't even know what really happened to him. The biggest hole we'd seen so far had opened near the southern range of our worksite. I went there alone, with my flashlight and a bottle of whiskey. The ground around the opening was soft, like topsoil after rain, but there had not been any rain in over a month. And the hole, it was wide enough to swallow a truck. I shined the light in and saw something shift down there. Not run or dart, I mean it fucking shifted, like watching muscle flexing under skin. Then I saw the green hat. His face, anyway. It peeked out of the darkness slowly, like a puppet being raised behind a stage curtain. Same hat, same shirt, but the eyes were wrong. No whites, just smooth reflective black, His mouth moved, and my voice came out. Not a recording, it was my voice. It said, "We could trade. You go, I stay." I didn't answer. I couldn't. I took one step back, and the face slid back into the dark. I booked it, quit the next morning, told them my brother was sick, and I had to take care of family at home. They didn't ask questions. I think they were happy to let anyone go who wasn't going to raise a stink. That was 3 days ago. I'm back home now. But 2 nights ago, I heard a soft thump in my backyard. Went out the next morning after, and found a perfect circle, about a foot across, bored right through the grass and dirt. It's deeper than my shovel can measure, too smooth to be made by anything natural. There are no tracks around it. I don't know if it followed me, or if there are more of them, or if we just drilled into something old, and it woke up hungry. What the fuck is living down underneath the dirt? Alright, I wasn't gonna post anything here. I read your first message, and felt that itch behind my eyes that I get when I remember too much. Figured I'd ignore it. Figured maybe you were just tired like the rest of us. Thought, hell, that desert'll get into your head if you're not careful. But then I read the second part, the one about the green hat and the hole that breathed, and I swear, my hands started shaking, because I think I know what you're talking about, or something close enough to it. I used to work about 60 miles north of where you said you were. Another rig. Smaller operation, mostly test drills for a mid-tier outfit trying to sell lease rights to a bigger fish. Not a lot of oversight and fewer rules. It was just you, the machines, and a whole lot of dirt that never sleeps. This was back in March, I think. I'd taken a solo shift covering graveyards after another guy got a hand mangled in the winch line. You know how it is. Somebody always ends up working doubles. That week it was me. Everything started out normally enough. Long hours, cheap coffee, coyote yips out in the scrub brush at night. But around day 4, I started noticing something strange on the walkouts. Our drill readings were clean, but the seismic sensors were catching weird spikes. Nothing major, just tremors too rhythmic to be natural. Not earthquake stuff, but not weather either, like something breathing slow and steady below the shale. I mentioned it to the site boss, and he just told me to file it under equipment drift and move on. And so I did, for a while. Then on my 6th night out there, I took the long route back to the trailer after checking the valves, walking the edge of the perimeter fence where it butts up against a dried wash. Never liked that stretch very much. Wind funnels through it weirdly and carries sound the wrong way. You will hear your own steps echo before you even take them. Anyway, about halfway along that wash, I saw something that made me stop cold. There was a hole, same as what you described. It was a near perfect circle, maybe 5 feet across, maybe a little bit more. It hadn't been there the night before, and the soil around it had not been disturbed. No drag marks or debris, it was just the hole, like it had been drawn with a goddamn compass and carved with a laser. I should have reported it immediately and backed the fuck off, but instead I got closer. Human nature, I guess. Curiosity, or stupidity, or maybe just both. The air around the opening was still, too still, the kind of still that presses in on your eardrums. My flashlight only reached about 20 feet in before the beam seemed to get swallowed up by the dark. It didn't fade, it just stopped entirely, like the light had hit something thick in the air and could not push past it, like it hit a brick wall. I leaned down and listened. There wasn't any wind or humming, but I did smell something. It was something much worse than any kind of rot or sulfur. It smelled like absence? I know that probably makes no sense. I mean, how the fuck do you smell the lack of something? But that is the best word that I can think of. Like someone had vacuumed up all of the life and warmth out of the air. Like walking into a freezer where time had stopped. I backed off and went back to the trailer. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I kept picturing that smooth tunnel in the ground and wondering how deep it went, wondering what might be down there. The next day I went back with better gear. I took a rope, a flood lamp, and a small winch I rigged off the back of my truck. And yeah, I went down, but only about 30 feet. I told myself I was just checking for subsidence or karst pockets. Nothing serious, OSHA coverable. The slope angled enough that I could brace my boots against the wall and rappel, sort of, slow and careful like. That tunnel, It wasn't made by any machine I've ever seen. The walls weren't just smooth, they were sealed. It was like glass that had cooled from a melt. There were no grooves, and no mineral variation, just blackness shot through with faint metallic veins that shimmered when my light hit them at the right angle. When I hit the bottom, I found something I still have not stopped dreaming about. And by dreaming, I mean nightmares. There was a fucking body down there, man. I am being deadly serious. It was propped against the far wall of the tunnel, like it had been placed there. The knees drawn up, with the arms wrapped around them. The head was just tilted to one side. It wasn't fresh. God, it wasn't fresh. The thing was shriveled, dried out like a raisin left in a furnace. The skin was tight over bone, but no signs of rot or scavenging. No insects, no fluids, just this hollow, mummified thing that looked more like a dried husk than a corpse. The clothes were intact, or what was left of them anyway. They were wearing a khaki shirt, denim jeans, and work boots. One of those orange reflective vests too, although by now it had faded to pink. The kind of thing you give to contractors. I checked the ID clipped to the vest. The name was something like Michael J. I remember it so vividly for a good reason. He was a surveyor who went missing last year from a site near Pecos. There was a whole search party. They managed to find his truck and his gear, but they never found him. Folks assumed he'd wandered off into the desert heat and got picked apart by wildlife. But here he was, or what was left of him anyway. The thing is, he didn't look panicked. Didn't look like he'd fought to escape. His fingers weren't curled or broken. No sign of struggle. He was just sitting there, like he'd sat down, curled up, and waited. And then had all the fucking moisture sucked out of his body. Seriously, he looked almost mummified. I have never seen anything like it before in my life. I stood down there with him for maybe 10 minutes, long enough to realize something was wrong with my skin. I was sweating, but the sweat was drying instantly. My mouth was dry, tongue like a brick. I looked at the flood lamp and realized it was flickering. The battery indicator was blinking red. I hadn't been down that long. It was like the atmosphere in the tunnel was doing something weird. I don't remember climbing out. Only remember stumbling to the truck and driving off with my shirt soaked and hands shaking so badly I couldn't grip the wheel right. I told no one what I saw. I mean, who the fuck would believe me? You think they're gonna take me at my word and go looking in some random tunnel for the body of a guy who went missing over a year ago? No. What they're actually gonna do is think I'm crazy, either from the heat or something else. And then I'll probably lose my job, because they don't want crazies fucking things up, and then I'll probably be blackballed from the entire industry. I filed a false maintenance report about some surface erosion, and made up readings for the sensor logs. I packed my gear that night, and told the site lead I had family problems. But I've been thinking about that tunnel ever since. And that body, and the way his face looked. It was seriously like something had pulled all of the water out of him, or maybe all of the will. After that, I had something similar happen to me that happened to you not long after. Maybe a few nights after. I found a hole near my property line. Not wide, maybe about a foot across. Same perfect circle and smooth walls. No signs of disturbance around it. My dog won't go near it. I did the stupid thing and dropped a rock down to see how deep it was. Didn't hear it hit the bottom. I've been losing sleep over it. About 10 years ago, my class and our parents decided to celebrate the end of elementary school, 4th grade. After the school assembly and some other official stuff, we all headed to the school sports field. It was your typical run-down Soviet setup. Beat-up football field, rusty pull-up bars, that kind of thing. The area around the school was pretty neglected. The parents dragged some old metal ping-pong tables from behind the trees, set them up, laid out food and sweets. We, the kids, stuffed our faces and then, as expected, scattered in different directions across the field. Now, it's worth mentioning that just like the school grounds, the nearby summer cottages were also in bad shape. Only a small fence separated them from the field. And since the town, especially in this district, was pretty poor, most of those dachas were long abandoned. Anyway, I ended up wandering off a bit with 2 of my friends. We moved away from the main crowd, sat on some bars, and started talking. just chatting about summer plans and stuff. The part of the field that we were in was closer to the border with those semi-abandoned cottages. From where we were sat, we couldn't see our parents anymore, and the rest of the class was off somewhere playing on the opposite end. Then, something caught my attention. Maybe the wind blew something away, or I dropped something. I can't remember exactly, but I ran even further toward the fence by the cottages to grab it, and when I bent down to pick it up, I saw him. On the other side of the fence, in one of the dacha plots, sat a man on what looked like a wooden crate. He must have dropped a tool or something, and he was just staring at me. No words, nothing, just staring. He was wearing a black zip-up hoodie with the hood up, even though it was the end of May and pretty warm out. He locked eyes with me, and, without saying a word, pointed at the ground near me. Like, really aggressively, he kept jabbing his finger at the ground, clearly wanting me to pick something up and hand it to him. Something about it sent a chill down my spine. I was a smart enough kid to realize this felt wrong. I turned and bolted straight back to my two friends, and we all ran to where the parents were. I know this might sound a bit messy. I'm not really great at writing posts like this, but I want to explain why this moment shook me up so badly. The area was really run down and isolated. From where that man was sitting, he could not see the parents, they were behind trees, or the main group of kids. The only people visible to him were me, a 10-year-old, and my two friends. One was even smaller than me, and the other was a scrawny kid with glasses. Normal people talk when they want something. This guy did not say a word, just kept pointing like he was giving me an order. He was dressed to hide, completely black hoodie, deep hood, and warm weather. I couldn't even remember his face. That part of the city was not exactly safe. There were plenty of weirdos, even without the abandoned buildings. I have a few spooky stories that I seem to have blocked from my memory, and seem to have only remembered in the past few weeks. Be me, 15 years old, staying at my dad's house, sleep downstairs in a sofa bed. About 3 or 4 in the morning, just turned off the TV and ready to go to bed. Lying on my left-hand side, TV behind me, trying to sleep for about 5 minutes now. All of a sudden, it sounds like about 15 people are talking behind me. My eyes dart open. It's really loud, and I am thinking that I will get in trouble if it wakes anyone up. Roll over, thinking that I must have just accidentally turned the TV on. It wasn't. These voices keep talking for about 5 more seconds. As quickly as they had started, they stopped. I was scared shitless, looking around for what could have caused it. Look out the window to see if there is anyone outside, but we live out in the country, and our only neighbors are an old couple. After about an hour of lying there awake, I eventually start drifting off to sleep. It happens again. This time, it only sounds like about 7 people. This time, I just keep my eyes shut tight, because I don't want to see any spooks. It feels like the voices are talking for about 5 minutes, but it was probably only 30 seconds. Eventually, my cat comes into the room and sits down next to me. A few seconds later, the voices stop again. I didn't sleep that night, but at least my cat was there, so I wasn't bricking it too much. I remember asking my dad about it the next morning, but he thought I was just bullshitting him. I also asked my stepmom, cause she grew up in that house, and she said that she had some spooky stuff happen to her when she was about my age in her room, but that was my stepsister's room, and she did not want to go into it, cause my stepsister scares easily. My grandpa was a short, hard man with a hypnotic accent and the ability to tell extremely captivating stories. My sister inherited this trait from him. I did not. He told this story to me a year or so before he died, and it has been years since then. I will do my best to tell it as it was told to me. Grandpa was French-Swiss. He grew up in the Alps and served in either the local militia or the Swiss army. Was always unclear to me, as a boy during World War II. Thanks to a commendation he received for capturing some defecting Wehrmacht, he commissioned into the Swiss army once he came of age and became a lieutenant in their bicycle corps. Yes, bicycles. The Swiss military maintained a bicycle corps until the early 2000s. He was immensely proud of his time in the bicycle corps. Biking up and down the Alps with a bunch of gear gets you into really good shape, and he continued to bike until his balance did not allow for it, at which time he switched to a stationary bike in his basement and used that until his joints gave out on him in his 80s. When he was in his 60s, he was given a Swiss military bike like the one he rode as a young man. He rode it once around the neighborhood, thing came back and said, "It's a handsome gift, but don't expect me to ride it again." How we ever went up and down mountains on these, I will never know. One day, his unit was tasked with assisting an artillery unit in their training. As he told it, they were sitting up on a ridge with a radio, sending the coordinates of the training target. Grandpa wasn't the radio man, but he decided that he would be a hotshot and be the guy to radio the coordinates. The transmission went something like this. "Grandpa, target coordinates are 1234 5678. Artillery, confirm, coordinates are 1243 5678. Grandpa, negative, coordinates are 1234 5678. Artillery, roger, coordinates are 1235 4678. Grandpa, negative, coordinates are 1234 5678. Artillery, understood, 1234 5687. At this point, Grandpa honestly thought they were fucking with him, hazing the dumb bike LT who wanted to play big man on the radio. He sent the coordinates one more time, but they did not respond or confirm. He decided that they must have known the coordinates already ahead of time. They do this all the time, right? And so he and his guys sat back to watch the show. He heard the sound of the guns, an absolutely terrific sound, even as far away as we were, and made me wish for a little while that I had gone into the artillery corps instead of the bike corps. But then there was nothing. They heard a very far-off impact, but the training target remained standing. The impact site was not even in view. Artillery, how do we do? Grandpa, hey, could you repeat the coordinates you used? Artillery, 1432 5678. Grandpa to his men. Well, shit. A quick look at the map confirmed it. They had just shelled Liechtenstein. As it turned out, they had specifically shelled a barn owned directly by the reigning monarch, the Prince of Liechtenstein, and despite it being artillery's fuck-up, and despite the numerous witnesses on both ends of the radio who stepped up in the defense of the nice young lieutenant, it was clear it would be pinned on Grandpa. He thought his military career was over, and that he would be in the brig before the week was out. Hat in hand, he and his CO went to their highest-ranking officer. He said it was the equivalent of a colonel, so he could face the music and take his slaps. The officer berated him for a while, then said that he was to do two things. 1. Get his dress uniform into perfect order, and report to so-and-so for etiquette lessons. Grandpa, a few other officers, and a general had an appointment with royalty. He said that his lessons were the strictest he'd ever had. It was an old lady who taught them, an officer's wife or something, and she gave him the nun treatment. If he did something wrong, she hit him with a yardstick, but only on places that would not show in his dress uniform. He recalled he had little welts and then bruises on his biceps for weeks, but he learned everything he needed. The thing that stuck with him most was eating on the square, as he called it. She made him lift the silverware in a straight line, directly up from the plate to mouth level, and then move it in a straight line to his mouth, horizontal with the floor, and then back in the same fashion to the plate. I have never felt so foolish as when I had to eat like that. Every time I have done it since, people look at me like I am a lunatic. It did help me to slow down, and to not spill my food on myself, so perhaps that was the point in the first place. The cadre and their retinue drove into Liechtenstein and to Vaduz Castle, the royal seat. There they were greeted by the royal family. They had an exquisite dinner, which he did not taste at all because he was scared shitless. They had an invigorating conversation over dinner, which he could not remember afterward for the same reason. Afterward, the prince invited them to have wine or whiskey or something. Grandpa could not remember which. But his stomach was turning from the stress, and he was afraid he would do something stupid if he drank, so he declined. I don't know if they decided to take pity on him, or if they wanted the LT out of the way while they talked business, but the princess offered to give him a personal tour around the castle, which he gladly accepted. They walked and chatted for a long while until he had relaxed, and then they rejoined the group. It was at this point that Grandpa's speaking ability came in, and he charmed them all with it. He spun yarn after yarn about being a young Alpine cowherd through the 30s and through World War II, about how he got into a verbal altercation with an SS officer over a stolen cow, about the captured Wehrmacht soldiers I mentioned earlier, and a litany of other stories besides. The prince and princess were kind people, His commanding officers were clearly pleased that their lieutenant had finally loosened up and shown some aptitude for entertaining polite society. And by the end of it, all had been forgiven concerning the barn. No one had been injured, not even an animal. Grandpa said it had been a feed store barn, and the Swiss government had paid for the cost of replacing it already. Hands were shaken all around, and the Swiss cadre left. Be me just 2 years ago. Live in city. Mountains surround us. It's Chihuahua, Mexico. Live near a park. Go take walks often to exercise and think about life. Not 1 hour after the sun goes down, I see one bright red light in the sky. Never believed in UFOs, so dismiss it as an airplane and keep walking. Look up again. This time there's another red light, and then another. Stare at them for a while. Notice that they seem to be moving together, spinning in circles around some invisible object, forming a triangle. They are not just spinning, but also bobbing up and down in the air, as if they're floating. Notice they are actually some distance away behind the mountains at the horizon. If it was one object, it was easily gigantic. I look around me. I am not the only guy at the park, but no one else seems to notice this, and I don't want to look like a weirdo for pointing it out. Just keep walking and go home, but I keep stopping to look at the lights, and they are still there. I always thought UFO sightings happened at the countryside, but there I was, surrounded by people, and no one else seemed to see this. The lights eventually fade out slowly, and I have believed in UFOs ever since that day. There's something living in the bottomless pond behind the quarry. Kentucky guy here. I need someone to believe me, alright? So I don't post here much. I'm more of a lurker and usually just read you guys rambling about skinwalkers and cryptids while I get high after work. But I've got something. Something real, I think. I'm not trying to write a spooky story. This really happened to me, or is still happening, actually. I'm not really sure it's over in that sense. I live in southern Kentucky. Our town is nothing to write home about. You've got the usual dollar stores, bait shops, and abandoned buildings that no one wants to knock down. The usual stuff that you would expect from a smaller town in buttfuck nowhere. Most of our excitement comes from tourists who come for the cave tours or the ghost hunters who show up in October like clockwork. But the real locals don't care about any of that. Anyway, near where I grew up, there is this place behind the old limestone quarry, way out past the tree line. It's not marked on maps, and it's not part of the cave tours either. It's a small pond about the size of a backyard pool, except it's dead still and dark enough to look like tar, even at noon. There aren't any frogs inside of it, or any fish, or any algae either. It's just still black water, and a weird, sour smell coming from it. My granddad used to call it the devil's piss hole when we were kids, but no one really talked about it. I forgot about it for years. That was until a couple of months ago when I started doing side gigs for the local parks department. I was just helping out from time to time, cleaning trailheads and hauling trash, that kind of thing. They gave me an old paper map from like the 80s with areas marked "Do Not Service." Guess what was boxed off in red ink? That pond. There wasn't an explanation given for any of these sites either, just red X's and the word "avoid" written across it in pencil. I asked my supervisor what it was all about, but he just shrugged and told me, "We don't go back there anymore," and I didn't want to push it any further because, hello, brokey here. I didn't let it go though. I kept it firmly in the back of my mind. About 2 weeks ago, I hiked out there on my own. I waited until after a rain, figuring the ranger patrols would be light. I took my dog with me for backup, Daisy, a mutt, pretty fearless normally. Not this time she wasn't. She started whining about 50 feet out from the place. Her hackles were up and she refused to move any closer. Eventually, she backed away and just sat down, staring at the trees. I should have taken the hint then and there. It took me maybe 20 minutes to bushwhack my way through the overgrowth. The place hasn't been maintained in decades. When I got there it was, different. Like the air was heavier. Not silent exactly, but just wrong feeling. You know, that kind of instinctual feeling that you get. Like sound didn't carry right or something, I don't know. I couldn't really put my finger on it. I tossed a rock into it, but there was no splash. Like, it just plopped and vanished. The water didn't ripple. I thought maybe it was coated in oil or something, but I didn't smell fuel. I smelled rot, like meat left in the sun. Not strong enough to gag, just noticeable. I tried to walk the edge, but the ground was soft, but it wasn't like mud. It was more like, meat. Again, I know that sounds nuts reading it. When I stepped too close to the edge, my foot sank in a way it shouldn't have, like the dirt pulsed. It made a wet sucking noise when I yanked my boot out. I told myself it was just runoff from the rain and left. But then I came back. I don't know why. That's what is eating me. I started looking it up. Couldn't find anything online, no name, no records, nothing. It's like that spot doesn't exist outside of that old-ass paper map and what my grandfather told me. I started dreaming about it. Not nightmares exactly, just me standing there at the edge. They freak me out and feel so real every time I have one. So this time I went prepared. I brought a tape measure, a flashlight, and a GoPro strapped to a telescoping pole that I used for plumbing jobs. I brought gloves, boots, everything. Daisy wouldn't come near me when I was backing up. She kept pacing around like she was having a panic attack. When I left, she howled again. I hiked in alone in the dead of the night. I didn't want anyone seeing me messing around there and reporting it. It was cold, real cold, even though it was pushing late April. The pond looked the same, dead still, dark as oil, maybe darker. I unpacked and started lowering the GoPro down with the pole. I couldn't see shit at first. Then, maybe 10 feet down, the water got murky in a weird way, like black fog, not silt. I figure I would lower it to the max extension and pull it back up later to check the footage. Then something moved. Not the camera. Something in the water moved. Not swimming, but sliding. Like it wasn't displaced by the water. There was no sound, not even a splash. There was just a shape, slow and wide, coasting through that murk. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, but then something brushed the pole. I pulled it back up as quickly as I could. The GoPro was fucking gone. It was snapped off clean at the mount. The plastic had melted or corroded. It was kinda hard to tell. But that wasn't even the worst part. There were marks on the metal. These were parallel gouges, like something had gripped it. 5 clean grooves, like a hand, but it didn't look like a human one. It was way too long and way too narrow to be anything human, or anything I've ever seen before for that matter. I just stood there with that pole in my hand, and my heart beating like I'd run 5 miles. I didn't hear it coming, I didn't smell it, but I felt it. That same wrung pressure in the air, like something was watching close by. I backed away slowly. I swear on my life I didn't hear a thing, but the ground behind me moved. It just buckled up slightly. I shit bricks. I just dropped the pole and ran as fast as my legs could take me, and I didn't stop until I hit my truck. I locked the doors, turned on every light inside, and waited until sunrise before I drove home. Daisy would not come near me for a full day. It was like she could smell something on me. That's where I'm at now. I don't even know what I found. Maybe I imagined parts of it, or my brain exaggerated things due to shock. But I've still got the broken pole. I still have that ruined GoPro mount. And there is one last thing I haven't mentioned. My boots were clean. Not dirty, like I didn't get any mud on them or anything like that. I mean cleaned, scrubbed, like someone had taken the time to remove every trace of mud or scuff from the pondside hike. Same boots I wore in, but spotless. Even the soles were completely clean. That isn't fucking normal. I haven't slept properly since that day. I keep waking up feeling damp, like I was just outside. Please don't make a joke about me wetting the bed, I am genuinely serious. I checked my front door 3 times last night and found muddy water on the welcome mat. I don't know what the fuck that was all about, but I don't want to go back there on my own and risk anything. Any help with this, Axe? Any weird phenomena around Kentucky or similar experiences? I went back to the pond and things got worse. I think something is living down there. Okay, sorry for the delay. Been working double shifts to keep my head straight and distract myself. Didn't think I'd be updating this thread, to be honest. I told myself I was done, but it didn't leave me alone. I started having this dream. Not like the first one where I'm just standing by the pond. This one is different. In the dream, I'm underwater. I'm freezing cold and breathless, but I'm not panicking. I'm just sinking, watching the light shrink above me. And below, I'm not sure how to explain it. There is a structure. It's not a man-made one, but it's organized, and it feels like something with purpose. There are rows and shapes to it, like bones arranged into a shape that should not exist. I always wake up soaked in sweat and with water in my eyes. One time, I swear I coughed up a little silt. I'm pretty sure it's just my brain playing tricks on me. And I know how this sounds, but I promise you, I'm not a schizo. Anyway, about 5 days ago, I decided to go back. But I wasn't going alone. I called up a guy I knew from school. His name is Jason, and he is ex-army, now working private security up in Louisville. He is one of those prepper types, kinda. He's really into firearms and safety, and overall, just likes weird stuff. And crucially, has night vision gear and some serious toys. I just told him I needed help checking out a deep pond with some weird activity. I left out all the bits about the dreams and stuff like that. I didn't want him to think I was a freak, and I especially did not want to scare him off. There is seriously no other person in the world who I could call up and get to go along with this crazy shit. I told him it was a possible illegal dump site with animal remains, or some vague EPA-sounding crap. He didn't need much convincing, thankfully. He seemed like he was really up for anything, as long as it was interesting or a bit of an adventure. We went at 2:30 a.m. with minimal lights. I told him I'd pay him $200 just to stand by and watch my back while I dropped a weighted depth probe and ran a thermal cam over the water. He brought only a sidearm with him. Fuck knows what kind. Sorry, I know a lot of people are into their guns on here, but I don't know shit. Never shot, never owned a firearm. Everyone I've met where I live looks at me like I'm backwards when I tell them this. I brought backup batteries, a better flashlight, and a little audio recorder with me, just to cover absolutely everything. The second we got close, Daisy, I brought her again, thinking she might be okay with company along, went stiff as a board and bolted the moment that we got near the tree line. Jason laughed and just thought it was funny. Dogs got better instincts than us, he said. We made it to the pond without any issues. There was no wind that day and the water was just as still, but it wasn't silent this time. There was like this faint humming. It was so low you couldn't quite hear it, but you definitely felt it in your teeth and sinuses. Jason noticed it too. He made a comment about it almost immediately. I think it really weirded him out. He said it reminded him of standing near a malfunctioning transformer overseas. Said it felt like your skeleton wanted to vibrate out of your skin. I told him it was just fucking annoying, but I don't really have a way with words. I dropped the probe down, which had a 50-foot cable with a weighted sensor attached to it, and I set it to beep every 10 feet based on pressure. We got 10 feet, then 20, then 30. Then the beeping stopped. We checked the line, but it wasn't snagged on anything. It wasn't taut either. I am not shitting you when I say the sensor was gone. Like something had taken it, slack but heavy. Jason pulled it in slowly while I checked the thermal camera. That's when we saw it. There was a heat bloom under the surface. It was big, wide, and circular. Must have been at least 20 feet across and about 30 feet down. Water that cold should not have anything warm in it, but this was like someone had dropped a small furnace under there. Jason kept saying, no way that's natural, that's a power signature. Then the water started rising. It was just a slow, steady bulging, the way water domes up when something massive moves beneath it. We both stepped back. Jason had his hand on his pistol. What the fuck is that? He whispered. Then we heard it. Something like breathing but backwards. The breathing sounded wet and low and it was somewhere beneath us, like it was resonating through the rock, like the ground itself was alive. I swear to God, it sounded like it was coming up from inside my own chest. Jason was as pale as a ghost. He dropped the probe and said, "No, I'm out. We're leaving. You're not paying me enough for this." I wasn't going to argue with him. As we backed away, the flashlight caught something just beneath the surface, a shape, right near the shore. It looked like a face, but just wrong. It was like elongated and with no nose. The jaw was much too narrow and the lips were more like ridges. Then it blinked, sideways. Jason fired out one shot, I think on instinct more than anything else. It didn't splash, didn't dive, just sank, slow, as the water absorbed the impact like it was thicker than it should be. We ran. Here is the part I haven't told anyone yet. I didn't want to type this out, but I feel like I have to. When I got home, my boots were clean again, and I had something in my mouth when I got home. It couldn't have been there the whole way home, but with the adrenaline I probably ignored it. It wasn't large, but it was firm. I spit it out into my sink. It was a tooth. It was not my fucking tooth. It was a human tooth, unmistakably so, but it was really small and translucent, more like a baby's tooth than an adult. I don't know where the fuck it came from or how it got in my mouth. I'm not missing any teeth because I've checked in the mirror several times over. Never had any dental problems at all. Jason hasn't responded to my text since either. I left a voicemail the day after and got a single reply. Don't ever mention that again. Seriously, don't contact me. I went back to the pond earlier this evening, just to take a quick look. I was ready to run at the first sight of anything, but I needed more answers, more information, just anything to explain things. I didn't get close. I stayed up on a ridge about 100 yards back. There were new tracks in the mud, and they weren't from boots or paws. They looked more like they were made with toes, I guess. They were narrow and long, and had like 3 segments to them. Something was walking barefoot in this fucking mud, but these weren't human feet. The smell there is so much stronger now too. Not like rot or anything, I can't really describe it. I know how this sounds, but I am not crazy. I am just telling you what I saw. If you're in Kentucky and you know what I'm talking about, or you've experienced any similar phenomena, or have had weird experiences here, please let me know I'm not alone. Stay the fuck away from the water in Kentucky, whatever you do. Sup, OP. I was Army, but I didn't have any confirmed Lama experiences. I have lived in a large circle of homes, tucked in a decent neighborhood back in 2009. On one side of the circle, there was not any houses. It was right next to a main highway. I had a German Shepherd that loved going for walks at night. On one night in particular, I decided to take him around the circle. It was a really quiet night. We reached the last house before it was just woods on either side of a half-mile stretch of road, and the trees created a pitch-black scene in front of us. The dark itself wasn't really scary, and we just walked along like whatever, you know? Well, we started nearing the halfway point, and an eerie feeling started washing over me. My head started buzzing a bit, and I felt like I was in the presence of something, unsure of it being an animal or what. At first my dog didn't really seem fazed by anything, but then suddenly he stopped and was looking up. He didn't growl. In fact, he didn't make a sound. I looked up, and I could see what appeared to be something man-sized, crouched on top of a large tree branch about 20-something feet in the air. We just stood there in silence, staring at it, and it staring at us. Suddenly it moved extremely fast, and looked like it was suspended in midair, and for a moment I saw what looked like a door in midair that opened and closed extremely fast. It made a really loud door slam, and I could see cracks, like literally time and space coming from the door. And then it was gone. The door was gone. My dog and I just stood there in silence for like 5 minutes, frozen in fear and confusion. Whatever that thing was, I could tell from the limited interaction that it was intelligent, possibly interdimensional, or maybe alien, hard to say. I have had dreams of being in the side of a ship somewhere in space, in some kind of holding compartment, where the only thing separating me from space was some kind of glowing red heat shield. I might have got probed. My friend's boss bought an Audi A4 convertible, back when they were new and interesting. One of the talking points was the pop-up roll hoops that were hidden unless you rolled it. A few months after buying it, he got to test those roll hoops out, as he lost control and skidded down a steep bank about 10 meters, 35 feet deep. The roll hoops did their job, and he survived with just cuts and scratches from the bushes that he had plowed through. The car ended up the right way up, and he got out, walked back up the bank to the side of the road, then got on the phone to the police to report the accident. While he was standing there, a driver from the car that had seen the accident came over to speak to him. Approaching from behind the other driver, he asked if he was okay. My friend's boss turned around to reply and dropped dead. His neck had been fractured, but it was in one piece, right up until he turned his head, when it severed his spinal cord. I will share one story that I have never spoken about nor dared to write down. I only share this with you because an earlier poster used specific words that brought this back to my mind. Thank you very little. Words like highly concentrated, charismatic. Anyway, this occurred when I was a young man and I was stationed in San Diego on board an LHA, helicopter carrier that's used for amphibious missions. We stayed in port for close to 7 months, and when you have some rank, you have a little more free time. I started really hitting the weights and running. A regular fitness nut, I guess you'd say. One of my shipmates suggested we head over to the Coronado-based gym. Our ship had a very small area to work out in. I thought it would be really cool to at least check it out, so over we went. Now, other guys that read this, and you know how this goes. You get sized up when you go into a new gym, and you are newbies. Now, I am no small guy by any means. I'm 6'4", and weighed about 225 back then. Lean and brought up mean. Anyway, we go to the free weights, and I am planning benching with my friend as a spotter, and I am stacking on the plates. Using my peripheral vision, I noticed more guys stopping and beginning to look over. I felt that I had to impress this new lot of guys, and I don't know what came over me. I knew I could bench about 300 then, at least twice before giving out. I stacked 350 on the bar. That's 350s plus a quarter, 25 pounds, of iron plates on each end of the bar. Then I collared it. A collared bar adds an extra 20 to 25 pounds. My friend just shakes his head and says, 375. I can't spot you for that much weight, and then adds in a whisper, are you nuts? No way, man. It's too late now for me to back out and shed weights off. So I look around the room, and by then, everyone is staring, and I ask for another spotter. No one replies. I tried the charm offensive. Come on, guys, my shipmate needs some help here. I need to tell you that my friend was about 5'8" and a little pudgy at 160 pounds then. Still crickets from the now gathered group. I finally add, he can't lift all this by himself. Okay, corny joke, but it worked. Everyone laughed and the tension evaporated. I heard a voice in the back say, I'll take it. The situation was very surreal from the get-go. The man walked through the crowd at a glide almost, and the sea parted for him. The other guys did not look his way, but they all just did a sidestep, like something rehearsed in a parade. I'm standing behind the bench where the weights are with my pal. The man stops at the foot of the bench, and I had to narrow my eyes to take stock of what I saw. An odd but interesting man. I would guess around 5'10", 165 pounds, mid-30s, and Filipino. He had a rare intensity about him, an inexplicable charisma that can't be attributed to good looks. It was in his bearing and his demeanor, the way he carried himself, highly concentrated. All this is in my first impressions of meeting this man. He clapped his hands together and asked my friend if he was ready. My friend uncharacteristically shied and just pointed towards me. Ah yes, that was a clever icebreaker, very funny. He said it in a congenial manner, turning towards me. He just seemed to look right through me. I snapped myself out of the weird semi-spell and said, yes, well, thank you. Then quickly added, I'm ready, I think. He went around the weight side as I sat on the bench. I did my usual short prep, rolling the neck and shoulders, twisting side to side. But then I did something I had never done before. I spread my arms wide, and I thought I could see the energy from the other guys. I widened my eyes and just seemed to gather it to me. I pulled my arms in, while my fingers grasped and twirled it like spaghetti on a fork. I just pulled into my chest and inhaled very deeply from my nose. I lay back on the bench, picked up the weight, and brought it down then up. I actually had forgotten how much was on there. It didn't seem like 375 to me. I was going to put it back on the rack when this man leaned over me and said, 2 more. I do not know why I continued. Maybe out of pure adrenaline. I just thought I could do it. Pow. Down to my chest again, this time slowly lifting it back up. I'm done. I know I'm spent. As soon as I get this up, it's going on the rack, I thought. I am squeezing my eyes shut, straining for the last 4 inches, but I do it. I lock my elbows and expel the last of my breath. It seems fuzzy then and now, but what came next didn't fully shock me until after this occurred. He didn't say it, at least I don't think verbally. My head tilted back as his came forward, and his eyes. His eyes. His eyes. Black on black, liquid gleaming pools of ink staring back at me. Then a voice mixed with my own. I said, Free sailor, 1 more. and I obeyed. A strange electrical tingling engulfed my arms and shoulders, and guess what? I pumped that iron twice more, and quickly. Arnold S. would have been proud. Cheers and whistling flooded my ears, pats on the back. Then I turned to face the men. I knew you could do it, and you didn't need much help. He said it with a slight pause on much. He gave me a wink and a sly smile. Everyone, this is BM3, insert my last name, from across the bridge. He gave me a sharp clap on the back as he said it to the group. I was shaking hands and talking to everyone when it finally dawned on me. I never once said my name, let alone rank or where I was stationed. I looked around for the strange man, but he was gone. I have been around the world several times via the US Navy. I am much older now, and I have seen many strange and inexplicable things, but nothing ever even comes close to the high weirdness I experienced on this particular day. I never went back. Well, now it's out, and I feel better for having shared. Thank you for the opportunity to finally get this weight off my chest. Be me, 17 years old. Live in a rural village in the south of England with my mom and her boyfriend. Hear plenty about local hauntings, never experience anything supernatural myself. House is built on old farmland, always digging up pottery/animal bones. There is a 200-year-old barn between the house and the road. Bottom of the garden is a big forest and river. Had to put up a tall fence to stop deer and foxes getting in a few years ago. Be sitting at home with my mom in the TV room, watching TV. Room has window and patio doors facing the back garden, and windows that face out the front as well. She gets up, walks to the back door, and yells for the youngest dog to come inside. Dog is already indoors with the other two. Mom says she thought she saw a black shape like a small dog running across the back garden. Thought the dog was outside. The dogs aren't allowed in the back garden right now because there is a rat problem from the neighbor's chickens. We both agree it was probably just a cat. Be home alone one night, a week or so later. Have the 3 Labradors with me for company. The dogs like to sit by the patio windows and stare at the back garden and forest since they can't go out right now. Tonight leave the blinds open, but they don't go near them. Don't think anything of it. Oldest dog pads up next to the patio doors, sits there and looks at it, then stands and walks out of the room. That's weird. Normally he likes to sit by the sofa. Find him curled up in the dog bed, shaking, doesn't want to leave the bed. He's old, but I have a bad feeling about this. Feel creeped out, like I'm being watched. Think I'm probably just being paranoid. Go back to the room to close the blinds. A few feet from them, stop moving, can't get any closer. It's like my muscles refuse to respond. Outside it's pitch black, can only see the reflection of the room I'm in. All I can hear is the wind outside. Take a few steps back to the sofa. Curl up on the sofa, shaking with lights on high, and the other 2 dogs up next to me. Start to feel a little bit better. Not getting the bad feeling from the window anymore. Start to relax. Laugh at myself for being a paranoid idiot. The dog sits up alert, and both turn their heads to the front garden. Jump off the sofa. Start barking at the front door. They're flipping the fuck out like. Get up to let them out. They normally bark if they want to be let out to have a piss. Youngest dog starts running circles in front of the door and yipping. Can hear the oldest dog growling from his bed. Middle dog is standing with her head down, growling and barking. I'm shaking. Don't want to go near the door. But I don't want them pissing on the floor either. Turn on the outside lights out front. Don't see anything. Quickly open the door. The dogs run out into the front garden. Slam the door shut behind them. Hear them barking, but no yelping or sound of a fight. A few minutes later, they come back to the front door, start barking to be let in. Let them in. They seem fine. Older one comes back in and curls up on the floor. Feel fine for the rest of the night. Other neighbor rings up a few days later. They've seen what looks like a black dog running across their back garden a few times recently. What? They checked it out and found a big hole in the wooden fencing between our back garden and theirs. They think one of our dogs got into their garden through the hole. Dogs have not been out in the garden for more than a week. Noping internally. Reassure them that we'll keep an eye on our dogs until they fix their fence. Start looking at property listings. At a cemetery with a few friends at around midnight. looking at gravestones and exploring the place. Nothing too weird except the Ouija board that we used to screw with one of the girls in the group. Taking a break at the patio. Start hearing a noise somewhere in the cemetery. The girl we screwed with is freaking out. Me and another girl decide to investigate because, why not? Sounds sort of like something heavy being dragged over gravel. Oh fuck, is the groundskeeper here? Preparing to explain that we'll leave and we're just looking around. Didn't do anything to any of the gravestones or anything like that. Find the spot that the dragging sound is coming from. Can tell we're at the origin of the sound because it is loudest here. Nothing in front of us except for a patch of dirt. Look around a bit. Can't find any reason for it because it is literally just a patch of dirt with nothing around it. Pretty loud dragging sound still coming from right in front of us, but absolutely no reason for it. Return to our group and tell them what we found. Girl that was freaking out starts crying now and makes us leave. Still don't have any explanation for it. People have suggested to me that it could have been pipes or something, but it didn't sound like any kind of pipes I've ever heard. It wasn't a constant dragging. The way I imagined it is that someone would take a step and drag a heavy sack forward, then take another step and drag the sack again. Be me, 8 years old, heading to my friend's house, taking the short spoopy way. See an old lady carrying bags. She looks at me. I say hello. She starts to say that she knows me and offers me candy. Decline, because the idiot bullies at school called me ham boy, sumo man, etc. I also have to mention that I was living with grandma at that time. After I decline the candy, she seems angry but doesn't do anything. Go to friend's house. Years pass. Talking to grandma about her friends that died. Brought up the old lady. Doesn't know who I'm talking about. Tells me that there was an old lady who gave candy laced with drugs to children, then killed them in her house. Was arrested 2 years ago. I was almost killed by an old lady. Spoopy stuff. OC green text because fuck it. Gonna keep the jargon down and try not to dox myself too much. Be me. In the military over 10 years ago. Deployed to the Middle East. I was in logistics. One of my jobs is to inspect cargo before it gets on airplanes because people legit move like Humvees with grenades and claymores and shit and don't understand why it's wrong. Come into work and I get told I got an inspection on a 40-foot trailer full of MVGs. Oh, it's also on the other side of the base in the ammo yard. Even weirder, because that area is for, well, ammo and explosives. Drive out there with another inspector. User, as we call them. Turns out to be an army SVG. Okay, that explains the 40-foot trailer full of NVGs, in a way. They move weird shit all the time. Get some scales. Have the user back it on. Get all my weights and measurements and stuff for the guys who plan it on the specific mission. SVG guy thinks we're done. Not so fast. Tell them I have to look inside to verify that they aren't moving any undocumented hazmat blah blah blah. The troop leader, a major, says absolutely not fucking happening. Well then, I can't sign this form saying it's cleared. DTR gives us final authority on its movement. Only way to avoid this is with what's called a site-sensitive waiver issued by Transcom, which they don't have because no one ever reads the DTR. For the sake of brevity, imagine a bunch of back and forth, get me your commander, blah blah. Eventually, they cave. They need my signature, since it's not going up on one of their SOCOM boards. Major opens the trailer, telling me to come in. Upon opening, there is a tarp, basically blocking the view from the outside if someone opens up the doors. Walk inside tarp with Major, and he immediately pins me up against the corner and says how now I am going to have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Of course, he did not have that on him either, as he was not expecting all of this, and to not fuck him over or he will find me, blah blah blah. So obviously I get really spooked because I'm no one special. This is totally not going how I thought it would go. Finally, after I say yes sir to him about all of that stuff, I take a look. There's 6 containers, I guess you would call them, holding what looked like humanoid figures. They legit looked like something out of the movies, where they stumble into like a cryo freezer and things. Bunch of computers and stuff connected to these containers. Could not get a good look, because the part where you can view what's in it was fogged up. Persian Gulf country, summer, at night. It means humidity is insane. People's glasses would fog up instantly upon walking outside. Realize I am in way over what I should be looking at, and quickly say all good and sign the form I needed to sign. Major takes the form, threatens me again to not fuck him and that he will be by the office with the NDA shortly. Other dude that was with me was not allowed in. Sees me walk out like I just saw a ghost. Keeps bugging me about what was in it. I can't say. Won't stop asking me about it for the rest of the deployment and even some time after. The Major shows back up at my office the next day to inquire about the mission his cargo is going on. Dipshit forgot the NDA, lol. Threatens me again and says he will bring it over in a few hours. Didn't ever see him again after this, thank God. Here is the cherry on top though. While the Major was there, he was informed his mission was being tail swapped and would be loaded later than expected. He lost his shit. When he wasn't getting anywhere, this dude pulls out a government cell phone and speed dials some general who quickly gets his way, and they end up loading it at the original time. The ops guy later tells me this shit apparently could only be loaded at a specific time to mask its movement from either Russian or Chinese satellites that they knew were tracking it. That time period was a gap between coverage. Spent a week wondering if that Major was going to shoot me from the shadows for not signing his NDA. Well, I guess since this is becoming more of a spooky camping story thread, I will post mine. Since it's kind of long, I am not going to greentext. I was in the Boy Scouts until about 6th grade. In the summer before I quit, I went to a summer camp in a muggy Florida marsh savanna area. If you've ever been to Florida in the summer, you know it gets ridiculously hot and humid and rainy, so the summer camp was a complete disaster weather-wise. But me and a few of my friends did not like it for a very different reason. Now, each camp had a colossal pavilion in the center, surrounded by assorted palmettos and tents. These tents were A-frame style permanent tents atop rotting pallets, which made the whole camp look like an abandoned military base. These A-frames were made of disgusting 20-plus-year-old tarps that insulated very well. This was a fucking nightmare in South Florida because moisture plus heat would stay in each tent and make each night a living hell for its residents. Add mosquitoes the size of your ballsack, and the entire campout was a disaster. Our scoutmaster was a giant douche, so he made us earn a minimum of 10 merit badges that week. So that meant we had to attend 10 classes to earn them. These classes took place in screen pavilions around the main mess hall at the center of the giant campground, with some of the bigger merit badges, whittling, archery, next to the mess hall, and the smaller, less important ones, bird watching, electricity, were only accessed by a single dirt trail and a 10-minute walk. I'm a pretty natural leader, so I led one of those inner circle kind of clubs within my troop, called the Blind Koalas or something, or some other stupid name, so we could have a koala bear with glasses and a cane flying over our camp like the little jokesters we were. I convinced my fellow koalas to take 10 super easy merit badges so we could get done early, and we snuck our Game Boy Advances into camp so we could hang out in the woods and play our new Pokemon games. Ruby and Sapphire had just come out. My friends were all for it, so we did just that. We snuck out really fucking far into the woods outside the camp, off the regular path, and into the savannah. We made it out at about 3 o'clock, but before we started to play our game where no one could find us, we saw a really rundown house. When I say house, I don't mean a cabin, or even a concrete block where the Rangers live. I mean full-on, chimney and porch suburban home. Just plopped in the middle of the fucking woods like a bad Photoshop, with no roads leading up to it. This place would have looked perfect had it not looked like Father Time took a dump on it. It was kind of blocked by some pine trees, so we didn't see it coming out. We went up to the window on its porch and peeked inside. Boxes piled above eye level filled the entire house. No furniture or anything, just boxes of what appeared to be magazines, newspapers, and other printed material. The only other thing besides those boxes was a broken wheelbarrow leaning against a window on the opposite side. We were about to open the door to go inside, no matter how scared we were, because we wanted to check out those boxes. Then the most blood-curdling noise ever came from the house. The only way I could describe it is like someone twanging the piano wire from inside of the piano, so it came out twang, 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 twang. It was so unnatural and unnerving, we booked it the hell out of there and ran to the mess hall. Apparently, we had been gone for like 2 hours, but it felt like 5 minutes. The sun hadn't even changed in the sky. They kept saying it was 5:30, but the sun was barely where it would be at 3 o'clock. It didn't go down until 8 that night for some reason. It got so much worse though. When it got dark that night, it got really fucking dark. At 8 o'clock, the sun just barely disappeared over the horizon. At 9, you wouldn't have remembered what the sun even looked like. We kept the fire going and trying to calm our nerves after that house we found yelled at us. Eventually, we hit enough Slim Jims and ghost stories, and we went to our grotty-ass A-frames. I was kind of fat back then, so I was eaten alive by mosquitoes every single night, and I had placed a mosquito net over my cot to save me from the wretched onslaught. It did minimal amounts of protecting, and acted as more of a shitty curtain. I tried going to sleep, but it was just so fucking hot in the A-frame. I had to remove everything but my boxer briefs, just to stay cool. At about 2 in the morning, I think I hear a loud thonk from the next tent over. I jolt upright and tangle myself in my net and scramble on the rotting pallet to free myself. I fall through and fall into the conveniently placed ant pile underneath the pallet. I managed to save myself before I get eaten, but I was so groggy and so much adrenaline was running through my bloodstream, I barely knew what was going on before I heard another loud thonk a foot away. The A-frame collapsed on top of me, and my bunkmate and me crawled out from underneath. I looked next door to the other A-frames, and we watched them all fall like dominoes, each with a sickening thonk as the pillows holding them up all fell down. I could barely make out a tall figure in red and white dart from behind one of the tents to another, but I couldn't really tell. It was too early in the morning to make a positive ID. It was chaos. My whole troop had collapsed A-frames, and the entire pillar to erect the fucking thing was broken. The piece to slide into the pallet has snapped clean off. Now, these A-frames were old, but it's still pretty difficult to break a 4" by 4" block of wood in two with one swipe. I ran outside in my boxer briefs to make sure everyone was okay, and we told our douche scoutmaster someone had knocked down every A-frame in the camp. We marched down to the camp ranger and told him, and he said he will go out and help us find the guy who did it. About an hour later, the camp director drives up in a jeep with some short fat kid in a black ninja outfit in the back. He tells us the kid confessed to knocking them over, and it's a mystery solved. Everyone came forth and called bullshit, mostly because the agreed upon profile for our suspect was a tall, probably 6'5" or so lean guy in red and white. The ranger waved it off as some kind of joke and said he had a confession, and he was going to get everything sorted out by morning. We tried finding the house again the next day, and couldn't find it. I was just about to shrug and say fuck it, when my friend, who was in the first A-frame to get knocked over, came up to me at dinner on the last night. He was kind of nervous to talk to me, and hasn't really been himself, and he told me he smelled something really fucking shitty before he woke up that morning. He looked up, and saw the figure staring at him, and he thought it was the weirdest fucking thing. It was a person. It wasn't a spooky skeleton or anything, but the guy was really fucking tall, with lanky ass arms, and smelled like straight up death and shit, so much so, he said he could see stink lines coming off of him. He said the guy was obviously quite old and grey, but the weirdest thing was that he was wrapped up in bandages and a headdress, like a fucking mummy. A mummy in South Florida. I laughed it off, and just told him it was just some asshole fucking with us. He just sighed, and continued to eat his gloop. The weirdest shit did not start until we came home from the camp. There were 10 people who had their tents knocked over, excluding me and my bunkmate, and out of those 10, 8 of them had burglars clean their place out while at camp. Only me and the kid who thought he saw a mummy were spared. His house burned down a month later. The fire department saying someone had thrown incendiary devices into the windows at night while they were sleeping, even though there was no broken glass or open windows. I guess the pattern here had to do with houses. Nothing has really happened to my house. I moved a couple months after dropping scouts, and the last I heard, my old house was still there. I honestly have no idea what the fuck any of it means, but it's creepy as shit to think about. No one I know from that troop is still in it. They dropped it around the same time as I did. I heard we all dropped a ton of weight too. None of us are fat anymore, and I've been told I look too skinny now. Did we drop the scouts for the same reason? Maybe. I have no idea what to expect from it, or the story, and I know it's shitty as fuck to end a story like that, but the only other creepy thing is that I find ants in my stuff from time to time, and it is annoying as hell. I like to think it has something to do with this, but in reality, it's probably another shitty thing to deal with in life. I get bit a lot still though, and I have to cover myself with band-aids so I won't itch them all the time. This happened about 2 years ago. It's something I've only ever told one other person since. Pickers of the town. It's shit for a reason explained later. Beaconock, Vancouver area. Being 19 with a fresh pal and ability to legally drink. Plan a trip up north. Dad tells me about an old abandoned mining town his friend worked at in the 60s. Gives us location. Decide to bring native bro from high school. We both own guns. Ask my dad if I can borrow his AWD Honda passport from the 90s. He accepts. Bro brings SVT-40. I bring SMLA number 1 Mark III. Drive past Kamloops by about 200 kilometers. Takes about 2 days of driving. Spend one uneventful night at abandoned trailer park. Eventually find ourselves on back roads, using ancient maps that Dad provided. Modern maps and GPS don't have the roads on record. Clearly old logging roads, not used for at least a few years. Eventually reach the old town. Desolate as fuck. A few collapsing wood buildings. Starting to get late, but light enough to snap a few pics. I brought old Nikon FM2, because I did not want to risk my digital. Bro and I set up a camp next to car in open semi-gravel area. Use wood from old buildings as firewood. Gets dark. Cook a few can of beans and some salmon that native bro caught a few days before. Out comes the beer. Head to tent mildly inebriated. Decide to go in the woods the next day. Late night, early morning. Hear multiple human footsteps outside. Probably just native bro. Go back to sleeping on. Realize native bro is sleeping next to me about 5 minutes later. Wake up bro quietly. Both grab rifles and open tent. Nothing there. Go back to sleeping on. Probably just a dream. Agree with bro and sleep. Wake up next morning somewhat early. Native bro already awake, making breakfast. Frying god-tier canned sardines. And on, it wasn't a dream. Takes a minute for my mind to remember. Bro points out multiple boot tracks into campsite. Not ours for sure. I am visibly more creeped out than native bro. Native bro grew up on shitty reserve, seen some shit, etc. Decide we will lock our gear in the car. Both of us want to investigate. Consult map. Go in a woods with day packs of limited food, water, first aid. Oil lamps and flashlights as well. We each have a reasonable amount of ammo. 40 rounds of new production, PRVI 174GR, FMJ .303. Ro has a couple of X54R stripper clips in his coat pocket. Start moving in the direction of the footsteps. Native bro is a good hunter / tracker, but loses the trail about a mile in. Decide to continue in the direction of the tracks anyway. Creeped out at this point. Native bro is pissed that he lost the tracks. Hike about 5 miles, find some more abandoned stuff. Starts getting dark. Realize we got carried away, and realize it would be unwise to head back. Eat some cold beans, since we don't want to attract attention with a fire, and then sleep. Wake up in the middle of the night to whispering. Takes a minute for eyes to adjust to low light. Look over at sleeping native bro. Realize that there is 2 black cloaked figures over him. One is touching his face. They are talking in English, but not audibly. Just about to shit myself. SMLE is across my lap. Slip off safety as quietly as I can. One of them starts reaching for bro's SVT next to him. Raise rifle to my hip slowly, pointing in their general direction. Fire off the first shot. Force hammer.png. The fuckers see me rise up while working the bolt and run. They start screaming like you would expect someone getting their eyes ripped out too. Native bro practically shits himself and gets down. Mad minute into the forest. Takes us about a minute of frantically throwing our gear together to get out. Panic and start running in a random direction. Get cut up running through brush. Native bro and I are somewhat fit, both in army cadets since we were young. Run for a good 20 minutes, stop to catch our breath. Anon, what the fuck? Explain what happened to bro. He looks horrified, more than usual. Tells me about some cult that committed crimes on his reserve. Says our CMP couldn't do anything since it was native land. Linked to disappearances and child abuse. Reserve is maybe 200 kilometers away from us. Nobody ever convicted. When our nerves calm, we consult our map and compass. We realize that there is a clearing near us and use that to navigate. Forego lights in favor of quiet movement. Move slowly for about 6 hours. Periodic map and compass checks. Tired as fuck when we arrive at the tree line near the camp. Despite being dark, we realize that there is movement in our camp. A fray hooded figures and what seems to be a man with a deer's head trying to get into the car. Hands are shaking, mom spaghetti. Start moving down the hill. Not paying attention because of no sleep. Foot catches root, crash and roll downhill. Fettuccine Alfredo. Cut up and bruised, but otherwise fine. All 4 of them are screaming and moving towards me. Unaware of native bro still being in the tree line. Deer head leader is naked, cock flailing everywhere. He is about 10 feet away from me. Realize he's got a fucking hatchet. Realize I won't be able to raise my SMLE in time. I am going to die here. Make my peace with the God Emperor. 2 shots ring out in rapid succession. Deer man drops his hatchet, clutches his chest, pulls one leg up, and fucking drops. Hooded figures are now hesitant now that the leader just took some Soviet glory to the chest. Pick myself up and raise SMLE. Sort of aim at the middle of the free and fire. What I assume to be a hip shot drops him. He is screaming like a motherfucker. At this point, native bro is next to me. Out of what I suppose was pure anger, one of them charges us with a long knife, maybe a short sword. Native bro and I both fire a shot. We both hit him. Practically goes limp instantly. The last remaining uninjured fucker tries dragging his injured friend off. I am hesitant to shoot since they are backing off, but native bro shoots the uninjured one in the head. He keeps moving for about a half a second before dropping. We check the bodies. Realize that the deer man was just a guy wearing the head of a deer. X-54R blew his chest open. Blood and mashed organs everywhere. Last 2 were dead as fuck. Old rounds like that really mash organs and bone. Last guy remaining alive is pleading for his life. Realize he's not pleading with us. Screaming into the sky about some sort of strangely named god, deity, whatever. Can't remember it for the life of me. Anon, we can't let him live. Realize native bro is right. Threat of the cult coming after us or police finding out is too great if he lives. Don't want to do it. Offer SMLE to native bro. He simply kneels down and slits the guy's throat. Whispers, something for Sierra. We pick up as much of our brass as we can, pack up the car, and get the fuck out. It's light out by the time we get on the main road. Adrenaline dying down. Realize that I just killed someone. Break down in my car and cry like a bitch. Pull over and have a bro talk about it. Tells me we did it in self-defense. Feel like there's more to it for him. Sober up and continue on the road. We take it easy and stay at motels for the rest of the way back. End up eating at the White Spot in Hope. Completely silent over the meal. Realize how hungry I am. Barely ate twice on the way back. Remainder of the ride back is spent in complete silence. Drop native bro off at his apartment in North Van. We exchange an awkward silence and a few smiles. He hugs me for some reason. Call it gay if you want, but I needed that shit. Get back home. lock bedroom door, keep loaded SMLA next to bed, sleep for the better part of a day and a half, meet up with Dad to return car. Remember what native bro said about Sierra? Turns out, she was bro's older sister who was kidnapped as a kid, ended up an alcoholic and a druggie, and took her own life when she was just 16. Shipwrecks. Asked Dad why town was abandoned. Well and on, the mine dried up, and many of the residents resorted to the illegal industry to make a living. Asked specifics. Said he doesn't know. He will ask his friend who lived there. Friend died 6 months later of lung cancer. Never had the chance to ask him. Even more frustrating than the nightmares is not knowing what the fuck happened. Can't seem to find the town or the town's name online, and I have since wanted to go back with a larger group. Probably going to wait a few years though. Pick related, it's some of my guns. I still own that damn SMLA. I had an unsettling experience. It's not exactly scary, but maybe creepy. 3 a.m. Go out for a cigarette, hanging out on the sidewalk in front of my place. Neighbor across the street is doing the same. He finishes up and waves to me before going inside. I'm alone now. It's really peaceful outside, incredibly relaxing. A bit of a cool night with a perfect breeze, but still rather humid. Felt like a storm might be coming. Look down the street towards the major intersection. See something moving beneath the cars parked along my side of the street. It is small, dark, and moving towards me. I immediately think it's a skunk and turn to go inside, almost flicking my half-smoked cigarette onto the street. Look back again. It's just a shaggy black cat. It pauses when it sees me. I notice it and comes out from the shadows of the parked cars. Sits in the middle of the sidewalk about 30 feet down the street, staring at me. We is staring at one another. I'm smoking my cigarette. He is licking his paw. The cat turns around and looks up at the sky. He must have gotten spooked because he started scurrying towards me. I think he's coming for a pet, but he just goes straight past me and into the garden of my front yard. He is hiding in the bushes. I look up in the sky. It's a really cloudy night. All clouded except for the horizon. The horizon is completely clear, and I am able to see the few stars that get past the light pollution of the city. As I'm looking up, I feel the cat brush up against my leg. Look down at him and let him cuddle me. As I gaze back up into the sky, into the clear horizon, a procession of wispy clouds starts in the pathway of clear sky. They all have the same shape, like the silhouette of people in robes with the hood drawn over their heads, and their heads are down, all in a parade. I notice each one is a bit larger than the other. It trails off and the sky is clear again. Put out my smoke, say goodbye to the shaggy black cat, and go inside. Sort of kinda looked like pick related. Be me, 11 years old. At friend's birthday sleepover party. Morning of the second day. We're just watching a movie. Pause movie to fuck around, making jokes and talking. Suddenly get this terrible feeling. Overwhelmed by a sudden, overwhelming sense of cosmic horror. The sound of my friends laughing and talking fades away, like they're now underwater. This is wrong. Everything is wrong. This isn't real. The world isn't real. Something horrible is coming. It's going to kill us all. I have to warn them, but how? I don't even know what is coming. It's pointless anyway. Our end is inevitable. Feel like the entire world is falling away all around me. Oh God, nobody knows. I am the only one who knows. I can't save anyone. My dad is gonna die. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Burst into tears because it's all I can do in the moment. Come to, with my friends huddled around me, asking if I'm okay. I'm not okay, but I do feel a little bit better. The world feels real again. Call my dad and ask him to take me home ASAP. Very quiet until he shows up, not feeling very festive anymore. When my dad asked me why I wanted to come home early, I don't even know where to begin. I just felt sick and wanted to come home. I am pretty sure this was just a panic attack or something. As a kid, I was kind of really anxious all the time, so it's not exactly unlikely. Still, it fucked me up so badly that I remember it clear as day, 16 years later. It makes me want to go back in time and hug little May. Poor kid got all kinds of fucked up from that experience. I joined the army straight out of high school, and this was back in the early 2000s before everything really kicked off overseas. I did not have a scholarship, I didn't have a family business waiting for me, and I sure as hell did not want to work at the feed store for the rest of my life. The army recruiter showed up at our high school gym one day, talked about traveling and structure and getting your school paid for, and that was that. I signed the paperwork, kissed my mama on the cheek, and then hopped on a plane before graduation confetti had even hit the floor. Basic was rough, but I didn't mind it. Something about having a routine, about waking up and knowing exactly what I was supposed to do. It just worked for me. And once I was through, they shipped me out to Germany. I was just 19 years old, barely old enough to buy a beer there, but not enough in the States. But now I was on the government's dime, walking cobbled streets in a foreign country, checking out castles and drinking real beer, and eating kebabs the size of my arm. I honestly could not believe my luck. The base was clean and efficient, like pretty much everything else in Germany. I was stationed outside of Kaiserslautern, and we had access to pretty much everything we needed. The gym, PX, bowling alley, even a movie theater. My job was mostly maintenance support for Humvees and light tactical vehicles, but I would get rotated around sometimes, fill in wherever they needed an extra body. It wasn't glamorous, but it felt like a career that was starting to happen. At that age, everything felt new and full of possibility. That was before the drills ramped up, and before the accidents, before things really just stopped being fun. Germany had this weight to it, and I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just hard to explain unless you've actually been there. The buildings are older, the roads are quieter, and the woods are just thicker. Everything is just soaked in history. You can feel it in the air when you were off base, like the whole country had seen far too much and was just waiting to be left alone. But on base, it was different. Controlled, clean, structured. I think that was just the army's doing. You showed up, did your job, and did not ask a lot of questions. Those first few months were pretty easy enough. I worked in the motor pool mostly, getting familiar with the Humvees, doing inspections, and learning how to tear down a transmission without stripping the bolts. But when the joint NATO drill started, everything changed. Overnight, it felt like the base population had doubled. Brits, Polish, Canadians, even the Dutch had rolled in, parking their vehicles wherever they could find the space. A wall of tan and green trucks lined the perimeter. The mess halls got crowded. The lines of the PX were even longer now. Nobody was really sleeping well, but command kept saying it was necessary. Multinational readiness, they called it. The actual drills were fun at first. You get called at 04 to throw your gear on, roll out into a convoy to some godforsaken field or wash. It was wet and cold and miserable, but at least we were doing something. I was assigned a 4-man Humvee crew that ran simulated interface missions. We would drive through pre-planned obstacle courses while other teams tried to intercept or slow us down. It was supposed to be about communication, reflexes, and how we handled stress, but that day, none of it really mattered. It had rained hard the night before. Everything was really slick, mud deep enough to suck your boots clean off if you stepped wrong. We were in this wide drainage wash out past the tree line, about 10 clicks away from base. The idea was to run a series of speed drills, floor it from one end to the other while the opposition crew tried to cut you off. That morning, it was us versus a German team. Good guys, real serious but always respectful. I remember we were waiting for the signal to go down when our driver, a guy named Petrovsky, looked over at me and said, "I bet you $10 you eat shit on the third turn." I chuckled and said, "Alright, you're on." We all knew that section was a pain in the ass. The ground there curved around this collapsed culvert, and the mud had pulled really thick. You could lose control even at a moderate speed. We got the green light and they went first. We watched from the starting line, radios crackling with chatter, as their Humvee tore down that path. I hit the first couple of turns fine, bouncing through puddles and engines screaming like a banshee. Then came that third turn, the sharp one around the culvert. I saw the front passenger side wheel dip too far deep, then rise far too fast. The vehicle twisted, the back end skidded, Tires lost purchase, and just like that, the whole thing started to roll. It happened really fast. 1 second upright, the next it was flipping, landing hard on its side. Then again and again and again. The gunner, Jesus fucking Christ, the gunner. He was in the hatch and not belted. Probably thought he was secure enough just bracing with his legs. When the Humvee rolled, the weight of the entire frame caught him mid-spin. He was cut in half. Not clean and not surgical, he was torn. His torso stayed in the hatch and his legs were somewhere on the ground. It literally looked impossible. It was honestly just like something out of a horror movie. Everybody froze. Even the guys in the comms went dead for a second. Then people started yelling. Someone called for a medevac, but there was no point. You don't survive something like that. I couldn't move. I just stared. The top half of him was still upright, slumped over the barrel of the gun, like he might lift his head up and speak. His mouth was wide open. His eyes were too. And honestly, that is what got me. His eyes. They didn't roll back, they didn't glaze over, they just stayed open, wide and blue, staring straight across the wash like he was looking at his team. Blood was everywhere. It leaked from the wreck in thick streams, pooling in the mud and steaming in the cool air. Then the stench hit us a few seconds later. Oil, metal, piss, and meat. Not just blood, I mean it, meat. At least, that is how I remembered it. The medics got there fast. German MPs arrived too and they sectioned off the area, trying to pull the other soldiers out. One guy's arm had shattered, another had a busted jaw and was screaming like a siren. But they were alive. The gunner wasn't. They had to saw the rest of him out, and somebody threw a tarp over the Humvee, but I had already seen everything, and I could not unsee it. We were ordered to stand down. Debrief would come later. For now we were to return to the base and stay off comms and not speak about what just happened. That part was very loud and very clear. Do not discuss the incident. Over and over and over like that would really help. Back inside the truck, nobody said a word. Petrovsky looked pale, and my buddy Nunez lit a cigarette with shaking hands and didn't even smoke it. Just held it and watched it burn. I kept seeing that gunner's eyes. Not angry, not scared. Just confused. Like he really didn't understand what happened. Hell, neither did I. We got back to base and were told to sit tight until they figured out what to do with us. Most of the NATO units were still out in the field, so the place felt half empty, like everybody else had just vanished off into the fog. That afternoon, they brought us in one at a time for statements. Nothing formal. Just somebody from command asking the questions over and over, but in different ways. What did you say? What was your role? Did the German team violate any safety protocols? I kept my answer short. Didn't really have the energy to lie, but didn't feel like giving them anything else either. I just told them the truth. I saw the Humvee roll. I saw the gunner get torn in half. I saw his face afterward. That was enough. They cancelled the rest of the day's exercises. Word must have gotten around fast because by nightfall, the whole vibe had just changed. Soldiers were now deathly quiet. Some drank harder than usual, and nobody cracked any jokes. That kind of death, it just doesn't happen clean. It really sticks to people. We ended up in the rec hall that evening. Just our crew sitting around a plastic table with half-warm beers, and the silence hanging over us like a storm cloud. Nunez finally muttered, "Did you see it? His body?" I nodded. I didn't even want to say it out loud. Like if I kept the words inside, it wouldn't actually be real. Petrovsky threw back another drink and whispered, "Yeah, I don't think I'm going to sleep tonight." They signed me up with a base psychologist 2 days later. Didn't even ask if I wanted it. Just told me to report to Building 7 every Tuesday and Thursday for the next few weeks. The guy was fine, I guess. Quiet, clean-shaven. Probably used to seeing guys like me come in with pale faces and 1,000-yard stares. I don't know if it helped, but it gave me somebody to talk to when my dreams got really bad. That was my first taste of how fast life can leave a person. One moment you're standing there breathing that same cold air as everybody else, and then the next, your meat is leaking into the mud. And that really never left me, and I doubt it ever will. I am from Moscow. I am over 30 years old now, but I will remember this story for the rest of my life. When I was a teenager, maybe 16 years old, my friend Sasha Grinier and I ended up in the metro at night. It was the Circle Line. This was in the late 1990s, and back then, the cops weren't really paying attention to stuff like that. It did not seem like a big deal. We brought flashlights, sandwiches, water, playing cards, some newspapers, for wiping or starting a fire, matches and penknives. We brought them because we were going to fight the metro rats, lol. There were 3 of us. In the evening, when the station had emptied out, we jumped down onto the tracks and ran into the tunnel. We expected someone to chase us, but no one did. If a train had come, we figured we would press ourselves against the wall. Luckily, we were still skinny. There would have been enough room. We walked maybe 100 meters and turned into a side tunnel. You can actually see it from the train when you're approaching the station. At first, the adrenaline was fun, but it got scary fast. It was pitch dark except for the flashlight beams bouncing off the walls. We could hear the distant rumble of trains, the hum of pipes along the tunnel. As I walked, I kept thinking, what the hell am I doing? Trying to prove something? I could have been with some girl or at home playing dende, and my friends had all gone quiet too. We kept walking. No station, no exit. What really started to freak me out was when I noticed that the rails were rusty, like nothing had run here in ages, maybe once a year if that. I told the others and they noticed it too. Grinya, who had been the one hyping up the whole idea, started acting tough, like, what, are we scared now? But I could see on his face that he was scared too. We stopped to take a break. It was close to midnight. Total silence and darkness around us except for our flashlights, and beyond that, just black. It was kind of surreal. We sat there wondering what to do. Should we keep going? What if we did not find anything? Like, what if we didn't find anything? Where would we sleep? On the rails? Not exactly safe. We decided to keep walking a bit longer. If we found somewhere, we would crash there. If not, we'd turn back in an hour. Then, suddenly, our flashlight stopped reflecting off the tunnel walls. The light just disappeared into space. We'd reached a platform, a station, but it was completely dark and clearly abandoned. No signs, no stained glass, just plain concrete pillars and a really high ceiling. Dust was thick on everything. There was no second track, just a wall where it should have been, with no markings at all. The track that we came in on went through the station and kept going, but right at the exit of the station it was blocked by a grate wrapped in barbed wire. The only opening was way up, about 3 meters off the ground. A small gap. We probably could not even crawl through it. We shone our flashlights past the grate. The rails just kept going. We figured we'd found a place to spend the night. As we explored, we saw a stack of old army boxes near one of the pillars. Dusty as hell. The boxes were labeled SA. We joked that maybe they had guns inside, but they were empty. Rotten, old wood, but perfect for firewood. We broke them up and brought them to the edge of the platform, made a small fire. We ate, played cards, and started to relax finally. The fear eventually faded. We set up a toilet area in a far corner. By 2 a.m. we decided to sleep. In the morning, we would head back, wait for a train on the Circle Line, then sprint 100 meters to the next station and try to sneak out before the cops caught us. We lay down in the dark. The fire was just glowing embers now. The others were tossing and turning, trying to sleep. I was lying on my side, just watching the glow, thinking about how to get home faster. I must have fallen asleep. Then I was jolted awake by a scream. I had no idea where I was. The scream kept going, turning into swearing. It was Grinya. My hands were shaking. A flashlight flicked on. Sasha's. He pointed it at me, and I saw Grinya sitting beside him, holding his leg. Are you out of your mind? That fucking hurts. He moved his hand and there was a hole in his pants. Some kind of wound. Sasha whispered, I didn't do anything. I swear, I was asleep. Max, are you messing around? I could barely talk. My teeth were chattering. I was asleep too. I don't know what happened. I tried to turn on my flashlight, but my hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. Then suddenly, a loud hysterical laugh came from above us. What the hell is that? Fuck, run. My flashlight finally came on, and that is when I totally lost it. There was some kind of fog in the station, thick and unnatural. The laughing was getting louder, manic. Sasha bolted down the tunnel. Grynia looked at me, tears in his eyes. I tried to stand, but my legs gave out. He grabbed my arm and I pulled him up. More sounds followed us now, roaring, echoing through the tunnel. It sounded like something from a horror game, Left 4 Dead or something. That hunter scream, just like that. I dragged Grynia with me. He didn't have a flashlight, must have dropped it, but he ran surprisingly well for someone with a leg wound. The laughing and roaring kept coming, and it wasn't just one voice anymore. It was like a group, but the sounds got fainter. They weren't following us anymore. I don't know how long we ran, but eventually we caught up with Sasha. He was sitting against the tunnel wall, crying. I kicked him lightly to snap him out of it. We all just stared at each other. No one said a word. Then we just got up and started walking back to the circle line in silence. There was no sneaking out. Grynia needed help. As soon as a train passed, I ran out into the main tunnel and made it to the station to call for help. The cops were there, along with some kind of station medic. They patched up Grynia. We got roughed up a bit, but not too badly. Some old guy, must have been in charge, said it was a good thing we made it out alive. He told us people had gone missing in those tunnels before. He didn't say anything else. That's the story. Sorry if I messed up any parts. Every time I think about it, I still shake. I was interviewing for a job cross-country. They don't pay for the hotel. I found the cheapest Airbnb I could find. Get there. Key is hidden under a rock. Kinda sketchy. Well, in too deep now. Get in. Barely any furniture. Holes in walls recently patched. Fresh paint in random locations. Doesn't look much like the photos online either. There is also a door which I think leads to the basement that has literally 5 padlocks on it. Want to nope the fuck out, but I am a poor college grad looking for a job. Feel like I'm being watched. Wake up needing to piss. Instead of turning the lights on, I just use my cell phone flashlight. I go to the bathroom. Light briefly shines over the vent in the bathroom. Something reflects back the light. Huh? Grab a chair to get a closer look. It's a fucking camera. Fuck this shit. Call 911 and barricade myself in my room, waiting for them to arrive. Cops show up. Point out the camera. They investigate. Yep, it's a camera. They start checking around. Move a rug that's kinda in a weird place. Dark stains. They think they might be blood. Okay, Anon. This is a crime scene investigation now. We need you to leave. Fuck. Give the cops my contact info, get an Uber, and go to a Denny's that is open 24/7. Spend the night there, not sleeping at all until my interview. Don't get that job because I look like a zombie, didn't shower, and have my luggage with me, even though I explain what happened. Later, the cops contact me on the case. No leads. The info they used to set up the Airbnb account is all bogus. The LLC they used to hotel title for the house is also bogus. Asked what was behind the padlocked door. We can't divulge that information, Anon, but be glad you called us when you did. Stay in actual, legit hotels, my fellow Anons. I am 28 years old. After my divorce, I did not have many options for where to go, so I moved into my late grandfather's house, just outside a small town called Chatham in Alabama. The house sits on 10 acres, surrounded by thick woods, and it's completely isolated, quiet, peaceful, and a little eerie. The place is old. Wooden floors that creak, doors that stick, and it always feels cold no matter how high I set the thermostat. But it was free, and I did not have a better option, so I settled in. The first week went by normally. I spent my days unpacking, cleaning, and sitting on the porch at night with a beer, enjoying the quiet. That peace did not last. On the 7th night, just as I was drifting off to sleep around midnight, I heard whistling outside. It wasn't a tune I recognized, slow, off-key, and broken. It sounded like someone walking behind the house, whistling as they went. It was unsettling, but I figured it was a drunk neighbor or a hunter. The next night, it happened again. Same tune, same time, but this time it sounded closer. I got out of bed, turned on the porch light, and stepped outside with a flashlight. Nothing. No tracks, no sound of anyone running off. Just that haunting whistle fading into the woods. It kept happening, always around 1:15 to 1:19 a.m., like clockwork. I started wondering if someone knew I was living out there alone and was messing with me. I eventually called the sheriff's office. A deputy named H came out. He was an older guy, had been around for a while. When I told him what was going on, he got real quiet and said, "Your granddaddy used to call us about the same thing. Said someone was whistling around the property late at night, always in the spring. We never found anything." That shook me. I had no idea my grandfather had dealt with this too. Deputy H just told me to keep my doors locked and stay inside at night. So I did. I double-checked every lock, even jammed chairs under the doorknobs. But it did not stop. The whistling got louder. One night, it was right behind the shed. The next, it came from the front porch. 3 long whistles, then silence. Another night, I swear I heard it coming from underneath the house, through the vents as if someone was in the crawl space. I was terrified and couldn't sleep. The next day, I went up to the attic and found a box of my grandfather's old journals. He'd written about the same thing. For over a decade, every spring, he heard the same whistling. He didn't know who it was, but he believed someone was watching the house. He only ever heard it when he lived alone, after my grandmother died. He used to sit up all night with a rifle by the door, just in case. I called Deputy H again. When he read the journals, he looked worried. He told me, "Don't open the door if you don't know who it is." That night, I sat on the couch with a shotgun in my lap, heart racing. Sure enough, at exactly 1:17 a.m., the whistling started again, but this time, it wasn't outside. It was inside the house. I could hear it coming from the hallway. I froze. The hallway light was off, and the whistling crept closer. I stood up, aimed the shotgun, and yelled, "Who's there?" The whistling stopped. I flipped the hallway light on, and there was nothing. For 2 nights after that, it went quiet. I hoped it was finally over. But on the 3rd night, just after midnight, I went to bed and left the hallway light on. At exactly 1:17 a.m., I woke to a different sound. Knocking. 3 slow knocks coming from inside the house at the back door. Then silence. A minute later, I heard creaking floorboards in the hallway. Someone was walking inside. Then, the hallway light went out. I grabbed the shotgun, stepped out of my room, and looked down the hallway. Standing at the end of it was a figure, tall, dressed in black, pale face, and perfectly still. I raised the shotgun, hands shaking. "Don't move," I said. The figure slowly lifted one leg, turned, and began to run. I yelled again, but it bolted down the hallway and out of sight. I heard heavy footsteps running out the front door. I chased after it and fired a shot into the darkness, not as a warning, but hoping I'd hit something. I shouted into the night, "Don't come back." The sound echoed through the woods. I locked up, grabbed my keys, and drove into town. I slept in my truck that night. The next morning, Deputy H returned with me to the house. The front door was unlocked. That confirmed someone had a key. Nothing was stolen, but it was clear. Someone had been coming and going. Off the record, Deputy H told me I should consider moving out. Someone in those woods did not take kindly to either me or my grandfather living there. That same day, I changed every lock in the house. Then I packed up and left, staying with my parents out of state for a while. Eventually, we sold the property. We took anything sentimental, sold the rest, and never looked back. To this day, I don't know who it was or why it only happened in the spring. Whether it was some disturbed person living nearby or something else, I will never really know. All I do know is that I'm never living that remotely, ever again. Anyway, this happened at a friend's dacha. It's a remote village, many kilometers from Ryazan. From there, about 100 kilometers more through fields and forest, lies an abandoned village. Who left it and why, no one really knows. People just fled when perestroika started. There is a hunter who lives there, not really lives, but comes during the day to relax. He is a local gamekeeper and knows the whole forest. This guy is a friend of my friend's grandfather, and that is how we met. He took us to the village many times. We shot at cans and did other dumb stuff, but one day, he suddenly said, "Guys, just don't stay here overnight." Of course, that only made us want to stay even more. He didn't really explain why, just said, "No need, that's all." So, here is the deal. 100 kilometers away from any people, close to swamps. And by the way, at night you sometimes hear these awful sounds from the swamps. Anyone who knows the creepy little bird that screams like a dead person will understand. And deep in the forest, we were sitting in one of the few houses still suitable for living. About 5 or 6, actually. Hunters had set one of them up, and that is where we were. No electricity, only candles. We sat playing cards by the window when suddenly, bam, something flashed outside. My first thought was some thieves or homeless folks. My friend grabbed a double-barreled shotgun. I kicked the door open. He jumped out, and I followed. About 3 meters away stood a human-shaped figure. It was pitch black, with the forest behind, so it was hard to see. But the silhouette was huge, about 2 meters tall. The legs were blurry, but the arms and head looked human, no clear details. Without hesitation, my friend fired the shotgun at it. Honestly, he's kind of dumb, and shooting at a person out here is not a big deal. If they found his body, no one would know. The figure took off running, or more like flying. It didn't seem to walk, but glide, zigzagging toward the corner and into the forest. Missing at that distance is almost impossible for a master sports shooter. My friend trained seriously for 7 years, though he quit officially because of mental problems. He never stopped practicing. Moving with that kind of injury would be a nightmare. That is when we really fucked up, or rather, I did. My friend went to sleep on the stove and passed out, while I stayed up all night with the gun, guarding against some unknown horror. In the morning, we found no tracks except for our own. No buckshot either. There is a lot of strange stuff tied to that abandoned village. After seeing that 2-meter shadow, I got curious. I wish I hadn't. My friend's grandfather, the guy who shot, decided to tell us some stories about that place, at night of course. You can imagine how I felt. So, the old man was out hunting, chasing a hare or something, and wandered far. Later, he realized he was near the village. Too lazy to walk in the dark, he wandered around and found a swamp, then a clearing. There were trenches, craters, holes, a battlefield where partisans killed Germans. It was winter and windy. Without thinking, the old man climbed into one of the holes. Later, he realized it was a grave or a solitary trench. Oh, and he had his dog with him. He made a fire, ate, fed the dog, and went to sleep. At night, the dog started barking. When the old man woke and grabbed his flashlight, the dog barked harder. He looked at the pit's whale and saw a shabby boot sticking out, with a piece of bone inside. He must have been knocked away by the wind. He even forgot his backpack there. The old man ran about 6 kilometers, then stopped, and stayed awake with his gun until morning, jumping at every shadow in the clearing. In the morning, braver, he followed the dog's tracks back to where he had run from. Everything was as it should be, except the dog. More precisely, only its fur was there, as if it had been shaved, but the dog itself was gone. The old man took a long time to get down into the clearing, and finally, he caught sight of his backpack snagged on something, and then the dog disappeared. I feel you, man. That early morning fog just coming down and kissing the mountains. Beautiful. Anyway, here is a short little Bigfoot story while I think of another. Step outside at about 12:30 at night for a smoke. Standing at the end of my driveway for a few minutes, just checking out the sky. On the other side of the valley, I live in the V of it. Don't know the exact term for it. I hear 3 wood knocks. On my side, just above neighbor's house, comes 2 knocks. No biggie. They're passing through again. Stand there for another moment or so. Less than 10 feet away, on the other side of a large bush, comes a deep growl. Not a bear, not a mountain lion. That shit was simian, and seemed to say, "Get the fuck out of my way." Clench butt cheeks, and run into the house. Sitting in my room a few minutes later, calming down. Hear that same fucking thing at the corner of my back porch. This time it wasn't hostile though, more surprised. Right next to the porch is my pitbull's cage. My face went. Bigfoot told me to fuck off, and was shocked that I had a pitbull. This is a bit older, but back in 2014, I was a studying wildlife biologist specializing in amphibian research. I had spent many years around that time wading through swamps in the southeast part of the states, documenting different species and population densities. What I'm about to share is something that happened to me on one of those research trips that still confounds me to this day. Now, I will say, being a biologist/scientist, I have always approached supernatural things with skepticism. I believe most have some kind of a rational explanation. Misidentified known animals, environmental changes or illnesses that cause creatures and wildlife and even plants to adapt to survive, and the rest I just held on to them being good old-fashioned tall tales. And when it comes to swamps especially, you were bound to hear some kind of legend about them at any time they were brought up. Anyway, on this particular trip, we had a research team of 5 people that consisted of 2 graduate students. It was myself and a girl named Stacy, one of our professors and mentors named Jerry, and a local guide named Calvin, who knew the area like the back of his hand. We were there to survey a potential new species of salamander, and I was pretty stoked for it. Obviously, I love marine biology, but salamanders were one of my favorite little guys to study, and the ones that we were after were primarily nocturnal, so we would be doing this at night. The first 2 nights passed uneventfully. We collected some specimens, took some water samples, and recorded a lot of data. We even found some time to have fun with it all too. And Calvin was a hoot, and showed us different plants and the different uses that they had. He told us stories of things that he and his little brother did as kids in similar swamps, and we all laughed and enjoyed the time together. But on our 3rd night, things started to change. We went deeper in the swamp than we had ventured previously, hoping to have better chances at seeing these salamanders. The water was darker there, almost black, by the high concentration of tannins from the vegetation in the water decomposing, and the massive trees lining the swamp only made it that much more intimidating. Being out there in the dark, surrounded by those trees, it can really put in perspective how small you really are in our vast world. That is why I love what I do. It was probably around 2 a.m. when we had to split into 2 pairs to cover more ground. I was with Calvin, and Stacy went with Jerry. We were probably about 50 yards apart in different channels, but still within earshot of each other. Calvin and I were standing in waist-deep water, headlamps on, scanning the surface for movement, when I noticed it became unnaturally quiet in the swamps. There is literally always noise, whether it be frogs calling, insects chirping, or maybe even the occasional splash of fish or turtles. But suddenly, there was nothing except the soft sound of water moving around us as we moved. I had stopped moving when I noticed it, and shortly after I stopped, Calvin did the same. After looking both ways and behind him, he groaned and said, "Nah, something ain't right." He scanned the waters with his flashlight quickly, but also with a determination. That is when we heard it. A strange vocalization that I struggle to describe accurately. It wasn't the hiss of an alligator or a snapper or the call of any amphibian that I've ever heard of personally or read about or studied. The closest comparison I've ever come to, and this is with the help of others that were out there that night, was of a rusty door hinge slowly being opened. But at the same time it was a lot deeper, maybe slowed down, with a vibrato quality that seemed to resonate through the water itself. I could literally feel it through my boots and waders in my feet when I heard it. I immediately looked at Calvin. He was familiar with this area. Surely he would know, or at least make me feel more comfortable with the situation. But looking over at him, he had frozen in place. I tried asking what that was, and he slowly shook his head and demanded that we get back to the boat at once, his voice very serious and tight. Before I could react, we heard splashing from the direction of Stacy and Jerry, followed by Stacy screaming. We immediately started towards them, struggling to get through the thick mud. When we rounded a bend in the channel, we saw both of them scrambling to get back toward us, their headlamps on, but Jerry was completely wet and covered in mud. Jerry started saying something about feeling something on his leg, but stopped mid-sentence as a massive displacement of water surged from behind him. It was as if something large had submerged suddenly, but what could it have been? Unfortunately, in a swamp, there were a few possibilities, and none of them were good for us. Calvin and I helped the other two across, Jerry being a little frazzled, and Stacy a smaller and now terrified woman, and we all got back into our small research boat. Once aboard, Stacy and Jerry began explaining what happened. Stacy said that she saw a dark shape moving through the water, but became very nervous by the size. This isn't the first time I had done something like this with Stacy. She wasn't the type to be nervous about getting in knee-deep swamp waters. She was, however, concerned by the size of whatever was below the surface. Her first thought was an alligator, but she said the movement pattern was all wrong. Gators create a distinctive wake when swimming, and she said the way the shape submerged, with the precision that it did not match either. Jerry also mentioned that the shape was far too elongated, especially where the neck would be, and the movements were too fluid, almost serpentine in motion. Stacy also said that when the light caught it briefly, she could make out what looked like ridges or plates running down its back. I asked them if it could possibly have been an alligator gar, which can get pretty big and have armored scales, but Jerry shook his head no, saying that it moved wrong, that it was way too fluid. But then he also explained why Stacy screamed, and why he was covered in mud. While they were looking around, Jerry said he felt something grab onto his leg, explaining how it felt just like a hand. Said it felt like individual fingers wrapping around his leg, and then the hand that was wrapped around his leg tried to pull it forward, causing him to fall and startling Stacy. With all of us confused and, to be frank, a little disturbed, we decided to end the night's research early and return to our field station. I was still fairly new to this kind of stuff, but seeing Jerry and Calvin obviously on edge made the whole thing way worse. I remember Calvin using the boat spotlight, sweeping it across the water behind us, clearly looking or watching for something. I asked him, since he was from the area, if he had any suggestions on what they could have seen, and he shook his head and just didn't say anything for the rest of the ride. He didn't need to say anything because the look on his face spoke volumes to me. The next morning, we went back out there to check on our equipment, when I discovered that one of our underwater field cameras, which we had left recording overnight in the area, was now missing. What is worse was that the cable that had it secured to the tree had been severed. That cable was stainless steel. It wasn't frayed or broken, but cut cleanly, like with a sharp object. When I brought this information back to the others, Jerry had a look of confusion, where Calvin was not having it whatsoever. He started talking about how there were all kinds of rumors about the swamps out there, and how that there was something living in them that's been there for years. I myself was curious, especially with what we had experienced the night before. He said that his father had witnessed something similar when he was younger, and so did his nephew, saying he actually got a part of it on camera. He described what the thing looked like when he saw it rise from the waters. He said that it was bigger than a fishing boat, serpentine in shape with a very long body, but when the front half breached the water, it had very thick plates across its back and long arms. Imagine a snake with thick scales like a turtle, but much larger, and give that snake arms. If I heard this from anyone else, I would think it was someone describing something that a child had drawn. It sounded comical, but the look on Calvin's eyes told me that he was not messing around. This was real, and this was something he witnessed. Stacy was already on edge, but Calvin wanted nothing to do with the area that we were in. He suggested some other areas of the swamp, and after Jerry being grabbed, I think he was just as willing to move on. We moved our research area to a different part of the swamp, and we actually had better results. There was no issue with the sound of the swamp disappearing, and no unsettling vibes either. I don't know if it was related or not, but there was a divide where the water was cut off, basically splitting it into two parts. Maybe whatever that thing was can't completely breach the water, and therefore only sticks to that side. I've tried to do a lot of research on what that thing could have been. I looked up uncommon and rare sightings of creatures in those same swamps, but nothing matches the description or even the size of the thing. I'm sharing this with you because I have had people completely seriously tell me that it could have been some kind of lizard man, but it wasn't even human shaped. The closest thing to a human was that it had arms, but the size was massive and it had matching scales or plates to match. To this day, it is still something that confounds me on a scientific level, but the sheer size of it, and the fact that it pulled Jerry under, makes me think that this thing was not happy with us being there, and that we were quite clearly inferior compared to it. These are the things that remind me of just how much is out there that we don't know about, that we don't see or don't understand. Chilean UFO incident. Hey bros, a bit paranoid these past days because of some coincidences and passings on my circle. People gone missing, and I guess I'm just gonna let it out here with the hope that anyone picks it up. To give some context, I'm Chilean, and I am very sorry if I have some bad grammar, but it is what it is. A few years ago, I did my military service here and saw some weird shit that to this day, I have not been able to explain. Along with that, some of the people I did my time with there went missing or appeared dead, and they were directly related to the happenings of that night. After that, we all had to sign some documents legally declaring that we weren't exposed to any dangerous material or any harm psychologically or physically to us. It was around October 2018. I was stationed along the Bolivian border along with other conscript soldiers. Our routines consisted of patrols and catching a few Bolivian mules here and there and handing them to the police. We slept in a small open complex consisting of 2 buildings that belonged to a failed mining operation and some 12 containers piled and welded together to have a semi-functional barracks/general purpose building. We could see a few Aymara villages to the distance, but nothing more. The night of the incident, we just came back around 10 to 11 p.m. We got handed over some MREs and told to dine on that. While we got ready to sleep, I caught a funny smell. If any of you had a tube TV and ever played with the static near your face, that is the smell. Or if you have an ozone machine, that is the same. It was a weird electric smell, nonetheless, and having a few traumas with electric discharges, I went and suited up to check up on the fuse box that was just a few paces away. I woke up the dude and told him. He jokingly said, "Don't let the Martians catch you." That was some big foreshadowing. While outside it got warmer. The Atacama Desert is cold at night, and the electric smell got stronger. Out of nowhere and over in the mountains, I started to see what I thought were flashlights. I thought that they were flashlights, moving here and there. Maybe some idiot got lost, and there was a search party that we were not notified of. I thought nothing of it and went back inside without skipping a pace, as I really got uneasy with the electrical smell. Soon as I came back in, I saw the duty in full gear, and my mates putting their bunks against the windows and shutting them all with locks. I asked what the fuck was going on. I did not want this to happen to you guys, but I guess you were just unlucky. I didn't understand what he meant, but out of the door, I saw the rest of the people that were in the base just bunkering up where they could. I thought maybe a war broke out, or it's a drill. Asked my duty what to do, and he just told me, lock the door, put anything you can against any and all exits. Do not look outside, and if you fucking see anything creeping in, you shoot it. That sent chills down my spine, and just went into automatic mode, and started doing whatever everyone else was. I jumped in my gear, and loaded the full magazines, as we had a couple with blanks and mixed. We didn't have state-of-the-art rifles, just SIGs, so we are all cornered and aimed at the only door in the barracks room, some maybe 15 rifles at it, while all of the windows started to shake and the lights went off. We could see small dim lights just outside, while the smell got stronger to the point of stinging our noses, and the air went hot and heavy. I was really shitting myself and didn't know what to do. This went on the whole night. I don't remember much after this, as a couple of hours after we just packed up and hightailed it back to the city, knowing that there would be another unit shortly moving in. Soon as we got to the unit at the closest city, we spoke with some of the older soldiers, and the only thing that they told us was, don't tell anyone. Even if you do, they won't believe you, and that's an advantage. Couple days ago, some 3 guys from my unit that were there went missing, and 2 appeared dead from unknown causes. 1 has not appeared, and last time I hung over with them, most were convinced of just breaching the waiver, or whatever the paper's called that they gave to us, the NDA, and telling the press and the TV. I don't know if anything will happen to me for sharing it here. Haven't ever shared it outside my comrades from the army, but just want to make sure that someone else knows, just in case. Be me. Be in 2006, 12 years old. I am with my mom, walking back home after going to my cousin's birthday party. It's about 11 p.m. and the sky is covered by clouds, so it is very dark. We are walking near a park, which we walk through as a shortcut, but it is not lit, and I was nervous to walk there. In the middle of the park there is a section with playground equipment for children. I kept looking at that part, I don't know why. I just kept looking as I walked. I saw something go up the slide, a small figure, no more than 3 feet tall. I told my mother to turn around and look. Surprisingly, she caught a glimpse of what was on top of the slide. It was a dog, brown in color. I've never been good at identifying breeds, so I can't tell exactly what it was. It was at the top of the slide, standing on its hind legs. It was turned around, looking at the ladder used to go up the slide. My mom and I stood there watching for quite a while. It was super strange, and the most shocking thing was to see another dog go up the ladder. I don't know how he did it, but the other dog made it up, and after that, they both slid down. When they came down, the dogs ran off with only their hind legs. My mother grabbed me by the hand and pulled me as we were running back to the house. This experience really fucked me up. Not because it was too scary, but because I didn't know what to think about animals and their behavior. And over the years, I have become more interested in the subject and have asked almost everyone I know if they have experienced something similar. This experience was told to me by a friend from college. She says at least 3 other people can tell me this is true. It is the most recent one I have. Be me, be my friend, be 2016. I'm in high school, chatting with some friends in class. The teacher didn't show up and we have a free hour. We go out to buy something since the high school is near a 7-Eleven and we are allowed to go out of the building to buy stuff. Before arriving at the 7-Eleven, we see a cat in the middle of the street. It was meowing very loudly and had its hair standing on end. We don't want it to scratch us, so we wait for a while. But the cat does not move, so we decide to go around it slowly. I go ahead of the group, and when I approach the cat, I hear it say something to me. Stay away, don't come closer. I froze. My friends had to pull me back, they heard it too. We ran away and the cat just stood there. After about 20 meters, the cat ran into the yard of a house and disappeared. What happened next was the scariest thing. That same day, there was a robbery that ended in 1 person dead and 2 injured. Apparently, a junkie from the area came to the 7-Eleven and started threatening employees. He wanted them to give him money from the cash registers. He went crazy when he saw that one of the employees was walking down the aisles behind him and attacked him. This happened a few minutes after we went out to the shop, and most likely, we would have run into the guy if the cat had not stopped us. Don't really believe in ghosts or whatever, but I had some weird shit happen in my preteen years at this old colonial era house that we lived in a small town called Newmanstown, Pennsylvania. The door to the attic was in my room. Our first night there, I heard what sounded like metal rods fall over at the foot of the basement stairs and against the door. Kinda freaked me out, but figured maybe it was just gravity. Then I heard footsteps on the stairs. I was maybe 9 or 10. I remember hiding under the covers and trying to scream to my mom and my dad, who were watching TV downstairs, but I was so freaking scared that no sound would come out. Then the attic door opened and I heard feet limping across my room, past my bed. Then they stopped at the foot of my bed for a second, before shuffling away towards my parents' room, which faced the foot of my bed. I eventually got a scream out and jumped out of bed, running downstairs to tell them. When my dad checked the attic door, there was a bunch of metal rods that had fallen over that weren't there when we did the tour of the house. Leftovers from the cleanup crew or whatever was there before us. Things got weirder. Eventually, my room was moved to a different room that was still being renovated when we moved in. When the wallpaper was taken off, there was handwriting on the walls. 1760 something, it rained all day, among other things. Once I moved to that room, I started getting sleep paralysis and having awful dreams. I dreamt that there was a graveyard of demon skulls buried under the house. I dreamt that my mom was murdering locals and hiding their bodies in the attic. I would dream about being locked in secret rooms hidden in the walls. Once, our bathroom light came on in the middle of the night. My mom yelled at me for turning it on. From under my blankets, I yelled that I was still in bed and it wasn't me. Got up, turned the light off, went to bed. The light turned on. My mom yelled, thinking I was goofing around. I'd later hear her saying things when she thought I wasn't around. She would tell my dad about the feeling like someone was in their room watching her sleep, or she would feel like she was being followed in the house. I once had something pull on my shirt while taking a laundry basket to my parents' room. It was such a distinct tug that my first thought wasn't ghost, but rather that my shirt got caught on the corner of something. But when I turned around, I was too far away from anything that would have snagged my shirt. But probably one of the weirdest occurrences was when I was still staying in the middle room by my parents' room when we first moved in. The door had one of those old-timey locks, kind of like pick-related. It was the second and last night I'd ever heard noises from the attic. I was so scared, but my parents were kind of sick of my nonsense ghost stories about the house, so I just stayed quiet and hoped that the sounds would stop. Luckily, my dad got up for a drink of water. The noises stopped just a second or two before I heard him get up. He walked past my bed and out of the bedroom door, closing it behind him. Since I was still scared to be alone, I decided to get out of bed and go and get a drink to shake my nerves off. When I went to open the door, it was locked. Weird, because it can only lock from the inside, and you really have to give the locking switch a lot of force because the metal was so rough and worn. We lived in that house for years, and I would always try and get that door to lock from the outside, and never could. Lots of weird stories about that house. Waking up to my bed shaking, voices, multiple cats we owned at separate times, being obsessed with a certain area of the wall at the bottom of the main floor stairs. Super creepy basement with a weird back room full of old newspapers from the 1800s. That house was the only time I ever experienced paranormal shit. This event took place in late 2017 near Winter Park, Colorado, at a family friend's cabin. The cabin is in a fairly remote place with few houses around. My family had spent the day sledding and came back to the cabin in the early evening. My parents and their friends were playing board games downstairs, while my 3 siblings and their 2 friends were upstairs playing. So, at some point, my mom notices that my younger sister is not playing with the rest of the kids and asks my other sister where she is. She said that she had gone into her room to listen to music, so my mother thought nothing of it. An hour or so goes by and my mom still has not heard or seen my sister, which was unusual, as she generally would not pass up on time to play with her friends. So my mom checks the room to find that she was not there. Immediately, my mom goes into a panic and starts screaming her name. Everyone in the house starts searching all of the rooms in the house, but they can't find her anywhere. My mom then singles out my other sister and asks her why she had lied about my sister's whereabouts. She claims she was being honest and that she had been listening to music. It's been about 2 hours since anyone has seen my sister. My mom goes outside to see if she can find her. Upon going outside, my mom tells me about the most horrifying thing she has ever seen. My sister is inside our car, with her face plastered to the window, wide-eyed, screaming. My mom said it was like a horror movie. Everyone had assumed she had somehow locked herself in the car. Not sure how a very intelligent 10-year-old girl would do that. Upon opening the door to the car and getting my sister out, my mom notices that she is not behaving normally and appears to be in some kind of a trance. They walk her inside and begin asking her questions about what had happened, but she does not respond to anything. She remains in this trance-like state for maybe an hour or 2, so my mother gives up and puts her to bed. In the morning, my sister appeared to be acting somewhat normal, but seemed to be shaken up. My mother then asks her how she ended up in the car, but she doesn't remember. She said she only remembered one thing. As she was locked in the car, she saw a man dressed all in black approach her. She said that she was terrified and tried to get out of the car. Then the man in black came closer and told her that he would let her out, but she would have to do something for him. He held a black rose up to the window and told her to come out so he could give it to her. After all of this, my sister did not remember anything. After hearing the story, my mom went outside to look around the car. To her amazement, she saw a trail of footsteps going from the car out past the house and into the surrounding forest. No one had been playing or walking around the area before then, according to my mom, so she seemed very disturbed about the tracks. We still don't know what to think of this, but my mother said that the look on my sister's face in the car was sincerely terrifying. I'm not sure what actually happened that night. If I'm not wrong, Colorado is also a hotspot for missing 411 cases. I am thankful that my sister did not become one of them, but maybe she saw something similar to what others have seen before the disappearance. Be me, about 14 years old at the time. Start feeling dead uncomfortable about a certain spot in my room. Won't step in the spot, look at the spot, etc. My cats both hate the spot as well. They will always step around it, or sometimes even hiss at it. Start to feel like there's something in that spot in my room just watching me. This continues for ages. Move to university. Things are good for a few days. Discover new spot. Hate that one too. But then, start having weird dreams. Awake in the early hours of the morning, nearly light out, can hear the seagulls. See weird black static figure stood in the spot. I can move, but I never leave my bed. Figure climbs on top of me and sticks his hands in my mouth and starts feeling my teeth. Nothing else. He just runs his fingers over my teeth for a few minutes. This continues for nearly a year. Move into house with new course mates. Nothing like it happens ever again. I'm 19 now, by the way. Be me, 5 to 6 years ago. Be in the woods, camping with friends. Remember a local legend about a big old abandoned house. Decide to try and find it. 3 to 4 hours of searching the area. Finally find it about 4 miles deeper into the woods from our campsite. House is falling apart, but the door is wide open. Wander around the downstairs with friends. Upstairs staircase is all torn up and rickety. Start hearing noises upstairs. Decide to investigate. Help give friend boost to second floor. Goes walking out of line of sight. Loud shrill scream from the direction he went. He books it back over the railing. Shipwrecks. Run vigorously. Screams follow us the whole way, about a mile from the house, when they finally stop. Dude, the fuck was that shit all about? Friend says, I opened the door and there was this big ass dog kind of thing, but it had a woman's face. It was just staring at the doorway when I opened it. Decide to take the 20-minute drive home when we get back to camp to get the Mini 14 as a team. Come back. Campsite is shredded, and there is this nasty vomit-like stuff everywhere. Fuck this. Going home. Go home. Sleep on couch. Don't talk about it the next morning. We all just head to our separate domiciles. Be me. Be a security guard. Working at a factory overnight. They don't keep the place running on weekends, so need security to keep out stupid teenagers and drugged out bums. Be watching House of Cards on my phone. Watch beeps. Time to do my hourly sweep. Grab my flashlight and start to make the rounds. The factory is a steel house, mainly to make parts for Japanese cars. They melt steel down into these bars the size of telephone poles and store them for later use. Walking by this huge shelf where they keep said steel bars, all of a sudden I hear, clear as day, someone whisper, "Stop." I shine my flashlight around. I don't see anything around me at all. I take another step. I said stop. I get my shoulder grabbed from behind me. My blood runs as cold as ice. I hear creaking. All of a sudden, one of these huge steel bars comes crashing down on the concrete floor. It is so fucking loud. It misses me by less than a foot. I trip backwards, fall flat on my ass. I shine the flashlight around and I don't see anything. The place is pretty open. I sit there and stare at this steel bar that would have fucking crushed me completely. I swallow, shake it off, and walk back to my little office to call my boss and tell him what just happened. I leave out the part where my ass was saved by a ghost. I still think about this moment really often. I don't know how to write this, so I'm just going to dump it out. Maybe someone here will know what we saw, or maybe this is just how I start thinking about it all the time. Sorry if this ends up long or disorganized. I used to do deep sea work, not scuba or anything like that. I'm talking submersibles, full descent rigs, pressurized cabins, research contracts, pipeline checks, geological surveys. The kind of jobs that send you a non-disclosure agreement before they even tell you the client name. I did it for about 10 years. After COVID, things got scuppered and staff reduced, so I just do office work now. It was mostly boring. Some cool stuff and some creepy stuff, but it was nothing I couldn't explain, until this one particular dive. The dive in question was in March 2017, I think. It was off the coast of Chile, way south, and almost into Antarctic waters. We were chartered by a group calling themselves Argento Geothermal. Never heard of them before. Couldn't find much about them after. I think they're defunct now. I suspect the reason I couldn't find much is because they were probably a shell company. All the money and paperwork was real though, which is the only thing that mattered to me. All the ethical shit isn't my business. It was clean though too. Too clean if you've done this work long enough. They hired us to investigate a suspected vent field at the base of a deep trench, about 8,000 meters down, which is already ridiculous for Mandops. They said they needed visual confirmation, no ROVs, no autonomous subs. Said something about direct human observation being critical. They were very specific about this. That should have been a red flag, but money talks. There were 3 of us, me and another operator, Alvarez, in the sub, and Reeves running topside comms and telemetry. The sub was a 2-seater, custom modified for low visibility thermal mapping. Launch was smooth. First 4,000 meters were routine. Somewhere around 5,500, the water went dead quiet. I mean completely. Usually, even in deep water, there is background noise. That stuff like creaks, distant bioacoustics, static from the hull. This was like flipping a switch. Even the mic picked up nothing. We ran diagnostics. Everything checked out. It was just quiet. Like the water wasn't water anymore. Temperature started dropping fast after that. Way faster than ambient conditions should allow. I've never seen readings fall like that without some kind of coolant leak, but there was no pressure drop, no misting, nothing. Just dropping digits and visible condensation forming on the inner frame of the cabin viewport. At 6,800 meters, the light started to behave strangely. The forward beams were cutting out in these little half-second flickers. We had no kind of electrical problems that were visible, so that didn't make sense. Then Alvarez saw the grid. At first I thought he was seeing things, maybe a low oxygen or a screen glitch, but he marked it out on the nav display. A series of faint light points, barely visible through the water, in a perfect line stretching downward. Then another line, then a cross pattern. Dead even spacing. Nothing organic does that, nothing natural either. We slowed the descent and kept eyes on the formation. The lights weren't flashing or drifting, they were just fixed points, faintly pulsing every 30 seconds or so. They were coming from the trench floor, or below it. And right at the center of the grid was what looked like a hollow, a cavity or borehole, darker than the water around it. When we passed 7,900 meters, the sonar cut out completely. There was no static or bounce back, it was just gone. That is impossible. Even in a flat-bottom trench, you get some return. We tried recalibrating, then rebooting the system. Still dead. Then the forward camera dropped to grayscale, and the pressure sensors started giving us conflicting readings and contradictory data. Spikes and dropouts, like we were in a pressure inversion. We thought it was sensor failure, but there were no signs of a mechanical fault, which makes no sense. Alvarez wanted to hold position, said we could run passive scans, maybe drop a tether probe, but the tether arm did not respond. Neither did the auxiliary lights. That's when we realized the system wasn't failing. It was like it was being interfered with selectively, like something knew what we were trying to do and was stopping us one tool at a time. I told him we were aborting. He didn't argue. Neither of us said it, but I think we both had the same feeling, that we were being watched. Not by an animal or a drone or anything like that. It's hard to describe, but just watched from inside the trench. The ascent took longer than it should have. Cabin temperature stayed low, dangerously low, even after we rose past 5,000 meters. Alvarez started shaking. Not from cold, but something else. Like he was trying not to panic. I asked if he saw anything in the viewport on the way up, and he just shook his head once, real slow, like he wasn't sure. Back on the surface, Reeves looked spooked. He said telemetry had gone dark for 23 minutes, just cut out completely. When it came back, we were already ascending, but the logs didn't match. The dive clock said we were under for just over 3 hours. The ship clock said 5.5. They pulled us straight into medical, said it was standard. They didn't even ask about the dive, they just ran bloods, vitals, EEGs, like they were expecting something. After, we pulled the external data. It was corrupted. Not just missing, but scrambled, like whole segments had been overwritten with noise. There was one frame though, just one that did not match the rest. A single still from the forward camera. It showed the trench floor. Just the plain sediment, but there was a shadow on it. It wasn't ours. It was something huge, with lines running through it, straight angles, too regular to be rock. No one said anything. Reeves quietly ejected the drive and handed it off to a guy who I did not recognize, who'd come aboard with the Argento reps. We never saw it again. They paid us in full, signed off the job as inconclusive, and that was it. I haven't taken a deep contract since. Alvarez quit entirely. I've tried calling, but his number doesn't work anymore. Heard from someone he moved out of the country. I still dream about the flickering lights and about the way the cold felt. Not like temperature, but like being looked at by something that didn't understand what I was. I've been hesitant to write this down. It's not something you talk about, not really, but the memory won't let me be, and the silence from the others, especially after everything, makes me feel like I'm the only one left holding the weight of it. This happened about 2 years ago. I was part of a small team on a classified deep-sea mission. Officially, it was a collaboration between NASA's lesser-known oceanographic branch and a private energy contractor. The company had a drilling platform in the Indian Ocean that reported structural damage way below the surface at about 11,500 feet. And that's deep, deeper than most of us have ever worked. The surface was calm the day we launched. The sky was overcast. We left port early morning from a naval dockyard with our deep submersible rescue vehicle locked and loaded. It wasn't your typical DSRV, which is reserved only for rescue and can usually only reach about 5,000 feet, but I will be calling it that for convenience sake. It was a prototype, repurposed from a rescue chassis, but retrofitted by NASA for deep site biological and structural survey. It was compact, pressurized, and barely large enough for four, but we had trained in tighter. 4 of us were inside. The pilot, a biologist, the systems engineer, and me, who was overseeing biological assessment. We were all ex-Navy divers before NASA recruited us. We were used to pressure, darkness, and isolation, but nothing quite like this. The descent was slow and precise. The DSRV that we were using is designed to handle crushing pressure, but as we sank, the weight of the ocean pressing against the hull was almost palpable. Inside, the lights were dim. The hum of the life support system was a constant background noise. The pilot was giving quiet commands as he guided us downward. Visibility was crap from the start. Sediment clouds kicked up by the currents or maybe by the rig itself made the water murky, almost opaque in places. Our floodlights barely pierced the gloom. Even with the exterior cameras streaming back to mission control, the images felt claustrophobic. Time slowed down. I watched Ortega monitoring biological sensors, her eyes flickering between her instruments and the feed. Chen was glued to the systems panel. The rig loomed ahead, a dark monolith that was barely visible. The damaged section was at the base, where several steel struts anchored the platform to the seafloor. When the pilot edged the DSRV closer, Ortega immediately spotted it. The metal was twisted and bent, but not torn or corroded. It looked like it had been cut cleanly and precisely. We froze the footage and zoomed in. The edge of the breaks were sharp, like someone had taken a giant blade underwater and sliced through the steel. It didn't match any damage we'd seen before. No erosion, no fatigue fractures from the pressure or time. Something else had done this. Before we could analyze further, a shift in the water caught Ortega's eye. "There," she whispered, pointing to the grainy feed. The camera caught a flicker, a blur, moving behind the rig's legs. "Sonar is flickering," Chen said. Then the screen died. Blackness swallowed the image. The emergency backup kicked in, but the feed was spotty. Then, out of the black, something moved. It was enormous. I don't even know how to describe it. Imagine the darkest abyss you've ever seen, and this thing was darker still. Blue-black skin that drank light, mottled, and rough like barnacles, and scars over a giant cephalopod's flesh. Tentacles, too many to count, each thicker than my arm, gliding through the water. Ortega started whispering about suction cups, but they weren't normal ones. They were lined with something sharp, like tiny teeth or barbs. This was no ordinary squid or octopus, it was something else. The creature didn't just flail or attack blindly. It was probing and testing to see how we would react. One tentacle brushed a strut, then the sub itself, feeling for weakness. The pilot slowly backed the DSRV away, but the creature was patient. It wrapped a couple of its massive arms around the manipulated claws on the sub, squeezing and pulling. The sub's alarms started going off. Systems failing, sensors going dead one by one. Chen was frantically working the console, trying to reboot comms, lights, life support. Ortega was screaming over the intercom. It's grabbing the viewport. I can see its skin, it's disgusting. Then the lights went out completely. In the darkness, the only thing I could hear was Ortega's scream, broken and static-filled, then silence. The pilot scrambled to engage emergency ballast release protocols, fighting the sub's failing systems. I could feel the sub shudder, shaking like it was being crushed in a vice. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the creature vanished. It just let us go. To this day, I have no idea why. We broke the surface, shaken and exhausted. Ortega was missing. We searched for hours, but there was no sign of her. The official story later was equipment malfunction and accident. I was debriefed 4 times. Each time, the questions were more about protocol than what we actually saw. They never asked about Ortega. Nobody mentioned the clean cuts on the rig, the failed sensors, or the claw marks on the ship's hull. The pilot quit the next day. Chen started having nightmares. He told me he could still hear clicking noises, like the sonar picked up, even when he was alone and the ocean was miles away. Me? I can't sleep. The memory haunts me. I keep thinking that whatever it was, it's still down there. I mean, how did Ortega even go missing? How was she even pulled out of the sub? It doesn't make sense. There are still so many things down there that we don't understand. Things that I don't think we will ever understand. I'm writing this here because of anonymity, because I don't want this linked to my real identity. What I'm about to share is classified and beyond the pale of anything you'd hear on the news. This wasn't just some deep-sea recovery or scientific mission. It was more than that. What you would call a black site operation. The way they tried to bury this shit, you would not believe. I could get this shit suit out of me or worse, just for fucking posting here. About 2 years ago, I got pulled into something I still can't fully explain. I'm a commercial deep-sea diver, used to offshore oil rigs, cable repairs, and the occasional scientific dive. I thought I had seen strange stuff in my time. Things, creatures nobody has catalogued, equipment failures that felt like something was watching us from the darkness. I even encountered the so-called black diver phenomena that is said to happen when you're deprived of oxygen down there. But this mission, it was on another level. It started with a phone call from an old contact, someone I had not heard from in years. He told me that there was a classified operation needing experienced divers with deep water training and the ability to follow strict protocols. No questions, no leaks, but a fuckload of money. I was flown out immediately to a remote military base somewhere in the Arctic Circle. I had to be vetted and other things, of course, but I'll skip all of that. In reality, it took months to even be approved. The location was so far north it barely even registered on public maps. At the base, nobody would tell me much. No briefing papers, no mission outlines. Just a stack of NDAs and a handful of brief verbal instructions. The whole thing felt like a ghost story, except it was painfully real. The icebreaker ship we launched from was a converted military vessel, stripped of all civilian markings, with a hull reinforced for polar ice conditions. The crew was almost exclusively military. There were Navy divers, engineers, and specialists with security clearances I could not even begin to understand. The atmosphere was tense, like we were sitting on a powder keg that nobody wanted to touch. Every crew member was tight-lipped, eyes darting to every shadow, every crackle on the radio. The Arctic winds outside were vicious, and the ice sheet stretched endlessly above us. Our submersible was unlike anything I'd ever worked with. It was a deep-diving titanium sphere with multi-layered hulls, built to withstand crushing pressures well beyond what commercial subs could manage. It had a bank of sensors designed to map terrain, analyze chemical signatures, and scan for biological life. But those sensors started malfunctioning almost immediately as we approached the dive site. The orders were simple: descend beneath the ice to a precise coordinate, locate and retrieve a sensitive asset, and return without incident. No deviations, no questions, no communications, except encrypted updates back to command. The descent was slow and deliberate. The water outside the viewport turned to a dark twilight, fragmented by the thick ice miles overhead. Ice cracks above sent ghostly patterns of light flickering down. The deeper we went, the more it felt like descending into a crypt. At roughly 4,200 meters down, the terrain shifted abruptly. Instead of natural seabed, we found a massive, carved-out crater that looked impossibly artificial. At its center sat an enormous structure that defied explanation. It looked metallic, but pulsed like flesh. We had no idea what we were looking at. We weren't sure if a vessel or something else. Just a hulking mass of corroded metal, slick with a strange biofilm that pulsed faintly under the sub's floodlights. Our sensors started acting up near it. Electronics flickered, instruments overloaded, and even the cameras distorted with static and shadow. Whatever this thing was, it did not want to be observed. The closer we got, the more it seemed to resist, like the ocean itself was fighting us off. The commander ordered us to begin retrieving. At this depth, simple cables would be impossible with the massive pressure, but our vessel had a deep-water crane system and tension-compensated winches, usually reserved for sub-recovery. They rigged it to lift the asset in one slow, groaning pull, but as soon as it latched on, the whole structure groaned like a living beast. The sea trembled around us. Then we heard it. Well, we felt it. A deep, guttural vibration resonated through the water. The icebreaker above shuddered violently, alarms blaring all around us. Our comms suddenly went dead. For minutes we were blind and deaf in the crushing blackness. They only sound the muted hiss of our life support systems and the low groans from the structure beneath us. Then movement. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a shadow glide past the viewport. It was huge, too large for any creature I'd ever seen. It moved deliberately with slow movements, as if observing us as much as we observed it. No one spoke. We finished attaching the cables and triggered the retrieval sequence. But even as we ascended, that sensation did not fade. It felt like something was watching from below. Back on the icebreaker, the mood was somber. Nobody joked or relaxed. The commanders refused to reveal what we'd pulled up. Whatever the asset was, it was wrapped in layers of secrecy so thick that even most of the crew were kept in the dark. I was debriefed under strict guard and told not to discuss the mission with anyone. But I can't stop thinking about what we saw. That structure was not wreckage. It wasn't natural. I've been diving commercially for over a decade now. Stuff like oil rigs, underwater inspections, salvage, just the usual. You get used to the dark, the cold, the isolation. But one dive still haunts me. We were working off a remote coast, inspecting an old sunken shipwreck at about 18 meters down. Nothing unusual on the surface. The day was clear and the water was calm. But once we hit the bottom, the world changed. The wreck was an eerie skeleton, the metal twisted and corroded, strewn across the seabed like bones scattered in the sand. I was diving with a buddy, Steve. We kept close, checking the hull and mapping damage. The water was cold and dead silent. There was no fish and no movement beyond the odd swirl of silt. Then Steve stopped moving. I glanced over. He was staring at something just out of sight, his body rigid. I called to him on the wired comms, but no response. I swam closer, and then I saw it. A small metal box, almost completely buried in the sand, with a faded plaque. It was the name of the ship, but scratched out and replaced with the word unstable. I tried to pull it free, but it was stuck fast. Then I noticed the box was humming, like a low vibration that was almost imperceptible, but definitely there. I could feel it running through my body. Steve's eyes widened, and he started signaling frantically. Get out, now. Before I could ask why, the water shifted. It wasn't a current, but more like a pressure wave, like a sudden shift in water movement. I grabbed Steve, and we started ascending. Back on the boat, I tried to get a look at the box through the surface, but it was gone. Just vanished. No sign it had ever been there. Steve refused to dive again for weeks. Me. I'm not sure what we triggered down there, but I will never forget the feeling of that silence and that weird hum-like feedback. I was part of a small salvage crew hired to recover a cargo container lost during a storm off the coast of Nova Scotia. Depth was around 120 meters, nothing we hadn't done before. The container was believed to be full of industrial equipment, so no reason for us to expect anything out of the ordinary. We dropped the ROV first to locate the container. The feed came back clear. It was sitting upright on the muddy floor, partially buried. Visibility was not great, but it was enough. We prepped for a dive the next day. The dive went quiet as soon as I hit the water. The cold was brutal, and the gloom settled like a weight on my shoulders. The only sounds were the faint hiss of my regulator and the distant creaking of the ship's hull. I reached the container and started clearing away sediment with my tool. That's when I noticed it. What looked to me like eyes. Not animal eyes, but human eyes. They looked like they were reflected in the cracked glass of a small window on the container's side. I froze. I checked my comms. Nothing. Tried to get a better angle, but the eyes did not move. They just stared. Suddenly, the hatch on the container popped open. My training kicked in. I signaled my buddy, dropped my weights, and began a controlled emergency ascent, but the hatch swung wide, and the current inside the container started pulling water outwards like something massive had been held inside. I looked back at the window. No eyes. I got back to the surface gasping. The captain ordered a full inspection, but nothing odd was found. But those eyes, the hatch opening on its own, something wasn't right. The container was sealed back up, loaded on deck, and taken straight to a secure facility. No one talked about what I saw. Creepiest shit I've ever experienced, to this day. I've been commercial diving for nearly a decade now. Mostly routine jobs like underwater welding, inspections, and maintenance. But there is one dive I will never forget. Not because of some monster or government cover-up, like I'm sure you're used to hearing people make up, but because it messed with my head in ways I still can't shake. It was a deep structural inspection for an offshore rig in the North Atlantic in the late fall. It was the coldest water I'd ever worked in. We were diving to about 120 meters, which isn't unheard of, but pushes the limits on air mixes and bottom time. Our team was free strong, me included. The plan was straightforward. 2 divers go down for the inspection, while the third stayed in the bell, monitoring and supporting. I was one of the divers assigned to the inspection. The water was murky. Visibility maybe a meter or 2 at best, and the currents were not playing nice. The rig's subsea legs had sustained some damage after a recent storm, and the company wanted a detailed look before any repairs. We suited up with Trimix to reduce nitrogen narcosis. The decompression profile was tight, with a slow bottom time and carefully staged stops on the way up. We had the best gear. Closed-circuit rebreathers, redundant systems, full comms, or so we thought. Everything was fine at first. We descended steadily. The rig looming out of the gloom as we approached. The metal looked twisted and scraped in places, which was probably the storm's doing. I started the inspection, tapping and scanning welds, calling out readings. The other diver was doing the same, a few meters away. About 45 minutes in, things started to get weird. I began to feel a little lightheaded. Not the usual narcosis buzz, but more like a slow fog rolling in at the edges of my vision. The rig's shadow seemed to warp and stretch oddly. I brushed it off as probably fatigue or a mild CO2 buildup. Then I heard something through the comms. A faint voice, distant but clear. "Hey, did you see that?" I looked over at my buddy, but he was frozen in place, staring at something just beyond my peripheral. His eyes were wide and blinking. His body was rigid. I called out to him, but he did not respond. And then I saw it too. At first it was just a shadow, a flicker in the murky water, but it quickly took shape. It was a diver, a 4th diver, but we were only 3 on this dive. The figure hovered a few meters off the rig, motionless. His gear was old-fashioned, none of the new tech that we used. His helmet was an old copper design, scratched and dented. His suit looked ancient, coated in decades of grime and rust-colored growths. He didn't move, but I felt like he was watching me. "Hey," I yelled into the comms. "Did you see that?" Still no response from my partner. I reached out to touch the phantom diver, but my hand passed through him like mist. The figure didn't react, didn't blink. He just hovered there, silent and still. Suddenly, a low rumble shook the water. The rig was settling, a reminder that we were still in a dangerous place. I snapped out of it and forced myself to focus. Maybe it was a trick of the light, some sediment caught in the currents. But then my buddy's voice broke through the static, weak and trembling. "Man, I think I'm running low on oxygen." I glanced at my gauge. My levels were fine, but his were dropping fast. He fumbled with his controls, panic creeping in. The phantom diver was still there, watching. My buddy suddenly gasped, eyes darting wild. He pointed behind me. Look over there." I turned around slowly. My heart was pounding. A second ghost diver appeared, further out in the gloom. It had the same vintage gear on, but the same lifeless stare. More solid than a shadow, less real than a man. The rig's metal groaned, loud and unsettling. My breathing got faster and shallower. I tried to tell myself it was just hypoxia, oxygen starvation messing with our minds. It's a well-known risk at those depths, even with all of the safety measures we had in place. But the feeling that we were not alone, that we were being watched by something not quite human, it just lingered in my mind. My partner's breathing grew more erratic. His movement jerked like a puppet on frayed strings. I grabbed his arm. "Come on, we need to ascend." He looked at me, eyes flickering in and out of focus, and he just whispered to me, "I don't want to leave them." "Who?" I asked, confused. "The others. The ones waiting down here." The words chilled me. I wanted to laugh it off, but the cold sweat on my skin told a different story. We started our slow ascent, stopping at each decompression stage. The phantom divers vanished with depth, or maybe we just lost sight in the thicker water. Back on the surface, the medics ran their checks. My partner was disoriented, barely coherent. Later, when I got home and finally started to decompress, both physically and mentally, I did some digging. Turns out, what we saw wasn't just hallucinations. There is an old legend among deep divers, especially those working in extreme depths. When your brain starves of oxygen, it sometimes manifests figures. Ghostly divers trapped between worlds is what some say they are. They call them the Black Divers or the Waiting. Supposedly, they're the souls of divers lost to the deep, doomed to wander the dark for eternity, appearing only to those on the brink of death. Sounds like myth, right? But the details lined up. The old-style gear, the motionless watching, the cold silence. I don't know what we really saw that day. Maybe my partner's hypoxia was worse than anyone admitted. Maybe I was just projecting my fear. But I haven't dived below 18 meters since. I don't usually write shit like this, but I've been stuck in my own head about it for weeks now, and I figure if I don't dump it somewhere, I'm going to start slipping up topside. So, yeah, here it is. I'm a commercial diver. Been doing contract work for just over 12 years now, mostly salvage and infrastructure inspections in deep water. Government contracts, oil rigs, rare mineral exploration, pipeline assessments, all the usual stuff. Not military, not science, just the unglamorous end of deep-sea labor. If something breaks, we go fix it. If someone pays enough, we go look. This last job was supposed to be one of the more easy ones. We were operating off a semi-stationary vessel about 200 miles off the coast, in an area that's been getting a lot of attention lately, because of unusual seismic readings. That's the phrase that they used in the briefings. No mention of anything structural, no mention of anything man-made. But the pay was double my usual rate, and they were flying us out in staggered rotations, like it was some kind of a classified operation. No names on the roster, no direct client, just a subcontractor paying through another subcontractor. NDA thicker than a phone book. Never gone through anything like this in my life. I wasn't the only one weirded out by that. The rest of the dive team, 3 of us in total, had all worked together before. We called it out for what it was, a black budget job. Still, the gear was solid, the dive plan was short, and the hazard pay made it hard to care. This was a bell run from the SAT system, not a bounce dive. If you're familiar with the profession, you will be asking, why the fuck are you SAT diving for something like this, when it will be safer and cheaper using an ROV? Yeah, that's what I'd like to know too. It was one of the first things we brought up. I mean shit, they even had ROVs on board, but they never sent a single one down. 2 of us asked at separate times, and we got 2 different responses. Not exactly a good sign. When my coworker asked, they told him, ROVs had already made 2 passes, but the trench was too cluttered. Cable snags, zero-vis silk clouds, acoustic dead zones. That's why they send us in the suits. When I asked, they told me that the scans were inconclusive, that the data did not match the topography. We need a human eye on this, they said. Higher-ups want flesh and blood down there, whatever that meant. First couple dives were uneventful. Long descents, quiet work. We were basically just scanning a trench wall and mapping anomalies. No tools, no removals, just observation. On paper, we were looking for gas seepage zones and mineral density shifts. The only thing that bugged me early on was how quiet the comms were. Not like dead batteries, just sterile. Normally there's some banter, even minor updates, but the surface crew barely spoke unless it was a command, like they were monitoring for something, like they didn't want to talk, like a deep concentration. For a dive, we go down at 0700. Visibility is shit. Silk clouds like thick smoke, and the thermocline was punching hard that day. My suit's external cam was cutting in and out, but the internal HUD stayed green, so I kept pushing with the other diver, whom I will just call R. We reached the anomaly shelf about 800-ish feet, but it may have been slightly more than that. I can't really recall. R stopped to recalibrate his sonar. I drifted a bit further east, maybe 15 meters off of our plotted course. That is when I saw it. I thought it was a rock formation at first, or maybe a collapse from a vent. There was that same scorched look, like something had flash boiled the seafloor. But then I saw the lines, perfect arcs, angles that didn't make sense for erosion or tectonic fracture. It looked, and I know how this sounds, like part of something had been built down there. Not recent, obviously. It was buried under layers of sediment and calcified growths, and half of it had fused into the surrounding rock. But the geometry was wrong for a natural formation. There were deep, symmetrical gouges, maybe 4 feet wide, with spacing too consistent to be chance. The outer ridges had faint ridged channels, like some kind of old cable routing or fluid exchange system. It looked used, industrial. I didn't radio it in right away, just marked the coordinates and circled back toward R. He was maybe 20 meters off, but facing the opposite direction, hovering mid-water like he'd stopped moving entirely. No fitting, no arm motion, just frozen. I pinged him twice. Nothing. Then his comms lit up, but it wasn't speech. It was a low, wideband tone, like radio static, mixed with an old dial-up modem. It was loud, even with my gain turned down. Then just silence. Surface calls me immediately after that, tells me to go to the bell now. Not a suggestion, not protocol, a full recall. They didn't even wait for me to respond before they repeated the command, voice more urgent the second time. I start up. R is still just floating there. I grabbed his harness rag and tried to tow him, but he wouldn't budge, dead white. No bubbles from his exhaust port. I told Surface he was unresponsive, and that's when they said something I will never forget. It's the only time I've ever heard something like this in my entire career. Leave him. Return to the bell. Not, what's his condition? Not, do what you can. Just leave him. So I did. I had to. R wasn't responding to bell signals either. No movement. No pressure changes in his line. There was nothing I could do on my own. I kicked back along the tether toward the last tether point and signaled the bellman. Didn't look back. Didn't want to. I have never felt good about it. They hauled me in like I'd been exposed to radiation. Full decon, full quarantine. 2-day isolation in a medbay that was way more advanced than anything we'd seen on other dive support vessels. No one explained anything, just blood draws, scans, and silence. 2 days later, they said I was clear. No mention of R, no memorial, no body. Just that he had suffered a systems failure during the operation. That was all they said. I stayed on contract for another week, mostly surface side. Didn't dive again. Notice they replaced the entire support team the day after I was released. New faces, new accents. No one spoke to me unless they had to. I still had the coordinates from that anomaly logged in my backup dive watch. I checked them once before we left the area. Satellite maps list the zone as unmapped trench sector. That's it. No bathymetric data. No sonar overlays. Nothing. It's like that whole entire section of seabed was wiped from every database. Since returning, I've tried to make sense of it. I've shown crop screenshots to a few marine engineers I trust. Just the structure lines, nothing identifiable. They all said the same thing. Looks manufactured, but none of them could place it. Here is the part that really messes with me though. Last week, I was doing a cleanup on my rig's equipment files. I found an audio snippet I didn't remember recording. 17 seconds long, timestamped from the day of the last dive. It's Ars comms. The distortion is there, but right at the end of the clip, buried under layers of noise, I swear to God, I can hear him say something. His voice is thin, like he's far away, but it's there. He just says, they're not machines. I dive, but I don't night dive. My father did though, and he came back with a story. He was swimming in the darkness and he was dimly aware of someone next to him. Not exactly unusual. There were several people in the water, but he was concerned about why their light might be off. Without that light, there was nothing to see. It's just an empty void. Before he could shine his light on this person, he became aware of the fact that his dive partner was on his other side. So either whoever was next to him was separated from their dive buddy, or it wasn't a person at all. The need to know caused him to shine his light tentatively at the shape, revealing a massive barracuda keeping pace with him. Rightfully surprised, he moved back a bit, but the creature just kept near him. Dredging up some boldness, he moved towards it, and it moved away from him, always keeping that comfortable distance between them. After a moment, my father continued on, trying to put the thought of the predator out of his mind as it continued to shadow him. It didn't take long for the beam of his flashlight to illuminate a fish, and then, in an explosion of speed and bubbles, the barracuda shot out of the darkness and intercepted the fish, retreating back into the inky waters, only to return to my father's side a few heartbeats later. This kept up for as long as the dive did. The barracuda stayed close, using my father's light for hunting. When at last the time came to return to the boat, the barracuda remained by his side until they reached the craft, then spun in the darkness and dove away. Not me, but an acquaintance who used to be an industrial diver. There was a ferry accident in the Philippines, and it turned out that the Del Monte company was illegally using the ferry to ship massive barrels of a banned pesticide to some of their plantations there. Thus, it had the potential to be a toxic disaster with those barrels of poison trapped in there, and they could not recover the bodies of the dead until the pesticides were removed. My friend's company in the US was hired to retrieve the barrels with the corpses still underwater in the ferry. By this point, the bodies had floated to the top of the upside-down hull, and their hair was hanging down, swaying in the currents. The divers did successfully remove the hazard, after which the bodies could finally be removed. However, the event caused my friend so much trauma that he left the field altogether and now works on land. Can you just imagine? I was diving in a local pond with a group of much more advanced divers than me. They were cave divers. I was just in advanced certification at the time. I am leading the dive as to get used to pressures and responsibilities of heading the procession. They are mentoring me. It is a Texas puddle, visibility 10 feet max, not too deep, maybe 25 feet. The known horrible visibility makes it impossible to navigate by compass. We follow a line, string, put by other divers. These lines go from one sunken item to another. So, I know I'm about to hit a small sunken boat, don't remember which one. There were a few similar in a row in the same state of decay. So, I am first in the group. I get to the boat and see someone's black army boot sticking out of the inner quarters. Curious thing is, it looks somewhat new, not like items you find on the bottom. Hard to see, too much muck in the water. So, I touch my boot, thinking it is by itself, but it won't lift, like it is attached to something heavy. I put my hand further in and feel the leg continuing out. Pants, the calf, and I see the second leg now. Fuck with a big letter F, right? I turn around and show a sign for emergency ascent to the group behind me. Everyone has a sour face. No one wants to surface, but it is a rule that if one says up, others in the group must abort, no questions. They wanted me to explain with signs why, but what is a diver's sign for a cadaver? I feel like I rush toward the surface, even though trying to stay calm and take time. So, we are on the lake surface. I have this adrenaline rush, can't breathe enough. So, I tell them there is a body down there. I see rolling eyes from everyone once they see I am serious. A fun bunch, right? So, I describe in detail what I saw. We go down. I don't lead anymore. We make a group search pattern for the line, but once we locate it, we don't know if we should go forward or backwards, as there are a number of boats on the line, and who knows in which the body is in, and how far we drifted while talking it out on the surface. Well, we find all boats before finding the original one, of course. So, our customary leader goes into the cabin of the boat, and we wait. I'd say he was rather courageous at this point, went right in. Then he emerges from the cloud of muck and tells us all to surface. So, gluing information together from what we learn later on, turns out the police, or some other agency, had a body recovery training in the same lake the same day. When they went for lunch, they stuffed their fully dressed anatomically correct rubber doll in one of the sunken boats for a few hours for safekeeping. Well, I died a little that day. So PC Alliance, the owner of Princess of the Stars, said it did not know it was carrying 400 boxes of endosulfan, a pesticide bound for a pineapple plantation in the south of the country. We were not aware of any pesticide on board, said Ryan Go, a company executive. Hundreds of corpses are believed trapped in the 7-story Princess of the Stars, which ran aground and flipped over with 865 passengers and crew on board during Typhoon Fengshan on Saturday. We recalled the divers for the moment. They will wait for advice from Manila on what to do next, said Elena Batista, the head of a task force dealing with the aftermath of the disaster. We have a copy of the storage plan, so we know the exact location of the 40-foot container containing 400 boxes of endosulfan, each with 45 kilograms each, so this is what we are looking for. He said experts would check the condition of the vessel and recommend how best to remove the chemical. The ferry sinking is likely to be the Philippines' worst sea accident since the Dana Paz ferry collided with an oil tanker in 1987, killing more than 4,000 people. So PC Alliance, which owns the Princess of the Stars, also own the Dana Paz. So far, only 56 survivors have been found, either plucked from the water by fishermen or washed up on surrounding islands. US and Philippine divers have so far only removed about a dozen bodies. The operation is painstaking due to narrow corridors, floating debris, darkness, and the ship's precarious position. The overall death toll from Typhoon Fengshan could top 1,300, including over 500 people killed in a torrent of flooding that tore up trees and bridges, destroyed homes, and forced over 2 million people to evacuate. One of my first experiences, cave scuba diving. I decided to go dive the cave with my buddy, since we'd done it earlier that day when conditions were great. We didn't lay a line either, huge no-no, because there was a pipe along the floor of the cave, which we saw on our previous trip. We assumed this pipe began at the entrance and went straight back into the end of the cave. The owners installed it as a water vacuum to help clean the deepest parts of this cave. This day, there had been a high volume of students diving the cavern, the large, open, beginning portion of the cave, which had churned up the silt till you could barely see. This is crucial, because the cavern portion is where you just swim towards sunlight on a normal dive. To add to our fuck-up, we dove in the evening, not realizing that the sun would have set when we were heading out. We began the dive confidently, trusting our misguided failsafes, and swam to the cavern. Both of us noticed how silty it was, but figured, hey, you can still see the surface, thanks to the sun, and continue towards the cave. Once inside, we swam down to the end of the cave, about 200 feet back, turned around, and began to exit. The closer we got to the exit, the worse the visibility got. and by the time we noticed the light at the end of the tunnel wasn't coming, the visibility was barely 2 feet in front of us. Undeterred, we grabbed onto the pipe and followed, hand over hand, to where we assumed the pipe would breach the surface, crawling along foot by foot, holding onto a PVC pipe on the floor. There was the point we hit a wall, literally. This pipe, which we had assumed led to the surface, instead made a bend to a shallower passage of the cave where it entered the ceiling and disappeared. In the terrible visibility, we followed it into a passage we'd never seen before, in a part of the cave that was a complete dead end. I will never forget the feeling of dread and panic that hit me, but the most memorable moment was making eye contact with my buddy as we both realized we were going to die. Most accidental deaths are instantaneous, but in cave diving, you have the time to contemplate your fate as you watch your air pressure needle drop, and as panic started to set in, my air needle started moving towards zero. So we fought. Survival instinct set in. We refused to wait and drown, and instead started crawling, in near zero viz, over every part of the cave to find the exit. If you watch the video below, you will notice there is a sign at the entrance warning people of the dangers of cave diving. It is ironic, but this sign saved our lives, as it is oriented to face the entrance, a fact my buddy remembered, and gave us a point to try and blindly shoot toward the pitch-black surface. No surprise, it worked. We lived. And 1 month later, I got back on the horse, got cave certified, got called a lucky idiot by my cave instructor, and learned to never make the same mistake twice. Rescue diver in the Bahamas. Diving in a submerged blue hole. The entrance is below sea level, and a diver went missing. After an hour or two of searching, went back into the blue hole to see if there were any signs of him. Saw the glint of his watch and his arm sticking out near the bottom. Start descending down to the bottom to recover the body. On the way down, realized that the bottom was a school of sharks that must have been there for breeding. So many sharks that they blocked the view of the actual bottom. Descended into the darkness, grabbed his arm, couldn't stand to look at the body, and started ascending. The sharks followed, and they were circling the both of us. Had to take a break at a halfway at around 65 feet so as to not get the bends. Scared shitless. The entire time waiting to normalize scared shitless. Turns out he was struck by a passing boat. Saved someone from drowning while scuba diving. Person had an epileptic seizure at 85 feet of water in a pitch-black cavern that I was diving in also. I was hovering above, just watching the flashlights move about, when I noticed one flashlight not moving. I swam down, and was met with the other diver with no regulator in their mouth, eyes open, and just on their knees. The diver's buddy was next to them, in incomplete shock as to what was going on, and was not assisting whatsoever. 15 years of diving and instructor training came over me like it was second nature. I thought her regulator just came out, so I popped mine and offered it to her. That is when I noticed she had done mentally checked out. I popped my number 2 regulator in her mouth and attempted to put my number 1 regulator in her mouth, but her teeth were completely clenched. I then pressed the purge button to get air into her mouth, and noticed her cheeks moving, so I know air was getting in there. That was good enough for me. I then grabbed her under her arm and get the regulator flowing in her mouth, and swam to the opening of the cavern, and then up over 60 feet to get her to the surface. Once I was on the surface, did everything I was trained to do. Inflate BC, dumped her weights, get her on her back, and started towing to land. As I'm towing her in, she is regurgitating all of the water she swallowed and inhaled. It seemed like gallons of water. Got her to land where other divers assisted me in getting all of her gear off. She was breathing fine and alive, but in shock for a while, and slowly came around like nothing happened. We were very lucky that we were only 10 minutes into the dive, or for sure we would have both been bent and spending time in a hyperbaric chamber. The crazy thing is, she didn't tell anyone she had epilepsy, and when we later reviewed her consent form, she checked off no to epilepsy. I put myself at risk shooting up to the surface like that, but if I came across that situation again, I would not hesitate to save someone's life. This was in my surf club days. One of the greatest moments of my surf club life was when I got my PADI dive ticket so I could do diving for the Coast Guard who were in the neighboring building. And this was a great moment because it gave me and my immediate family access to the Coast Guard / surf club bar. I was popular that year all of a sudden. So there I am, bitterly complaining to no one, because they are all drinking at the surf club about the aforementioned damn ex-girlfriend when my lounge is lit up with blue and red lights. A policeman had driven down the driveway and parked outside and decided that knocking was too hard, so turned on the lights. My father was sitting in the front of the car laughing at my face when the officer told me to get in the car. There had been a boat accident. 3 guys had taken a boat out and managed to sink it. One had made it to shore and raised the alarm, but he didn't know where his friends were. The commotion had spilled into the bar at the surf club, and it was realized quickly that the on-call diver had been drinking for a few hours. The time is 7 p.m. at this stage. Enter my father. My son is the diver for the surf club. He is at home, probably complaining about his damn ex-girlfriend. I am guessing anyway. With that, I was conscripted. I was on the Coast Guard boat with all my kit and getting the rundown. 22-foot boat, stuck anchor, mildly choppy sea, Tanner's Rock, 2 missing. Tanner's Rock was a popular fishing spot, a large rock formation about 30 meters deep that fish tended to rather near. I assume it had a great bar or nightclub or something. I don't really know what attracts fish to stuff. I am suited up and game face is on. It's now close to 8 p.m. I am about to roll backwards into the sea when the skipper says, "Well, I don't see any sharks. Good luck." That bastard. Over I go. They had dropped a rope with a sandbag attached when we got to Tanner's Rock, so I could guide myself down. I grab the rope and start descending. The dark closes in. The lights on my helmet and wrist penetrates far less than you would think, and less than I hoped. You can't really crash dive 40 meters, or you will get knocked pretty hard, and you can't crash surface from 40 meters, or you will get the bends. So, slowly does it. But there is no sound, and it's a close dark bubble with swaying edges, so you need to make your mind pay attention to anything other than shapes in the fucking water, because you will see them. There are sharks and squids and octopus and demons and witches, all just outside of your line of vision. It is so dark you can't see the surface at all. No stars, no moon. Is that a shark? No, it's fine. Bump. The knots on the rope are 10 meters apart, 3 more to go. Bump. The dark seems to be getting closer somehow. Bump. Nearly there. The bag has stirred up the bottom a bit, and there is less visibility. I didn't see the bottom at first, because the back of the boat came out of the dark at me. It was nose down, stern up, standing at about 45 degrees from the bottom. This was the moment I realized there could be 2 bodies on that boat. The lights now had something to bounce off of, so I could see a little more than before, and I started to check the boat. The cabin door was closed, so I knocked. I have no idea what would have happened if they had knocked back, but there was nothing. I had to gently, but violently, rip the door off and repeat the process for the onboard toilet room, but that was thankfully empty too. I grabbed the EPIR beacon, which was in a plastic bag, meaning it didn't go off, idiots, and had a look at the front of the boat. The anchor had gotten stuck, and the winch was strong enough to pull the front of the boat down. I think the finding was that a wave came over the front and flooded the front section of the boat, and then the winch took over and happily wound the boat to the anchor, then jammed up on the chain and just stopped. I undid the bolt on the anchor, and the boat started to slowly rise. I tied the sandbag rope to the bollard on the front and started the long ascent back into the dark. I started thinking about the 2 missing men, floating around, drowned, just beyond my sight in the dark, imagining hands reaching out for me, sharks eating them, and looking for more humans. Bump. Check my watch. I have to go slow enough that I do 1 minute per bump. I could do 2, but better safe than sorry. Let me tell you, that is a long-ass minute. Up we go again. Bump again. Timer again. This is easy. You have done this before. Start rising again. Bump. I am about 10 meters down. I have heaps of air and an overactive imagination when it all goes to fuck. Beneath me, I can see movement. Fast movement. One hand points the light at it, while the other hand goes for my diver knife. A huge solid object is just below my feet. It hits and slides up my leg, and I realize in horror it's the fucking boat. The boat has risen, and the pontoons are expanding as the gas expands, displacing more water and accelerating the ascent. The boat goes past in a few seconds, and in my relief, I actually laugh. I resheath the knife, and then I realize my mistake. The rope is gone. That damn whore boat has stolen my rope. So, I do what my training tells me to do, and I piss myself. I look at the watch, and it's been a minute. I start to rise with no reference points and no guide. After what feels like a year, I surface to the yells and abuse from the Coast Guard, trying to figure out what to do with the capsized, but now floating boat. I swim over and get back on the boat. We managed to flip the boat. Royal way, I didn't do shit, and tow it back to shore. I had to debrief with the police and went to see my dad, now wearing the wetsuit, half undone and bare feet. I get a Viking hero's welcome, beer and cheering, and much storytelling was at hand. Turns out, all 3 of the boat people got to shore. 2 were close to each other and went home and got drunker, while the 3rd raised the alarm. I've been at sea for most of my life, over 25 years paid to be there. I've seen some strange things, but mostly natural phenomena. Top 5 would be, number 1, meteor shower close enough to observe visually and by radar, seen from a fishing trawler in UK waters in the late 90s. It was incredible, and like something from a disaster movie. They all burnt up in the atmosphere, burning green trails. 2, another single meteor observed in the Pacific Ocean between Galapagos and Tahiti. This would have been around 2014. It was nighttime, and there was no other ships around us. This was a green fireball with a trail of smoke that seemed so close I was expecting there to be a crash and a wave, but nothing followed it disappearing over the horizon. I could smell the burning when I went to the bridge wing. 3, bioluminescence, experienced on many occasions, but the greatest was in the Gulf of Aden, when dolphins were chasing the bow wave at night, and they were made visible by the glowing bioluminescence in the water. It was like a spectacular light show. Number 4, Bahamas, tongue of the ocean. I was on a dive research vessel and happened to look up when a large animal broke the surface, breached, and made a huge splash. It was likely a whale, but because of the distance it was hard to tell. I have seen hundreds of whale breaches, and something about this one did not seem to match the shape of a whale. It was jet black and huge, likely over 40-foot length. Splash was huge. I told everyone in the boat, and we looked out for a second breach, but none came. Number 5, Gulf of Aden, heading west back to the Mediterranean. Thick fog, and following the international recommended transit corridor, recommended for vessels to avoid piracy in the area. We were at safe speed, 6 knots, and monitoring radar. At 12 miles range, 2 targets appeared tracking south or north on a collision course with my vessel. CPA 0, which means collision. Initially, they were doing 12 knots, but speed increased to 40 knots. They were on an intercept course, and we were in pirate waters. The visibility was less than 3 miles, so we called into our armed security detail, and they came to the bridge to monitor the radars. These were 2 clearly defined targets, and the radar system's ARPA was tracking them without difficulty. No signs of the common spurious echoes or false targets often experienced with S and X band marine radars. It was quite tense on the bridge, as we thought this could be 2 fast pirate skiffs approaching. The 2 targets tracked half a mile ahead and increased speed to 60 knots. The strange thing was that we saw nothing. I suspected helicopters, but there was no sound. The radar continued to track them until they went out of our radar range. A very odd experience. I used to work in the oceanographic branch of NASA. Not many people even know that we had one. Most think it's all space, but for a while, some of us were tasked with deep-sea research. There is an overlap in the technology used in both spaces: pressure environments, life support systems, autonomous robotics. Same problems, different direction. Both barely explored and could hold fascinating discoveries. You get the picture. The ocean is still the least explored terrain that we've got. You have probably heard that Mariana Trench is the deepest point. It's not really. There are cave systems down there, massive ones, that aren't publicly mapped. Some go miles deeper than Challenger Deep. We don't have the submersibles to reach the bottom of them yet. At least, not the kind that come back. Anyway, this was a few years ago. We were brought in on a joint operation with a private energy firm. Oil rig out in the Indian Ocean had reported structural damage to one of its deep-set anchors. No quake, no known underwater landslides, just twisted sheared metal about 12,000 feet down. They sent a few ROVs, but they did not find much. The company pushed for a manned dive. They said they needed to know if their infrastructure was compromised. My team was overseeing the biology side. This is standard protocol if something unknown is involved. We were not expecting much. Maybe a new species of crab or something mundane like that. A boring report. 3 divers went down in a DSRV. That's a deep submergence rescue vehicle for those who do not know. They were self-contained. The plan was for 2 to exit and inspect the damaged sections, and for the other one to stay in the pod. They were equipped with body cams, oxygen reserves, and handheld sonar. All standard gear. At first, the footage was uneventful. Poor visibility due to sediment clouds. They reached the damaged site about 20 minutes in. That is when things started to go sideways. First diver reports something odd about the struts. Clean shears. Not corrosion and not pressure stress. Said it looked like something cut the steel. We paused playback, took stills, and managed to confirm it later on. Whatever hit the rig had precision. Then something moved behind them. Not a shadow or anything super prominent, just a shift in the water. The onboard sonar pings once and then shorts out. The cameras show it before the lights cut out. Blue-black skin, mottled, really hard to make out in low light. Tentacles, more than 2. Too big to be anything documented. Not a squid, not a giant octopus. This thing was organized. Second diver tries to back away. You can hear the panic starting in his voice. He says something about suction cups, then his mic cuts out completely. The lights flicker back on, but just briefly. One of the arms is pulling at his fins. The other is wrapped around his tank. It's deliberate. The creature knows what it is doing. It knows exactly what to aim for. One diver screams. It is garbled, but the tone is unmistakable. Pure terror. By the time the DSRV pilot activates the emergency recall, the 2 outside divers are already gone. One made it back. He said one of them used bioluminescent flashes to blind him. Another creature grabbed the second diver from behind and crushed his rebreather. The guy who survived only did so by activating a flare, which is not standard issue. It scared them off temporarily. It bought him just enough time to get back into the pod and trigger the ascent. We pulled him out 2 hours later. He was hypoxic, borderline shock. He did not make eye contact with any of us for days. NASA filed the report. The company shut down the dive project within the week. Internal review called it equipment failure. We were told not to speak to press or external agencies. I didn't push it. None of us did, but the recordings, what little we salvaged, they were not faked. I know what I saw, and I know what that thing was doing. It wasn't hunting, it was probing, testing, like it had seen us before. This one was a couple months later after the dive project got shut down. I got pulled onto something else. Black Site project. Not NASA-led specifically, but we were there for the biology again. There was definitely ties to NASA, just not any you could publicly trace. That is beside the point, I suppose. It was supposed to be routine. Assist in analysis of recovered shipwreck data off the coast of Brazil. Naval asset, a historical interest. Turns out, the ship was the USS Cyclops. Disappeared in 1918. No distress call, and no debris. You have probably heard of it if you've ever looked into naval disappearances. One of the biggest unsolved losses in US Navy history. Over 300 crew never found a trace until now. The wreck was located at an extreme depth of over 16,000 feet. Way, way deeper than the trench it was supposed to be sailing over. We weren't told how it was found. When we arrived, they already had some of the recovered materials in a pressure-sealed facility. Mostly rusted junk. Hull fragments, navigation tools, and a ballast. Things like that. But the important piece was a section of the bridge log. Water damaged, but partially legible. We were amazed any of it had survived at all. It's incredibly unlikely, but there are records of other things surviving for years under the water in shipwrecks. We went through it, page by page. One entry caught everyone off guard. Dated 4 days before the ship went missing. Describes an unidentified biological contact shadowing the vessel at night. Multiple entities. Description was vague, but one detail stuck out to us. The inked note that read, like squids, but wrong. Another entry describes a night attack. Massive hull damage from below. Crew reporting tentacles breaching the deck railings. Then, total silence. Next few pages are smudged beyond recovery. No formal conclusion. We thought it might be embellished, sailors in distress, or maybe hallucinations, but then we reviewed the ROV footage of the wreck. Main hull had a breach on the underside, not from explosives and not a pressure implosion. Something tore through the steel plating. Edges bent inward like claws or tools, and it was from beneath. Most telling though were the lifeboats. They were still intact, completely untouched, but there were scratch marks on the inside rails, deep ones, and handprints too. Whatever hit that ship did not give anyone the time to launch, or it managed to pull them straight back in after they did. One of the biologists on site brought up a theory. Said it might be the same cephalopods from Montessera. Not a new species, but an old one. Maybe one we'd only just started noticing because we were finally going deep enough. Said they'd evolved alongside us, learned around us, that maybe they had seen ships for generations. But this was not some accident of proximity. These events involving Montessera and Cyclops, they were not random. Both occurred at extreme depths, with no natural predators in the sea. Both involve coordinated, high-intelligence behavior, and both ended in total loss, except for the single survivor from Montessera. That diver, by the way, disappeared not long after. He just packed up, with no forwarding address. Family says they have not heard from him since. NASA shut our division down the following fiscal quarter. Most of the team got transferred to unrelated projects. A few left entirely, with no reason given. Just an internal memo that said, strategic pivot towards space-based exploration priorities. I have one more from before the shutdown that I wasn't really sure about sharing, but I suppose I may as well at this point. We were about 19 miles east of Raoul Island on a rented Norwegian vessel when we dropped the capsule. Third trial of the month. The water was calm, overcast sky, light wind. Standard deployment. Capsule was designed to free fall to depth, rest on the sea floor for 12 hours, then jettison ballast and ascend. No propulsion, no signal beacons, only a low frequency ping to help us locate it on return. It had one 4K low-light optical camera, 3 hydrophones, a small biological sampler, and a magnetic anomaly detector, which had been giving us false positives on previous dives. We monitored the descent. At about 6,000 meters, visual was already mostly gone. We expected that. The firmer climb had been pretty steep, and we were getting audio artifacts from turbulence above. Pretty normal. At 7,000 meters, it pinged nominal. We logged it, then went about our day. 9 hours in, we started picking up anomalies. Not dramatic, just strange. The hydrophones recorded what sounded like metallic creaks, distant thuds, and something like sand or grit sliding across the capsule's casing. We initially thought it might have settled onto an unstable ledge. Then the ping shifted. It started returning out of sync. We thought it was a ballast issue at first, but then it stopped altogether. No signal, no ping, nothing. We prepared a backup capsule to deploy a locator. Figured maybe DE3 had just shifted position and its antenna was damaged. Then, 13 hours after initial drop, the original signal returned. It returned suddenly and with perfect strength. That should not have been possible. The feed came back online and the visual came with it. What we saw did not make sense. The camera was angled up. That was already wrong. It was mounted front-facing, not upward. The field of view was murky, heavy particulates, but illuminated by the capsule's low-beam LEDs. Then something passed across the frame. Not swam, it passed. It had structure, geometry, corners. There are no corners at the bottom of the ocean. It looked like part of a man-made surface, maybe pitted steel or something like that, but it was heavily encrusted, covered entirely in marine growth I did not recognize. One of the junior researchers said it looked like a hull. I didn't agree. I've seen wrecks. This was not that. And then we saw a face. It wasn't a face in the literal sense. No eyes, no nose, nothing human. But the shape, the symmetry, the slow movement toward the lens. It triggered every pattern recognition reflex in us. Something was looking. It stayed for 7 seconds. Then the camera went black. No signal again. We recovered the capsule 18 hours later. It had jettisoned ballast on schedule, drifted up in silence, and bobbed at the surface 2 kilometers from the drop point. It was intact. We opened it on deck. Inside, the camera was cracked. There were scratches, long, smooth gouges on the titanium shell. Not like from rock, more like something with regular spacing. The biological sampler contained organic residue. The usual krill detritus, plus something else. Black, fibrous tissue. No match in the database. Not fungal, and not vertebrate. It was wrong. The spectrograph read it as carbon-based, but the chain structures were unstable, almost melted. NASA shut the test line down within a week. One of the interns on that deployment left entirely. Said she could not sleep. Said she kept dreaming in static, whatever that means. Last one, I mean it this time. There was a project called Saros. Not public. Internally, it stood for Subaquatic Remote Observation System, though I've heard of a few different definitions over the years. Most of the hardware was NASA JPL, but the budget came from an alphabet soup of other agencies. We weren't told who signed off on it. We were just told what to build. The design brief was clear. Long duration seafloor surveillance, no tethers, full black box capability, and no EM leakage. It had to disappear from the world and watch silently for a minimum of 2 years. They gave us the coordinates, South Pacific. Nowhere near any trench, ridge, or any other known anomaly. Just empty blue on the map. Deployment was classified. Half our team was not allowed near the ship. I went only because I was on the systems check team. We dropped Saros into a calm sea under full overcast. No fanfare and no launch sequence. It just sank. We weren't supposed to hear anything back for months. 3 weeks later, I was pulled into a side lab in Building 31. Not a conference room, not a logged or scheduled thing. Just a senior guy I didn't know, one engineer from the Saros nav team, and 2 people who never ever gave me their names. They had footage. The first clip was static, just long unbroken shots of seafloor, sparse particulates drifting past. Occasionally, something like sediment moving in the distance. Very normal. But then it cut to timestamp 0312-4609. Something flickered across the screen. It was slow and purposeful. Like something crawling but not with limbs. More like dragging itself across the camera's field of view. Just at the edge of visibility. Not an animal, it was much too angular. They enhanced the frame and showed it again. It looked like a piece of machinery. Very old and covered in corrosion. But it was moving. There was no propulsion. It moved like a crab, but far too heavy. Left impressions in the silt as it passed. Straight lines. No erratic movement like regular wildlife. It stopped in front of the Saros lens and sat there for 6 hours. Then, one by one, its lights came on. 5 small red points, spaced in a row, equidistant from each other, all pointed directly into the camera. There was no power source that we could detect. No thermal charge and no emissions. Just that light. Then the audio kicked in. Saros was supposed to run passive sonar 24/7, but what came through was not sonar. It was garbled and slow and modulated like old tape. The arguments over what the sound was probably are still going on right now. Some of the team thought it sounded like speech. To me, I couldn't really hear much, but maybe it was my old ears failing me. They said it sounded like someone saying, "You are not the first," and then silence. But that seems a little too unbelievable to me personally. There is nothing to suggest anything in the ocean could transmit a signal like that, let alone mimic human speech perfectly, and of all languages, English. Weird creatures and erratic behavior I can buy, but this is where I draw the line and don't indulge in fantasy. I'm only sharing it here because I know you guys like this kind of stuff. Anyway, after we heard whatever it was, they just told us we had not seen it, that the footage was being transferred, that Saros was lost during the descent, that if we mentioned this at all, we would be in violation of national security protocols. All I can say on the matter is that machine, whatever it was not built by anything we've ever catalogued. On a 41-foot sailboat in the middle of the Chesapeake Bay, with about 7 other men, doing a shakedown/test cruise, planned to be out for about 12 hours. Mid-1980s, we get caught in a tropical storm, winds gusting into the 50-mile-per-hour range, just this short of a weak hurricane. We had just barely rigged storm hawsers and storm sails because one fellow on board who was the best sailor sensed that the storm was almost upon us, otherwise we would have died. During the storm itself, I expected to die at any time. In fact, we made a security call on the radio. If you have any time at sea, you know what I'm talking about. If not, it's not that important. For what seemed like 15 minutes, we were in a maelstrom, no visibility, but then it passed. We would live. This was at about 3 p.m., and although there was cloud cover of course, the ambient light was such that you could see 2 miles or so in any direction. If you're familiar with the sea, you know that such storms, particularly in shallower depths near landmasses, dredge a lot of things of the seafloor. The sighting. We are all on deck, working lines, checking damage, etc., and the bay around us is choppy and churning and foaming. Old-timey sailors often use the saying, "the sea is confused." I look about 15 feet off the starboard side, and something swims to the surface, breaks the surface, looks at us, then submerges again. It was like a thin man with humanoid shape, arms articulated like a man, a human head, but its skin was like covered in scales like a snake. It looked at us, blinked its weird, heavy-lidded eyes, then dove back under. So maybe you need to know a few things about me at that moment. No drugs, no alcohol, no injuries. I was elated because I was glad to be alive, but my senses in that situation were sharpened, not dulled. I had, at that time, about 6 years' experience on ships and fishing boats, and had seen squid, octopi, flying fish, sharks, skates, etc. all around the world. I was not the type of guy to see a patch of seaweed and call it a sea monster. I made the instant decision that I was not going to say anything. What could I say? I just saw a strange creature, take my word for it. The men on this boat were all mechanics and engineers and professionals. Why get a reputation as a flake? At the time, it was important for each of us to get D skipper or OOD qualifications, and saying something like that would be frowned upon. And as I stood there in my life vest, soaking wet, hooked onto the steel lifeline, glad to be alive, one of the other sailors, a USN captain with over 30 years experience in the surface navy, piped up and said, "I just saw a brown thing pop up on the surface. It looked like a lizard man with a scaly face. It blinked at us with these big eyes and then went back under." "Yeah, I saw it too," I said. No one else said that they had seen it. Then we sailed back to the pier later that day and did not speak of it again. Merchant seaman here. I have traveled worldwide with over 50,000 miles under my belt, having crossed the Atlantic, Indian, and Pacific Oceans multiple times. The thing I have seen a few times that really creeped me out were whilst on watch at night. And on several occasions, I witnessed meteorites, similar, if not bigger to the ones caught on dash cams in Russia. Also, seemingly close to the ship, even audible to the human ear if outside on the bridge wings. Spectacular sights, but also kinda terrifying. I was coming on watch on the 8 o'clock to midnight, and the captain, old man, was covering the first mate's watch as he had a long night with draught survey / stability calculations. I remembered I left my laundry down in the dryer and asked the captain if he would excuse me to go and grab my laundry, one deck down. He agreed, and I went down to the laundry for 2 minutes to put my clothes in the cabin, and by the time I got back to the bridge, the old man exclaimed, "Did you fucking see that? Did you fucking see that?" I said, "No, Captain, see what?" Apparently, a meteor flew across the ship's bow not too far from us. In the 100 years of his and the lookout's combined years at sea, they both said they had never seen anything like it. I was kicking myself. If I stayed, I would have witnessed something amazing. During my time in the Navy, we once transited through the Bermuda Triangle at night. Being the Navy, there was plenty of people playing on the whole eeriness of our location as it was. But at one point, I stepped outside to have a look. It is typically quite dark on a Navy ship in the middle of the ocean at night, so it was quite a shock to see the water actually glowing green where we were. It looked a lot like we were sailing through an ocean full of the chemicals you find in light sticks. It's pretty wild to say, especially in the triangle. I found out later that it was most likely bioluminescence from plankton in the water. A friend of mine, known as Damo, was an avid fisherman, and he and his dad used to go out sea fishing whenever they could. A few years ago he told me the story, and it creeped the hell out of me, so this seems like an appropriate place to tell it. Damo and his dad were on the second night of a trip, deep sea fishing, and they decided to get some sleep in the early evening so they could go for whatever fish they were after at around 1 AM, the best time to get this fish apparently. Anyway, they only had a small-ish boat, but the weather was extremely pleasant and the sea was calm to the point of stillness, so they figured it would be a great night's fishing for them. Around 12:40 AM, they started to get their gear set up, and, as they were on the starboard side getting bait ready, they heard a loud splash on the port side. As there was almost no swell, they figured it was either a large fish or some gear had somehow fallen in, so they went over to have a look. Floating face up in the water only a few feet from the side of the boat was a young woman. They reckoned she could not have been more than about 30 at the most. She showed absolutely no signs of decomposition/bloating, and there was nothing tangled in her hair, all of which normally would suggest she had been in the water for some time. She was wearing a simple white skirt and a blue-colored strappy top, both of which were clean and apparently looked barely wet, again, all indicating she had only just gone in the water. She showed no signs of damage, like having been beaten or attacked, and her eyes or mouth were shut. Damo said she looked totally peaceful, and like she was simply asleep and just floating on her back in the water. They were both totally freaked out by the whole thing, but reacting more to the need to make sure she was okay, instead of just standing there trying to work out where she came from. They tried to wake her up, shouting to her, etc., and they threw a line to her, hoping they may catch her enough to pull her back in. She showed no signs of movement, and the splashing around they were making with the rope served only to let her body drift further away from the boat. When she was a few meters away, Damo ran off to grab a fishing rod, hoping they could pull her in that way, and his dad ran to the cabin to try and call a Coast Guard for help. When Damo got back to the side, she had vanished. He frantically searched around, and splashed into the water with the rod, thinking she had bobbed under the water or even drifted under the boat somehow, but the body had vanished. Eventually, his dad, figuring they could not just leave a potential dead/unconscious body floating in the water, jumped in and swam over to where she had last been, hoping he may find her under the surface, but they could not find anything. They did eventually drive the boat around in a good half-kilometer circle, but they never saw the body again. The Coast Guard did come out, and obviously, Damo and his dad were kind of interrogated to make sure they hadn't murdered/dumped the body, but nothing came of it all. The freakiest thing about all of it was that the boat was thoroughly checked before they had set out fishing the day before, so they could say with certainty that there had been no woman on board when they set off, either a dead body or a stowaway/homeless woman. The apparently fresh state of the body kind of removed the possibility that she had been in the water for a while and that they had just found the body and they were far enough out from land and nowhere near any other boats that her appearance there was just totally unexplainable, as was the way the body had just disappeared. Damo and his dad had not been gone for more than 20 seconds from the side of the boat, but in that time, the body just vanished. They were both really shaken by the whole thing, and were more terrified by the fact that her appearance was preceded by the heavy splash in the water, suggesting to them that the body had just entered the water from their own boat. They tell the story now as a kind of, you won't believe what happened to us once type of thing, but it shook them badly, and neither has been back to the same fishing spot since. Sorry it's a long one, but it's so creepy, it felt like it deserved to be fully explained. As far as anyone knows, there were no links made to any known missing women in or around the area they were fishing at. The boat was/is just a small purpose-built fishing boat with one cabin and a small cargo area. They packed all their stuff down below and arranged their bags in the cabin prior to departure, so in theory, they would have seen a body or a live person on the boat, but obviously, there was always a chance that they missed her. The time between the splash and the discovery of the body was maybe 30 seconds at most. They were worried their kit on the port side may have somehow fallen in, so they went over pretty quickly to check. They were fishing off the Cornwall coast here in the UK, so the water would have been damn cold. A lot of people are mentioning the thing about cold water preserving bodies, so I guess that is a real possibility. She wasn't wearing any shoes. They were maybe 10 miles or so off the coast, and it was mid/late July, so the weather was pretty good, for England anyway. My dad spent years at sea, and has many stories from his time on tanker ships as an engineer. One time, the ship was being slowed down by something they couldn't explain, mechanically fine. Turns out they had a large dead whale wrapped around the bow of the ship, slowing them down. But the creepiest story was a simple one. The crew was shark fishing off the bank of a smaller tanker ship, basically attaching meat chunks to hooks and throwing them off the back to trawl in the ocean, Southeast Asia/Australia area. My dad, for fun, made up this large, steel alloy, described it as being incredibly durable, hooked to use. They attached a large chunk of meat to it and throw it off the back. A while later, they haul it back in, only to find the meat is gone and the hook is bent completely straight. There was nothing it could have snagged on in the deep ocean as the boat was driving through. My dad and the crew were sufficiently unnerved. To think that something large down there could bend a large hook like that. Well, about 3 years ago, I went out with a friend on his yacht off the coast of Newfoundland. It was around maybe 2 or 3 in the morning in early fall, so there was a bit of fog, but nothing too serious. We were just going out for a late night cruise to relax and see if we could find any cool fish/inverts, etc. near the surface. After an hour or so of uneventful yachting, we decided to call it a night and turn around. As we started heading back to the shore, behind us we noticed a dim red light in the distant fog. We slowed down to watch it. It was slowly blinking, which stopped us from noticing that it was creeping toward us. We went inside to grab my friend's camera, and when we came back, it was seriously closer and moving quicker now too. We could now hear the hull groaning as if it was under pretty heavy tension. We took a picture with flash and the light stopped blinking. The ship started to speed up, so my friend got on the radio. Not too familiar with how the system works, so fill in the blanks here, experts, and started trying to find a wavelength that they were on so he could tell them to slow down and go around us. When we came out of the cabin, it was basically right upon us, like less than 10 feet away. This huge, rusty ship with a red light on the nose. Next thing we know, it's hours later, and we are waking up to sunrise. The yacht had been drifting freely for hours with the engine still off. Our cameras were gone, as was my cell phone. My friend's was a shitty cameraless phone. We reported it to the police, but they laughed us off as 2 young guys who got too drunk and couldn't handle ourselves out there. We weren't drinking though, so we know something happened. In a vaguely similar vein, there is a story my dad likes to tell. Ages ago, when my father was still racing small sailboats, he did a number of races that took multiple days, so he and his crew would have to spend at least one night on the water. One particular race had started under nasty weather conditions that quieted down to light fog in the evening. My dad and the crew were exhausted and looking forward to taking turns getting some well-needed sleep. My dad's buddy took the first watch on deck, while the rest of them went to bed. It seemed like only minutes had passed when the guy on watch shook my dad awake. "You have to see this, you have to tell me I'm not crazy," was all that his buddy would say. Now pretty spooked, my dad went up on deck to see what had scared his friend so much. The guy pointed into the dark fog, and suddenly, my dad saw a pair of glowing eyes. They turned this way and that, like a creature lazily looking around. Sometimes it would look away, but it would eventually turn back to gaze in their direction. For a moment, Dad thought it must be some bizarre kind of lighted buoy, but the movement pattern was completely random, and the eyes were moving up and down, completely at odds with the movement of the waves, and it was getting closer. Confused, exhausted, and now pretty damn concerned, my dad woke the rest of the crew and brought everybody up to see this thing. Yep, everybody saw it, but nobody could identify it as anything other than eyes. The movement was so eerie, and it was approaching pretty fast. As it swam closer, it was clear that whatever it was enormous. Now everyone was starting to freak out. Dad had no idea what to do, except to try to move out of its way, but the damn monster kept moving around. The crew finally determined its rough path and altered course to avoid it. It was getting very close now. They could hear the rush of water around its bulk, and a strange groaning and hissing. It was getting closer and closer. Everyone's heart stopped when the horn shattered the night. Suddenly they saw dim navigation lights through the fog, and realized the monster was riding a big-ass barge. They watched in silence as the bulk of the barge materialized. As it passed along, they realized it was carrying a load of garbage, and there was a little bulldozer driving around, pushing the garbage into tiny piles. The monster's eyes were the headlights moving around, climbing up and down the mounds and circling around the deck. They were pretty relieved, but then Dad realized that they had basically almost run into a giant barge, so nobody got much sleep that night, as they kept watch for more monsters in the fog. A friend of mine has been a fisherman for a long time. Once he was off the Grand Banks late at night, piloting a 50-foot trawler, while the rest of the crew slept. He was alone in the upper wheelhouse, nursing a bowl of weed, when he caught a glimpse of what he said was a large black metal object, several dozen yards off his starboard bow. He shot a glance just soon enough to see something large disappear beneath the waves, but he didn't know precisely how large or how far it was due to poor visibility. He looked at his radar and sonar, but saw nothing. Moments later, a massive column of winged black steel burst forth from the sea roughly 50 yards off his port. He said he soon realized he was looking at the tower of a Trident nuclear submarine. It slipped beneath the surface and vanished without leaving a trace on his radar or sonar. I am a dive master in the Gulf of Mexico. I was dragging our anchor out of the sand and away from the wreck when I noticed a small object out in the sand. I swam up to it, and it was a dive slate covered in barnacles. I'm thinking, fuck yeah, free dive gear as I make my ascent. So, I'm topside. Customers are all settled in, talking up their dives, so I decide to check out my new toy. The dive slate was a bit different from the others I've seen. It had a wrist strap and has these flip-up slates, so it has 3 pages. It had a buildup of barnacles, so I took off my knife to shuck some of them off. After I was satisfied the front was clean, I opened it up to the second page. On it, in just a faint bit of graphite, it said, "Help." My dad was a merchant sailor. He has seen and done some shit. Some things he still won't even tell me. Apparently, there was this crew once, probably more than once, that included this crazy fucking guy that slept with a hatchet who was 1 room over from my dad, and also a guy who everyone hated. One day, they woke up and the guy everyone hated was missing. There was some blood around one of the portholes. The way my dad puts it, you can't fit a grown man through one of those portholes whole. I've tried. So, probably a murder and no one gave a shit. My grandfather was on the USS Block Island when it was sunk off the coast of Italy in 1944. 6 men lost, and 951 were rescued by other ships in the fleet. When the ship was hit, obviously the evacuation was immediate. No time to grab personal effects, just grab a life vest and get the fuck out. Eventually, my grandfather was plucked out of the water by a Marine on another vessel. Fast forward to 1966. My grandfather was working in a hangar in the Norfolk VA Naval Base. Right as he was getting ready to wrap up his work for the day, he was approached by 2 men in suits. They were FBI. FBI, are you Mr. Grandpa? Yes. Were you on the USS Block Island in 1944? Yes. Were you issued a 9mm pistol, serial number 12345678? I believe so. Do you know where that pistol is right now? At the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, as far as I know. Turns out that as that ship was being evacuated, someone grabbed some weapons, or at least this particular one, out of the armory. The weapon somehow found its way to the US and had been found at the scene of a mob murder the 2 weeks earlier in NYC. Now that I'm thinking about it, their rescue was pretty badass too, and worth telling. The other ships in the fleet sailed, full speed, towards the floating survivors, then cut their engines to avoid detection from the U-boat's radar, I guess, and their momentum allowed them to drift through the survivors and pick them up. My grandfather said he tread water for hours before finally being scooped up out of the ocean. Most of the guys had life vests, but they only helped keep them afloat for a little while, and they had to share them. He said he didn't have enough strength to pull himself up on the rescuing vessel, and that the Marine that pulled him out of the water was one of the largest men he had ever seen in his life. As the block island sank, the survivors heard an explosion. They were pretty sure it was the sound of the block island exploding, either as a result of the water pressure on the munitions, or maybe something in the ship was still burning and caught munitions, or the ship's fuel supply. No matter the case, they were pretty sure the sound came from their sinking ship, because of the direction it came from. The German sub that hit them thought the explosion was the sound of them being hit and surfaced to assess the damage. When the Germans surfaced, the rest of the fleet blew the U-boat out of the water. I am 26 years old and have worked on a sea scallop boat since I have been about 18 years old. During the course of my time on the water, this question brought two stories to my attention. These are not in order of importance, and I apologize for any grammar mistakes in the future. First story happened a couple of years ago, when we were working off the coast of Long Island, I believe. It was a little rough, but nothing out of the ordinary. It was dark and about 3 in the morning, and everything was going smooth. On a scallop boat, you are required to shuck and do other things in between tows that happen every hour. It's basically a floating factory. I was in a shack barn in the stern of the vessel, standing in the back that can be closed up while you shuck. All of a sudden, the wind starts to pick up, and the lightning starts closer than you really want when you are the tallest object. It's roaring and raining so hard that the rain was hitting me in the back of the shack. The boat starts listing off to port, and it sounds more violent than you can imagine. The door was tied off, so I rushed to shut the door and use all of my strength to shut it. I am by myself in here, and I have never been so scared as when the boat started listing over even harder. This lasted for about 10 minutes. Then it was over. Looked outside and all the gear was everywhere, and a bucket that was deep inside a tote up in the front of the deck was taken out and laying on the deck. The position and the protection where this was only led my other coworkers and I on watch to believe we indeed were just hit by a waterspout. The second story was when the boat was fishing offshore sometime during March. It was shitty and cold out, and you could barely stand up. We were fishing with our starboard, facing the waves, because we were on a tow and producing. As time goes by, it's going to sound weird, but you develop an intuition of where you are going to get hit by a wave when picking up scallops on deck. When working in the pile, you try to keep your scuppers closed. It's rough, because you don't want to make it harder on yourself or get your gloves wet. It all becomes very instinctual, so this night, it starts to get rougher progressively. Another guy and myself are working on the starboard side, and doing fine. He was back aft, and I was forward. I was directly next to the hatch for the fish hold. We are picking, then we feel this wave coming. Like I said earlier, you can tell the power somehow, and guess what you're going to do. This is the East Coast, so the continental shelf drop-off isn't that substantial as the West, so typically, rogue waves are few and far between, so my coworker and I don't even try to duck or cover in anticipation. I just lift my gloves a little and assume that this will be nothing special. Then the rest of it comes. We didn't have a chance. The power was forceful and slammed myself against the hatch, thankfully, because or else, I think I would have been washed over the port side in full gear. The other guy was washed into the other rail, and by the time I got up, I could see the fear in his eyes of what just happened to him. I was more confused due to the impact of the violent wave and the cold water. Got changed and worked for another couple hours before my watch was over. That was a shit night. I am a recreational sailor with a 26-foot sloop, so I don't venture out on the high seas. I stay coastal. One night, I decided to anchor up in this protected bayou. It was summertime, and there was a good chance of overnight thunderstorms, so I carefully made my way through a pretty narrow channel that opens up to some bayou that is protected well enough. Many people will stash their boat there during hurricanes. Plus, it's usually a nice spot just to hang out. I got there late, around 11 p.m. or so I had to feel my way in through the dark. There was no moon, and even if there was, the cloud cover was thick enough that it would have been blocked anyway. So it was slow going, and a little disorienting. Once I reached the area that opens up a bit, I dropped anchor and prepped the boat in case a storm blew up. I made sure the halyards wouldn't bang around, secured the sails, stuff like that. Then I made my dinner and hopped in the forward berth with a book. Now, you get used to odd noises. Boats have a way of occasionally creaking and clanging a bit. It's a part of their soul. Quite often you will hear a porpoise blow nearby, but this night really scared me for a bit. First, the wind picked up, a lot. The air rushing by my rigging began to make it vibrate so that it was making a high-pitched humming noise. That's not scary, but it kept me awake, and since it was the standing rigging, there wasn't anything I could do about it. So I'm lying there wide awake in the dark, listening to this noise. I'm not freaked out, but it's a very mournful noise. A short while later, as I am huddled in my bunk, I feel the bulkhead flex next to me. At the same time, I hear a very loud thud, followed by a splash. What the fuck? So I race out on my deck with my flashlight and work my way up to the bow. It's windy, so at first, I thought maybe the boat was swinging on anchor and had hit a piling or something. I inspect the area and don't see anything I could have hit. So I grabbed my spotlight and used it to look underwater as best as I could. I didn't see anything submerged either. Okay, so I'm thinking it was a dolphin or perhaps an alligator. The lighting is starting to pick up in the distance. It's still windy, and despite the fact it's summer, I'm getting chilled just standing around the deck in my skivvies, so I climb back below and try to get rest. About 10 minutes later, once again, thud. Again, I go back up on the deck and investigate. And again, aside from an annoying pelican who was perched up on a piling about 30 yards away, I find nothing. I go back to bed. Several minutes later, thud, splash. This went on for about 2 hours. I did not sleep well that night. The next morning, before I set sail, I thoroughly searched the area. I was anchored on a soft mud bottom and never did find a piling or submerged stump or anything that I would have hit. To this day, I have no idea what it was, but it was a very freaky night for me. I still think it might have been some manner of animal, but why on earth it kept coming back over the course of 2 hours is beyond me. I have 4 weird experiences from when I was working on the ships. First one was midway across the Atlantic in 2013. Me and a few other cadets were on the bridge wing, outdoor part of the wheelhouse, for our celestial navigation project. Saw a light come up from the east, fly at high speed until it was almost directly above us, and make a 90-degree turn and zip off even faster. It was at the altitude you would expect to see a plane, but nothing turns when crossing the ocean, and especially not that fast. I don't think people could survive a turn that fast. Second was an animal sighting. This time I was a cadet on another container ship. We had left Dutch Harbor at K, heading for Japan. We were about halfway between the two, and 100 miles from land. It was choppy and overcast, and the mate and I saw a large school of porpoises and seabirds, which typically would indicate they were following fish. In the middle of the group, we see a huge white fin come up that looks like a whale's paddle fin. Could have been a sperm whale, but we had never seen anything that big. Third one was the weirdest. I was out of school and working on a seagoing tugboat in the Gulf of Mexico. I didn't see it, but I came up to stand my watch at 3:45, and the 2 guys up there had weird looks on their faces. One looks to the other and says, "Should we tell him?" I ask, and they proceed to say that they had just watched a beach ball-sized bubble with pulsing lights on the inside fly in front of the boat about 10 feet above the water. They said it was moving against the wind at a constant speed, and outside of it looked like when there was oil in a puddle in your driveway. Last one was in the Gulf of Mexico again, and this was the longest. Me and a few others were sitting in the mess watching TV, and the captain called down on the phone. He asked if we wanted to see a UFO. We all went up, and the 4 of us sat in the wheelhouse and watched a red light erratically snap from one position to another, a short distance away for about 2 hours. It would sit in a spot for 15 to 20 seconds, and then snap to a new position in a straight line and sit. The best way I could describe it would be like putting a laser pointer on a wall and jerking it around to a new spot a few inches away. Eventually, it just took off at high speed, and that was it. Very weird.